Cooperation. Chu Yun's soul floated out, coldly observing the scene in the grand hall, where her mortal form was being torn apart by 5 horses. Alas, a melodious male voice broke the silence. Are you truly unwilling to bind with me? Our collaboration would make things considerably easier. You've already lived 18 lifetimes. You cannot withstand the will of the heavens alone. Chu Yun glanced indifferently at the air. Stubborn duck, do you still not give up? This duck, intent on binding with her for tasks, had been haunting her for 18 lifetimes. A pink duck flapped its tiny wings in indignation. Do not call me that, do not. Chu Yun cast a casual glance at it. Are you not, at present, merely a duck? The duck bristled at the thought, failing to recognize that its current form was a result of its own misfortune. It was all due to this wretched woman before it. Years ago, she had silently ventured forth to obliterate the heavenly Tao alliance. As a result, the alliance's main deity, accompanied by a throng of taskers and systems, relentlessly pursued her. By the time the duck caught wind of the situation, it had long since vacated the clan's territory to hide. Who would have thought that during its escape, it would encounter this woman being pursued by the heavenly Tao alliance? Bound by their shared heritage, it found itself embroiled in the conflict, suffering the consequences of her actions. Forced to confront the attackers, it had been thoroughly beaten, unable to maintain its true form. This woman, without a shred of consideration, had carelessly assigned it the form of a duck. Reflecting upon the past, the duck felt as though its beak was worn to the bone. Yet, acknowledging its current dependence on this insufferable woman, it endured. The duck spoke with exasperation. Would you rather endure an eternity of suffering than collaborate with me? Chu Yun gazed at the duck, its downy feathers a soft pink, save for its vividly red beak. Her expression was one of unutterable dismay. It was indeed difficult for her to accept such a companion. No matter how many lifetimes she traversed, her aesthetic sensibilities remained unyielding. She could not bear the sight of such an eyesore. The crux of the matter was that this pink duck was male. I have already made it clear. You cannot contend with the heavenly path alone. Take this lifetime, for instance. The royal lineage is in decline were it not for your assistance to the young emperor. The state would have long since fragmented. If you do not eliminate those with treacherous intentions, the young emperor would have met his end long ago, regardless of your accomplishments. A tragic fate awaits you. Come now, join me, and I shall elevate you to greatness. Together, we shall conquer the stars and seas. Listening to the duck's ever-inspiring rhetoric, Chu Yun sighed. Very well. She felt somewhat weary. And then there were those wretched members of the Heavenly Path Alliance. Once her strength was restored, she would ensure they were reduced to ashes, leaving them no chance to rebound. This duck, though incapable of maintaining its true form, possessed some utility. Have you agreed? The duck exclaimed in excitement. Wow, wow. Wow, Chu Yun, you have finally come to your senses. You should have realized this sooner. Together, we stand to gain immensely with no drawbacks. Not only will you enjoy boundless life, but you will also enhance your own power, a surefire venture. Chu Yun cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. The pink duck promptly fell silent. It nearly slipped her mind. How could a wretched woman ever perish? She inherently possesses an inexhaustible vitality. The passage of time has nearly caused him to forget their shared past. In those days, crushing a minor realm in mere moments was hardly a feat. Reflecting on his former glory, he now gazes upon his present self. The duck feels a profound sense of despair. I do not care, you promised, so let us commence our task at once. With that, she plunged directly into Chu Yun's soul. Chu Yun sensed a surge of energy invading her essence, and she furrowed her brow slightly, resisting the impulse to expel Thaisai. Intruder. Chu Yun, we're now bound together. An exhilarated voice resonated within Chu Yun's mind. Chu Yun inquired, will you henceforth reside within my consciousness? She exhaled in relief, finding solace in this arrangement. Were she to behold this garish entity at all times, she worried she might one day succumb to the urge to obliterate it, despite the inevitable repercussions. A black hole materialized before Chu Yun, exuding a formidable gravitational pull. Let us commence the task immediately. Chu Yun, will you not take a moment to rest? Chu Yun replied coolly, no need. Very well, the first world is a modern realm. Chu Yun, best of luck. The soul merged with a corporeal form. In the darkness, She felt as though she were lying on a soft bed, and with her eyes closed, she began to absorb the narrative. This is a tale of invincible, true love. The original host, Liang Bing, was the little princess of the Liang family, a prominent lineage in this realm. Since the founding of the nation, the Liang family has thrived for several generations, possessing profound heritage and standing as a distinguished clan. From the moment she was born, Liang Bing was destined to be a princess. Her parents prioritized her above all, indulging her every whim, and her brother showered her with affection. By the time Liang Bing reached the age of 18, her life was nothing short of idyllic. She was engaged to the exceptionally talented Li Xiaolan of the illustrious Li family, a man whom every woman aspired to marry. However, this is where the turning point began. With her noble lineage, a family that adored her unconditionally, and a fiancé who was the envy of all, Liang Bing became the object of envy and jealousy among women. The Li family wielded significant influence in their realm, contrasting sharply with the more conservative Liang family and their prominence hats. Or in recent years, initially, Liang Bing was elated. Not only was Li Xiaolan remarkably handsome, but he also exuded an aura of restraint, and there had never been any scandal associated with him. His life was notably devoid of controversy. Yet, this dynamic began to shift shortly after their engagement. As Li Xiaolan's rightful fiancée, Liang Bing found herself spending more time in his company. The idea of a romantic rendezvous under the stars was inherently charming for any couple in love. However, the situation became decidedly uncomfortable when their meetings invariably included a third party. Each time Liang Bing met with Li Xiaolan, he brought along a woman named Li Qiu. Li Xiaolan explained that she was the younger sister of a childhood neighbor, who, having fallen on hard times, had no choice but to take refuge in the Li household. Although Liang Bing was innocent, she was not naive. What kind of neighbor could reside indefinitely? Moreover, during each encounter, Li Xiaolan consistently engaged in ambiguous and intimate behaviors with her. While indulging in intimacy typical of couples, one's gaze remained fixed on Li Qiu. As for Li Qiu, she bit her lip, embodying a visage of profound grievance. Liang Bing was perplexed. What was happening? Let them investigate. What did she uncover? It was utterly unbelievable. Li Xiaolan and Li Qiu indeed shared a childhood bond, however. Their families were not merely neighbors, but bitter adversaries. It was suspected that Li Qiu's grandfather had been responsible for the demise of Li Xiaolan's grandfather and mother years ago. After lying in wait for many years, Li Xiaolan feigned ignorance of the past. He grew up under the very noses of the Li family, ultimately seizing the opportunity for revenge. He orchestrated the death of Li Qiu's grandfather and had her father incarcerated, yet he kept Li Qiu close, confining her within his private villa. The investigation indicated that there were indeed feelings between Li Xiaolan and Li Qiu. However, the enmity between their families rendered their love a tumultuous affair. Liang Bing, the cherished princess of the Liang family, was unaccustomed to such indignities. She directly confronted Li Xiaolan, stating that since his heart belonged to another, she would not compel him further and sought to annul their engagement. Li Xiaolan, however, refused her request, igniting Liang Bing's ire. How could he, burdened with his own troubles, dare to reject the dissolution of their engagement? Liang Mingyuan, who had always doted on his sister, could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest injustice. He promptly sought Li Xiaolan to settle the score. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon entering Li Xiaolan's villa, he would encounter the delicate and vulnerable Li Qiu? Instantly, he was captivated. How pitiable this girl seemed, as so feeble and helpless. Yet there exists an indomitable spirit within her that captivates him profoundly. Li Qiu wept bitterly, lamenting the torment of being confined by Li Xiaolan in the villa. She faced her archenemy daily, immersed in a sea of blood and vengeance, yet felt utterly powerless. Each day, she longed for death. She implored Liang Mingyuan not to allow Liang Bing and Li Xiaolan's engagement to be dissolved, for perhaps if they wed, she might gain her freedom, thus sparing herself from the two. Remit inflicted by the man who tormented her daily. While Liang Bing sought help from her parents, Li Qiu brazenly accused her of being unreasonable. Liang Mingyuan, having cherished Liang Bing since childhood, would never anticipate that he would unjustly accuse her. Chapter 2. True love conquers all from a young age. Liang Mingyuan doted on Liang Bing. and neither Liang's father nor mother anticipated that Liang Mingyuan would suddenly wrongfully accuse her. Naturally, they accepted Liang Bing's unreasonable tantrums, as it was only natural for their little princess to exhibit some minor vexations. While trivial matters could be overlooked, the union with the Li family was a significant affair. It could not be decided merely by Liang Bing's whims. The alliance would undoubtedly proceed, and the collaboration between the two families could not be severed. Rather, it deepened due to their familial ties. However, no one foresaw that Li Xiaolan had been manipulating matters behind the scenes regarding the cooperation agreement. The Liang family was exceedingly pleased with their son-in-law, completely oblivious to Li Xiaolan's schemes. Furthermore, as Liang Mingyuan primarily managed the company, his heart was wholly captivated by Lu Kuo, leaving him indifferent to corporate affairs. The Liang family faced sudden bankruptcy overnight, with numerous subsidiaries exposed for malfeasance. Liang's parents were left bewildered by the devastating news, having not been involved in business matters for far too long and uncertain of how to respond, feeling utterly lost. Meanwhile, Liang Mingyuan, preoccupied with the miscarriage of Lu Kuo, was bustling around the hospital, his phone switched off. The child she bore was Li Xiaolan's. It was through this unfortunate event that both individuals came to realize the significance of their feelings for one another. Setting aside the enmity of their forebears, they finally united as a couple. On the other hand, Liang Bing, who was once Li Xiaolan's fiancée, found herself in a dire situation. With the Liang family's downfall and her fiancé marrying another, it seemed as though someone had orchestrated her misfortune. As Liang Bing struggled to find even a position as a server, no one wanted her. Upon witnessing the sorrow and despair etched upon the faces of her aging parents, Liang Bing ultimately married a man significantly older than her father. This man possessed some wealth, and she harbored hopes that he might improve the fortunes of the Liang family. Liang Bing was blessed with beauty, and initially, her husband treated her relatively well. However, one fateful day, everything changed. Within the confines of their home, he began to resort to violence and verbal abuse, ceasing to provide any support for Liang's parents. Liang Bing succumbed to her struggles at the age of 35. Her demise a culmination of chronic depression and physical afflictions. On the day of her passing, she overheard her husband speaking submissively on the phone to Lu Kuo. Liang Bing was unwilling to accept her fate. Her desires revolved around avenging herself against Li Xiaolan and Lu Kuo. If possible, she wished to prevent her brother, Liang Mingyuan, from falling in love with Lu Kuo again. If that proved impossible, then so be it. She did not harbor intentions of vengeance against Liang Mingyuan. In a rather convoluted manner, she believed her brother's affection for Lu Kuo to be genuine. Perhaps true love, which is unassailable, was indeed understandable. For some, love eclipses all else. Li Xiaolan was the architect of the Liang family's downfall, and Liang Bing's hatred towards him was entirely justified. As for Lu Kuo, Liang Bing was perplexed as to the source of her animosity. Was it merely because she had once been Li Xiaolan's fiancée? Their relationship had been limited to that title, devoid of any true intimacy or emotion. She could not comprehend why Lu Kuo harbored such hatred, seeking her complete destruction. Chu Yun let out a faint sigh. Revenge against Li Xiaolan and Lu Kuo was a straightforward affair, however, steering Liang Mingyuan back to the right path. In this world, there exists a form of love that transcends mountains and rivers, capable of traversing vast seas and bustling crowds. Indifferent to the passage of time and the ravages it brings, even in the face of familial enmity. In this narrative realm, even the vengeance for a slain father can yield to the power of true love. Is it not somewhat challenging for Liang Mingyuan to resist falling for his destined sweetheart? Upon reflection, the current timeline places her at the moment she has just become engaged to Li Xiaolan. Chu Yun retrieved her phone from beside the pillow and, glancing at it, noted it was merely 3 in the morning. Feeling a lingering drowsiness, she did not ponder further and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, Chu Yun awoke refreshed and full of vitality. After attending to her morning rituals, she opened the wardrobe of the original owner. Naturally, Liang Bing's wardrobe was filled with an array of exquisite haute couture pieces. At the very least, there were numerous high-end trendy items, albeit predominantly in a princess style. After a thorough search, Chu Yun finally discovered a relatively simple beige dress. She applied a light touch of makeup. Observing her reflection, she noticed her delicate features. Her brows arched gracefully, and her eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, imbued with a profound allure. Her skin was fair and tender, resembling a flower poised to bloom. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Coupled with her tall and slender physique, She epitomized the image of a goddess. However, at merely 18 years of age, her aura lacked a certain maturity. Yet, this also lent her an air of innocence. Nevertheless, residing in this body was Chu Yun, and innocence was a quality she had long since shed. Chu Yun, have you been gazing into the mirror for 2 minutes? The little pink duck interjected. Chu Yun touched her face once more. Do you not find me remarkably attractive? Beautiful things are always worthy of admiration, but that beauty belongs to Liang Bing, not you. The pink duck retorted. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yun replied, do you not believe I am more beautiful than the original owner? I can't help but feel this body appears even more stunning because of me. The pink duck was momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to mount a proper rebuttal, Chu Yun had always prided herself not only on her prowess but also on her appearance. Noticing that the duck had fallen silent, she twirled in front of the mirror several times, content with her reflection before gracefully descending the stairs. In the dining room, her family sat around the table, the atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Bing Bing, why are you up so early today? Liang Mingyuan exclaimed as he saw Chu Yun coming down, his demeanor radiating brotherly affection. He eagerly served her a crystal dumpling. Chu Yun glanced at the chopsticks he used to serve her. They had been in his possession. She shot him a fleeting look, tinged with disdain. For an ordinary pair of siblings, such actions would be unremarkable. However, recalling Liang Mingyuan's past deeds from the storyline, she felt an uncomfortable sensation in her heart. Liang Mingyuan, sensing a peculiar shift in his sister's demeanor, absent-mindedly touched his nose. I plan to go to the company to work today. Work? Liang Mingyuan was taken aback. Their parents, Liang father and Liang mother, turned their attention to Chu Yun, smiles adorning their faces. Is Bing Bing going to start experiencing life? This time, let your brother have you as his secretary. It will also allow him to keep an eye on those vixens at the company, Liang mother suggested. Yang Mingyuan cleared his throat awkwardly. Mom, what are you saying? There are no vixens, just respectable employees. Chu Yun smiled slyly. Yes, respectable. The kind that works by day and discusses the origins of humanity under the covers by night. Before meeting Lu Kuer, Liang Mingyuan had been a quintessential playboy, with beautiful secretaries at the company forming his own harem, akin to an ancient emperor, who would also call upon his favorites at night. Chu Yun smiled, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Rest assured, mother, those women are not to my brother's liking. After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Liang Mingyuan. The woman my brother prefers must be the most beautiful and purest of them all. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Naturally, he replied. In my brother's heart, Bing Bing holds the utmost importance. Other women are not worthy of even a single finger of yours. As the cherished sister indulged in sweet nothings, she added, since it's settled, surely brother wouldn't mind granting me the position of vice president to play with. Liang Mingyuan chuckled at her words, not taking them seriously. He suspected it was merely a fleeting whim, one she might not even sustain for 2 days. He could hardly believe that someone who slept in until noon every day would genuinely rise early for work. The role of a vice president in a corporation is far from simple. Convinced that Chu Yun was merely toying with the idea, he casually acquiesced. Knowing that a vice president without real power was merely a figurehead seeking a few companions for performances. However, her gaze, lingering on him with an enigmatic smile, hinted that playing house was not her true intention. Liang Mingyuan felt an unsettling jolt within him. Her eyes were dark and unfathomable as the night. Why did her stare seem somewhat daunting? Was it merely his imagination? Chu Yun bypassed the crystal dumplings Liang Mingyuan had offered, sipping a glass of milk and nibbling on a few pieces of bread before grabbing her bag and heading out. Now that she had secured the vice president position, it was time to commit herself fully, was it not? At the entrance of the Liang Corporation, a strikingly sleek red sports car came to a halt. During working hours, the previously bustling crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Aside from Mr. Liang, no one has ever dared to park their vehicle at the entrance of the company. The men's eyes sparkled with intrigue, while the women discreetly adjusted their attire, retrieving powder and touch-up lipstick to ensure they presented their most alluring selves. After all, what if he were a young heir? What if he took an interest in one of them? What if he were not only handsome, but also devoted? Though the odds were slim, fortune tends to favor those who are prepared, does it not? Look, is that not this year's limited edition sports car from AS Company? Rumored to be unattainable even with wealth. The person who was questioned immediately pulled out their phone and scrolled a few times, confirming that it indeed matched the images perfectly. Wow, I cannot believe I am witnessing the real thing. It is simply too cool. Yes, indeed. Not only to own it, but even just to take a ride. Or even to sit in it. would be utterly satisfying. Alas, the wealthy of today are so ostentatious. As if they fear others might not recognize their capability to afford such luxury. Is this the place for flaunting their vehicles? Look at your envious demeanor. If you could afford that car, would you not show it off? Humph, if I had wealth, I would undoubtedly be a low-key rich person. Huh. I believe you as much as I would a ghost. All eyes were fervently fixed on the flamboyant red sports car. When the occupant emerged, everyone stood frozen in place. Chu Yun, adorned in a beige dress with a subtle touch of makeup, her soft, long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuded an elegance that was both understated and captivating. Despite her simple attire, her every movement radiated charm, imbued with an irresistible allure that ensnared the attention of all the men present. Her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, completely forgetting the act of movement. Luxurious cars and beautiful women, things that men dream of possessing. And what else more? The most exquisite beauty alongside the most dazzling sports car. As for the women, upon catching sight of that graceful figure, an overwhelming sense of inferiority surged within them. Women fortunate enough to work at the headquarters of the Liang Group were hardly lacking in charm. It could almost be said that they were a congregation of beauties. Yet, the goddess who was often extolled in everyday life appeared no more than a mere maid before her. Chu Yun casually brushed her hair aside, pleased to witness the astonished gazes directed at her. You see, I am still as beloved as ever. Ah, these adorable mortals. Pink duck. The paths of humans and spirits diverge. Please refrain from releasing your hormones indiscriminately. Upon hearing Pink Duck's formal tone, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly responding. I understand the importance of not incurring emotional debts lightly, but when one is born with such beauty, what can they do? One cannot forsake such innate allure. Pink Duck. Host, please prioritize the task at hand. Host, where did you learn that term? Oh, I recently found myself with some leisure time and perused novels from this dimension. They actually have stories akin to ours, where the system refers to the souls bound to them in such a manner. Do you not find that title delightful? Although it is not the type of system that follows rigid protocols, it does not diminish his amusement at the name. Chu Yun felt indifferent. Suit yourself. As Chu Yun approached the entrance, she handed the car keys to a young man clad in uniform. Excuse me, could you please assist me in parking the car? The young security guard felt as though he had received a divine blessing. Stammering, he managed to respond, why yes. Mississippi, being a security personnel, he was naturally acquainted with Liang Bing. However, on previous occasions, Liang Bing had always been in the company of Liang Mingyuan and never exuded the striking presence that Chu Yun did. Thus, while he recognized her, he had never witnessed such a dazzling entrance before. She appeared to be a luminescent entity, captivating all eyes in her vicinity. Squinting slightly, Chu Yun smiled. Her voice as gentle as a feather's caress. Do remember to address me as Vice President Liang from now on. The young guard was momentarily stunned, only able to mumble. Why yes, Mississippi. I mean, Vice President Liang. Host, please refrain from casting yourself in the role of the protagonist. The Heavenly Order will take notice of our actions, the little pink duck expressed, feeling somewhat fatigued. Their spirits were currently diminished, and even together. It was no easy feat to withstand the heavenly decree. Could she not exercise a bit of restraint? Is she not aware of her current predicament? He knew well that had she not been weakened to a certain extent, this woman would never have considered collaborating with him. Enough. I am fully aware of my own limits, Chu Yun replied calmly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. If you question my methods, you are free to depart at any time. The little pink duck retorted. Humph, I was merely concerned for you. Chu Yun chuckled lightly. Then it would be better for you to remain silent, wouldn't it? In summary, we must exercise caution and ensure that the celestial forces do not discover us. Chu Yun curled her lips, stating, when it comes to my affairs, is there anything you find concerning? The pink duck replied. After several millennia apart. How has this individual changed so drastically? Never mind, perhaps it is best to remain silent. All right, Chu Yun, you are simply the best. As Chu Yun entered the company amidst the gaze of many, she directly ascended in Liang Mingyuan's exclusive executive elevator to the top floor. This level was reserved for the general manager and the chairman's offices. Since Liang's father no longer frequented the company, the top floor was solely occupied by Liang Mingyuan and his team of secretaries. Upon her arrival, she was immediately enveloped in a fragrant cloud of perfume. The secretaries, each resembling a stunning flower, greeted her with eager smiles. Miss, you have arrived. One exclaimed, the president is currently in a meeting. Would you like to take a seat and rest for a while? Another offered, Would you prefer coffee or tea? I can pour it for you. Did Liang not inform you that I am the vice president starting today? Chu Yun inquired. The secretaries exchanged glances, realizing that Liang had indeed not mentioned it. A chuckle escaped Chu Yun's lips internally. It seemed Liang Mingyuan truly regarded her affairs as child's play. However, this was of little consequence. Chu Yun surveyed the secretary's office, which housed 7 individuals, each a unique beauty. Any one of them, should they be plucked from the group, would rival even the most minor celebrity. Among these 7, 6 shared a special relationship with Liang Mingyuan. Chu Yun's gaze settled upon the one secretary who appeared to have no such connection with him, and she scrutinized her thoroughly. Indeed, with her fair complexion, exquisite features, and captivating figure, she can undoubtedly be regarded as a true beauty. As for why she is yet to be courted by Liang Mingyuan, it is not due to her lofty demeanor, but rather a streak of unfortunate luck. Each time, Liang Mingyuan subtly suggests an invitation to his room, she invariably encounters unforeseen circumstances, thus preventing her from ever gracing his bed. Bai Yu felt exceedingly uncomfortable under Chu Yun's scrutinizing gaze. Unfortunately, this individual happened to be the sister of the esteemed CEO, and seemingly more beautiful than herself, leaving her with little confidence. All she could manage was an awkward smile. Is there something you would like to convey, Vice President? Chu Yun raised her chin and remarked, from now on, consider yourself my assistant. What? Bai Yu was taken aback. When she grasped the implications of Chu Yun's words, she nearly burst into tears. Was there any possibility for her to decline? Just moments ago, the CEO had hinted that she should come to his office at noon to discuss work. While the notion of a midday meeting felt somewhat unusual, it was not entirely unwelcome. After all, the CEO's evening invitations often came with a litany of unexpected incidents. A meeting in the CEO's office at midday would surely be exhilarating. Perhaps she would transform in his eyes. Yet now, someone needed to elucidate her current predicament. Why is the young lady, who should be a delicate princess, here causing a commotion at the company? Is it that you are unwilling? Chu Yun inquired. A smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her expression suggesting that refusal would not be taken lightly. Bai Yu fervently circled her thoughts. What could she possibly say? Did she dare to express reluctance? Among the 7 of them, she was the most unfortunate. And now, she found herself entangled with the young lady. If the young lady merely indulges herself for a few days, she is merely a victim of circumstance, having missed yet another opportunity. However, should she find herself in high spirits and truly decide to come to work every day, she might well lose all chances entirely. This group of shameless individuals would undoubtedly relish in mocking her, which is utterly detestable. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, though her expression remained quite stiff. It is indeed an honor to follow Vice President Liang. Given the president's affection for the young lady, even if she is merely causing a ruckus, they must accompany her. Thus, she finds herself without the privilege of refusal. What was being discussed? The president's office suddenly swung open. Liang Mingyuan, upon seeing Chu Yun, was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Bing Bing, are you truly here? At that time, when he had invited her to the company, she had declined, and he had thought she had given up. Chu Yun lifted her chin defiantly. Of course, I just arrived at the company, and it's the perfect time of need. Brother, you wouldn't mind lending me a secretary, would you? Liang Mingyuan laughed heartily. Of course. If the little princess wishes to play, she simply needs to find a secretary to join her. Chu Yun nodded, knowing her brother was the best. All right, I choose her. Liang Mingyuan followed Chu Yun's gaze and spotted Bai Yu. A peculiar expression flitted across his face. This secretary seems, well, not yet secured. Bai Yu looked at her president with a wounded expression, her heart screaming, President, no. I am yours. I do not wish to serve anyone else. Yet Liang Mingyuan regained his composure in an instant, nodding seriously. Bing Bing has good taste. Xiao Yu is truly exceptional in her projects. In despair, Bai Yu lowered her head, realizing that the president had indeed abandoned her. Among the secretarial team, she was undoubtedly the most capable. Were it not for her exceptional skills, she would have been ousted long ago, considering the connections others had with the president. It had never been easy for her. Now, her situation was even worse. She found herself inexplicably favored by this little princess, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. Chu Yun expressed her gratitude to Liang Mingyuan and took Bai Yu to the office she had selected. Throughout the day, Bai Yu tirelessly explained the company's circumstances to Chu Yun. Initially, she casually picked out some company slogans and aspects of corporate culture to discuss. However, as Chu Yun posed several professional inquiries, Bai Yu began to take the matter more seriously. By the end of the workday, Chu Yun had finally gained a general understanding of the company. Although there were particularly confidential matters that Bai Yu was unaware of, she was well acquainted with the operational aspects. Gently patting Bai Yu's shoulder, Chu Yun remarked, "You did exceptionally well, and I am quite pleased. We shall continue tomorrow." Bai Yu's expression remained stoic. She had no desire to continue the following day. It appeared that the young lady was quite serious this time, leaving her in utter despair. Nonetheless, she replied, "All right, Vice President, come to my villa now," came the man's voice, cool and low, imbued with an air of authority, subtly alluring in its restraint. Chu Yun, however, smiled, crossing her legs and leaning back in her chair. Her voice was soft. "What brings you here at such a late hour? Brother-in-law, do you miss me?" The man gripping the phone furrowed his brow. "Huh, miss her? Does she even deserve that?" Calling her over is a gesture of regard, yet one might mistakenly believe oneself to be of considerable worth. The moment the phone's speaker blared, Liqueur, who overheard their conversation, felt her visage drain of color. It was not difficult to imagine the delicate, feeble voice on the other end suggesting their interaction was most congenial. He, in the presence of his fiancée, must certainly not exhibit such indifference and cruelty towards her. The expression on Liqueur's face amused Li Xiaolan, who, in a relatively good mood, chose not to confront Chu Yun over the matter. He merely instructed her to hurry, stating he would grant her only half an hour before abruptly ending the call. Subsequently, he grasped Liqueur's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What is this? Are you displeased? Why the discontent? Is it because of Bibing?" Liqueur's complexion turned even paler. Hearing the man she once loved utter another woman's name with such intimacy felt like a sharp object piercing her heart. "I warn you, know your place. You are but the granddaughter of a murderer, a disgraceful woman, existing on a different plane from Bingbing. It would be wise to avoid further humiliation." Liqueur's pallor deepened. Li Xiaolan scrutinized her, not missing a single nuance of her expression. The pain in her jaw prompted her to furrow her brow, while his words ignited a profound sense of humiliation within her. Memories of her grandfather's death and her father's imprisonment surged forth, unleashing a torrent of inner hatred. Biting her lip tightly, she trembled as she retorted, "I merely find you repugnant. A man like you is unworthy of love." "What did you say?" Li Xiaolan cast a sinister glance at Liqueur, his grip tightening. The pain caused Liqueur to exclaim in distress. "People like you do not deserve love," she cried out vehemently. Unfazed, Li Xiaolan continued to regard her with malevolence. "Do you find me disgusting?" Under his penetrating gaze, Liqueur was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. Anger, sorrow, grievance, resentment, and hatred, all crashing upon her like a turbulent wave. "You are indeed revolting. Keep your filthy hands to yourself," she shouted, tears streaming down her fair cheeks. A twinge of pain stirred within Li Xiaolan. Yet the fury ignited by her accusation overshadowed that fleeting discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Is this what you consider disgusting? Have you forgotten that there are far worse things? I would not hesitate to let you relive those moments right now." Liqueur's countenance turned as pale as a ghost, his words leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Humiliation, anger, and powerlessness filled her heart. She found herself unable to avenge her grandfather and father, forced to feign civility with her adversary, trapped within the confines of the villa. Standing elegantly at the entrance of the villa, Chu Yun observed the unfolding events with her mental prowess, her radiant visage betraying not a hint of emotion. However, the pink duckling could not contain its remarks. "Chu Yun, your mental strength remains astonishingly potent." Given their current contracted state, anything visible to her would also be seen by him, provided he did not shield his perception. Logically, having been weakened for millennia, their mental faculties should have long since waned. Why, then, did the reality differ so starkly from his expectations? As the duck pondered over the sour water, it couldn't help but wonder why the disparity between them was so vast, despite both having endured a thorough beating. How could that insufferable woman still possess such spirit? Chu Yun chose to disregard him and rang the doorbell directly. Li Xiaolan furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had intended to teach Liqueur a lesson, to make her aware of whom she ought to curry favor with. Yet, the incessant ringing of the doorbell was becoming irksome. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and with impatience, he pulled aside the obstructing Liqueur. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if her heart had been stabbed with a knife, throbbing with pain. Memories of warmth from the past clashed starkly with the present coldness. In her heart, she mournfully questioned her worth to him. Was she merely a source of humiliation and discomfort? Overwhelmed by indignity, she bit her lip fiercely to stifle any sound. The door was opened by Li Xiaolan. Due to Lukuer's unique status, this villa lacked servants, with only occasional cleaners coming by. Longu, it's been exactly half an hour. I am quite punctual, aren't I? Upon seeing Chu Yun, Li Xiaolan momentarily froze, his face soon betraying an expression of annoyance. He felt an urge to explode, but could not pinpoint a valid reason. His gaze inadvertently swept over Chu Yun once more. What was she wearing? When Chu Yun arrived, she had deliberately donned a form-fitting black dress that accentuated Liang Bing's admirable figure. He did not miss the fleeting moment of astonishment in Li Xiaolan's eyes. With a soft smile, she exuded a subtle charm. Does it not look good? I wish to dress beautifully for my date with Longu, she responded. Please refrain from dressing like this in the future. I do not approve. Li Xiaolan spoke with an authoritative tone, and upon noticing the disappointment etched upon the other's radiant face, he felt a slight alleviation in his heart. This woman had arrived at such an inopportune moment, and naturally, she would not receive his benevolence. Chu Yun inwardly scoffed. A man like Li Xiaolan was truly afflicted, arrogant, vindictive, and deeply twisted in spirit. Merely because she had interrupted his amusement, he chose to speak in a manner designed to offend. If he was uncomfortable, then she should not expect to find joy either. Chu Yun smiled with a hint of malice. Perfect. She was of the same ilk. As Li Xiaolan recalled the purpose of summoning Chu Yun here, he cast her a disdainful glance and moved to take her hand. However, Chu Yun denied him the opportunity, feigning ignorance as she turned and strode directly into the villa. Such mere mortals, daring to entertain notions of affection with her. How ludicrous. Did they truly believe she was someone they could touch? In the hall, Lukuer sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing Chu Yun, her sorrow deepened. Chu Yun feigned surprise, regarding Lukuer with an expression of concern. Lukuer immediately tensed, her gaze involuntarily darting towards Li Xiaolan, who remained expressionless. Brother Luan, is this your housekeeper? How arduous her work must be, still toiling away late into the night, she remarked, noting the cold sweat glistening on Lukuer's forehead. You look utterly exhausted, she continued, which prompted an inexplicable awkwardness in Lukuer. Did she truly seem akin to a mere housekeeper in the eyes of others? It pierced her heart. Lowering her head, Lukuer bit her lip in silence. This is my former neighbor's sister, currently residing in my home. Li Xiaolan's voice was frigid. It was not the kind of cold that is characterized by abstinence, but rather a chill that sends shivers down one's spine. In his heart, Lukuer was someone only he could bully. No one else dared to lay a finger on her. How dare anyone refer to his woman as a mere maid? Li Xiaolan continued to assert, as per the narrative, that Lukuer was his sister. Chu Yun emitted a soft "oh," tilting her head to scrutinize Lukuer once more. So, she was the neighbor's younger sister. Just so happens, I have a handsome neighbor who possesses a good temperament. Would you like me to introduce him to you? After all, neighbors are a mutual connection. I can assure you that my neighbor is of impeccable character. Should they become a couple, he would treat you splendidly and would also be kind to your family. Chu Yun placed particular emphasis on the latter. Lukuer momentarily froze, and in the next instant, the tears she had just managed to hold back burst forth. She gazed at Li Xiaolan with anguish. Li Xiaolan's expression darkened, and he shot a vexed glare at Chu Yun. This foolish woman was insufferable. Were it not for his certainty that the Liang family could never know of such matters, he might have suspected her intentions were deliberate. Chu Yun, with an innocent facade, was secretly amused. These two were akin to the protagonists in a tale of tormenting love, loving each other to the point of suffering, a relentless cycle of emotional and physical agony. Yet, in the end, they would still achieve a happy resolution. Since it was all about suffering, Chu Yun did not mind inserting herself into the narrative. By the way, how is it that your neighbor's younger sister is staying with you? Where are her parents? Does she have no other relatives? Lukuer felt as though another knife had been plunged into her heart. Why did this detestable woman insist on bringing this up? Did she not realize how painful it was for her to hear such things? Li Xiaolan's gaze had turned completely sinister. Chu Yun seemed to have suddenly recalled something and covered her mouth. Apologies, but it appears you can only find refuge at your neighbor's house. Something must have transpired there. It must be quite serious, considering your amicable relationship with Brother Lon. If even he is unable to assist you, the situation must indeed be grave. Lukuer trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts. Clenching her fists, she ultimately could not contain herself and sorrowfully retreated to her room upstairs. Chu Yun observed with an air of composure. A tale of torment, Where the wounds are yours, yet the anguish resides within my heart. Lukuo was already in such distress. It must be weighing heavily on Li Xiulan's heart as well. While you suffer, I find my own delight. Chu Yun looked at Li Xiulan with an expression of innocence. Brother Lan, have I spoken out of turn, inadvertently touching upon her sorrows? Li Xiulan cast a fierce glare at Chu Yun before retorting, "Get out," and hurried upstairs. The two vanished from sight, one after the other. Chu Yun's spiritual energy enveloped the entire villa. Li Xiulan and Lukuo were engaged in a mutual exchange of emotional daggers. Chu Yun paid them no mind. She checked and found that the villa lacked surveillance cameras, thus facilitating her endeavors. She retrieved a pinhole camera from her bag and secured it in two well-angled positions within the living room. After connecting it to her phone and observing the footage to her satisfaction, she elegantly strode away in her stilettos. Since Liang Bing mentioned that Liang Papa and Liang Mama were skeptical, she would let the evidence speak for itself. In the following days, Chu Yun remained at the company, familiarizing herself with its operations. Once she grasped the intricacies of the business, she directly intervened in its specific affairs, astonishing Liang Mingyuan. However, witnessing his sister's spirited demeanor brought him a sense of comfort. She even took the time to encourage Chu Yun to pursue her studies. However, Chu Yun felt indifferent. Despite Liang Mingyuan currently presenting himself as the epitome of an ideal brother, one could only imagine how he would transform upon encountering Lukuo. In the narrative, following the bankruptcy of the Liang family, Liang Mingyuan's circumstances deteriorated significantly. Devoid of his family's support, he found himself unable to even catch a glimpse of Lukuo. Li Xiulan, a man of formidable dominance, would certainly not permit his former rival to lead a comfortable life. Eventually, Liang Mingyuan found himself embroiled in a brawl, resorting to violence, and was subsequently incarcerated. The woman he had once cherished so deeply, to the extent of disregarding his sister's lifelong happiness, never once visited him in prison. Unlike the storyline, where Chu Yun would hastily inform Liang Mingyuan about Li Xiulan and Lukuo's affair, she merely wished for Liang Mingyuan to never encounter Lukuo again. Yet, she underestimated the narrative's grasp over fate. Within days, a new member had joined Liang Mingyuan's secretary team. Through the surveillance setup in Li Xiulan's villa, Chu Yun learned that Lukuo was determined to earn money to support her father in prison. Unable to dissuade her, and wishing to temper her exuberance, Li Xiulan allowed her to experience the harsh realities of the outside world, believing that the struggle for survival would compel her to remain by his side. To everyone's surprise, Lukuo secured a position at Liang's Group, a corporation of considerable national repute. The recruitment process for the president's office was notoriously stringent, yet Lukuo, a graduate from a second-tier university with no remarkable qualifications or work experience, managed to be accepted. At this moment, Chu Yun had just entered Liang Mingyuan's office. Accompanied by a woman's startled exclamation, a cup of scalding coffee splashed onto her arm. Liang Mingyuan stepped forward, glancing at Chu Yun's reddened arm before pulling Lukuo behind him. "Bing Bing, this is our new secretary. She is still quite unfamiliar with our ways, so please do not hold it against her." Chu Yun, somewhat taken aback, noted how Liang's protective demeanor shifted from that of a brother to a cousin. "Chu Yun, why didn't you evade that?" the puzzled girl inquired. "You could have easily dodged it." Nonchalantly, Chu Yun replied, "It's not particularly painful, it's inconsequential." Her primary interest lay in observing the extent of Lukuo's Mary Sue Halo's influence over Liang Mingyuan. Lukuo, having been drawn behind Liang Mingyuan, stood momentarily stunned. Clumsily, she bowed in an attempt to apologize to Chu Yun. However, upon raising her gaze to Chu Yun, her eyes widened in disbelief. You are Miss Liang? Then this is..." Chu Yun silently regarded Lukuo, questioning whether the girl was jesting. Had she truly not comprehended which company she had entered, even after commencing her employment? Liang Mingyuan observed Lukuo's dazed expression, rather than reproaching her for not apologizing. He found her bewilderment endearing. Concerned that Chu Yun might be displeased and exhibit her temper, he awkwardly glanced at Chu Yun's arm. "Bing, does it hurt?" Chu Yun replied. "It does." Liang Mingyuan faltered, then dryly suggested, "How about we have you take you to the hospital? It would be wise to apply some medication first." Chu Yun nodded in agreement. "All right, brother, do not make things difficult for her. Just let her take her salary and leave." Lukuo's head snapped up. "What? It's merely a minor incident. Why must she be dismissed? What is it about this woman that is so intolerable?" It was the same that day, and it remains so today. Does she not realize how vital this job is for her current situation? Were it not for those events, her standing would not be inferior to that of Liang Bing. Why does she now have the audacity to flaunt her authority before me? Liang Mingyuan's expression turned awkward. Well, Bing, you should head to the hospital first. She is new and inexperienced. I shall certainly have a word with her later. Chu Yun appeared perplexed. Does that mean she does not have to leave? She will continue as your secretary? According to company policy, is she not supposed to be dismissed? Liang Mingyuan's face paled. Dismissed? Of course not. That was never my intention. However, I currently lack a compelling argument to convince my sister. Bing, do not create a fuss. Your brother has his own considerations, which you may not comprehend. If I do not understand, brother, you can teach me. Liang Mingyuan felt a headache coming on. Teach you? I have yet to formulate a solid reason myself. Does this young lady possess any exceptional qualities? Exceptional qualities? None at all. Yet, that alone serves as a rationale. Liang Mingyuan nodded. Indeed. Bing. Please refrain from further inquiries. Do not delay your visit to the hospital. At this point, Chu Yun was entirely convinced. Liang Mingyuan had, just like in the storyline, fallen into the trap. Very well, plan A has failed. However, I did not place much hope in Liang Mingyuan. Chu Yun said no more and turned to leave. She needed to devise a thorough plan. Upon seeing Chu Yun depart, Liang Mingyuan finally exhaled in relief. This was, after more than 20 years. The first time he felt nervous in the presence of his sister. The sight of Lukuer, looking pitiful, instantly softened his heart, rendering it as malleable as water. He felt that whatever he did was worthwhile. The pain in his hand was trivial in comparison to what she endured, and she was too disinterested to use her spiritual energy for healing. Though the human body healed slowly, she was in no rush. Chu Yun chose to recline on the bed, cradling a book in her hands. Curiously, the duck released its consciousness to scan the title, Quick Transmigration, The Invincible World of the Big Shot. That title seemed familiar. Wasn't it one he had secretly gathered? Initially, Chu Yun merely flipped through the pages, but the more she read, the brighter her eyes became. Was there a method to complete tasks in such a manner? Duck. Why have you only revealed this gem now? The pink duck remained silent. Duck, hack into Li Xiulan's computer and retrieve the important data for me. The pink duck retorted. I can't do that. Chu Yun expressed her disdain. Then grant me a golden finger and a novice gift pack. The pink duck replied. I don't have that either. Surely you possess a system mall? I desire captivating eyes, a voice as melodious as a nightingale, and a figure as graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze. None of that. Absolutely none. The pink duck replied weakly. I am not one of those foolish systems. There is no system mall. Then what are your capabilities? You're utterly useless, not even comparable to a simpleton. The pink duck, exasperated, retorted, I can transport you to different realms and provide you with the storyline. Isn't that sufficient? The mastery of spatial control is an inheritance woven into his very essence. However, the ability to navigate the intricacies of dimensional narratives was something he painstakingly pilfered from a rogue system through sheer determination. Was it easy for him? I pondered why he clung to me with such tenacity, only to realize he was merely a fragile soul. The pink duck felt as though a blade had pierced her heart. Why had this woman caused him to become this way? Not only did she show no remorse, but she also callously inflicted wounds upon his delicate psyche. The pink duck gazed at a 45-degree angle upwards, tightly pressing her lips together. The family gathered around the dining table, sharing a meal. Mom and Dad, I wish to annul my engagement with Li Xiulan, Chu Yun suddenly declared, catching Liang's parents off guard. It was Liang Mingyuan who reacted with agitation. Bing, what are you saying? Why would you want to break off such an engagement? Chu Yun cast a meaningful glance at Liang Mingyuan, who awkwardly averted his gaze. He placed his hand near his mouth and cleared his throat, then turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, look at Bing. Chu Yun found his words utterly distasteful. How long had it been? Just a day since Lukuer had joined the company. And already Liang Mingyuan's thoughts seemed to have undergone a complete reorganization. From Liang Mingyuan's reaction, Chu Yun surmised that Lukuer must have already confided in him, likely sharing her desire to rid herself of Li Xiulan while hoping for a swift union between Li Xiulan and Liang Bing, so that she could find her own liberation. The original host only recognized her brother's foolishness, blindly adhering to Lukuer's whims. Yet, Chu Yun sensed that Liang Mingyuan likely had his own motives at play. If my sister's marriage with Li Xiulan falls through, then the woman I cherish will be forever entangled with him. Conversely, should my sister marry Li Xiulan, perhaps he would. In consideration of the partnership between our families, release Lukuer and treat Liang Bing well, thus fulfilling his bond with Lukuer. Yet, What motives does Liang Mingyuan harbor in promoting the union between her and Li Xiaolan? At present, Chu Yun is indifferent. They are not her kin. Aside from feelings of disgust, she harbors no other sentiments. With a bemused smile, Chu Yun regarded Liang Mingyuan, questioning why her brother was so certain that her discontent stemmed merely from Li Xiaolan's neglect. Liang Mingyuan cast an uneasy glance at their parents, who appeared equally perplexed, stirring a sense of panic within him. With a forced chuckle, he remarked, "Brother has watched Bingbing grow up. Surely, he understands you." Chu Yun retorted, "Then does brother truly comprehend Li Xiaolan?" Liang Mingyuan responded, "Li Xiaolan is a well-known figure in our circle." Chu Yun merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Liang's father's expression had turned grave. Although he was no longer involved in affairs, he had navigated the business world for decades. The Liang family's current stature was not attained through mediocrity and conservatism. His early retirement was merely a means to provide his son with an opportunity, a sufficient platform for growth, with the hope that he might elevate the Liang family to new heights. However, his son's words now instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. A leader, a decision-maker, failing to grasp the fundamental principle of looking beyond mere appearances is utterly absurd. Upon observing her husband's darkening expression, Mother Liang sensed that something was amiss. However, she was uncertain about the specifics and felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns. Father Liang turned to Chu Yun, earnestly inquiring about the reasons for her decision to annul the engagement with the Li family. Chu Yun opted for brevity, directly handing her phone to Father Liang and opening 2 videos. The footage revealed that Li Xiaolan had once harbored a childhood sweetheart who, after encountering familial troubles, now resided in his household. Father Liang's complexion shifted as he absorbed the content of the videos. Chu Yun then presented a stack of documents. "Father, this is my investigation regarding the Li family in Liqueur." Father Liang swiftly perused the materials, inhaling deeply as his expression soured. "Is all of this true?" The documents not only detailed the enmity between the Li and Lu families, but also exposed Li Xiaolan's manipulations in the collaborative project with the Liang family, all meticulously uncovered by Chu Yun. Father Liang cast an incredulous glance at Liang Mingyuan, beginning to harbor doubts about his son, whom he had long held in high esteem. It was evident to him that, had his daughter not sought to annul the engagement and unearth these machinations, the Liang family's legacy, built over generations, might have been irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, his eldest son surprisingly aimed to thwart Bingbing. When had his son become so narrow-minded? Was it due to Bingbing's insistence on pursuing a career, thereby perceiving his status as threatened? While they had indeed indulged Bingbing, the matter of inheritance had been established from the outset as belonging to the son. Father Liang could not comprehend how his son's vision could be so short-sighted. Even if Bingbing harbored intentions to usurp the inheritance, such matters were internal family affairs. There is simply no reason to share with outsiders what one would not even offer to one's own sister. If Chu Yun were aware of the current brainstorming session of Father Liang, she would undoubtedly scoff. It all stems from love, after all. Just take a look. Father Liang threw the documents in front of Liang Mingyuan. Liang Mingyuan quickly perused them, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. "It's impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Bingbing, have you made a mistake?" He wanted to assert even more strongly that his sister had fabricated this to extricate herself from her engagement with Li Xiaolan. He had personally reviewed every project involving the company and Li Xiaolan, and there was no way any issues could have arisen. Father Liang's disappointment in Liang Mingyuan deepened. How could such a thing be fabricated? Moreover, the evidence provided by Chu Yun was sound and substantiated. The Liang family's collaborations were inherently confidential, known only to a select few at the upper echelons. As someone who had not been directly involved, even if Chu Yun wished to concoct a story, it would have been impossible for her to do so. He stood abruptly. "Bingbing, come with me to the study." With that, he turned and headed to the study. Chu Yun followed Father Liang into the study. He sat at the desk with a grim expression, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet. Lighting one and taking a deep drag. Father Liang had worked hard in his youth, and his health had suffered. He had long since quit smoking. Chu Yun took a seat across from him, patiently awaiting his thoughts. The sudden emergence of such an unexpected event warranted careful consideration. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Father Liang extinguished the end with a fierce pinch, his gaze sharp as he looked at Chu Yun. "Bingbing, tell your father what you intend to do." From the moment Chu Yun expressed her desire to work at the company, presenting herself with poise, it was evident that this daughter was no longer the same as before. Chu Yun offered a slight smile. Mr. Liang is an astute individual, aware that her meticulous investigation must have ulterior motives. It is certainly not as simple as merely wishing to dissolve the engagement. If that were the case, she could have approached Liang Mingyuan directly rather than bringing the matter to him so abruptly. The son was evidently unaware of the situation beforehand. Father, all I desire is for the Liang family to find stability. Mr. Liang continued to observe Chu Yun, his gaze now imbued with a hint of unfamiliar scrutiny. Not the affectionate glance of a father. It seemed he was appraising her. Chu Yun smiled again, clearly indicating that her brother was not the sort to provide the Liang family with the stability they required. Her words were remarkably forthright. Mr. Liang fixed his gaze upon Chu Yun for a couple of seconds before finally exhaling deeply. From tomorrow onward, I shall return to the company, and you shall assume the role of vice president. Chu Yun smiled. This vice presidency, conferred by Mr. Liang, was entirely distinct from the one previously offered by Liang Mingyuan. The implications were wholly different. By allowing her formal entry into the company in light of Liang Mingyuan's significant transgressions, he had tacitly permitted her to contend for the position of head of the Liang family. Chu Yun was not surprised by this outcome. Mr. Liang would not entirely place his trust in her capabilities based on a single instance of performance. Liang Mingyuan had been his meticulously nurtured heir for many years. A commitment not easily relinquished. Such is the nature of the human psyche. The more one invests, the more challenging it becomes to let go. The following day, Mr. Liang rose early and went directly to the company. By the time Chu Yun arrived, he had already convened the senior executives for a meeting. Liang Mingyuan sat beneath Mr. Liang, his expression one of deep concern. Upon seeing Chu Yun enter, Mr. Liang nodded, signaling her to find a place to sit. Chu Yun, with a mischievous glint in her eye, nestled herself beside Liang Mingyuan, smiling sweetly as she inquired, "Brother, you don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Liang Mingyuan's expression towards Chu Yun was laden with complexity. The sister he had cherished for over a decade had turned on him without warning, striking a blow with no prior warning. He found himself grappling with confusion. It was only after today's meeting with the higher-ups that he realized the validity of the items Chu Yun had presented. His feelings for this once innocent sister had become even more convoluted. It felt as though, overnight, something had irrevocably shifted. Liang Mingyuan awkwardly distanced himself from Chu Yun, ignoring her throughout the meeting, which nearly provoked an eye roll from her. Such audacity. After the meeting concluded, Chu Yun followed Liang Mingyuan out of the conference room. As they passed the general manager's office, the secretary team led by Lu Kua eagerly awaited their arrival. Liang father's expression darkened. He had been aware of the murky affairs surrounding his son's company, but had chosen to remain indifferent, believing that once Liang Mingyuan had had his fill of folly, he would settle down. However, now Liang Mingyuan's mismanagement had surfaced, magnifying previously inconsequential mistakes into glaring issues. The situation was undeniably disheartening. Only a couple were left to attend to serious matters, while the rest were dispatched to their respective duties. Liang Mingyuan awkwardly pressed his lips together, muttering a soft agreement. Chu Yun cast a lingering glance at Lu Kua, standing at the forefront, confident that Liang Mingyuan would retain her. Yet, her capabilities left much to be desired. Keeping her by his side would be a blessing if she did not impede his efforts. Liang father's gaze also fell upon Lu Kua, his expression darkening further. Without uttering a word, he simply departed, informing her that he had arranged a separate office for her. It is the office closest to the chairman. Naturally, Chu Yun would not refuse such a fortunate opportunity. Within half an hour, several department managers came to report their work, bringing piles of project documents and various reports to her desk. Now, she no longer had to personally endure the embarrassment of soliciting information from various departments. Baiyu observed Chu Yun, who was reclining in her chair with her feet propped up, perusing the materials, and felt somewhat dazed. Was she now serving under a supervisor with intentions of usurpation? It appeared that she might indeed succeed. In this encounter, it was evident that the president had lost. Baiyu was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The president she had longed for was now a distant hope. Yet it seemed she had aligned herself with an ambitious superior. If she exerted herself to assist her, and fortune favored them, she could become the principal contributor to their success. Disappointment in romance, but triumph in career? What was she dawdling for? She needed to work. Did she wish to be dismissed? Chu Yun's indifferent voice echoed in Baiyu's mind, jolting her back to reality. She began typing furiously on the keyboard. Never mind. Let us focus on work. The future is what truly matters. In truth, The sense of fulfillment and security derived from earning through one's own abilities is something that cannot be grasped by those engaged in petty rivalries among women. In the general manager's office, the secretarial team gazed longingly at Liang Mingyuan, their expressions pitiful. Lu Ku'er was particularly anxious. She could not afford to lose her job. Thoughts of her father in prison and of Li Xiulan filled her mind, and she did not want him to think less of her. Biting her lip, Lu Ku'er looked at Liang Mingyuan with reddened eyes. Liang Mingyuan could no longer bear the sight and directly declared, "Ku'er, stay." Lu Ku'er was nearly overwhelmed with joy. With a look of gratitude, she gazed at Liang Mingyuan. "Thank you, President. I shall strive diligently." Reflecting on the remaining opportunity, Liang Mingyuan cast a glance at the other 6 beauties, not bothering to scrutinize them closely, and casually pointed to one. "You as well, Lena. The rest may proceed to the Human Resources Department." A few secretaries shot envious glances at Lu Ku'er before begrudgingly heading off to the HR office. When Bai Yu relayed this news to Chu Yun, she was entirely unfazed. How could Liang Mingyuan bear to cast aside his cherished darling? In truth, this was also an opportunity bestowed upon him by his father. Aware of Lu Ku'er's identity and Li Xiulan's intentions, Liang's father had entrusted Liang Mingyuan with managing his secretary team. While he might disapprove of his brother's harem-like behavior, he was more interested in observing how Liang Mingyuan would handle Lu Ku'er. The performance of this seemingly younger brother would likely lead to another disappointment for Liang's father. Vice President Liang, the representatives from Li Group will be arriving shortly to discuss collaboration. The chairman has assigned you to oversee this, Chu Yun noted, acknowledging her understanding. Perhaps having given up hope on his son, Liang's father directly handed over the Li Group collaboration to her. Presently, this was the most significant partnership for the company, marking a test of her capabilities. In the realm of commerce, it is quite customary for competitors to undermine one another. However, it is rather despicable for someone like Li Xiulan to exploit familial ties as a guise for deceit. From the fact that Liang's father did not immediately dismiss Lu Ku'er, Chu Yun surmised his intentions. To receive without reciprocation is indeed impolite. If one wishes to scheme against others, they must also be prepared for the possibility of being ensnared themselves. To retain Lu Ku'er was to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Presently, Li Xiulan was in the open, while they operated in the shadows. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. In the afternoon, a representative from the Li family arrived. Chu Yun gazed at the imposing figure before her, a man clad in bespoke attire, exuding an aura that seemed to reach 2 meters and 8 centimeters. His clear eyes narrowed slightly as he curved his lips in a subtle smile, his voice languid. "Brother Lan, what brings you here in person?" Li Xiulan regarded Chu Yun from his elevated position, seated across from her, remaining silent. He merely gestured to his assistant beside him. The assistant swiftly understood, conveying that their president would only engage in discussions with Miss Lu Ku'er. Chu Yun chuckled, noting that Lu Ku'er was her brother's secretary, a role devoid of negotiation authority. Li Xiulan narrowed his eyes. The assistant, adept at reading the room, promptly stated, "These are our conditions. Miss Lu Ku'er must be present." This was a concession, as her presence alone sufficed. Chu Yun laughed softly, recognizing their dependency on her. Her attendance was essential for her to familiarize herself with the details of the collaboration. Yet, Li Xiulan, as the president of the Li family, remained the true authority, personally attending for such a trivial contract. His intentions were not to be too overt, but it hardly constituted a significant affair. Chu Yun instructed Bai Yu to summon the necessary individuals. Throughout this, Li Xiulan maintained a stoic demeanor, showing no inclination to speak. And Chu Yun found no reason to break the silence. "Let them act. If I appear timid, then I concede defeat." The atmosphere grew chilly for those waiting alongside them. After all, the two were still engaged to be married. Their interaction was colder than that of strangers. Before long, Lu Ku'er arrived, dressed in a fitted white professional ensemble, accompanied by Liang Mingyuan. Chu Yun nearly burst into laughter. One Li Xiulan was insufficient. Now there was also Liang Mingyuan. It seemed they were intent on putting on a performance. Liang Mingyuan was truly a fool, blinded by the halo of a Mary Sue. At this moment, instead of focusing on securing his position, he had the audacity to play the gallant protector. Lu Ku'er, upon seeing Li Xiulan, instantly stiffened, her fingers fidgeting uneasily. With a hint of anxiety, she inquired, "Vice President Liang, did you summon me for something?" Chu Yun languidly leaned back in her chair and replied, "It is not I who seeks you, but rather President Li." Lu Ku'er grew increasingly tense, her round eyes darting about, avoiding direct contact with Li Xiulan. Li Shulan found her demeanor amusing and felt a mischievous impulse rising within him, his lips curling into a frosty smile. I am thirsty. Lukur froze momentarily, lifting her gaze. As all eyes fell upon her, her discomfort intensified. Was she specifically called over to serve tea? Biting her lip, she asked, "What would you like to drink, President Li?" Li Shulan remained silent. With no other option, Lukur stated, "Please hold on for a moment." After speaking, she exited the reception room. She bent down to offer Li Shulan a cup, saying, "President Li, please enjoy." Li Shulan merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied, "I do not wish to drink coffee." Lukur's expression soured, and she responded, "Then please wait a moment. I shall fetch you something else." She then handed another cup to Liang Mingyuan, who graciously accepted it, but shot a disdainful glare at Li Shulan. Lukur subsequently offered the remaining cup of coffee to Chu Yun. "Vice President Liang, please." Chu Yun did not even stir. "I, too, have no desire for coffee." The moment the words escaped her lips, she was met with two hostile gazes. Li Shulan and Liang Mingyuan gazed at her simultaneously, as if she had committed some egregious offense. Lukur turned pale, her fingertips trembling slightly, clearly unsettled. Chu Yun remained unfazed, letting out a scoff. "Is it only you who can be picky? I am not one to drink everything either. After all, we are all princesses in our own right." Lukur exited with the tray, her back reflecting an air of bearing humiliation with fortitude. Upon receiving a warning glance from Li Shulan, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Lukur's second offering was tea. Li Shulan, with a discontented visage, remarked, "I never drink black tea. Have you forgotten?" Chu Yun added, "I have no desire for black tea either." Following this, she received another piercing glare from Li Shulan. Chu Yun shrugged, indifferent. When Lukur returned for the third time with milk tea, Li Shulan scoffed, "How can one consume such a cloying concoction?" Chu Yun replied, "I apologize, but I have no interest in milk tea." Li Shulan's gaze was nearly icy. While he found amusement in bullying Lukur, the addition of Liang Ming made it less enjoyable. His woman should not be subjected to such treatment by another. Observing Lukur's pale, mortified expression, he contemplated whether to intervene when Liang Mingyuan finally spoke up, unable to bear it any longer. "You should not go too far." Li Shulan ignored Liang Mingyuan's words, instead focusing on Chu Yun. "Is this how you typically torment your employees?" Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Am I being unreasonable? Secretary Lu could simply inquire what I would like to drink. I would not withhold my preferences. Surely, asking what I desire would require excessive effort. It is entirely normal to not desire coffee, and equally so to abstain from black tea. Why should such preferences be subjected to scrutiny? If one is unaware of another's inclinations, it is perfectly acceptable to inquire. I am not one to play games or require others to guess my tastes. If we are to speak of challenges, who could rival you in that regard? Secretary Lu, has no one ever informed you that it is prudent to ask when one is uncertain?" The pink duck observed Chu Yun's earnest yet nonsensical ramblings, nearly swayed by them. Lukua's countenance shifted to a pallid hue. Influenced by that detestable man at the time, she merely wished to conclude her tasks and depart, never contemplating whether she should inquire about Chu Yun or Liang Mingyuan. However, upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Lukur sensed an oddity in the atmosphere. She pressed her lips together in silence. "What would you like to drink, then?" Liang Mingyuan, anxious that Chu Yun might further vex Lukur, hastily posed the question. Chu Yun replied, "Just plain water will suffice. I am not particular." Lukur, Li Shulan, is being unparticular a serious claim? Lukur, suppressing her irritation, brought over 2 cups of plain water. Li Shulan glanced at Chu Yun, contemplated for a moment, and with an air of indifference, nodded, seemingly granting Lukur a reprieve. Chu Yun accepted the cups with a smile, placing them on the table. Lukur finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the two conspired against her, they did so in unison. Now that they had ceased, it was also together, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Lukur felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Subsequently, Li Shulan fell silent, occasionally casting glances at Lukur. Chu Yun maintained an air of superiority, remaining silent and seated, not departing. Lukur, feeling timid, shrank into the corner, hesitant to speak. Only Liang Mingyuan sought to soothe Lukur by continuously engaging her in conversation. With every utterance, Li Shulan's gaze upon Lukur grew increasingly frigid, leaving her trembling. Li Shulan remained in the conference room until Lukur finished her work, then pulled her into his opulent luxury car. The entire Liang family staff gawked in astonishment. This group exuded an air of sophistication. Male employees silently resolved to maintain their distance from Lukur, while female employees succumbed to envy. Their pastime became to subtly mock liqueur. The following day, Li Xiaolan returned once more, claiming to have difficulties understanding the contract and requesting liqueur to elucidate it word by word. Although he referred to it as an explanation, it was merely a recitation. Chu Yun lounged nearby, her legs crossed, occasionally correcting his pronunciation, indifferent to Li Xiaolan's sour demeanor. Let him be arrogant, she mused. On the third day, Li Xiaolan made yet another appearance. Chu Yun wore a stern expression, questioning whether he intended to obstruct their work. Li Xiaolan maintained his usual ostentatious demeanor, complaining about the inadequacy of the Liang Group's air conditioning, insisting that liqueur fan him. Chu Yun directly informed him that the company's air conditioning was malfunctioning and discreetly instructed Bai Yu to turn off the conference room's air conditioning. She then cheerfully advised liqueur that the esteemed Mr. Li was a valued guest and requested her not to cease her efforts, lest they incur his displeasure. Subsequently, Chu Yun enveloped Li Xiaolan in a layer of chilly, damp energy. By the time liqueur finished her shift, Li Xiaolan's face had turned a shade of blue from the cold, while liqueur was drenched in sweat, her shirt thoroughly soaked. Noticing the peculiar gazes of those around them, Li Xiaolan's countenance darkened further. Chu Yun chuckled to herself, relishing the moment. After being reprimanded by Chu Yun, Li Xiaolan became less obstinate. Nevertheless, he continued to visit daily, seemingly unable to part from her for even a moment. Chu Yun devised an excuse to extricate herself, allowing liqueur to keep him company. She devoted some time to crafting a complex contract, which she subsequently presented to Father Liang. Upon reviewing it, Father Liang slammed the table in approval. If this plan succeeded, Liang Mingyuan would be dismissed. It was not that Father Liang was heartless. Rather, Liang Mingyuan had been preoccupied with liqueur, neglecting his responsibilities at the company. Piles of documents accumulated on Father Liang's desk, causing him considerable distress. Chu Yun eagerly anticipated the moment when Li Xiaolan would realize he had been ensnared. However, the impatient Piao Yuzi could no longer contain herself. What on earth are you dragging this out for? They are merely two ordinary humans. A simple squeeze would suffice to eliminate them. Why all this intrigue and theatrics? Wouldn't it be more efficient to dispose of them swiftly? You know nothing, Chu Yun scoffed. The client's desire is for revenge. Do you understand? Killing someone is not the same as achieving revenge. Piao Yuzi was perplexed. Isn't it just a matter of life for a life? Once dead, what more is there? Chu Yun chuckled softly. Do you believe I could simply eliminate them and receive no reward for the original's grievances? Just label them as incompetent fools. Born with a deficient mind, living as a mere tortoise for eternity is merely the existence of a fool. What truly causes suffering? Death is the simplest escape. To live, yet yearn for death, that is true torment. Is Li Xiaolan not the domineering CEO? Is he not cool and impressive? What if one day he finds himself so degraded that even an ordinary person can humiliate him? Liqueur is indeed fond of the phrase love quenches thirst. And with love, even deep-seated enmities can be set aside. Chu Yun smiled with a hint of mischief, as a clever idea crossed her mind. The little duck shivered, sensing an unsettlingly peculiar grin on its host's face. After signing the contract, they awaited the necessary funding. However, as soon as Li Xiaolan invested all the funds, the Liang family promptly withdrew their investment. Simultaneously, evidence implicating a hired assassination was laid before the desk of the city's police chief. When Li Xiaolan received a call from the lawyer, he was still occupied with the Liang family's hold over liqueur. Being the fated male protagonist, he quickly deduced who was behind this debacle. Furiously, he barged into Chu Yun's office. Bai Yu, breathless, exclaimed, President Liang, I couldn't stop them. Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, you may leave. Liang Bing, you truly are something. Li Xiaolan gritted his teeth. Chu Yun smirked. Thank you for the compliment. Brother Lan, I also believe I am quite remarkable. Li Xiaolan found her unabashed demeanor infuriating. The Liang family harbors grand ambitions. Are you not afraid of overreaching? I would embrace the consequences, she retorted. Better to burst than to starve, the little duck interjected. Chu Yun brushed a strand of hair from her face. By the way, where is your little darling? Weren't you inseparable? Li Xiaolan narrowed his eyes, as if coming to a realization. Is this the reason for your actions? Chu Yun feigned ignorance. Did I utter anything? I didn't realize you were so envious. Had I known your malice, I would not have granted you an opportunity. A woman like you is utterly unappealing to me. Chu Yun exclaimed. WTF? Li Xiaolan, I envy you like a chicken leg. With such a foolish demeanor, I can hardly bring myself to look at you. One must have a sense of moderation when indulging in self-deception. A troubled mind requires remedy. The engagement was not something she desperately sought. Li Xiaolan aligned herself seamlessly with the Liang family. How did it come to pass that Liang Bing harbored such intense affection for him? Who bestowed upon him this misplaced confidence? Chu Yun perceives a void in his intellect. Daily, it is nothing but a cacophony of love and romance, as if affection could triumph over all adversities. She made a call to the security department. Li Xiaolan's expression turned ominously dark. At last, her attention shifted to her current predicament. Are you truly intent on such extremes? Do you believe that if you do not depart, I will resort to even more drastic measures? Chu Yun chuckled, urging her to leave promptly, lest she be apprehended. Li Xiaolan shot her a fierce glare. On her way out, she also took Lakua away from Liang Mingyuan. The pink duckling was perplexed. Chu Yun, why did you let him go? Shouldn't he be confined in prison at this moment? There are far more entertaining pursuits than imprisonment. What could possibly be more entertaining? Chu Yun smirked. You will find out in due time. After Li Xiaolan's departure, Lakua was summarily dismissed by the Human Resources Department. Although Liang Mingyuan retained his title as president, the entire company now heeded Chu Yun's directives. Liang Mingyuan nearly resorted to violence against Chu Yun. However, she discreetly ensured that he was informed of Lakua's whereabouts. The evidence against Li Xiaolan was irrefutable. The Public Security Bureau swiftly issued an arrest warrant. Li's company faced a financial collapse. If only there were a capable leader to steer the ship through the storm, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Li Xiaolan encountered her own calamity. In the company, there was no one else capable of managing such a significant crisis. The firm had been sealed, and with insufficient financial backing, Li Xiaolan fled in a state of desperation. Accompanied by Lakua, he drove an inconspicuous SUV towards a city on the western periphery. They dared not stay in hotels, for everywhere was rife with those seeking to apprehend them. Liang Mingyuan expended considerable resources to ascertain the precise location of Li Xiaolan and Lakua, the informants having been arranged by Chu Yun. Upon witnessing Lakua, who had lost considerable weight from weeks of hardship, Liang Mingyuan's heart ached, prompting him to strike Li Xiaolan twice. However, Li Xiaolan was no pushover, and the two soon engaged in a fierce altercation, indifferent to Lakua's pleas for them to cease. The confrontation only ended when both men bore bruised faces. Liang Mingyuan insisted on taking Lakua away, but she hesitated. During these 15 days of evasion, Li Xiaolan seemed to have undergone an epiphany. He realized that Lakua was innocent. He should not burden her with the grievances of his forebears. She was so pure and beautiful. Consequently, over these days, Li Xiaolan had been exceedingly accommodating towards her. For the first time, despite the rift between their families, they interacted as a typical couple. Although the circumstances were challenging, they had never experienced such warmth before. Throughout this period, Lakua had come to understand her own feelings. Despite having resented him, struggled against him, and harbored anger, she recognized that her love was equally profound. Lakua concluded that she could not deceive her heart. She loved this man, though it felt disloyal to her grandfather. One cannot continuously dwell in the past. Surely, her grandfather would wish for her to lead a joyful life. As Lakua gazed at Li Xiaolan, her eyes reflected unwavering determination. She released her inner turmoil, feeling a newfound sense of ease. I apologize, Liang. Li Xiaolan let out a derisive laugh. Kua loves me. Do not harbor foolish fantasies. Liang Mingyuan furrowed his brow in anguish, gazing at Lakua. Kua, do not be foolish. He is your. Fearing that Liang Mingyuan might utter something further, Lakua hurriedly interrupted. He is the one I love. Liang Mingyuan was taken aback. Can all those events truly be dismissed, as if they never occurred? Lakua bit her lip, acknowledging that those events were beyond her control, and even her own heart was unrestrained. There was nothing I could do. I cannot deceive my own heart. Kua, come here. We shall depart, Li Xiaolan stated. Who knows if there are police lurking behind this person? Lakua was startled, subsequently fixing Liang Mingyuan with a wary gaze. She was uncertain whether he might disclose their whereabouts in his pursuit of her. If that were the case, would she not be jeopardizing Xiaolan? An unease settled within Lakua as she regarded Liang Mingyuan with hostility. Liang Mingyuan felt a pang in his heart. Kua, do you truly perceive me as such? Even if he wished to imprison Li Xiaolan, the thought of causing Kua pain and sorrow rendered him powerless. How could he bear to see the woman he cherished suffer? Liang, I have always regarded you as an elder brother. Should you wrong me today, nothing will remain between us. I shall never forgive you. Liang Mingyuan smiled bitterly. Kua, how could I ever wrong you? Very well. He cast a reluctant glare at Li Xiulan. I am aware of a place that is utterly secure. Should you choose to trust my word? A luxurious white yacht glides swiftly across the ocean surface, where the sky seamlessly merges with the sea in a harmonious blend of azure. Chu Yun reclines on a cream-colored lounge chair as a towering figure. A muscular man with sun-kissed skin approaches with a platter of crystal grapes. He delicately places it upon the small table beside her, saying, Miss, please enjoy at your leisure. With fingers as fair as jade, she picks a lustrous grape that glistens with a dewy sheen. As her pink lips part slightly, a drop of juice escapes, and with a flick of her tongue, she inadvertently evokes a hint of allure. The imposing bodyguard remains steadfast, his gaze unwavering, as though the enchanting beauty before him is merely a decorative piece. Yet, internally, he is beset with frustration, thinking to himself, what a fraud. She just waltzed in and took over our stronghold. I initially assumed she was a rare gem, but beneath that delicate facade lies a fierce adversary. Several of my comrades are still in the hospital, unable to rise. How much longer until we arrive? The beauty, stifling a yawn, softly inquires, how much longer? The bodyguard maintains his stoic expression. Chu Yun nods, conceding, very well then. When Chu Yun awakens, the yacht has already approached a small island. Though modest in size, it is lush and verdant, adorned with rich foliage. Nestled amidst the greenery stands a quaint wooden cabin, immaculate and neatly organized. Outside, Le Coeur is busy cooking mushrooms she foraged earlier. As she catches sight of the tall figure, a fleeting expression of joy illuminates her serene face. Li Xiulan had darkened somewhat, yet this only added to his rugged masculinity. He extended his arms to embrace the petite woman rushing towards him. Though he was no longer the president of the Li Corporation, finding solace in a tranquil life with the woman he cherished, and witnessing her smile each day, filled his heart with contentment. Moreover, once the tumult had subsided, his capabilities would ensure his resurgence. It was merely a matter of time. He held a steadfast confidence. As for Liang Bing, let her bask in her fleeting triumph. There would come a day when he would make her understand the meaning of regret. Upon her arrival, Chu Yun was greeted by the sight of the two sweetly entwined by the quaint wooden cabin. In this secluded island haven, with its cozy abode and beloved partner, Liang Mingyuan truly embodied the role of a candle, burning himself to illuminate others. However, upon noticing Chu Yun, Li Xiulan's expression shifted, and he instinctively drew Le Coeur behind him. Eyeing Chu Yun with suspicion, his heart simmered with resentment towards Liang Mingyuan, whom he felt had deceived him. What brings you here? He thought, knowing that he would never have trusted Liang Mingyuan had he not been left with no other options. Previously, they had narrowly escaped capture by the police on multiple occasions. To preserve his strength, and for the sake of Coeur, he had yielded. It was only because he perceived Liang Mingyuan's affection for Coeur as genuine that he had placed his trust in him once, only to find himself betrayed. None of the Liang family were virtuous. Come and admire your true love, he scoffed. With my grandfather deceased, and my father imprisoned by enemies, how can one so easily forgive and embrace those who have wronged them? I wonder if Miss Li's heart is larger than most. Otherwise, how could she possess such boundless generosity? Le Coeur's complexion gradually turned pale. Li Xiulan, fearing for Le Coeur's well-being, shouted, Silence. Liang Bing. Let me make this clear. You shall not come between Coeur and me. Our love is genuine. Le Coeur, feeling somewhat unsteady, drew strength from Li Xiulan's declaration. She lifted her head, clutching his arm tighter. Chu Yun chuckled. Who says I want to tear you apart? You two are like a turtle and a tortoise. An inseparable pair. Do refrain from spreading your misfortune to others. Not only will I not separate you, but I shall also support your union. Both Li Xiulan and Le Coeur exchanged incredulous glances, particularly Le Coeur, who was bewildered as to how she had provoked this woman. Why had she been targeted from their very first encounter? Was it jealousy over her possession of Xiulan's unwavering affection? Yet, matters of the heart are beyond control. Even in her absence, Xiulan would never harbor feelings for the twisted Liang Bing. Had Chu Yun been privy to Le Coeur's thoughts, she would have surely spat in disdain. In the narrative, Liang Bing was just as perplexed as Le Coeur. Her family had declared bankruptcy, and her engagement with Li Xiulan had ended. Moreover, she had never pursued him. Why, then, did Le Coeur hold such a grudge, intent on ensuring her misery? What do you truly intend? Li Xiulan asked impatiently. Chu Yun beckoned several bodyguards behind her. They surged forward, quickly subduing Li Xiulan. Although he was the domineering CEO, he was merely a faade, lacking any real combat prowess. He found himself pressed to the ground by the formidable men. Liang Bing, how dare you? Li Xiulan exclaimed. his bluster faltering. A sense of unease truly enveloped him. At present, he found himself unable to resist, uncertain of what this deranged woman intended. Liqueur was equally terrified, yearning to rush over and extricate Li Xiaolan from the situation. A burly man hoisted Liqueur as if she were a mere chick. Liang Bing, what are you trying to accomplish? Liqueur cried out in desperation. Chu Yun absent-mindedly cleared her ears, sensing that these two were destined to utter the same phrase repeatedly. I too wish to inquire, Chu Yun, what precisely do you aim to achieve? You have gone to great lengths to bring people to this desolate place. Yet they seem to regard it as a paradise, reveling in their bliss. If you intend to take action, why delay? You are certainly capable of doing so yourself. Instead, you choose to gather a group of rough men as your henchmen, serving little purpose beyond posturing. Do you comprehend the struggles I have endured across my 18 lifetimes? Can you fathom the sensation of witnessing a group of dimwits flaunting their ignorance before you, all while they are favored by the heavens, leaving you powerless to teach them a lesson? Do you understand the daily torment I endure, the agony that manifests as illness? Do you know the feeling of yearning to obliterate the very fabric of reality each time my memories resurface? Are you aware of how long I have anticipated this day? I have long since relinquished any hope in the heavenly order of this realm. If they do not weep and call me Father, I shall inscribe my name, Chu Yun, in reverse. Unable to contain herself, the pink duck rolled her eyes. Such eagerness! How was it that, after so much pleading, she refused to collaborate with him? If you cannot endure, then cease your suffering. The pink duck imparted sagely, sometimes, there is no shame in a woman relying on a man. Had you acquiesced earlier, you would not have endured such hardship. Chu Yun merely scoffed. The man? You? The pink duck? This is simply excessive. As a man, can he endure this? He directly flew out from Chu Yun's consciousness space. In the next moment, he was seized by a long, fair hand. Pain coursed through his body as he felt the pressure. The crushing mental force was almost tangible, as if his very soul were on the verge of being torn apart. The pink duck flapped its tiny wings, only 3 centimeters long, struggling desperately, tears streaming down its face. He realized he was mistaken. The foul woman's strength was unexpectedly formidable. As a man, perhaps, it is indeed possible to endure. Woe is me. Chu Yun, spare me. Dear baby has erred. I shall never dare again. Chu Yun lifted the pink duck before her, her expression one of disdain. I have already instructed you not to emerge and irritate my eyes. She poked the pink duck's bright red beak. The pink duck, bewildered by the poke, whimpered, Chu Yun, let me in. I promise, I shall not dare again. Miss, is this your pet? Inquired the burly man in black, previously astonished to witness her produce a large knife, bricks, and firearms. He was now utterly taken aback by the fact that she could conjure a living creature as well. He forced his mouth shut, struggling to maintain composure. Yet, turmoil brewed within him. Could it be that he had encountered an unparalleled master, a being with extraordinary abilities? A few burly men exchanged glances, unanimously deciding to behave and serve the young lady well. If only they could hear the pink duck's words, they would likely be terrified, cowering in a corner, drawing circles in fear. The host has become perverse, assessment complete. The pink duck endeavored to diminish its presence, silently wishing for Chu Yun to swiftly deal with the male and female leads. He was indeed mistaken. He should not have acted so arrogantly. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the duck, the sturdy man stepped forward, attempting to ingratiate himself. Miss, we have the situation under control. What shall we do now? The man shrugged, twisting his neck with a crackling sound, brimming with eagerness. Liqueur's complexion turned as pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Li Xiaolan also appeared ashen, observing Chu Yun standing there, cold and devoid of warmth in her gaze. A sudden desire to plead for mercy flickered within him. Yet with the woman he cherished watching, such words remained unspoken. His pride forbade him from capitulating. Chu Yun retrieved a gun from her waist, causing Liqueur to widen her eyes, holding her breath. I shall grant you both an opportunity. One among you may live. Just make your choice, and I assure you, the other shall be spared. I speak with sincerity, ponder well, for this chance is singular. You, Liqueur stammered. Murder is a crime. Chu Yun tilted her head. I am not the one committing murder. I merely present the choice to you. Have you not yearned for revenge? Here lies a splendid opportunity. Dispatch him, and your vendetta shall be fulfilled. You could face your deceased grandfather and your father in prison with dignity. No. Liqueur shook her head violently. Murder is wrong. How could one be so heartless? Chu Yun scoffed. So, when you clamored for vengeance? Did you intend to punish Li Xiaolan with love? Ah, thus you have fallen for a man devoid of sanity? To recognize a murderer's madness, yet still harbor affection? No, that's not it, Liqueur pondered. Li Xiaolan is different. He bears the weight of his grandfather's past. Do you believe your grandfather wronged his grandfather and mother, and thus deserves this fate? Liqueur fell silent. To concede would be an act of filial disobedience. It was truly agonizing. Why must the heavens torment her so? Chu Yun observed Li Xiaolan, who wore an expression as if he found her jesting. Stop dreaming. If you have the capability, just eliminate us both. Chu Yun nodded. Indeed, it appears we must persist in our pursuit of true love. In her hand, a pair of handcuffs gleamed with a metallic sheen. With a click, one cuff secured itself around Li Xiaolan's wrist, and with another click, the other cuff fastened onto Liqueur's wrist. This pair of handcuffs is my gift to you both. From this moment forward, you shall remain inseparable. This idea was inspired by a film she had seen in a modern realm, where a wealthy man punished his unfaithful wife and nephew in such a manner. Strangely, it felt particularly fitting for these two whose love was invincible. At Chu Yun's signal, the burly man reluctantly released his grip. Having initially wished to vent his frustrations over being bested by the young lady, Li Xiaolan and Liqueur stared at the cuffs binding them together, momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Liang Bing's abrupt revelation. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Liqueur felt a flicker of excitement. If she were to be with Xiaolan every second, she truly wouldn't mind the additional handcuffs. After all, they were practically inseparable. Did Liang Bing truly believe she was foolish? She and Xiaolan are lovers, each other's destined counterpart. Together, they embody completeness. Could Liang Bing truly be out of her mind? Does she naively believe this will cause them distress? Li Xiaolan remains unfazed. It appears to be nothing more than this. Chu Yun waved her hand and departed with a group of rugged men. The yacht is abundantly stocked with fresh water and provisions, ample enough for her to witness this display of true love. Meanwhile, she has ordered the cessation of Liang Mingyuan's weekly supply drops. A fugitive must maintain a fugitive's demeanor. Liang Mingyuan, this candle, is indeed diligent, meticulously executing the commands of fate. The sea breeze is gentle, and the sun is warm. The white yacht glides slowly across the water. Chu Yun reclines on a deck chair, allowing herself to unwind completely. Liqueur and Li Xiaolan are currently on the island, leading a harmonious and affectionate life together. Knowing she will not take any action against them for the time being, she revels in their intimate world, savoring the bliss. Chu Yun is in no hurry. Sweetness is often fleeting. Soon enough, they will come to understand the weight of sweet burdens. Is true love invincible? At times, it appears so. But how does it measure against human nature? Chu Yun turned over, filled with anticipation. A burly man in a black suit approached quietly, wary of disturbing their esteemed guest. However, the young lady's phone had been ringing incessantly, possibly indicating an urgent matter. The man lowered his head slightly, mustering the courage to speak. "Miss, your phone." Chu Yun squinted her eyes to glance at it. It was a call from Father Liang. She languidly extended her hand to take the call. A thunderous roar erupted. "Liang Bing, do you even know how to answer the phone?" Chu Yun held the phone away from her ear. Clearly, her father was quite irate. Chu Yun rose to her feet, nonchalantly inquiring, "Father, what is the matter?" "What do you mean, what is the matter? Am I not still your father? Are you attempting to overturn the heavens?" He retorted, barely containing his fury. "Sending your own brother to prison, is that what a person ought to do?" Chu Yun was acutely aware of the events that had transpired. Even the misdeeds of Liang Mingyuan had not provoked such ire from Liang's father. "Father, my brother is not in his right mind. Wouldn't it be better for him to spend a few days inside to regain his senses?" Liang's father clutched his chest, nearly overcome with rage. "A few days? Your brother has been sentenced to 8 years. You dare suggest a mere few days?" Liang Mingyuan had aided the fugitive Li Xiaolan in escaping, an act of complicity that was unequivocally severe in this jurisdiction. Coupled with Chu Yun's involvement, the 8-year sentence had inevitably fallen upon Liang Mingyuan. Liang's father felt a chill envelop him. His son's unreliability had already drained him of vitality, and he had resigned himself to the notion that his daughter might prove to be a reliable successor. As long as the Liang family's current enterprise was preserved, he could later nurture a grandson or granddaughter. Little did he anticipate that his delicate daughter would emerge as a formidable force, executing her plans with ruthless precision. Despite retaining the title of chairman, he found that the company's personnel largely recognized his daughter as authority, with shareholders deferring to her every decision. His position as the controlling chairman had rendered him nearly a puppet. While the company's fortunes indeed flourished under his daughter's governance, he could hardly fathom that she would be capable of turning against her own brother. With age weighing heavily upon him, he felt increasingly impotent. Now that Liang Mingyuan was imprisoned, there was no one left to impede her ambitions. Reflecting on the past, I initially intended to test my daughter's capabilities by involving her in the Li family's collaboration. Yet, I found myself outmaneuvered by her, which left me with a sense of humiliation. Although I harbor resentment towards Liang Mingyuan for his shortcomings, nearly leading the Liang family to ruin, he is still my son, and the thought of him facing imprisonment pains me. In my eyes, revoking his inheritance rights serves as sufficient punishment. Little do I know the ultimate fate that awaits this family. Otherwise, my heart would surely be less forgiving. Many lessons in life are only fully understood through experience. In Liang Bing, do not forget that the shares remain under my control. This is my sole leverage, my most significant asset. Was it not Liang Mingyuan's lack of shares that led to his downfall, providing Chu Yun with the opportunity to dethrone him? Chu Yun, indifferent, casually flicked her nails and remarked, "Father, shares are of no concern to me. You may bestow them upon whomever you wish. I can relinquish the rights to manage the company, provided someone is capable of handling it." With the Li family's colossal entity recently toppled, various factions are fiercely vying for resource allocation, engaged in both overt and covert contests. It is precisely because of Chu Yun that the Liang family has secured a substantial advantage. However, with a change in presidency, the shareholders will undoubtedly express their discontent, especially with Liang Mingyuan's situation already solidified. As a businessman, the choices before me are glaringly apparent. My breath quickens in frustration. What a predicament I have created. My son, rendered ineffectual for the sake of a woman, and my daughter, her resolve is infuriating. This is a path that forsakes all kinship. Father need not worry, she reassured. I merely wish to teach my brother a lesson, to ensure he understands that every misstep carries consequences. I could only respond with a hollow laugh. 8 years, is this truly for your brother's benefit? Father, rest assured, 8 years is merely a tactic to intimidate him. As long as he behaves. I could never bear to let my brother languish in there for such a duration. Liang Mingyuan is already 28 this year, emerging from 8 years of imprisonment. He would be approaching his 40s. Are you serious? Liang father, astonished by Chu Yun's maneuvering, has ceased to dwell on whether his son will truly serve time. As long as it is not 8 years, it is somewhat palatable. It is akin to haggling. One initially presents an exorbitant price, which is met with refusal. Then, one lowers it by half. Though still steep, it becomes more acceptable. Chu Yun's casual dismissal. Yes, indeed. Although the original owner did not demand retribution against Liang Mingyuan, Chu Yun firmly believes he should not be spared. In her past life, he caused the original owner great suffering, and she sees no reason not to take action. Chu Yun feels that Liang Bing harbors resentment towards her brother. Furthermore, Liang Mingyuan is not entirely blameless. Aiding a murderer in evading justice merits a sentence. If the Liang family were to mobilize their resources and hire a competent lawyer, he might have received a lesser sentence. Presently, though he faces 8 years. If Liang Mingyuan refrains from causing trouble and exhibits even slight improvement, he could potentially seek a reduced sentence. However, such endeavors are not within Chu Yun's intentions. She merely placates Liang father, ensuring Liang Mingyuan is incarcerated. The first reason is to exact revenge for his previous betrayal of Liang Bing, and the second is to grant Liang Bing the opportunity for growth. While Chu Yun adeptly navigates the business world, it does not imply that Liang Bing, a delicate young lady not yet 20, possesses the same capability. Regardless of her aspirations to inherit the family business after Chu Yun's departure, Liang Mingyuan must not trouble her for the next several years. By the time 8 years have elapsed, Liang Bing will have matured. Indeed, father, it is perhaps best to keep this matter concealed from mother. Let us say that elder brother has been heartbroken by a woman and has embarked on a journey around the world. Should mother discover the truth, it would surely cause her much sorrow. While it may be impossible to keep such secrets from Father Liang, Mother Liang could be shielded from this painful revelation. After all, they are Liang Bing's parents, who hold deep affection for her. It is wise to spare them any unnecessary heartache. Father Liang felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on his own frustration. Did she truly understand that they would be hurt? What was most infuriating was the necessity to provide cover for this ungrateful daughter. His heart ached for mother. How could she not feel compassion for him, her father? Clenching his jaw, Father Liang thought to himself that he did not require her input. Chu Yun obediently acknowledged him with a soft before ending the call. In a fit of anger, Father Liang contemplated hurling his phone across the room. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon entering the office, Bai was met with the sight of the visibly agitated Chairman Liang. "Chairman, here is the latest acquisition proposal. Requiring your signature," she stated. A surge of fury welled up within Father Liang. Was this yet another idea from Liang Bing? Bai maintained a professional smile, replying, "Indeed, Chairman. CEO Liang specifically instructed me to present this. The other board members are in full agreement as well." Father Liang, still fuming, took the document, determined to find fault. Yet, after perusing it for some time, he found the plan to be nothing short of impeccable. "Chairman, is there any issue?" Bai inquired calmly, unfazed by Father Liang's intimidating demeanor. She had now become the object of admiration among the company's stakeholders, being the sole assistant to the CEO. All significant projects and collaborations passed through her hands. Previously, Bai had felt unfortunate, despite her looks being on par with other secretaries. Her capabilities far outshone those mere decorations. Why has she never had the opportunity? Now, she bears no resentment. It turns out that all her fortune was merely in anticipation of the benefactor, Mr. Liang. She has yet to find solid ground. Her spirit casting back to witness the interactions between Li Xiaolan and Lu Ku. The initial sweetness and excitement have faded, replaced by weariness and a sense of ennui etched upon their faces, as if they were suppressing something profound. It is morning. Lu Ku needs to freshen up. She gently nudges Li Xiaolan, attempting to rouse him from slumber. Yet, he furrows his brow and turns away. "Ku, don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer." In the past, he would heed her words, but now he responds with indifference. Unwilling to relent, Lu Ku pushes him again, inciting his irritation. As he opens his eyes, he is met with the sight of a disheveled woman. A stark contrast to the eternally pure and charming girl he once knew. Li Xiaolan feels a surge of anger, yet he restrains himself. She is the woman he loves. He cannot treat her this way. Nevertheless, his drowsiness has dissipated. With a grim expression, he throws off the covers and follows Lu Ku to the bathroom. Lu Ku feels a sense of grievance. Who wouldn't he wish for their beloved to see them in their most beautiful form? Yet now, they are bound together, compelled to do everything in unison. After Lu Ku finishes washing up, it should have been Li Xiaolan's turn, but she clutches her stomach and says, I need to use the restroom." Li Xiaolan's expression darkens instantly. While he does not possess the idealistic notion of cherishing a goddess who does not defecate, the sight of an innocent and lovely beauty confronting the reality of nature's call is disillusioning. He holds his breath, standing beside Lu Ku, only exchanging breaths when absolutely necessary. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, he waits for Lu Ku to finish. Li Xiaolan hurriedly pulled Lu Ku out of the restroom. However, he could not shake off the lingering scent that clung to her. As a result, after they finished washing up, when Lu Ku attempted to kiss him as she used to, he turned his head away to evade her. Lu Ku's eyes flickered with disappointment. Yet she also felt a sense of relief. It had been quite some time since they had brushed their teeth. Ever since Liang Bing arrived, their daily sustenance had been greatly diminished, leaving them with little food and no other daily necessities. Days without brushing had left a foul odor in both their mouths. In such circumstances, kissing each other was more of a gesture of comfort, a testament that they did not find each other repulsive. Breakfast consisted of a few buns, which they hastily consumed. As a man, Li Xiaolan could manage without meat for a couple of meals, but it had been countless days now, leaving his palate yearning for flavor. He suggested going to the beach to search for some crabs or other edible seafood. Yet Lu Ku preferred to venture into the forest to find some soap pods. Their shampoo had long been exhausted, and washing with plain water proved ineffective. She could hardly tolerate the odor emanating from her own hair. "Xiaolan, how about we go to the forest today and the beach tomorrow?" Li Xiaolan was displeased, questioning why they couldn't go to the beach today and the forest tomorrow instead. Lu Ku, feeling wronged, pointed out, "But look at my hair, it's all tangled." In truth, Li Xiaolan also thought that Lu Ku's appearance was less than favorable at the moment, yet his craving for meat overshadowed that concern. "It's all right, I don't mind," Lu Ku responded with a silent pause. She was certainly confident that Xiaolan would not care, just as she did not mind his bad breath, foot odor, or his snoring. However, she was very much concerned about her own state. Every girl yearns to embody a pristine little fairy. "Xiaolan, would you accompany me to the forest? Have you forgotten? The last time we were beneath that banyan tree." The memories of their revelry flooded Li Xiulan's mind, stirring a flicker of excitement within him. Lu Ku'er leaned closer, playfully clutching his arm. A pungent mix of greasy hair and pickled vegetables assaulted Li Xiulan's senses, nearly making him retch. What banyan tree? Away with that notion. All he craved now were sea cucumbers, abalone, crabs, and shrimp. The words of Liang Bing echoed in his mind from when they had been handcuffed together. You will be together forever, never to part. Forever? Such a sentiment is the most beautiful vow between lovers. Yet, at this moment, Li Xiulan felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. The two quarreled for quite some time until the sun pierced through the mottled leaves, casting light at the entrance of the quaint cabin. Ultimately, it was Lu Ku'er who conceded. They arrived at the seaside, where their eyes were immediately drawn to Chu Yun's white yacht. Dressed in a flowing gown of pure white, Chu Yun leaned against the yacht's railing, her skin as fair as snow, her eyes shimmering like stars. Li Xiulan's gaze flickered. The radiant beauty of Chu Yun starkly contrasted with the disheveled appearance of Lu Ku'er, who, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head and shrank behind Li Xiulan. Chu Yun beamed at them. Hello. How have you been? Are you regretting your choices? Both Li Xiulan and Lu Ku'er were instantly reminded of the harrowing moment when Chu Yun had compelled them to choose to live for just one. Regret? It seemed. Realizing the implications of their thoughts, their faces fell. How could such terrifying notions arise concerning one's beloved? Sacrificing the life of a beloved in exchange for one's own meager survival is an impossibility. It is merely the inconvenience of being bound together at every moment that weighs heavily upon them. Fearing her own errant thoughts, Lu Ku'er spoke up, assuring, "We are doing just fine, and we find joy in each day. Ah, true love is indeed magnificent. You must persevere, for I cannot bear to be disappointed," came the response. Lu Ku'er, feeling cornered, pouted defiantly, casting a pleading glance at Li Xiulan. Yet, Li Xiulan seemed oblivious to her gaze, contemplating thoughtfully before leading Lu Ku'er away from the yacht in search of sustenance. Chu Yun, why, despite their dire circumstances, do they claim to be so happy? Asked the pink duckling, having held her tongue for quite some time. It is because of true love. I am Fa Hai. I do not comprehend love, the pink duckling retorted. The quarrel between Li Xiulan and Lu Ku'er escalated, becoming increasingly fervent. Ordinary couples, wishing for a stable life, must continuously compromise and yield, let alone those who are perpetually intertwined. In the course of their daily lives, one of them must concede at almost every turn. The pink duckling watched helplessly as the couple bickered incessantly, even resorting to physical altercations. Chu Yun, did you not assert that they share true love? Indeed. To the untrained eye, they may well embody true love, she replied. The pink duckling observed as Li Xiulan struck Lu Ku'er once more, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you certain this is true love and not enmity? Chu Yun shrugged, offering no words. She found it futile to engage the pink duckling in a discourse on the complexities of human nature and the conflicts of love. Lu Ku'er, stunned by the slap, stood motionless. Upon comprehending the situation, he was immediately engulfed by despair. Sharp nails raked across Li Xiulan's face, yet he refused to yield. Lu Ku'er, with crimson eyes, suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen. Thick, viscous blood swiftly stained her trousers. It was then that Li Xiulan sensed something amiss and hurriedly carried her to the bed. Just as the narrative unfolded, Lu Ku'er was indeed pregnant and had suffered a miscarriage. The following day, Chu Yun beheld the two figures standing by the shore. Lu Ku'er's complexion was ashen, and upon seeing Chu Yun, a profound hatred flickered in her eyes. Brother Lon, Miss Lu, have you come to see me so early today? Chu Yun greeted with a cheerful tone. What must we do for you to spare us? Li Xiulan uttered with difficulty, feeling as though his dignity had been stripped away and trampled by the woman before him. Yet, he felt compelled to comply. Each moment of this existence was a torment. It was also the first time Li Xiulan questioned his own feelings. Did he truly love Ku'er? He pondered. If the day came when he had to exchange his life for hers, would he be willing? He believed he would be. He also trusted that Ku'er would feel the same. To sacrifice one's life for another must surely be love. Yet now, they could not even coexist peacefully. Was it merely due to a pair of handcuffs? Lu Ku'er spoke, her voice hoarse. Miss Liang, if we have wronged you in any way before, I sincerely apologize. Now, may I kindly ask you to assist us in removing these handcuffs? Chu Yun responded, Are you begging me? A momentary flush of embarrassment crossed Li Xiulan's sun-kissed face. In his entire life, he had never begged anyone, even in the face of his grandfather's and mother's demise. As well as the downfall of the Li family into disgrace and fugitive status, he never sought assistance from anyone. Indeed, he would not beg. Chu Yun smiled. That is not permissible. We agreed to forever. Li Xilan and Lukuer stiffened in their expressions. Despair enveloped them, their bodies growing cold. Miss Liang, we acknowledge our wrongdoing towards you, and your anger is entirely justified. We implore you for another chance. Whatever you require, we shall comply. We are willing to atone for our past mistakes. Chu Yun scoffed, for in the narrative, Lukuer had not granted Liang Bing an opportunity. Atonement? It was utterly unnecessary. I have said it is not permissible. You shall remain together, for eternity. No matter how Li Xilan and Lukuer pleaded, Chu Yun remained unmoved. Following that day, the duel returned every few days, yet they were met with the same response each time. Perhaps despair had set in, for the rift between them grew ever wider. The agony of being shackled by their circumstances turned their mutual feelings into a seething hatred, longing for one another's demise, just as now. Lukuer's face was marred with wounds from thorns and branches as she coldly regarded Li Xilan, who lay on the ground. They had come to the forest to forage for mushrooms, but unexpectedly encountered a herd of wild boars, leading to a chaotic tumble down the hillside. Lukuer was fortunate, sustaining only minor abrasions, whereas Li Xilan bore a grievous injury to his abdomen, a gaping wound that bled profusely. Kurakov, help me. Li Xilan extended his hand towards Lukuer. Quick, stop the bleeding. Lukuer reached out, intending to cover his wound. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind, the words of Chu Yun, stating that only one of them could survive. Over time, their relationship had deteriorated from love to resentment. Those handcuffs felt like a devil, eroding their affection. She recalled the recent episodes where Li Xilan would alternately strike and scold her. As a woman, her strength was no match for Li Xilan's. Each time their conflicts erupted, it was Lukuer who bore the brunt of the assault. Now she stood pale, staring intently at Li Xilan, her mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged, no matter his faults, he was once your beloved, save him, while another whispered, haven't you endured enough of this bleak existence? If he dies, you shall be free. Lukuer anxiously gazed at Li Xilan as the internal struggle raged on. Li Xilan's hopeful gaze gradually morphed into anger, ultimately culminating in despair. Lukuer stood silently by, watching until his breath ceased. Li Xilan departed this world with unclosed eyes. When realization struck her, tears streamed down her face, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry. Chu Yun, too, witnessed their plight. Lukuer had once believed that with Li Xilan's death, she would find release. Yet, Chu Yun remained absent. The handcuffs still bound them together, even in death. Lukuer sought out Chu Yun, recalling her promise that should one perish, the other would be spared. Now, she truly feared for her fate. If she could escape, she would no longer provoke that madwoman. However, Li Xilan's weight was beyond her capacity to bear. In the realm of consciousness, the pink duck, witnessing everything through Chu Yun, couldn't help but shudder. Alas, he had bound himself to a perverse entity. Lukuer spent each day with the deceased Li Xilan, sharing every meal and moment, inseparable, until one morning, she awoke to find the body beside her had decayed and begun to emit a foul odor. Unable to endure it any longer, she screamed and completely lost her sanity. The two burly men responsible for delivering meals to Lukuer entered the room, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that nearly made them retch. Yet, compared to the young lady, they found themselves utterly defeated. The degree of her madness was beyond their comprehension. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, one of the men, trembling, retrieved a satellite phone. Miss, the woman, seems to have gone insane. The man has already begun to rot. It was not merely a foul odor. After 2 months of summer heat, one could only imagine the horror. Chu Yun remained leaning against the railing, a light laugh escaping her lips, soft as the sound of bubbling springs. I have already said, we must remain together forever. Chapter 16. I am the biological one. Chu Yun, the task is complete. Shall we depart from this realm? Certainly. But you must release Liang Bing. All right. Liang Bing's soul materialized before Chu Yun. Thank you. Are you satisfied? Liang Bing lowered her head in embarrassment. Yes, I am satisfied. Regarding her brother, she harbored no resentment. It was merely the bonds of blood that rendered her unable to voice her feelings. To my surprise, this sister actually guessed it. How should I reward you? Chu Yun extended her hand, and faint white specks of light emerged from Liang Bing's body. Chu Yun gathered the soul power, and her spirit detached from Liang Bing's form. Liang Bing, upon witnessing Chu Yun's true appearance, was momentarily taken aback, but resolutely shook her head, declining. Although she could never attain the same formidable strength as her sister, it did not diminish her admiration for her as an idol. "All right, duck, let's go." "Sure thing." The pink duck swiftly constructed a spatial passage, only to realize afterward that Chu Yun had audaciously referred to him as duck. How shameful it was that he accepted it. Upon opening her eyes, Chu Yun found herself in front of a thatched cottage. "Chu Yun, where is this?" "A place to stay." The pink duck paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. "Huh? Chu Yun, you can only afford to live in a hut now, huh?" Burp, recalling how mercilessly Chu Yun had treated him before, he quickly stifled his glee. Chu Yun's footsteps faltered momentarily as she retorted, "As if you could afford anything better than a thatched hut." The pink duck was left speechless. He had no standing to be disdainful, considering he was now merely following Chu Yun. In the realm of chaos, every leaf and tree was a manifestation of their inherent power. Ever since that so-called supreme deity began to incessantly devour the powers of various worlds, the realm of chaos had also felt the repercussions. Chu Yun pushed the door open and entered the modest abode, which was approximately 20 square meters in size. A bronze bell hung at the entrance, and in the center of the room stood a long table accompanied by a single chair. On the table rested a bronze hourglass, a vessel of time. The pink duck exclaimed in disbelief, "Has the Time Clan been annihilated? Only upon the death of the last heir would the power of the laws sever its ties." Chu Yun's pale fingertips grazed the hourglass. "Annihilated? Perhaps." The pink duck's voice was filled with despondency. "Chu Yun, could it be that we are the last remnants of the upper domain?" He recalled the formidable Chu demon of yore, a paragon of strength in the upper domain. If she had weakened to such an extent, what of the others? "Isn't that rather splendid? From henceforth, you shall be second in command, striding through the entirety of the upper domain." The pink duck replied, "That does little to console me. Being one beneath another and zero above anyone, what joy could be found in such a hierarchy?" Ding, ding, ding. The bronze bell rang 3 times. A new client had arrived. "Duck, have you pinpointed the location?" Chu Yun inquired. "I have found it. Shall we commence the mission now?" "Commence." Chu Yun found herself inhabiting another body, lying on a table. The voice of a middle-aged woman lecturing filled her ears. Suddenly, the voice sharpened. "Jiang Miao, how dare you sleep?" Sleeping? Was she referring to her? Chu Yun lifted her head, only to behold a fierce-looking woman with curly hair glaring at her. "It is class time. Is there no discipline left? Alas, you've caught the attention of the ruthless instructor." A male classmate leaned in, whispering. Chu Yun shot him a glare. "Jiang Miao, I am speaking to you. Why are you looking around?" The instructor bellowed. "I apologize, teacher," Chu Yun replied. Chu Yun candidly admitted her mistake, acknowledging that students should indeed focus on their lessons. The stern instructor felt a slight alleviation of her anger. However, such a swift dismissal of the matter did not align with her usual demeanor. "Now, please present the solution to the problem I just explained. If you are unable to do so, you shall complete 5 mock examinations." Chu Yun glanced at the problem on the blackboard, feeling embarrassed for not fully comprehending the symbols. "I am sorry, teacher. I do not know how." The instructor appeared unsurprised by this revelation. "Come to my office after school." Chu Yun obediently nodded. "All right." Rarely did a troublesome student comply so readily. Thus, the instructor refrained from making things difficult for her and simply allowed her to take a seat. Seated at her desk, Chu Yun gazed at the blackboard, relaying the narrative to me. "This is a contemporary realm. The original inhabitant, Jiang Miao, was the sole daughter of Jiang father and Jiang mother. However, Jiang Miao had an adopted sister, Jiang Yao, who was older by half a year. Jiang Yao was the daughter of close friends of Jiang father and Jiang mother. Tragically, her biological parents perished in a plane crash when she was 7, leaving her orphaned. Out of compassion, and considering the Jiang family's respectable standing as prominent entrepreneurs in Hangzhou, Jiang father and Jiang mother decided to adopt Jiang Yao, allowing her to take their surname upon her consent. Initially, Jiang Miao was quite pleased to have an additional playmate. However, as time passed, she began to notice that Jiang Yao consistently garnered more affection from their parents, while her own efforts seemed to fall short. She could not quite articulate the reason. It was merely a few gentle words from Jiang Yao that led to her being reprimanded by their parents. From a young age, the gaze of her parents towards Jiang Yao was always imbued with tenderness and satisfaction, while their regard for Jiang Miao was tinged with an unmistakable sense of disappointment. As the cherished child of the family, Jiang Miao found this burden unbearable. Upon entering middle school, the situation only escalated. Naturally, a teenager yearns for affirmation and attention from their parents. However, the look of disappointment in their eyes often left Jiang Miao feeling despondent. As she witnessed her parents becoming increasingly captivated by Jiang Yao, she began to rebel. She adorned herself in flamboyant attire, skipped classes, and mingled with a rowdy crowd. Unbeknownst to her, she was merely seeking her parents' attention through these actions. Yet, Jiang and Miao failed to grasp this, leading to their growing disillusionment with Jiang Miao. While Jiang Yao seemed to bask in their favor, day by day, Jiang Miao could hardly suppress her resentment towards Jiang Yao as she observed this dynamic unfold. In response, she began to distance herself from her sister, yet Jiang Yao, seemingly oblivious, endeavored to maintain a close sisterly bond. This relentless pursuit incited Jiang Yao's ire, prompting her to warn Jiang Yao to keep her distance. But each time, their parents caught wind of the altercations, exacerbating their disappointment. Upon entering high school, Jiang Miao resigned herself to the notion that she would not receive her parents' approval. During this period, mobile gaming became all the rage, and Jiang Miao succumbed to its allure, spending her days immersed in virtual worlds. As long as she had money to spend, played games, and skipped classes, life continued unabated. Jiang Yao, under the pretense of fostering common interests, also downloaded the games, ultimately winning over Jiang Miao's favorite gaming streamer. This revelation was a devastating blow, especially when Jiang Yao approached her, claiming it was unintentional and merely a desire to understand what type of man her sister idolized, hoping to cultivate shared topics of conversation. To her astonishment, the other party relentlessly pursued her, and with no other recourse, she reluctantly agreed to enter into a relationship. Jiang Miao was exceedingly vexed, thinking to herself that the other party must be intentionally flaunting their affection, seeking validation. Jiang Miao decisively severed ties with Jiang Yao, explicitly stating that she should refrain from approaching her again. Yet, Jiang Yao, like an unwelcome adhesive, clung persistently, even insisting on accompanying Jiang Miao and her friends to the bar. Jiang Miao, in her exasperation, chose to disregard her entirely. As fate would have it, Jiang Yao inadvertently attracted a group of ruffians, who chased her into the alley where Jiang Miao and her companions were attempting to project a semblance of bravado while smoking fake cigarettes. There, they found themselves cornered by a pack of menacing thugs. In the chaos, Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to slip away, leaving Jiang Miao and two of her friends vulnerable to disgrace. The incident irrevocably soured Jiang Miao's feelings towards Jiang Yao. Her reputation lay in ruins, rendering her unable to remain in school with any semblance of dignity. Upon learning of the events, Jiang Miao's parents were utterly disillusioned with her, unable to fathom that it was Jiang Yao who had led the thugs to them. They dismissed Jiang Miao's claims, believing wholeheartedly in Jiang Yao's innocence. Firmly convinced that Jiang Miao was solely responsible for her misfortune, even in such dire circumstances, she continued to cast blame on Jiang Yao. In her bitterness, Jiang Miao became consumed by her desire for revenge against Jiang Yao, yet this only served to further alienate her from her parents. Coupled with the protection of Jiang Yao's esteemed esports boyfriend, Jiang Miao found herself incapable of inflicting even a hair's breadth of harm upon Jiang Yao. Instead, her actions prompted her parents to cut off her financial support, ultimately sending her abroad. Stripped of wealth, influence, and skills, and faced with the challenges of being a solitary foreign woman in an unfamiliar land where she could not even communicate, Jiang Yao's life abroad was bound to be fraught with difficulty. Jiang Yao possesses not only the adoration of her parents, but also the affection of her beloved. After their marriage, Jiang's father and mother entrusted the company directly to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's desire is to ensure that Jiang Yao pays a fitting price. Huh? No other wishes? Chu Yun inquired, perplexed. The duckling replied, none at all. What about the parents of the client? Initially, Jiang Yao certainly sought her parents' love, but as events unfolded, her resentment towards them grew significantly. Should she attempt to wrest her parents' affection from Jiang Yao, or simply disregard these biased parents altogether? The client did not specify. It seems we are to manage this on our own, the duckling remarked uncertainly. In the previous realm, the client's brother, Chu Yun. You guessed that quite accurately, didn't you? But it is not the same, is it? The emotional bond humans share with their parents differs greatly from that with siblings. You should ask Jiang Yao. The duckling acknowledged and then fell silent, presumably to communicate with the client. After a few minutes, the duckling reported that Jiang Miao stated we should handle it as we see fit. Chu Yun. It appears the client is equally uncertain about how to proceed. Chu Yun resolved to disregard it. As long as Jiang Yao is dealt with, Everything else can be addressed later. The client is merely too naive and innocent to contend with Jiang Yao, the cunning little white lotus. Having absorbed the narrative and integrated Jiang Yao's memories, Chu Yun still struggled to comprehend the scribbles on the blackboard. The original owner had been an underachiever since middle school, and it was only through a substantial financial contribution from Jiang's parents that she was able to attend high school. The knowledge in this realm differs significantly from that of the previous one she inhabited. Chu Yun felt it was necessary to learn, albeit starting from the knowledge acquired in middle school. Without a solid foundation, comprehending high school subjects was utterly unattainable. A low murmur of curses escaped her lips. Turning her head, she observed her deskmate, who had just spoken to her, engrossed in the latest trending mobile game, Honor of Kings. The towering stack of books obscured most of her head, as well as the phone resting on the desk. In truth, the last two rows were designated for students like them, who were merely passing time. As long as they refrained from sleeping, shouting loudly, or openly challenging the authority of their teachers, most educators would turn a blind eye. The game interface displayed that Lu Ban had been slain by Deji. Concurrently, the chat interface revealed her teammates' remarks. Wang Jiaojun, don't feed, marksman. Aku, play it safe, don't waste. Little Lu Ban, sporting a watermelon-shaped head, respawned with a string of expletives. He ventured to the bottom lane, beginning to clear minions. Chu Yun, someone is coming from the left. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a green circle appeared around Lu Ban. Gue Guzi pulled, and Luna unleashed her devastating abilities. Lu Ban was vanquished by Luna. Mo, damn, the marksman is an actor. Wang Jiaojun, Lu Ban, could you refrain from feeding? Aku, if you don't feed, we will win. Damn it, just wait for me. Little Lu Ban respawned once more. Chu Yun, there is someone in the grass on the right. Kai is flanking. Luna is coming for you. Deji is lying in wait. With every statement she made, the game interface registered Lu Ban's demise. Zhang Chao gazed at his dismal record from 0-7 in the game, his hands anxiously tugging at his hair. He lowered his voice and barked, Jiang Yao. You wretched harbinger of misfortune, silence yourself. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, retorting, am I to blame for my lack of skill? What nonsense is this? Zhang Chao lifted his head. You, with your mere glory gold rank, dare to accuse me of incompetence? Let me enlighten you. I am a champion, do you comprehend? Indeed. Zhang Chao was engrossed in the popular mobile game, Honor of Kings, which Jiang Miao often indulged in to pass the time. It was a sensation among gamers, particularly students like them. Jiang Miao's skills were undeniably lacking, and she primarily played as a means of venting her frustrations, never concerning herself with strategies or techniques. She charged into battle with sheer force, resulting in her perpetual oscillation between gold and platinum ranks. After Zhang Chao's outburst, he cast his gaze back at the game interface, where the enemy minions had breached their defenses. The champions Lu Ban and Aku had fallen, leaving only Wang Jiaojun, Mo, and Elbu to defend the tower. The teammates' morale had shattered, igniting a wave of derision. Mo, you pathetic fool, what audacity to claim the marksman role. Elbu, I curse you. Wang Jiaojun, what a waste, just surrender already, you're wasting my time. Lu Ban number 7, I didn't throw the game. Did the support even assist me? Has the jungler ever come to help? Chu Yun was essentially a liability. Zhang Chao exclaimed, as he passed his phone over. What do you know about this? If you're so capable, then you take the reins. It matters not. The game is already lost. This insufferable girl dares to mock him. Let her witness the repercussions of the champion's realm. Chu Yun smirked. If you wish for me to come, then I shall. With the memories of Jiang Miao, she naturally comprehended the game rules and the fundamental attributes of the heroes. What remained was the finesse of operational skills and awareness. How could a mere map game confound an ancestor with millennia of battlefield experience? When Chu Yun took over the phone, Lu Ban had 5 seconds left until resurrection. A wave of minions had been successfully defended, yet both the upper and lower high towers had been destroyed. The next wave of minions was already approaching, and the enemy's 5 players were congregating, preparing for a push in the mid lane. Chu Yun swiftly typed a message on the screen. Mo, protect me. If I die once more, I'll call you daddy. Zhang Chao scoffed. That reckless girl Jiang Miao must be out of her mind, calling someone daddy after dying once more. If the game hadn't been nearing its end, she would have had to shout it at least 10 times. Chu Yun opened the equipment panel. The match had entered its late stage. She promptly purchased a resurrection armor and pre-ordered a blade of the exile. Chu Yun maneuvered little Lu Ban outwards. Wang Jiaojun had already been taken down by Giguzi's sudden engagement. Now, Only Neo-Mo and Lu Bu remained. Lu Ban arrived at the mid-tower. Neo-Mo circled around little Lu Ban. Neo-Mo, I'm waiting for you to call me daddy. Lu Ban Kiheo, that will never happen in this lifetime. Wang Zhaojun, oh, come off it. I believe you as much as I believe a ghost. Aku, play well, play well. It's the promotion match. Neo-Mo, whoever doesn't T-call is a little dog. While they spoke, the opposing team was already preparing a strong push. Giguzi activated his ultimate, becoming invisible and accelerating. Quangtia was the first to tank the tower, flashing directly towards little Lu Ban. Chu Yun deftly maneuvered, using her second skill to push, unleashing a barrage that reduced Quangtia's health by half. Giguzi, entering with his second skill to attempt to absorb Lu Ban, was sent flying by Lu Bu's ultimate. Luna swiftly followed, marking Lu Bu with her first skill, using him as a springboard to leap into the tower with her ultimate ability. She then dealt a basic attack, leaving a lunar mark atop Lu Ban's head, signaling the impending flight of Luna. In response, Chu Yun executed a flash, repositioning to the opposite side of the tower. Luna missed her ultimate, while Lu Ban unleashed his first skill, followed by a flurry of attacks, reducing Luna's health to a third. With a decisive ultimate, Lu Ban unleashed another barrage. An enemy has been slain. Lu Ban Kiheo vanquished Luna. What a remarkable flash! Zhang Chao exclaimed, astonished by Chu Yun's maneuver. Meanwhile, Quang Tai, under the tower's pressure, found himself at half health and was preparing to flee. Suddenly, Neo-Mo charged in, sending him flying. While Lu Ban delivered a series of basic attacks to stack his passive, with a sweeping strike. Double kill. Lu Ban Kiheo achieved a double kill against Quang Tai. The opposing team was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, the minion wave had breached the tower, and the enemy Daji executed a flash, intent on claiming Lu Ban's head. Chu Yun's resurrection armor activated, enabling an immediate switch to the blade of the Nighthawk. After expending her skills, Daji resembled a mere infant in battle. Lu Ban swiftly dispatched her with a first skill followed by a sweeping strike. Treble kill. Lu Ban Kiheo secured a triple kill against Daji. The opposing team was left with only Lao Fuzi and Gue Guzi. Aware that neither possessed a flash, Chu Yun boldly stood his ground, engaging in direct combat. The blade of the Nighthawk was triggered. Chu Yun swiftly transitioned to Blood Demon's Fury, while Gue Guzi was reduced to a third of his health and Lao Fuzi to half, with 3 fallen and 2 severely wounded. The opposing team realized the gravity of their situation and hastily retreated, noting that their own A-Ku had just revived. Chu Yun promptly signaled for an offensive maneuver. Neo-Mo unleashed his ultimate, sending Gue Guzi airborne. Chu Yun unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Giguzi. Quadra-kill. Lu Ban Shihao claimed a 4-kill against Giguzi. Activating his second skill, he swiftly retreated. Aku, cloaked in invisibility and speed, pursued Lao Fuzi. Lu Ban Shihao, stationed beneath the tower, diligently cleared the minions. Then, glancing at the minimap, he anticipated Lao Fuzi's trajectory and unleashed a long-range artillery strike with his second skill. Pentakill. The game interface displayed the illustrious title of 5 consecutive kills. Lu Bu, wow, remarkable. Aku, incredible. Wang Zhaojun, has my boyfriend logged in? Neo-Mo, it could also be a husband. Wang Zhaojun, husband, impressive. The opposing team faced annihilation, yet our minion waves were not in our favor. Chu Yun accessed the signal bar, rallying her team to assault the tyrant. She directed the jungler to engage the dragon while she and Lu Bu pushed the minion waves forward. Securing the little dragon, Wang Zhaojun had revived. Young Lu Ban advanced with unrelenting determination, resulting in yet another series of kill effects. Accompanied by the divine notification, Lu Ban Shihao and his companions relentlessly pushed toward the enemy crystal. Victory. As she tossed her phone to Zhang Chao, he remained awestruck. When did you become so formidable, Zhang Yao? I've always been this formidable. Zhang Chao wore a skeptical expression. It wasn't as if they hadn't teamed up before. This girl merely excelled at verbal sparring. Initially, he had invited her to join, but soon he ceased to include her. Each time, she either fed kills to the enemy until reported or unleashed a torrent of insults until silenced by the system. He would rather face a godlike adversary than contend with teammates akin to swine. Zhang Chou believed that the girl must have devoted considerable effort behind the scenes to master Lu Ban with such finesse. Instantly, he felt a surge of enthusiasm. Come, let us form a team. I shall lead you to victory while you wield Lu Ban, and I will protect you. Chu Yun rolled her eyes. You think you can boost my rank? Forgive my candor, but with your lackluster skills, How could you possibly assist me? Wait, Jiang Miao, repeat that. Bronze mocking a king? Surely, this is a jest. Ha, what a joke. Hey, Jiang Miao, who do you think you're looking down on? Zhang Chao shouted. The sound of a ruler striking the desk resonated from the hands of the strict teacher. Is there anyone here who still respects classroom discipline? Is this utter chaos? Zhang Chao, Jiang Miao, both of you. Chu Yun interjected. Teacher, he insists on dragging me into a game, and when I refuse, he threatens me. Zhang Chao's eyes nearly bulged out. You have betrayed me. Everyone was a misfit. The most fundamental code of conduct among misfits was to refrain from snitching. Otherwise, how could one ever navigate the realm of academic underachievers? That girl must have lost her senses, openly reporting me. Does she not understand the rules? Chu Yun replied. I have never attended school, nor have I ever been a slacker, so I apologize, but I do not comprehend. Zhang Chao, go stand by the door. The strict teacher wore a stern expression. Your parents have invested a significant amount to send you to school, and this is how you choose to spend your time? You ought to at least accomplish something. Wasting time here and achieving nothing is even worse than being a butcher. A faint chuckle echoed from various corners. Zhang Chao's father was once a butcher, specializing in slaughtering pigs at the market. One day, inspired by a sudden whim, he decided to construct a villa for pig farming, coinciding with a prosperous period. During those years, scientific breeding and ecological pork became the latest trends. Zhang Chao's father ingeniously combined both concepts, promoting his villa's wild boars with a clever advertising campaign, and surprisingly, he thrived. However, Zhang Chao despised being labeled as the son of a pig farmer or a butcher. The reason for the moniker Extinction Master was not solely due to her fierce appearance or loud voice, but rather because she had a talent for pinpointing others' flaws, leaving them feeling uncomfortable. At that moment, Zhang Chao felt quite uneasy, grinding his jaw and glaring at Chu Yun. Just wait, you little brat. Chu Yun, with her legs crossed, retorted, waiting? Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Reluctantly, Zhang Chao positioned himself by the door. The Extinction Master had spoken, and if he disobeyed, his father would surely be summoned the next day. He envisioned his father's 3-meter-long whip and decided it was best to stand. After all, he wouldn't be losing any flesh. But a reprimand from his father's whip would indeed cost him dearly. The strength of a butcher was no trifling matter. Chu Yun was clad in a cacophony of jangling attire, with her pants riddled with holes. As soon as class ended, she rushed to the restroom. The mirror reflected a chaotic visage, heavily lined eyes, drab eyeshadow, lips painted in dark crimson and orange blush. Her hair, a mass of green, curly locks, resembled a clown's makeup from the television. Chu Yun sighed. Ugh, this is so detrimental to my royal demeanor. The original owner had no makeup remover in her bag. Jiang Miao, why didn't you call me when you came out? A girl, strikingly similar to Chu Yunhua, approached, her attire adorned with various trinkets. Wang Lily extended her index and middle fingers, mimicking the act of pinching something. Let us go, we should grab one. This was just another day of post-class pretentiousness for the underachiever sisterhood. Chu Yun, not interested. Jiang Miao, you're being rather inconsiderate. Li Shishir also entered the scene. Unlike Chu Yun and Wang Lily, who had adorned themselves with chaotic makeup, Li Shishir's appearance starkly contrasted her poetic name. She donned a tomboyish outfit. Her hair cropped into a boyish buzz cut, presenting a rather flat-chested figure. At first glance, one might assume she had mistakenly wandered into the wrong restroom. Are you planning to follow in your academic sister's footsteps? To become a good student? Li Shishir scoffed at Chu Yun. In the eyes of underachievers, top students were merely a bunch of bookish machines, dull and uninteresting. The disdain between the underachievers and the overachievers was mutual. Wang Lily, with her hand in her pocket, interjected, Don't say that about Jiang Miao. She's not like that. Come on, let us head over there. Wang Lily gestured towards the far corner of the restroom. That spot was ideal. Even if someone unexpectedly entered, there would be time to react. If they were caught by the authorities, it would be quite unfortunate. Wang Lily and Li Shishir were merely collateral damage in the narrative, tainted alongside Jiang Miao. Chu Yun felt that if there was a chance to salvage the situation, it should be taken. Her gaze swept over Wang Lily's face. Haven't your acne cleared up? No one is indifferent to their appearance, and underachievers are no exception. Wang Lily anxiously touched her face, asking, Is my acne really that severe? It can't be that bad, right? Chu Yun, why don't you remove your makeup and try out the kindergarten next door? I guarantee you'll scare the little children to tears. Wang Lily, feeling wronged, pondered the juxtaposition of beauty and cigarettes. Chu Yun then shifted her gaze to Li Shishir. Have you not noticed that you've developed bad breath recently? Li Sure. Really? Is it that noticeable? Without hesitation, Chu Yun snatched the items from Wang Lily's hands and tossed them into the trash bin. Wang Lily gasped. Wait, are you really not going to smoke anymore? But everyone else does. If we don't, won't that make us outcasts? Can one truly be a delinquent if they don't smoke? Chu Yun scoffed. Compared to those mediocre delinquents, we must distinguish ourselves. We are not ordinary rascals. All right. Fine, Wang Lily reluctantly acquiesced. Li Sure maintained her cool demeanor, giving a haughty hum. Chu Yun, does anyone have makeup remover? I need to cleanse this theatrical face. It's truly a strain on my aesthetic sensibilities. Li Sure coolly retorted, I never wear makeup. See, she is indeed a unique spark. Unlike these two little rascals, who seem desperate for others to recognize their affiliation with a particular crowd. Wang Lily also shook her head. I didn't bring any. She used waterproof cosmetics that promised a 12-hour hold, so there was no need for a mid-session removal. Unable to endure her current garish visage any longer, Chu Yun approached the homeroom teacher, a gentle young woman in her 20s. Teacher, I would like to request a leave of absence. The young teacher appeared momentarily taken aback. Isn't this simply skipping class? Did she really make a special trip to ask for leave? Is she not too lazy to walk? Is there something amiss? The young homeroom teacher, as per usual, inquired. The teacher instinctively fixated her gaze on the other's curly teddy bear hairstyle. In truth, she was nearly accustomed to it. Nonetheless, it is commendable that the student possesses such awareness. The homeroom teacher readily approved the leave. Chu Yun stepped out of the school with the leave note in hand. Her first destination was a cosmetics store, where she purchased makeup remover to cleanse her face of the colorful products. Only then did she take a moment to scrutinize Jiang Miao's visage. Due to prolonged makeup use, her complexion appeared a tad dull and pale. Fortunately, youth was on her side, and her natural features were exquisite and delicate. She was indeed a beauty. The salesgirl eagerly promoted various skincare products and masks. Chu Yun selected a few suitable for her age, settled the bill, and hurriedly made her way to the hair salon. As she approached the entrance, a flamboyant young man spotted her and whistled. Hey there, little sister. Skipping class again. Come on in. If it weren't for the fact that this was the only hair salon near the school, Chu Yun truly would have preferred not to enter. The flamboyant young man gazed at Chu Yun's hair as if she were his own child. Hey, little sister, I told you my skills are quite good, right? Just look at this hairstyle. So lovely, so fashionable. Simply perfect. Perfect. Chu Yun thought to herself. So this ridiculous hairstyle was crafted by this fool. She called out to the boss, please assign me a different hairstylist. The flamboyant young man was taken aback. What did you say, little sister? Another stylist, sporting a tuft of yellow hair, quickly squeezed over and said to the flamboyant one, step aside, don't scare the girl. The young man with yellow hair eagerly inquired what services Chu Yun required. Deep down, Chu Yun yearned for a more conventional hairstylist. However, after surveying the salon twice, she found no one whose hairstyle could be deemed normal. At least the young man with yellow hair was a less glaring sight compared to the punk styles. Meanwhile, the punk, with a pained expression, gazed at Chu Yun, attempting several times to persuade her to reconsider, insisting that he could make adjustments if she found anything amiss. Ultimately, he was forcibly pulled away by the irate young man, and at last, Chu Yun's ears found peace. 2 hours later, the new hairstyle was complete. As she gazed into the mirror, Chu Yun finally felt satisfied with her reflection. Stepping out of the salon, she noticed it was already 6 in the evening. In the Jiang family villa, Jiang Yao was softly comforting her mother. Mom, please don't be angry. Perhaps my sister is truly dealing with something. Jiang Mama, with a cold expression, scoffed. What could she possibly be dealing with? All she does is mess around. Jiang Yao appeared taken aback. Mom and Dad, I genuinely worry for my sister's safety. Jiang Mama patted Jiang Yao's hand. You, my dear, should stop worrying unnecessarily. That reckless girl is unlikely to encounter any real trouble. If only your sister could possess even half of your sensibility, we would be satisfied. Just as Chu Yun entered, she overheard Jiang Yao's conversation with their mother, unable to stifle a derisive laugh inwardly. Human emotions can indeed be peculiar. Some parents would sacrifice everything for their children, while others seem less compassionate than a mere stranger. Upon finishing her thoughts, the three in the living room finally noticed Chu Yun's appearance. Jiang Papa, seeing her standing at the door, coldly remarked, "Humph. Have you finally decided to wash away that green hair of yours?" Mother Jiang wore an expression of disdain, as though the mere sight of Chu Yun sullied her vision. The couple, upon witnessing their daughter's departure from her usual demeanor, did not soften their countenances, let alone offer any words of praise or encouragement. Indeed, Chu Yun felt no semblance of the bond that ought to exist between parents and child. In such a stifling atmosphere, it is no wonder that any normal adolescent would feel their spirit unraveling. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang incessantly interrogated Chu Yun about her recent truancy. They questioned whether she had once again been led astray by a group of ne'er-do-wells. What use is it to have birthed you? They lamented. You squander your days in idleness, while your sister, merely half a year your senior, has achieved more than you could ever hope to. Were it not for the Jiang family name, you might find yourself reduced to begging. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a habit of disparaging Jiang Miao, completely oblivious to Chu Yun's entrance and her words. With a slight tilt of her head and a smirk playing upon her lips, Chu Yun regarded the family of three before her. With arms crossed, she strode confidently to the sofa and took a seat, exuding an air of regality despite her schoolgirl attire, complete with a tattered outfit that suggested a rebellious spirit. "Ah, our host appears to be putting on quite the show," remarked the pink duck. Chu Yun crossed her legs and spoke in a languid tone. "Mom and Dad, just a moment ago, my sister expressed her concern for me. Yet, why has no one bothered to call? My phone has been on all this time, and not a single ring. Furthermore, if you truly worry about me, should you not inquire with my classmates? A simple question directed towards them would reveal that I merely took a leave of absence rather than skipping class. Jiang Yao excels academically, attending a prestigious program not far from my own. If genuine concern existed, wouldn't she have asked others about my whereabouts?" The inconsistencies in their logic were glaringly apparent. It appears that Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma have been struck by some unseen force, leaving them momentarily bewildered. "Who allowed you to sit?" Jiang Ba bellowed. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma paid no heed to Chu Yun's words. "How dare you sit after making such a mistake? Such reckless behavior." Although their daughter's hair had regained its normal state, the rebellious spirit within her had intensified. The dignity of Jiang Ba as the patriarch had been affronted. "Stand up." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, remaining seated with a faint smile gracing her lips. "Jiang Miao." Jiang Ba shouted once more, advancing with raised hand, ready to deliver a slap to his wayward daughter. It was high time for a proper reprimand. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes, her mental energy coalescing into a sharp point. Suddenly, Jiang Ba felt a sharp pain in his head, and his mind went blank. "Old Jiang, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Jiang Ma inquired, supporting her husband, who had slumped in his chair. The pain had come abruptly and vanished just as quickly. Jiang Ba shook his head, assuring, "I'm fine. It seems a doctor should be summoned tomorrow." "Sister, are you blaming me?" Jiang Yao appeared both aggrieved and heartbroken. "I was just too anxious at the time, wanting to inform our parents quickly. I didn't think it through. Even if you blame me, you cannot take it out on our parents this way. Just look at the state you've put father in." Chu Yun remained silent. This was not a mere matter of anger. It was a consequence of her own actions. "Sister, if you have any grievances, direct them at me, but do not further upset our parents," Jiang Yao declared with righteous fervor. Chu Yun smiled, and Jiang Yao sensed a hint of malice beneath that smile, sending a shiver down her spine. "Very well, as you wish." As Jiang Yao lifted her gaze, she was met with Chu Yun's eyes, dark and profound, reminiscent of an abyss in the night, devoid of any discernible depth. It exuded an aura of extreme peril. Under such an intense stare, Jiang Yao found it difficult to breathe. Jiang's mother could not tolerate any injustice towards her daughter, her brows furrowed in stern disapproval. "Jiang Yao, silence yourself. Look at the chaos you have created. How dare you blame others? You spend your days skipping classes and engaging in fights, lacking any sense of propriety. How long will you continue this reckless behavior? Yao Yao is concerned for you. Have you lost all sense of conscience?" Chu Yun replied with a faint smile, "Mother, perhaps it would be wise for you to first examine your own mental state before critiquing my conscience." In that moment, Jiang's mother found her emotions entirely dictated by Jiang Yao. It could be said that if Jiang Yao desired her happiness, she was joyful. If she wished for her anger, she would seethe. Whoever Jiang Yao favored, she would embrace, and those she despised would be cast aside effortlessly. Could such a person even possess independent thoughts? Her mind had ceased to belong to her. Jiang's mother glared in disbelief, her thoughts muddled and her anger palpable. Were it not for the bond of blood, she might have relinquished all concern. Why could she not be as obedient as Yao Yao? With a resounding clap, Jiang's father struck the table. his forceful action causing Chu Yun to notice the pain reflected in his curled fingers. Yet, in the name of dignity, he gritted his teeth and bore it. It seems you have no desire to pursue your studies. Perhaps it is best if you abandon them altogether, sparing Yao Yao the daily worry. Zhang's father believed this daughter to be irredeemable. The household was not without means. As long as she caused no trouble and did not disrupt her sister, she could remain at home. Jiang Yao felt a surge of joy that alleviated her fear of Chu Yun's gaze. She looked at Chu Yun with an air of triumph, then tilted her head to address her father anxiously. Father, how could we deny my sister the opportunity to study? She is still young and can be gradually taught. Allow me to have a heartfelt conversation with her. I am confident she will be obedient, won't you, sister? The last remark was directed at Chu Yun. Given her understanding of Zhang Miao, she anticipated that such words would provoke a furious reaction, considering her current disdain for herself. Yet, she knew that any tantrum would only deepen her parents' disapproval of her. To Zhang Yao's astonishment, Chu Yun merely stood there, expressionless. Zhang father snorted, "Look at her. Do you think she is capable of understanding anything? Perhaps she should forego her studies to spare me the embarrassment, and you as well." Chu Yun smiled faintly. It was indeed a rather appealing suggestion. Since father had voiced such an opinion, she would simply withdraw from school the following day. After all, she was unable to comprehend the lessons anyway, and attending was merely a waste of time. I am tired. I shall retire to my room for a rest. Please have Lin Saw bring my dinner to my room later, she stated. Zhang father's expression darkened. Although he believed it made little difference whether his daughter attended school or not, he had intended to intimidate Chu Yun with his words. To his surprise, she seemed utterly unfazed. Host, we are here to expose the little white flower. Why are you clashing with her family? Upon returning to Zhang Yao's room, the pink duckling could no longer contain itself. Were they not tasked with completing a mission? Had they not just unveiled her true nature? Yet, the original parents remained oblivious. Chu Yun was indifferent to the way of things. The pink duck said, "It's only a few words. They are clearly upset and unable to listen, which is entirely normal. Your approach is no different from the original owners. What do you suggest I do instead? You ought to devise a means for them to realize that the little white flower is not as virtuous as they believe, and subsequently, help them discover that their own biological daughter is truly the best, one they have overlooked. Ultimately, the little white flower will be forsaken, and you will ascend to a favored position. In their attempt to alleviate years of guilt, they will shower you with kindness, and the family will be harmonious, thus completing your task." It was surprising that the pink duck could articulate such insightful thoughts. Chu Yun inquired, "Duck, what novels have you been reading lately?" The pink duck replied with a soft hum, "My favorite is about palace intrigue, chronicling the daily struggles of affluent matriarchs. Watch as I handle the general's 28 concubines." Chu Yun mused, "I find this realm's novels quite captivating." Chu Yun considered that the pink duck's suggestion was not without merit. However, it felt exhausting. She selected a nightgown and made her way to the bathroom, simultaneously extending her mental presence into the living room. Mother Jiang was lamenting, "Old Jiang. Did you see her demeanor? It truly infuriates me." Father Jiang retorted, his eyes wide, "What can I do? You brought forth this trouble. What kind of statement is that? Could I have given birth alone?" "Father and mother, please do not quarrel," Jiang Yao quickly intervened. "Mother, do not be upset. My sister acted impulsively. I will find a moment to counsel her properly." Sensing her daughter's concern, Mother Jiang softened her tone, urging her not to waste her efforts. "Yao Yao, focus on your studies and pay no mind to her." Jiang Yao replied, "This time I am confident. I know my sister has recently taken a liking to mobile games, so I have downloaded one as well. She is currently oblivious to everything else. It is simply because we lack common ground. Once I share an interest with her, communication will become significantly easier." "What? You want to play games too?" Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang grew anxious. "I must tell you, do not follow in your sister's footsteps. You are still young, and this is the time for your studies. Do not indulge in frivolities. Dad and Mom need not worry. I am merely playing for fun and will not become addicted. Once my sister improves, I shall stop." Mother Jiang remained disapproving, believing her own daughter had already strayed. She held little hope of guiding her well. As long as she refrained from illegal or disruptive actions, she would consider it a sign of poor upbringing. Currently, Yao Yao was their beacon of hope, and they could not afford to jeopardize that. Jiang Yao repeatedly assured her mother that she truly would not become addicted. She only wished to foster more shared topics with Chu Yun. Finally, Mother Jiang relented, but insisted that Jiang Yao limit her playtime to a maximum of 1 hour each day. Jiang Yao obediently agreed. Ducky, what do you think would happen if I were to erase the original parents of the protagonist? The little duck, deeply engrossed in the novel, lifted its neck and shook its head at Chu Yun's question. Why would you want to erase the original parents? Wow. Chu Yun, are you contemplating patricide and matricide? We are here to accomplish our mission, so please refrain from causing any disturbances. Chu Yun, with a perplexed expression, retorted, Did I ever express a desire to eliminate them? That is certainly out of the question. The pink duck interjected, The original owner never insisted on receiving their parents' affection. Are you so certain that harmonious coexistence was their ultimate aspiration? The pink duck had not truly contemplated this matter, and sheepishly admitted, Well, I am rather clueless about such complexities. The intricacies of human emotions were beyond its comprehension. Novels, in contrast, are straightforward. It is simply about enjoyment, devoid of convolutions. Chu Yun felt a twinge of regret for posing such a foolish question, realizing that the assumption of heightened intelligence from reading a couple of books was merely an illusion. After a refreshing shower, she donned a set of ordinary clothes and opened her mobile game, Honor of Kings. While it lacked the excitement of real combat, this modern realm of civilization offered some entertainment through competitive gaming. Chu Yun opted for the solo mode, as the original owner had primarily played only a few heroes and now sought to familiarize herself with the skills and gameplay of others. She played a match with each hero, and before she knew it, dawn was approaching. Never had she anticipated that she would one day become a gaming enthusiast. The Jiang family rose early, and as Chu Yun glanced at the time, she prepared to exit the game interface when a red notification flashed in the bottom right corner. Upon clicking it, a request from Grace to add her as a friend appeared. The ID felt strangely familiar. Upon checking the battle interface, she realized she had encountered this player 3 times before. They must be captivated by my skills, she mused with a hint of amusement. Throughout the course of a single evening, she emerged victorious without a single defeat. The reason this particular ID lingered in her memory was twofold. First, their encounters had been frequent, and second, this player seemed to possess considerable skill. Naturally, once she became well acquainted with her hero's abilities, she would dominate as well. Out of kindness, Chu Yun accepted the friend request, and they added each other as friends. In the renowned professional gaming team's apartment, a young man fixated intently on the screen. Upon witnessing the successful addition of a friend, a weight was momentarily lifted from his chest. He promptly opened the friend interface of Prince Chu. Hello. His finger hesitated over the send button for a brief moment before he swiftly deleted the message. I am Feng Du. Might you be interested in getting acquainted? His hand lingered once more over the send button. Despite the account clearly belonging to a female, it was highly improbable that it was genuinely operated by a girl. Yet, what if she truly was? Would that not cast him in a dubious light? Hello. I am Feng Du. May we get to know one another? He typed, suggesting they could practice together during their leisure time. Just as he was about to send the message, a response arrived from the other side. Prince Chu. Brother, are you not convinced? Prince Chu. Do you wish to defeat me? Feng Du. Thus, as the most formidable jungler of his professional team, he found himself mocked by a stranger. Although he had risen in the middle of the night to practice due to insomnia, the fact that a random player could best him in 3 consecutive matches indicated that this individual was indeed skilled. It was only natural for him to feel a twinge of pride. Feng Du reassured himself. Prince Chu. Certainly. Brother, be ready and clean up. Feng Du. All right. Chu Yun exited the game, hastily washed her face, and after some contemplation, applied a touch of foundation to conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes. She rummaged through her wardrobe, discarding the gaudy garments, and ultimately found a pristine white shirt paired with denim jeans. Just as she prepared to descend the stairs, there was a gentle knock on her door. Sister, it's time to get up, came Jiang Yao's soft voice, as if she feared startling her. Mom and Dad are waiting for us downstairs for breakfast. When Chu Yun opened the door, Jiang Yao was taken aback. Usually, this girl would take several minutes to reluctantly rise. What is different today? She wondered. Upon noticing Chu Yun's fresh face, a flicker of envy crossed Jiang Yao's features. Jiang Yao herself was quite beautiful, possessing a gentle charm. With her amiable personality and excellent academic performance, she was admired by many boys at school. However, when compared to Jiang Miao, she fell slightly short. Jiang Miao was naturally endowed with exceptional beauty, fair-skinned, stunning, and long-legged. In the past, her makeup had been flamboyant to the point that her true features were hardly discernible. Yet today, Chu Yun had opted for a light dusting of powder. presenting herself in a refreshingly clean and elegant manner, perfectly in harmony with her inherent grace. "Why aren't you wearing makeup today?" Jiang Yao inquired. "What does it matter to you whether I wear makeup or not?" Chu Yun retorted, offering no concessions. Jiang Yao's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. "I merely thought it was unusual for you not to wear makeup today, since you usually do. Did you think I looked good in my previous makeup?" Chu Yun asked. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before nodding. "I thought you looked wonderful. It would be best if you always maintained that ethereal look." Chu Yun merely acknowledged her with an "oh. Sister finds it beautiful. Why don't you try it?" Jiang Yao choked for a moment, wondering how the conversation had turned to her. Or perhaps sister simply lacked the skill. Chu Yun kindly offered a way out for her. Jiang Yao nodded, affirming, "Yes. Indeed, I cannot." What a jest! How could she possibly wear such an unflattering makeup? Yet Chu Yun was not to be deterred. She swiftly pulled Jiang Yao into the room, exclaiming, "If you cannot, I shall assist you. Do not worry, I will make you look splendid today." Without further ado, Chu Yun began applying foundation to Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao attempted to resist, but she was bewildered by her sister's unexpected strength, rendering her immobile. "Sister, we should head down for dinner. Mother and father are waiting for us," Jiang Yao protested, shaking her head in an effort to evade the makeup. Chu Yun grasped Jiang Yao's delicate face, applying a thick, dark substance upon it. "It won't take long," she assured. Indeed, it took scarcely 2 minutes. Chu Yun completed the task with a semblance of the original's previous appearance. Whether the makeup was refined or not mattered little. It would still appear unappealing. So why waste time? "All done," Chu Yun declared, handing Jiang Yao a mirror. "Sister, take a look. Isn't it lovely?" Upon seeing her reflection, Jiang Yao let out a terrified scream and dashed downstairs in a panic, colliding with their parents, who were about to join for breakfast, initially mistaking her for Jiang Miao. Upon realizing it was their precious Yao Yao, they were taken aback. "Yao Yao, what? What happened to you?" Mother Jiang inquired. Chu Yun leisurely descended the stairs, stating, "Sister said she adored my previous makeup style and requested my assistance." Jiang Yao shook her head, on the verge of tears. "No, it cannot be," she thought. How could she possibly face others in this state? "Mom and Dad, I will wash this off right away." Chu Yun seized Jiang Yao's arm as she attempted to flee, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Sister wants to wash it off? Did you not profess to adore my previous appearance? Have you been deceiving me all along? You find it ugly yet claimed it was beautiful?" Jiang Yao felt tears welling up. She could not bear to see herself in such a light. Yet, if she were to admit this in front of their parents, wouldn't all her previous efforts be in vain? What would they think of her? Would they accuse her of misleading Jiang Miao and purposefully guiding her? No, that absolutely cannot happen. She had only just earned her parents' trust with great difficulty. Jiang Yao bit her lip firmly, shooting a glare at Chu Yun before pulling Jiang Mama aside to speak in whispers. "Mom, I wish to share more common ground with my sister. Since she is so fond of this, let us feign agreement to help her feel our understanding and then gradually guide her to change. Mom, I am doing this for my sister's sake." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Jiang Mama was immediately moved, tenderly caressing her face, inadvertently smudging her hand with dust. Jiang Mama remarked, "But this is too much of a sacrifice for you." Jiang Yao felt a surge of frustration inside, yet maintained a facade of the understanding elder sister. "It's all right, Mom. I am the elder sister, and it is my duty to assist my younger sibling. Her improvement is more important than anything else." Jiang Mama sighed. "All right then, I suppose this is a sacrifice you are willing to make." Jiang Yao's heart sank, a sense of discontent brewing within her. If one truly feels aggrieved by her, one could simply command her to wash it away, rather than feigning concern with a few insincere words. Indeed, blood ties are undeniable. Regardless of her efforts, she remains an outsider. Though their dialogue was hushed, how could it possibly escape Chu Yun's keen hearing? Observing Jiang Yao, who feigned a sugary demeanor, Chu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. "You dared to provoke me. Now you shall reap what you have sown." After breakfast, Chu Yun accompanied Jiang Yao in the driver's car. Previously, Jiang Miao had been reluctant to share a ride with Jiang Yao, preferring to take a taxi to school rather than share a vehicle. However, today was different. Why should the biological daughter yield to the adopted one? Moreover, what if Jiang Yao secretly removed her makeup before arriving at school? Throughout the journey, Jiang Yao was unusually silent, fidgeting until they reached the school gate. She found herself devoid of the courage to disembark. "Sister, why are you dawdling? Get out. You look so beautiful today, are you shy?" The family driver remarked. "Miss, Are you being serious? Jiang Yao felt a sense of embarrassment she had never experienced before. As the myriad of peculiar gazes directed at her left her at a loss for how to comport herself, Chu Yun thoughtfully escorted Jiang Yao into the classroom before proceeding to her own. Dropping out of school is no trifling matter. Yet, as the homeroom teacher had yet to arrive, Chu Yun had to wait and attend class. When she entered, there were only a sparse handful of students present. However, to her surprise, Zhang Chao was already seated. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Who is this person? I don't recognize her. Did she enter the wrong classroom? It seems you might be a fool, having not realized for so long that you had entered the wrong classroom. Chu Yun approached her seat. Hey, who are you? Zhang Chao exclaimed, noticing that she was about to sit beside him. That was the seat of that troublesome girl, Zhang Yao. Zhang Chao promptly extended his leg, resting it on the chair. That seat belongs to her. How could she just sit there freely? Chu Yun, do you not recognize me? Who knows you? Do you think you have such a prominent face? Are you blind? You're the one who's blind. Wait, your voice sounds somewhat familiar. A good dog doesn't block the way, move aside. The tone is also quite familiar. Zhang Chao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You can't possibly be Jiang Yao, can you? What else would I be? Oh my, troublesome girl, you have become quite stunning. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes and said, I'll grant you an opportunity to start anew. Zhang Chao felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and replied sheepishly, What's wrong? Can't I compliment you? I mean, have you been provoked by something? Chu Yun cast a light glance at him, choosing to ignore his comment. Zhang Chao was displeased. Hey, what's wrong with you? This is quite inconsiderate. Didn't you say you would wait for me yesterday? Where are you? Troublesome. Jiang Yao, are you afraid? Chu Yun looked at him disdainfully. You? What is there to be afraid of? Zhang Chao clenched his teeth, feeling that the troublesome girl had become even more arrogant. Hurry up, log in, let us play a game. I won tea. Class is about to start. What do you mean by coming? Darn it, Jiang Yao. You are so inconsiderate. Yesterday, your actions led to my standing in punishment for 3 entire classes, yet I refrained from revealing your clandestine gaming during class. Was it merely a request for you to partake in a game that warranted such disregard for my dignity? The sight of Chu Yun laughing at Zhang Chao's smug expression, which seemed to proclaim his adherence to the principles of a lackluster student, was quite amusing. It appears that yesterday's entreaty for her to remain after school was simply a ruse to form a gaming team. I find myself captivated by this clever maneuver. With a beaming smile, Chu Yun inquired of Zhang Chao, Would you like me to assist you in gaming? He nodded eagerly. Very well. I shall take you along after class, but you must assist me with a certain task. He hesitated. What is it? Let us clarify this first. Chu Yun beckoned Zhang Chao closer with a playful gesture. He swallowed hard, finding himself unnerved by her unexpected beauty today, avoiding her gaze. Come closer, she urged, his heart racing. Hurry up, stop dawdling like a coward. Zhang Chao's cheeks flushed, yet he leaned in. Upon hearing her request, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, Jiang Yao, it seems you possess hidden talents. Convincing her esteemed academic sister to adopt a rebellious persona is a rather enticing prospect. Can you manage this? Zhang Chao thumped his chest confidently, assuring her, Leave it to me. As the bell rang, he quickly retrieved his phone. Hurry, log in. As soon as Chu Yun entered the game, Zhang Chao's invitation to form a 5-person team arrived. The moment they joined, the other 3 members fell silent for a few moments. Then, one of them broke the silence, exclaiming, ISNT that your rather unskillful female classmate? Teammate 2, Zhang Chao, did you mistakenly invite the wrong person? Teammate 3, I can't carry, I'm not playing anymore. Teammate 2, I won't play either, it's 4 against 6. We can't win. Chu Yun cast a glance at Zhang Chao. Is it really that I wish to play with you all? Zhang Chao felt embarrassed. Oh no, he forgot to inform his teammates. Teammate 1. Hey there, young lady, your tone seems rather displeased, doesn't it? Chu Yun, what is the matter? Should I express gratitude for your remarks about my lack of skill? Teammate 1. You are indeed lacking. I am merely stating the truth. Chu Yun scoffed. Just wait until later. Ahem. Zhang Chao interjected. Everyone, please cease the quarrel. My classmate is quite adept with Lu Ban. She secured a pinnacle in ranked play yesterday. Rest assured, she won't be a liability. Teammate 2. Spare me, I don't believe it. Zhang Chao. I witnessed it myself. I assure you she will not underperform. Teammate 1. And what if she does? Chu Yun. Are we going to play or not? It's merely a game, after all. Stop dawdling. Zhang Chao, feeling anxious, hastily initiated matchmaking. Just observe, she truly knows how to play Lu Ban. With Zhang Chao's assurance, The others refrained from further objections. As the game commenced, he urged, "Use Lu Ban, play it safe." Zhang Chao feared that Chu Yun might practice a new hero. After all, he had repeatedly guaranteed her competence, and if she faltered, not only would she lose face, but he would too. Chu Yun remained silent. After the hero bans, she promptly locked in Luna. The opposing mid laner swiftly selected Zhang Liang. Zhang Chao. This is bad. Teammate 1. Goodness, isn't Lu Ban formidable? What does this mean? Teammate 2. If you don't want to play, just say so. Is this amusing? Teammate 3. I must ask, dear lady, are you quite well? You are playing Luna? This hero is renowned as the most skilled in the entire realm. Are you certain you comprehend her? At this moment, Zhang Chao found himself utterly dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he locked in Lu Ban. I'll trade with you. You play Lu Ban, and I'll take Luna. Although his Luna skills were not particularly impressive, they should surpass those of Jiang Miao. Chu Yun promptly declined. She had played all night and felt most at ease with this hero, as it required a modicum of skill. Why should she switch? Hey, Jiang Miao, let us trade. Quickly. Chu Yun once more declined. Go play your egg. Zhang Chao, oh no. The game had already transitioned to the loading screen. There was no time left for a swap. Zhang Chao clutched his phone, thinking, Jiang Miao, you are going to be the death of me. Now, Zhang Chao merely hoped that Chu Yun would not perform too poorly, or he would truly be left with a bruised ego. Chu Yun ignored him, purchasing a jungle knife and heading straight for the blue area. Hua Mulan, Zhang Fei, what are you doing? Zhang Fei, observing the jungle. Hua Mulan, are you foolish? Why follow her? Stick with Lu Ban and ensure his safety. Zhang Chao, Lu Ban, no need. I'll play cautiously in the early game. You focus on the jungle. Zhuge Liang, Zhang Fei, come follow me. Zhang Fei, is that wise? Someone is attempting to invade the blue. Zhuge Liang, I'm on my way. If she wants to give you something, just ignore her. No sooner had Zhuge Liang spoken than the system notification rang out. First blood. Luna has slain Nakaruru. Double kill. Luna has slain Ming Shirin. The canyon fell into an eerie silence, with only the background music of the game continuing. Luna's level 1 double kill. Could this be a dream? Zhang Fei. Wow, there's something special here. Zhang Chao, you can play Luna? Chu Yun did not lift his head as Zhang Liang came down. Then, you have been slain. Zhang Liang has slain Lu Ban. Zhang Fei. Lu Ban, don't feed. Zhuge Liang. Lu Ban, are you blind? Hua Mulan, don't you realize your legs are short? Can't you play a bit more cautiously? Zhang Chao. Accompanied by the incessant notifications of Lu Ban's deaths. Zhuge Liang. Lu Ban, do you even know how to play? Hua Mulan. Lu Ban, are you just acting? Zhang Fei. Little egg, just go back to the fountain and idle. With Luna on our side, we have enough. As Lu Ban was slain for the 7th time, our Luna's godlike notifications kept ringing out. Zhang Fei. Wow, the girl is impressive. How long has Luna been practiced? Chu Yun, 1 match. Zhang Fei. Zhuge Liang. Can't you refrain from showing off? Hua Mulan. Showing off will get you struck by lightning. Zhang Chao, Lu Ban, you are just envious of her. Although he too doubts that anyone can showcase their skills with just a single practice session, it does not deter him from expressing his discontent. After all, these 3 did not initially believe in him. Hua Mulan. Lu Ban, take a look at your performance. Do you really think you have a say here? Zhang Chao. Amidst the sound notification of Luna's pentakill, the battle concluded after 8 minutes. Luna, with a commendable score of 15-0-7, rightfully earned the title of MVP. Zhang Fei. Hey, sister, let's play another match. I will protect you. Chu Yun promptly clicked to exit the game, as class was about to commence. Zhang Chao lingered, not yet leaving the team. Moments ago, Zhang Fei spoke again. Invite that sister from earlier. This Luna is too impressive. Let us have a few more rounds. Zhang Chao reluctantly muttered some phrases about being unable to play during class before finally exiting the game. Chu Yun, don't you need to use the restroom after class? Prompted by Chu Yun's reminder, Zhang Chao felt a sudden urgency. However, the teacher had already entered the classroom. It was still a dire situation. Zhang Chao. Once the homeroom teacher arrives, Chu Yun directly goes to the office to discuss her leave of absence. Do your parents know about this? Chu Yun understood the homeroom teacher's concerns, likely fearing that she might take a leave of absence without her parents' knowledge. If any issues arose and the matter reached the school, it would be quite troublesome. The teacher could call her parents, ensuring that the leave was sanctioned. The homeroom teacher managed to contact Mr. Jiang, and after hanging up, he had a peculiar expression as he approved Chu Yun's leave of absence. The young teacher watched Chu Yun exit the office, quietly muttering to himself, "It must be my imagination." In this day and age, it is inconceivable for parents to wish for their children to forego education. Surely, it must be an illusion. "Hey, Zhang Miao, what is the matter? Surely, you haven't been expelled?" Chu Yun reassured her, "Don't worry, if you are expelled, I won't be either." At the same time, Wang Lily and Li Shishir approached, accompanied by the curious gazes of the entire class. "Zhang Miao, what are you planning? You have been doing things without informing us. Do you still consider us friends?" "Chu Yun, I have decided to suspend my studies." Wang Lily asked, "Have you been diagnosed with a terminal illness?" Li Shishir followed. "Has your family gone bankrupt?" "Calm down, host. This is merely a side character, not an adversary," the voice of the little duck reminded. Zhang Chao interjected, "Zhang Miao, have you lost your mind?" Chu Yun squinted her eyes. "This is a sign of trouble brewing," the little duck cautioned. "Stay calm, they are still just children." Oblivious to the impending danger, Zhang Chao exclaimed, "Zhang Miao, are you joking?" Chu Yun tilted her head and smiled, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, sparkling with a captivating allure. The clarity in her gaze resembled the ripples formed by petals falling into a clear spring, exuding an extraordinary charm. The individuals before her were momentarily entranced, while Zhang Chao felt his heart racing, not with affection, but with an unsettling chill. It was a disquieting sensation. Chu Yun finally spoke. "A wise person once said that as long as I practice diligently, in due time, I shall conquer all foes." Zhang Chao, Wang Lily, Li Shishir, the onlooking classmates. Wang Lily could not resist giving Chu Yun's shoulder a gentle tap. "Zhang Miao, are you certain you've truly awakened?" The little duck had already tucked its head beneath its tiny wings. These foolish humans. They would soon await the retribution of a foul woman. He dared to wager that, given her petty nature, they would lament and wail, while he would live his life as a duck. "Chu Yun, what? Do you not believe me?" A few individuals regarded her with expressions of sheer incredulity. Chu Yun smiled faintly and extended her delicate fingers, lightly tapping twice on her desk. Wang Lily, Li Shishir, and Zhang Chao exchanged baffled glances. "What on earth does that mean?" With a playful snap of her fingers, a resounding crack echoed as fissures emerged from the point of impact on the desk. The cracks grew wider and multiplied, ultimately shattering the surface into a myriad of fragments. "Zhang Chao, what the hell?" Wang Lily and Li Shishir gasped in unison. Leaping in shock, "Zhang Miao, you can perform sorcery?" Upon hearing Wang Lily's words, the previously curious classmates hastily dispersed, trembling as they retreated to the corners to witness the spectacle. Chu Yun flicked her fingertips. "So, do you now believe that I possess unparalleled martial skills?" "Zhang Chao, is it really true?" "Wow, Zhang Miao, you. Zhang Chao stammered for quite some time without articulating a coherent thought. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "What about me? Can you teach me?" Chu Yun kindly voiced his thoughts. Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with admiration and eagerness as he looked at Chu Yun. HM. Chu Yun cast his gaze around the group, noticing Wang Lily and Li Shishir wearing expressions of longing. Deep down, every rogue harbors a dream of becoming a martial arts master, dominating the world of wushu. Chu Yun chuckled softly, declaring, "This secret manual, I shall never disclose." The group's expressions dimmed, yet their hearts brimmed with dissatisfaction, akin to standing before a fortune and being told it was out of reach. However, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes as they fixed their gaze intently on Chu Yun. Was there a possibility? Chu Yun continued, "Given our excellent rapport, I could reluctantly agree to teach you." "Wow, really? Zhang Miao, you aren't deceiving me, are you?" Chu Yun nodded. "If you truly wish to learn from me, have your families arrange for your leave of absence and come to my home tomorrow. Remember, parental consent is essential." After all, it was merely a waste of time for these underachievers to linger in school. She had no qualms about aiding their parents and teachers in mentoring them. "All right, I'll do it. Zhang Miao, wait for me. I'm calling my mom right now." Me too. "Hello, Mom, I need to discuss something with you." Chu Yun smiled as she stepped past the group and exited the classroom. The little duckling yearned to share this with those whimsical youths. What so-called masters and martial arts secrets are merely illusions meant to deceive you fools. What awaits you is nothing but endless torment. However, it is regrettable that the individual known as Chinibu number 123 claims to be oblivious to this. The timid duck is reluctant to emerge and be a brave soul, wishing instead to prolong his existence for another 2 years. He has secured the services of the most expensive tutor available. At this juncture, Jiang Yao should have already established a connection with her esports idol. It is around this time in the narrative that Jiang Yao, under the pretense of sharing common interests with Jiang Miao, begins to indulge in gaming. By happenstance, she encounters the formidable player Ivory brother Han Chun, who is currently dominating low-tier matches. With her charming demeanor and playful nature, her live streaming session garners considerable attention. Han Chun promptly adds Jiang Yao to his friends list. Subsequently, their private conversations and gaming sessions foster a budding affection between them. In truth, ever since Jiang Yao became enamored with gaming and entered into a relationship with Han Chun, her academic performance has significantly declined. At that time, her parents were preoccupied with Jiang Miao, allowing Jiang Yao to evade their scrutiny. However, when the time for the college entrance examination arrived, her dismal results were met with her parents' assumption that she had been adversely affected by familial pressures, leading to an underwhelming performance. They even offered her words of consolation. Yet, with a wealthy esports idol boyfriend and the Zhang family's support paving her way, Jiang Yao found that she did not need to excel academically to lead a comfortable life. Ah, an esports idol, you say? Chu Yun picked up her phone and launched the game. As soon as she logged in, a notification appeared on her screen. Grace invites you to enter a 1v1 match in the MO family mechanisms. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun clicked to enter. Grace, hello, do you have a moment now? Grace, if you don't mind, shall we play a game? Prince Chu, brother, are you so eager? Prince Chu, have you been practicing diligently? Are you prepared for the lying down position? Fengdu. He awkwardly glanced at the coach standing beside him. Fengdu felt he could still salvage his dignity. He began to explain that he had been assigned to him 3 times last night, and this individual possessed a certain skill set characterized by this style of communication. Coach, might you consider evaluating whether this person has the potential to be nurtured in our team? Several teammates, who had been resting after a morning of practice, overheard Fengdu recommending a newcomer to the coach and curiously gathered around. To receive Fengdu's endorsement undoubtedly meant that the individual was perceived as a formidable talent by the public. Everyone was eagerly craning their necks to glimpse at Fengdu's phone. Platinum? Fengdu. His skills are indeed commendable. He must be using a SMUF account. The coach also became interested and pulled up a chair. So, how long do you think he can last under your guidance? Fengdu's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat twice. Last night, I practiced with a hero and lost. What did you say? The coach inquired, cupping his ear. You lost a match? Fengdu. 3 matches. Does that mean you have never won? Fengdu whispered, yes. Oh my. The teammate Black Cat exclaimed loudly. Fengdu, were you perhaps playing with your eyes closed last night? As professional players, they claim to practice with heroes. However, in reality, they are adept in basic operations. Practicing with a hero means they are not using their most proficient champions, but there is certainly no hero they cannot handle. To our astonishment, our ace was unexpectedly outmatched. Fengdu, with a silent demeanor, chose to proceed directly into the fray. He promptly selected Luna, a hero that not only marked his rise to fame, but also one of his most proficient champions. With numerous onlookers present, did he not care for his reputation? As the game commenced, it was a stroke of irony that Chu Yun also opted for Luna. Prior to reaching level 4, the two engaged in a mutual exchange while simultaneously clearing minions. Chu Yun adeptly farmed while skillfully evading Fengdu's attacks. They both reached level 4 almost concurrently, each with merely half of their health remaining. Fengdu was the first to utilize his first skill to mark a minion, launching himself towards Chu Yun via the minion. However, Chu Yun executed a third basic attack on the minion to mark it, deftly sidestepping the opponent's ultimate move. Seizing the opportunity when his adversary lacked a mark, he leaped onto the opposing side with a well-timed ultimate. Following that, he employed a second skill to immobilize, then unleashed his ultimate to create distance, and finally executed his first skill, First Blood. Before Chu Yun could land his third attack, the first kill was secured. Wow, this guy is impressive, Black Cat exclaimed. The coach straightened up, sensing the intrigue. You were too hasty, the coach remarked to Fengdu. One might also say overly confident. Both players reached level 4 simultaneously. Yet Fengdu prematurely activated his first skill. Had it successfully ensnared his opponent, the outcome might have been favorable. Failing to do so resulted in a lost advantage, while his opponent marked him with a basic attack and evaded his ultimate. With both the second and first skills still at hand, the victor was all too clear. Fengdu's expression darkened. In such a solo match, a single death meant a significant economic disadvantage. When the skill levels are comparable, economic suppression often dictates the outcome. Prince Chu, Brother, are you capable? Prince Chu. Your reclining posture is truly enchanting. I almost hesitate to slay you. Prince Chu. Call me father, and I shall grant you a head. Feng Du. I prefer to avoid meeting the gaze of my teammates and coach. Teammate/God. Feng Du. Could he possibly be a streamer? Just listen to his flamboyant banter. Feng Du remained silent. Upon revival, he immediately focused on clearing minions. When confronted with Chu Yun once more, he adopted a more cautious approach. Observing the opponent's lewd antics beneath the turret, Chu Yun taunted, Prince Chu. Darling, come out. I assure you, I will be gentle. Feng Du. I shall not yield to provocation. I will engage only when our economies are equal. Just as he contemplated this, he witnessed the opposing player dive in with flair. After a series of ostentatious maneuvers, Feng Du's Luna perished once again. Chu Yun absorbed the turret's damage, emerging from the fray with a sliver of health, accompanied by an apologetic gesture. Good heavens, this fellow is formidable. He can easily suppress our versatile jungler. He possesses considerable skill. The coach excitedly patted Feng Du on the shoulder, beckoning him closer, declaring that our team requires such talent. Feng Du. Can he express his inner turmoil? At the moment the crystal shattered, it felt as though his crown had tumbled to the ground. Teammate/God spoke up, urging Feng Du to inquire about the platform on which this impressive player streams. We must observe his prowess. Indeed, do ask him. The coach chimed in, noting that such skill likely indicates he is a technical streamer on some platform, while excelling in professional gaming demands more than mere hand speed, encompassing teamwork, synergy, and strategic thinking. It is evident that a player with profound comprehension of their hero and exceptional reflexes stands a greater chance of becoming a competent professional following rigorous training. Wendy decided to open the friends list. Wendy, are you a streamer? Chu Yun glanced at the chat box. A streamer? Chu, Your Highness, do I seem like a streamer to you? Wendy, then are you a booster? Chu, Your Highness, I'm afraid I do not take commissions. Wendy. Chu Yun perused the chat history, pondering if she might indeed be a streamer. After all, Zhang Yao's esports idol is also a streamer. Streaming appears to be a promising avenue. Chu Yun opened Ivory and promptly registered as a streamer. Chu, Your Highness, search for Chu, Your Highness on Ivory. Black Cat and Axe God quickly opened their phones, navigating to the Ivory streaming platform and searching for Chu, Your Highness. However, he wasn't live streaming. He was merely a small streamer, lacking any followers. Wait, it seems he has just registered. Wendy also opened Ivory, which indicated that Chu, Your Highness had registered a minute ago. Black Cat. Haha, Wendy, this guy is amusing. I followed him. Axe God, I followed him too. Wendy, with a stoic expression, quietly clicked to follow, activated the live broadcast notifications, and then exited the interface. He then continued to message Chu Yun. Wendy, shall we play another match? Chu Yun contemplated for a moment, considering she had nothing else to do. Chu, Your Highness, let us go. Wendy, could I join for a match? Axe God eagerly rubbed his hands together. He also wished to challenge the passerby king, as it would serve as a testament to Feng Du's abilities, whether this fellow had indeed aged and lost his prowess, unable to even defeat a mere passerby. With a stern expression, Feng Du remained silent. The coach suggested, why not try against the god of Slash? It was a means to gauge the opponent's tactics. Upon the coach's insistence, Feng Du reluctantly relinquished his phone. 10 minutes later, the god of Slash, with a forlorn countenance, set down his phone. Another 10 minutes passed, and the Black Cat, wearied by defeat, followed suit. Yet another 10 minutes elapsed, and the Wuhan, his face contorted with frustration, laid down his phone. After another 10 minutes, the tall one too, in despair, placed his phone down. Allow me, the coach declared grandly. The god of Slash protested, Coach, please don't jest. Although you are our coach, it does not necessarily imply your skills surpass ours. It is precisely due to age that your skills have waned, relegating you to the role of a coach. We all return defeated. What can you, a fated contender, contribute? I care not. I shall take part, the coach asserted, snatching Feng Du's phone to send a team invitation to Chu Yun. 7 minutes later, the coach set down the phone. Your Highness Chu, though the skills may be lacking, the tactics are quite audacious, with a plethora of strategies. The entire kneeling professional team responded with silence. Due to his suspension from school, Chu Yun was exempt from attending classes. Yet, he still rose early, seizing the opportunity to torment Zhang Yao. Observing Zhang Yao, adorned with a flamboyant visage reminiscent of the original, heading off to school, Chu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhang's parents paid no heed to Chu Yun, simply instructing him not to cause trouble before departing. At precisely 8 o'clock, the tutor arrived punctually at the Zhang family villa, accompanied by Zhang Chao, Wang Lili, and Li Shishir. Chu Yun invited the tutor inside. The tutoring teacher wore a perplexed expression. Was it not said that there was only one student? Chu Yun replied. The teacher may treat them as if they do not exist. The tutor nodded, realizing that teaching one student was no different from teaching four. For him, it made little difference. Moreover, this family was quite generous with the tutoring fees. Chu Yun asked the tutor to wait a few moments and walked over to Zhang Chao and the other two. Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Zhang Miao, hurry up. The martial arts manual. Chu Yun smiled, unhurried. Since you have decided to follow me, you may consider yourselves half disciples of the Chu sect. Chu Yun produced 3 cups of wine. Once you drink this, I shall impart to you unparalleled martial skills. Zhang Chao's face lit up with joy as he took the cup and downed it in one gulp. He raised the cup to show its emptiness, then, with proper decorum, performed a bow of apprenticeship. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Chu Yun turned to Wang Lili and Li Shishir, who both promptly drank as well, and, like Zhang Chao, performed the bow. The tutor, standing aside, was bewildered. Is playing house still in vogue these days? Master, can we begin now? Li Shishir asked eagerly. Chu Yun chuckled lightly. Not so fast. Allow me to explain the rules first. Since you have pledged yourselves to me as disciples, you must heed my words, without defiance or betrayal. Rest assured, Master. Your disciples shall remember this. Chu Yun nodded, though I trust you would not dare otherwise. What you just consumed was a secret potion of my sect. Should you disobey, you will promptly meet your demise. Zhang Chao, Wang Lili, and Li Shishir. The tutor? Did this family perhaps place the wrong order? Isn't a psychological counselor the proper approach? Should he not take some action now? However, after 9 years of examination-oriented education, he is uncertain of what to do now. Zhang Chao chuckled awkwardly. Master, you cannot be serious, can you? Chu Yun replied. Do I appear to be jesting? Very well. You are now officially disciples of the Chu family. Today's tasks include standing in horse stance for 2 hours, performing push-ups for 2 hours, engaging in combat training for 2 hours, and finally, attending supplementary classes in middle school subjects with me. What? Zhang Chao exclaimed in alarm. What about the secret manual? The legendary martial arts manual? Master, are we not supposed to be cultivating the martial arts? Chu Yun maintained a stern expression. Who led you to believe that you could begin with the manual? Shouldn't you first establish a solid physical foundation? How can one aspire to learn the manual without a well-conditioned body? The 3 of them wore dejected expressions. However, why must they also attend middle school classes? While they could begrudgingly accept the need for physical strength in martial arts training, what was the purpose of supplementary classes? They were academic underachievers, after all. Forcing underachievers to study was akin to a death sentence. Do you think that the manual can be understood so easily? If one cannot comprehend even a standard book, how could they hope to grasp the manual? Zhang Chao, Wang Lili, Li Shishir. That makes a compelling argument. However, Master, are you not also? Chu Yun elegantly brushed her hair back. Am I an ordinary person? I possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, why would esteemed individuals seek me out rather than you? The despair trio, unable to refute. Very well, let us commence our practice. First, let us assume a horse stance. The trio, with faces etched in sorrow, cast pitiful glances at Chu Yun, their feet seemingly nailed to the floor, motionless. Chu Yun smiled, her delicate lips curving, as her gaze shimmered like the brilliance of a resplendent star. The air quivered intensely, and the 3 felt as though an unseen force had gripped their throats, rendering their breaths labored. Waves of pressure surged upon them, and their minds spun in a whirl of dizziness. Their complexions turned pale. The most timid among them, Wang Lili, could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. I will assume the stance. Zhang Miao, I will. Li Shishir, on the brink of tears, echoed, I will too. Woo, Zhang Miao is too terrifying. Zhang Chao, drenched in sweat, stammered, I will. Chu Yun lifted the oppressive weight. The trio felt as though their strength had been drained, collapsing onto the floor. Suddenly recalling something, they scrambled to their feet, trembling as they resumed their horse stance. Chu Yun's expression bore a cold smile. It is human nature to be drawn to strength. Everyone aspires to be powerful, wanting to achieve greatness without significant effort or with minimal sacrifice. Yet, in this world, such fortuity is a rare commodity. If it existed, how profoundly unfair it would be to those who toiled diligently. The guidance teacher observed this farcical scene with a blank expression. Upon noticing Chu Yun approaching him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Jiang Yao, is it? I. Chu Yun offered a slight smile. Teacher, shall we begin? The guidance teacher, caught in a daze, pondered whether it was too late to turn away. Did no adult oversee these eccentric children? Their performance was unervingly realistic, if not genuine. Either they believed themselves to be genuine, a term succinctly encapsulated as delusion. Is he truly required to instruct a group of delusional students? The teacher need not concern himself with us. We are merely engaged in a game. Now, let us commence the lesson. The tutor hesitated, contemplating. Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. Chu Yun, seated at her desk, sweetly interjected, Teacher, I have already paid the fee. Then, let us proceed with the class. The tutor inhaled deeply. After assisting this student, he could finally purchase a new car for his wife. Yet, the truth behind his acquiescence was far more complex. Despite her seemingly gentle and obedient demeanor, there was an inexplicable air of pressure in her softly spoken words that rendered him instinctively reluctant to contradict her. Chu Yun earnestly began to absorb the foundational knowledge of this realm. The tutor maintained a swift pace, for she had only taken a half-year break from her studies. It was imperative to cover 5 years of material within that half year, yet fortunately, the content was not overly challenging. During the intervals of class, Chu Yun extended her mental energy to observe the disarray of 3 individuals in the courtyard. She promptly made her way outside. With a graceful wave of her hand, she seized the pink duckling engrossed in reading a novel. The startled creature squawked in panic. What is happening? Chu Yun? Who am I? Where am I? Without hesitation, Chu Yun tossed the pink duckling into the air. You shall teach them the art of horse stance. The duckling, utterly bewildered, was then instructed to demonstrate push-ups and engage in combat training, whatever it took to be fierce. The pink object that suddenly appeared in the sky left the trio in despair, particularly Wang Lily, who felt tears welling up. Oh dear, what should I do? I regret it, she exclaimed. Is there a monster who knows how to satisfy my wishes? The pink duck, with its eyes rolling, nodded vigorously. It had a keen understanding of the unpleasant woman's whims. Isn't it just about toying with a few little ones? No problem, leave it to me. It chuckled. Having just finished reading a thrilling military novel, now finding it quite applicable. Meanwhile, at school, while Chu Yun was attending classes at home, Jiang Yao was surrounded by a group of admirers. A handsome boy with bleached hair stylishly tossed his locks and presented a beautifully crafted pink box to Jiang Yao. This is a gift for you, he declared. Jiang Yao, feeling utterly out of sorts with her appearance altered by Chu Yun, stammered, You must be mistaken. She couldn't bear to look at herself, let alone understand why anyone would be attracted to her. Was this grand gesture truly meant for her? The boy flashed a charming smile. No mistake at all. Would you like to have lunch together this afternoon? Jiang Yao was taken aback. The boy genuinely seemed to express his affection for her. But why? She noticed several envious glances directed her way. This boy, despite having average academic performance, was strikingly handsome, excelled at basketball, and came from a well-off family, making him the heartthrob of many girls. Now, with him confessing his feelings, how could those girls not be envious? However, Jiang Yao remained uncomfortable, her head bowed low. How wonderful it would have been if he had appeared when she was dressed elegantly. Even if she chose not to accept his confession, she could have effortlessly maintained a friendship with him. Now, she lacked the courage to even lift her gaze to speak. Silence implies consent. Wait for me after school at noon. I shall come to fetch you, the young man declared, tossing his hair with a charming flourish before turning to depart. In this realm, individuals come of age at 16, and marriage is permissible at 18. It is quite common for teenagers to engage in romantic relationships around the ages of 16 or 17, and schools do not intervene. The classroom doorway witnessed a grand display of confession. As long as it did not disrupt lessons, teachers remained indifferent. Unbeknownst to anyone, the young man who had just professed his feelings turned and sent a voice message to someone. Task completed. She could not fathom why, despite her current state, someone would confess their affection for her. It was not that she had never noticed the admiring glances from boys before, but no one had ever declared their feelings so overtly. Jiang Yao, you seem like a different person lately, a boy remarked as he took a seat beside her. His gaze intense. Jiang Yao hastily averted her eyes, feeling flustered. I'm just dressing like this for the time being. It'll be fine in a few days. She had resolved to endure this for a few days before telling her parents that this approach was ineffective. It would only be a matter of days. The boy exclaimed dramatically. I think you look even more beautiful now, Jiang Yao. her perception began to unravel. Subsequently, Jiang Yao realized that she was constantly receiving various expressions of admiration. Even on her way from the classroom to the cafeteria, she encountered confessions 3 or 4 times. Jiang Yao found herself somewhat bewildered. Is there a disparity in aesthetic appreciation between males and females? It appears that they genuinely take pleasure in their current appearances. Subsequently, Jiang Yao inquired of the girls with whom she usually associates, "Do you think I looked better before, or do I look better now?" The girl hesitated momentarily and replied, "I believe you look good either way." She clenched her teeth, suppressing the urge to speak the truth. Well, one must be polite and respect others' preferences. Jiang Yao was perplexed. However, after several such exchanges, Jiang Yao grew considerably more confident. Occasionally, when gazing into the mirror, she even discovered facets of beauty she had previously overlooked. At the Jiang family villa, Zhang Chao seized the opportunity during a brief intermission to rush over to Chu Yun, sharing the good news relayed by his companions. "I have rallied all my brothers to ensure that the aesthetic standards of the academic goddess are elevated to a commendable level." Chu Yun nodded in encouragement, acknowledging the commendable effort. Vanity is a trait inherent to humanity, present to varying degrees. For women, a significant portion of this vanity stems from the admiration and validation received from others, particularly from the opposite sex. Initially, Jiang Yao may have been resistant to her current bad girl attire, yet if she were to continuously receive affirmations of her beauty, stating, "You look stunning, I am captivated by you," a few such compliments might elicit a simple smile. But what if 10 or 100 individuals echoed the same sentiment? Humans possess an innate tendency to conform. If many declare something as beautiful, it must indeed be so. Jiang Yao was gradually led into a chasm by Jiang Yao, and similarly, Chu Yun employed the same strategy to dethrone Jiang Yao. When Jiang Yao eventually appeared before the gaming idol in her bad girl guise, one cannot help but wonder whether he would still find her appealing. Zhang Chao's family may not be the wealthiest, but he is adept at navigating social dynamics and possesses a commendable network of connections. Within the school, the delinquents and underachievers are essentially his comrades, and even many of the top scholars count him among their friends. Therefore, it is only fitting that this task be entrusted to him. Zhang Chao gazes at Chu Yun with a hopeful and pleading expression, his eyes filled with cautious flattery. "Master, is it possible for us to?" Having abandoned the hope of acquiring the secret manual outright, he merely yearns for a brief respite, just a moment of rest. Chu Yun glances at him indifferently and retorts, "One must endure hardships to rise above others. Keep pushing forward. Zhang Chao, gather around, everyone. Quickly now." The voice of the flamboyant duck toy, which has been stridently shouting, resonates after the spatial restrictions are lifted, allowing Zhang Chao and his companions to hear him. The only one subjected to restrictions is the supervising teacher, primarily out of concern that there might be no instructor left the following day. Thus, in the eyes of the teacher, the students perceive only a plump, whimsical flying duck toy. The 3 students, utterly exhausted from their rigorous exertions, find themselves reverently addressing this whimsical object. Supervising teacher. After finally completing the training regimen, the trio is left gasping for breath, their fingers unwilling to move another inch. Who could fathom the ordeal they have just endured? Wang Lily, having applied makeup, now sports a face smeared with black, yellow, and red hues. Chu Yun instructs a few of them to take a shower, and then they sit in a row to attend the lesson. Seated on the benches, the 3 harbor a strangely complex mix of emotions. Why do they suddenly feel an unexpected sense of happiness in their studies? After what seems like an eternity, night falls at last. With a graceful wave of her hand, Chu Yun dismisses her inexpensive apprentices. The disheartened trio ambled away, their faces devoid of expression, limping along. If yesterday, Chu Yun had opened the door to a new world for them, igniting their fervor and stirring their aspirations, today sights and experiences utterly shattered their previous understanding. The inhumane encounters, along with that peculiar pink-haired creature, had left their long-established worldview in ruins. Words failed to encapsulate their current emotions. All they desired was to escape swiftly. "Do not be late tomorrow," a sweet and gentle voice echoed in their ears. Yet to the 3, it resembled a devil's call. A pink duck fluttered before Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, isn't it amazing?" She chuckled lightly, extending her hand to grasp one of the creatures. Startled, the pink duck let out a frightened squeak, flapping its feeble wings and kicking its legs. "Wah, I made a mistake. Don't hit me, wah." It truly regretted its earlier pride. Chu Yun, with a smile, gently patted the wildly swaying head of the duck. What are you afraid of? You performed splendidly. The pink duck trembled in response. Thank you for the compliment. The butler recounted Chu Yun's activities from the day. Humph. All day long, she merely frolicked with those rascals. The butler wore a puzzled expression. Hadn't he mentioned that the young lady had spent the day studying with her tutor? Why, then, was Mr. Jiang so focused on the young lady's classmates? Besides, the three companions had done nothing wrong. They merely engaged in physical exercises within the villa. Never mind her, at least we have Yao Yao. Otherwise, I would be thoroughly exasperated, remarked Jiang's mother. The butler replied, my apologies for the intrusion. The matters of the family are not within my purview. The evening meals at the Jiang household were always enjoyed together after Jiang Yao returned from school. Jiang's mother, concerned for her daughter, continually urged her to eat more. Jiang Yao obediently complied with her mother's requests, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chu Yun. Jiang Yao had ceased to wear heavy makeup, appearing refreshingly clean, a stark contrast to her previous self. In Jiang Yao's aesthetic perception, it was undoubtedly the present-day Chu Yun that evoked envy. However, memories of the day's events at school lingered in Jiang Yao's mind. Those boys. Did men and women truly possess different standards of beauty? No woman could bear to accept her own unattractiveness. Was Jiang Yao's prior flamboyant appearance a sign that she understood? Perhaps even earlier than Jiang Yao, what men found appealing. Doubts about her own aesthetic judgment began to cloud Jiang Yao's thoughts. After a few indifferent bites of her meal, she excused herself to take a shower upstairs. Chu Yun, having finished her dinner, followed suit. With a sweep of her mental energy, she noted Jiang Yao reclining on her bed, engrossed in a game. Indeed, Jiang Yao had developed a fascination for mobile games, particularly after forming a connection with her gaming idol. Whenever possible, she would engage in gaming sessions or casual chats with him. Occasionally, when he streamed live, she would surreptitiously tune in during class, finding contentment even in the visuals, though she muted the sound. Had it not been for the incident involving Jiang Miao at the bar, Jiang Yao's declining academic performance would have been impossible to conceal until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. Can you hear me, miss? A deep, melodious male voice emanated from Jiang Yao's phone. Jiang Yao responded affirmatively, indicating she could indeed hear him. Her voice, soft and youthful, had the kind of charm that could leave straight men utterly enchanted. Han Chen let out an exaggerated chuckle. Wow, my dear lady, your voice. I have finished. How about you, my friends? Han Chen jokingly urged. Lady, hurry in, I can hardly wait. At this moment, there wasn't much romantic tension between the two. It was merely the effect of live streaming. He was originally a wealthy second-generation heir, a gaming streamer primarily seeking to experience life. To his surprise, due to his handsome looks and exceptional skills, he quickly became a renowned figure in the esports realm. Men of his caliber naturally attracted numerous female admirers. His exaggerated excitement upon seeing the lady was also a means to cater to the desires of the male audience in the live stream. They relished watching him engage in flirtatious banter while gaming. Since yesterday, Han Chen had been live streaming his journey from bronze to king, showcasing a master guiding a novice, especially with an adorable lady, which was inherently captivating. Additionally, Jiang Yao possessed a remarkable talent for being charming and cute, winning the favor of the audience. Han Chen's live stream was inundated with messages. Get together, get together. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, 666. Sister-in-law, your voice is truly delightful. Han Chen prompted, lady, please greet the audience in the live stream. After his broadcast yesterday, Han Chen had already candidly shared his identity with Jiang Yao and arranged to play games together that evening. In truth, Jiang Yao had long been aware of Han Chen. She had previously enjoyed watching his streams, and after she started gaming herself, she would still tune in to his broadcasts. However, she never expected to be fortunate enough to match with such a master. Jiang Yao expressed that she did not require any gratitude. As long as they were having fun, that was all that mattered. Upon hearing Han Chen prompt her to greet the audience, Jiang Yao shyly spoke. Hello everyone. You may call me Yao Yao. I'm new to this game, so please don't judge me too harshly. A voice interjected. Oh, that voice. Miss, please, I can't take it anymore. Han Chen exaggeratedly exclaimed. The live chat erupted in a flurry of messages. Han Chen in 3 seconds. Who can beat my Han Chen? Han Chen is undoubtedly the fastest man in the entire canyon. Jiang Yao bit her lip, unable to suppress a shy smile that crept onto her face. The sparks between the male and female leads were about to ignite. Chu Yun contemplated for a moment before directly opening her computer to commence her own live stream. Timing was crucial, and a collision was not out of the question. 2 seconds later, as she entered the game, Chu Yun glanced at Jiang Yao's gaming interface. Ice fruit. Collision successful. They found themselves pitted against each other. Feng Du, having just finished his training and shower, was about to retire for the night when a notification popped up on his phone. Your followed Chu Dianza is currently live streaming. Feng Du clicked on the live stream without hesitation. Upon entering the room, he instinctively frowned. It seemed he was the first viewer. Chu Dianza's live stream was painfully desolate. Viewers, 10, VIPs, 0, gifts, 0, subscriptions, 0. Yet, the title was undeniably audacious, shocking the officials. Lose one match and give away 1 million RMB. This title was indeed bold, unprecedented. No other streamer had ever dared to make such a promise. This was a 5-person game. Not even their professional team could guarantee a flawless victory in every match. Moreover, this was the mixed bag of a platinum tier, where encountering opponents with SMUF accounts while being stuck with 4 novices would make a 9-to-1 win impossible. The anchor's downfall was not without precedent, and Feng Du quietly felt a pang of anxiety for His Highness Chu. One by one, several individuals entered the room. Upon recognizing the IDs, Feng Du exclaimed, "Ah, my comrades! Everyone is here." The atmosphere in His Highness Chu's livestream was so desolate that it was unbearable. Without hesitation, Feng Du clicked to recharge and made a payment. A world message popped up in all Ivory live rooms. Feng Du Tian has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Gifts were already pouring in at the start of the broadcast. With a flash, the screen was filled with notifications. She quickly glanced at the gift leaderboard. A Super Timespace Battleship cost a staggering 10,000 yuan. Who was this extravagant benefactor? Feng Du Tian. Who was this person? Soon, the world channel was inundated with messages. Black Cat Catches Mice has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. God of the Axe has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. Raise It High has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. Wind Passes Without Trace has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. Coach is Super Handsome has activated the Super Timespace Battleship in His Highness Chu's livestream. The continuous barrage of gold banners propelled His Highness Chu into the trending section of the Honor of Kings. Simultaneously, many began to remember the name of His Highness Chu. A surge of onlookers flocked in, and the viewership of Chu Yun's livestream skyrocketed to 1 million. Chu Yun was utterly bewildered. Is it really that lucrative to be a gaming anchor? Before she even began playing, so many affluent individuals were already showering her with gifts. No wonder so many people aspire to become anchors. Earning money seems remarkably easy. Within a minute, the data in His Highness Chu's livestream transformed dramatically. Popularity, 1, 290. 123 VIPs, 6 gifts, 120,000 subscriptions. 6. The reason for the 120,000 gifts lies in a few affluent patrons who repeatedly purchased treasure maps of the same price. An incessant influx of traffic surged in. Upon noticing the striking title of the live stream, Lose a Game, Win a Million, they were captivated. The wealthy had arrived to indulge in some amusement, while keyboard warriors sprang into action. Congratulations to the benefactor for starting the stream. I am here to watch. Please accept this toothpick worth 1 yuan. VIP 1. Wishing the benefactor good fortune, I shall spend 1 yuan to sit in the VIP section. VIP 1. Wishing the benefactor good fortune, I have come to pay my respects. VIP 1. Congratulations to the benefactor for starting the stream. A toothpick represents my affection. VIP 1. Do not leave, I shall add another. VIP 1. Toothpick number 2. VIP 1. Toothpick number 3. VIP 1. A flurry of messages filled the screen. Chu Yun was at a loss for words. Did these individuals truly believe she was the one bestowing extravagant gifts? The statistics within Prince Chu's live stream transformed to popularity, 1, 807, 843 VIPs, 998 gifts, 130, 364 subscriptions, 505, 346 Chu Yun. Thus, the contributions of 992 individuals amounted to less than a tenth of what the previous 6 affluent patrons had gifted. Chu Yun cleared her throat and set up the microphone. She had not anticipated anyone watching her live stream and had not even set up the microphone. Welcome, esteemed guests, to my live stream. I wish you joy and entertainment. Wow, it's actually a girl. Oh my, the young lady's voice is truly delightful. I have completed my task. What about you, my brothers? I have also finished. Did none of you notice that the young lady is playing below diamond rank? Where did you see the streamer's beauty? Chu Yun happened to glance at this comment. With a calm voice, she remarked, "Is my beauty something mere mortals can fathom?" The barrage of comments fell silent for nearly 2 seconds, and then an overwhelming flood of messages surged forth. Director Jean is willful. The wealthy lady is willful. The young lady is willful. The girl is willful. Prince Chu is formidable. If the young lady claims beauty, it must be true beauty. Prince, you are a unique spark. Prince V587. While streamers typically strive to please their audience, this one boldly confronted them right from the start. Such audacity. As the professional team, who had just showered her with extravagant gifts, froze in shock the moment Chu Yun began to speak. They couldn't reconcile the image of a deity they had anticipated, the swift youth they had envisioned, with that of a girl. They resolutely refused to accept that they had been bested by a young lady. It had to be a trick, a deception. Seeing Chu Yun confidently select the hero Deji, the professional team was even more convinced that she couldn't possibly be the same person. As the game commenced, Chu Yun maneuvered the little fox towards the mid-tower, leisurely last-hitting minions. Oh no, the opponent is Han Xiao. Are you joking? Han Xiao would not play in a platinum match. You know nothing. Han Xiao is on a winning streak from bronze to king, didn't you know? With Han Xiao's emblem, it's obvious you're a fake fan. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the game commenced. A wave of inexplicable sympathy washed over me for Prince Chu, who appeared poised to falter at the very outset of such a grand spectacle. My thoughts lingered on the skillful prowess of Han Xian, a distinguished technical streamer within the realm of glory. His mastery of Han Xin was nothing short of extraordinary, and in this match, he played as a jungler with an impressive lineup. Kai Wenji as support, Yu Ji as the marksman, Wang Xiaojun as the mage, and Mi Yu in the top lane. In contrast, Prince Chu's team was composed of Deji in the mid lane, Aku as jungler, Cheng Yaojin in top lane, and both Liu Ban and Ho Yi as marksmen, lacking a support hero altogether. Judging by the selection of heroes alone, it seemed the fox was already at a disadvantage. The first blood was drawn. Han Xin swiftly eliminated Liu Ban 7, claiming the initial kill. A double kill followed, as Han Xin dispatched Ho Yi with equal finesse. Wow, that young man is truly formidable, Jiang Yao remarked softly, clearly impressed by the rapid double kill. Han Shun, brimming with confidence, circled around Jiang Yao, who played the role of the nurturing support, Kai Wenji. What do you think, dear lady? Am I not handsome? Indeed, you are quite handsome, Jiang Yao replied, flattering him with sincerity. With skills as exceptional as mine and a visage to match, is it possible that you harbor a secret admiration for me? Jiang Yao playfully retorted. Oh, do not tease me, young man. Come now, fair maiden, just tell me, do you or do you not? Jiang Yao's voice was melodious, with a delicate tremor at the end, yet she refrained from responding. Han Shen exclaimed, "Oh dear, miss, please cease that humming, I can hardly bear it." He continued, I see, the young lady is feeling shy, I understand now. The audience in the live stream truly comprehends. Jiang Yao lamented, "Oh dear, I feel as though I might perish. I am at my wit's end." Han Shen reassured her, "Fear not, I shall protect you." Meanwhile, the couple was engrossed in their display of affection, while the situation for Chu Yun was rather dire. The two marksmen in the bottom lane lay defeated. The fox was still clearing minions, barely reaching level 4. Feng Du furrowed his brow. Deji was a late-game hero, inherently weak in team fights. If her teammates faltered too soon, she would be rendered ineffective. At last, the little fox finished clearing the minion wave and, adorned in her martial arts shoes, dashed to the brush in the top lane. Opposite her, Yu Ji was mercilessly pummeling Cheng Yaojin, who was in a precarious state, fleeing towards the tower with minimal health. The little fox waited until Yu Ji reached the midpoint of the river before charging out. She landed a basic attack, startling Yu Ji into activating her second skill to hastily escape. The little fox followed up with her second skill for crowd control, another basic attack, then her first skill, followed by another attack. Finally, she unleashed her ultimate, securing the kill on Yu Ji. At that moment, all members of the professional team had gathered in Feng Du's room. They had successfully baited out Yu Ji's acceleration skill. Given the fox's low early game damage, a mere skill combo would not suffice to eliminate her. Once the fox's control had ended, and Yuji's acceleration dissipated, a complete skill combo accompanied by basic attacks ensured that Yuji had no chance of escape. Jiang Yao, witnessing her marksman's demise, inquired, "Should I protect the marksman, dear sir?" Although she had only recently begun playing the game, she understood that a support character should indeed protect the marksman. "Dear sister, you need to shield me, closely, in a manner that is intimate. I require your unwavering protection. Hurry and heal me. I crave your healing." Jiang Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she activated her first skill. Glancing at another phone, the public screen of Han Chen's live stream was inundated with messages from a sister-in-law, causing Jiang Yao's face to burn even hotter. The coach remarked, "Awareness is also crucial. She knows that Han Xin is lurking in the river." "Coach, do you think His Highness Chu has any chance of victory?" Gao Gao inquired with curiosity. The coach pondered for a moment. While Han Xin is formidable, if the fox has her equipment fully assembled, she can certainly eliminate Han Xin in an instant. However, Han Xion's ultimate ability allows him to evade damage, presenting an opportunity to retaliate against Deji. Alternatively, he could wait until Deji has exhausted her skills before engaging. It now hinges upon both teams' awareness and positioning. If His Highness Chu exhibits greater awareness than Han Chen, a comeback is possible. The pivotal moment for a turnaround rests on Deji. Feng Du expressed agreement with the coach's insights. On His Highness Chu's side, there were 2 buy one get one free marksmen. While the jungle role of Kujiao Jin could barely be deemed adequate compared to Han Chen's superior jungler, nevertheless, the opposing team boasted only one formidable player, Han Xian. Thus, the singular opportunity for a comeback lay with Deji. If she could eliminate Han Xian, victory would be within reach. Conversely, if Han Xian were to eliminate Deji, His Highness Chu's teammates would be rendered powerless. As the game commenced, 5 minutes had elapsed. Aside from Chu Yun's Deji, who boasted a commendable record of 4 kills and 0 deaths, all other teammates were at a disadvantage. The opposing Han Xian had already achieved a godlike status. The little fox approached the bottom lane with an air of calmness. Mi Yu emerged to clear the minions. The little fox dashed out from the bushes, employing the same trick once more, landing a basic attack to bait Mi Yu's ultimate ability. After waiting for Mi Yu's ultimate to conclude, it delivered a swift blow, taking her down in a mere 31 seconds. Goodness, the opposing little fox possesses some remarkable skills, Han Chen noted, witnessing his teammate fall to Deji once again. "Miss, follow my lead. Let us teach this little fox a lesson," he urged. The opposing little fox is also a streamer, claiming they will defeat you 10 times. Came the taunt. The opposing streamer says you are inadequate. So, the realization dawned that the adversary was indeed a streamer. "Miss, let us confront him," Han Chen declared, charging in with determination. He was one of the most popular streamers in Honor of Kings, accustomed to the antics of those who intentionally seek to ride on the coattails of trending events. Since they had crossed paths, it was time for direct confrontation. Han Xian, accompanied by the support character, fiercely made his way to the mid lane to ambush Deji. "Miss, let us execute a counter-ambush. You go ahead and scout the bushes," he instructed. Jiang Yao meandered towards the mid-lane bushes, finding them empty. Han Chen chuckled, stepping out from under the tower, preparing to leap into the bushes. "Little fox, I am coming." However, before Han Chen could finish his sentence, a pink heart and a flurry of little hearts floated towards him. Deji unleashed her final skill, swiftly eliminating Han Xian. "Oh no!" Han Chen gasped, sitting up straight in shock. He paused for a moment, bewildered. How did he end up in that bush? Shouldn't he have been in the central bush? Jiang Yao inquired, her expression one of confusion. "How did you die so quickly?" The speed was overwhelming. She had not even witnessed the event unfold. Han Chen. The air was awkward for 3 seconds. "It's all right, dear sister. Let us give them a head." Little brother is the best." Han Chen. "The jungler has fallen, so the healer must seek out the marksman." How could Chu Yun allow Jiang Yao to be at ease? After eliminating Han Xian, she took a detour to find the marksman via Kai Wenji. Suddenly, a little heart appeared. "Jiang Yao. Little brother, save me." Han Xian hung in the air, witnessing the healer unable to cast her skills in time, meeting her demise on the spot. Han Chen. The opponent has some skill. I must take this seriously." Han Xian, brimming with confidence, leaped into the jungle to secure blue. Yet again, he was slain by Daji. Han Chen. I really must get serious. Reviving and emerging once more. He was killed by Daji for the 3rd time. Han Chen. How did he know I was here? Am I destined to falter in the platinum tier? Ha ha ha. The hilarity of a platinum tier mishap will keep me laughing for a year. The opponent must be screen peeking. How could he possibly know Han Xiao's position? Ha 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 ha. Han Xiao's platinum mishap. Brothers, let us all weep. The team of Fengdu was also thoroughly entertained. Bystanders might think that His Highness Chu was screen peeking. However, they were merely fixated on Chu Yun's maneuvers, for her awareness was exceptionally strong. Not only Han Xian, but also the movements of others were under her control. Every ambush was precise. Yet she only focused on eliminating Han Xian and Kai Wenji. It was not that she couldn't ambush the others, rather. She was simply disinclined to take action. Upon the demise of Han Xian, she proceeded to resolve matters with the others one by one. Alas, dear young man, it appears I am on the brink of death once more. Kai Wenji found herself besieged by the descendants of Liu Ban, receiving a thorough beating. Han Shen promptly rushed to her aid. Come, let us engage in merriment with Daji. Accompanied by Daji's playful banter, Han Xian met his end once again. Zhang Yao, filled with remorse, lamented, Dear brother, have I brought you harm? I am truly sorry. Sobbing, she added, It is my failure to protect you. Chu Yun immediately sent a message to all. Woe is me, Han Shen responded, and alas, Zhang Yao echoed. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. At the moment the crystal shattered, Han Shen's face turned ashen. In the platinum rank, we have encountered a setback. Dear brother, shall we continue? Zhang Yao, feeling guilty, wondered if the master would find her too burdensome to carry along. The chat was flooded with messages. Continue. Carry on. If not, unsubscribe. Let us keep failing. Han Shen managed a resigned smile, saying, Fear not, dear sister, let us persist. He doubted that Platinum could endure consecutive defeats. Then came the second round. And once again, disaster struck. Ha ha, today has been the most delightful day since I began watching the live stream. Prince Chu is magnificent. Why is there always this lurking pest? It's disgusting. Chu dog, perish. There should be limits to riding on others' coattails. Regardless of that, it's still enjoyable to watch. I relish seeing Han Xiao getting pummeled. However, Han Shen was no longer as carefree as in the first match. He spoke little throughout the game. Finally, Han Shen took the situation seriously. The coach remarked, Now we can truly gauge Prince Chu's skill. Previously, all encounters had been solo. True technical prowess is best demonstrated in practical scenarios. Fengdu acknowledged with a hum, intently watching the live stream. 10 minutes later, Han Shen, bewildered, set down his phone. He reviewed the match details several times before exiting and directly opening the next round. In the third match, rather unfortunately, he faced the same opponent again. After dying for the 5th time, Han Shen typed in the chat, Feel free to advertise. We can duo queue when we have time. This was a tacit acknowledgement of his competitor. Han Shen had always maintained a principle. As long as one could defeat him, they were free to promote themselves, provided it was not a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 scenario. He noted that the opponent was playing solo in a trio, which meant there were no teammates to contend with, thus eliminating the possibility of unfair matchups. He simply could not match their skill. The opponent possessed genuine talent and was destined for success. He did not mind contributing to their rise. I am not here to ride on anyone's coattails. I merely wish to provide you with a bit of challenge, Han Shen remarked. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat expressed their disbelief. I can't believe you. On your first day of streaming, your popularity surged to 2 million. How can you say it's not for the attention? The third match concluded predictably, with 3 consecutive losses at the platinum level. Han Shen buried his face in his hands, nearly in tears. Miss, let us call it a day. I simply cannot compete. The opponent is a devil. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being too inexperienced. Zhang Yao replied softly, her voice a delicate lilt that could soften the hearts of any man. It's all right. I was also lacking in skill. And the opponent was quite formidable. At this point, he had lost the inclination to tease the young lady and simply stated, Let us play together again next time. Han Shen exited the team and promptly turned his attention to the peak competition. Continuing any further would render him unable to face his audience. Meanwhile, the viewership in Chu Yun's streaming room surged to 4 million, with supporters and detractors nearly evenly matched. Peeping dog, disgusting, you only deserve to play brainless heroes. Princess Chu is magnificent. Princess Chu performed splendidly. Defeat Han Shen. For consecutive victories, I'm grinding for treasure maps. The one grinding for treasure maps. I've taken a screenshot. Biting his lip and hesitating for a considerable time, he ultimately typed 2 lines on the public screen. I watched the entire match. Princess Chu did not peep, Her awareness is simply exceptional. Can the haters refrain from spewing nonsense? Feng Du felt a pang of anxiety. If anyone were to discover that he, a celebrated KPL champion and FMVP, was currently using a secondary account to secretly support a small streamer while engaging in a verbal spat with netizens, he would be utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, under fire from various online critics, wore a joyful expression as her neighbor Jiang Yao was dejectedly pounding her pillow. Jiang Yao, in a fit of frustration, raked her fingers through her hair. That individual was exceedingly irritating. Not only did they seek to ride on the coattails of others, but they also deliberately inflicted such a harsh defeat, all to showcase their own prowess. She held contempt for those who trample over others to ascend. Jiang Yao glanced at the barrage of comments flooding Han Chen's streaming room. So, the streamer was named Princess Chu. How amusing. Just as she was preparing to vent her frustrations in Princess Chu's streaming room, Han Chen spoke up. All right, everyone, let us remain calm and enjoy the live broadcast. Let us not dwell on past events. I will continue my ascent from bronze to king tomorrow, as my performance today was subpar. I hope for everyone's understanding. Han Chen's voice, consistently cool, carried an air of mischief. Miraculously, Jiang Yao's restless heart was soothed. The room manager of Han Chen also interjected, advising everyone not to flood the chat and inadvertently boost the other party's popularity. Their sole intention was to gain attention, and by participating in the chat, they were unwittingly aiding them. At this moment, Jiang Yao had completely regained her composure. Realizing she had missed the opportunity to discover that the one who had defeated her idol, Prince Chu, was none other than her younger sister. Chu Yun looked on with amusement as Jiang Yao was effortlessly calmed by Han Chen's few words, as if the storm had passed. The original narrative depicted a thriving livestream between Jiang Yao and Han Chen, a dynamic duo of a seasoned expert and a novice cutie, drawing in a significant wave of fans. The atmosphere in the livestream was exceptionally vibrant, and Han Chen's fondness for Jiang Yao was steadily rising. After the stream, they would delve into discussions about life philosophies and connect on a deeper level, perhaps even planning to gaze at the stars and moon together. However, now that Chu Yun had disrupted everything, it remained uncertain whether Han Chen still had the inclination to engage in such philosophical exchanges with Jiang Yao. Prince Chu, do not stop. Continue your endeavors. Hurry up and play the game. Why the delay? Quickly, keep colliding with Han Chen. Do you have no shame? Han Xiao has gone to the pinnacle match, and yet you still collide? If you have the ability, stream on your own merits. Riding on others' coattails is not a skill. Pathetic leeches, peeking dogs. Chu Yun. Oh, am I not streaming based on my own merits? Water friend. Your Highness, you seem to have a point. Having the financial means to trend is indeed a skill. Defeating Han Xiao is also a feat. Even if one rides on the wave of popularity, it is still a skill, isn't it? Did you not see that Han Chen even allowed her to advertise? They found themselves at a loss for words. In response to the fervent requests of a multitude of online friends, Chu Yun embarked on yet another match. This time, her opponent was not as formidable as Han Chen. Chu Yun selected Luna and swiftly compelled the opposing team to surrender within a mere 6 minutes. Oh my, Your Highness is truly impressive. Is it you who is showcasing such skills? Are we certain this is a girl playing Luna? Heh. A Luna in platinum rank can flaunt her prowess without much significance. If you possess true talent, venture into the glory rank. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. I do not possess an account. Allow me to elevate this one first. At that moment, she noticed a red dot in her friend's list. Wendy, you may use my account. Given the current surge in popularity, engaging in high-tier matches could help solidify your fame. Chu Yun pondered, recalling the 6 affluent individuals who had just joined her stream. It seemed she had previously advertised for this gentleman. Thus, her younger brother was indeed a wealthy individual. Very well, let us make arrangements for the affluent account. Chu Yun acquired Wendy's account credentials. An account boasting 85 stars in the king rank. She dove right in. Wow, Your Highness is genuinely formidable. Your Highness, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. Excuse me, good sir. Where do you intend to do that? By the way, is Your Highness truly a girl? I refuse to believe that Your Highness is a female. Surely, she must be a burly man. Your Highness, where did you purchase your voice changer? It sounds so authentic. Chu Yun retorted, a voice changer? That contraption cannot compare to the melodiousness of my voice. The crowd. Uffed, she is indeed unlike the other flamboyant individuals. Will Your Highness reveal her face? Your Highness, please unveil your alluring visage. Chu Yun, take care, no need to see you off. Water friend. Chu Yun, the affluent and willful prince. You are indeed impressive. As the game concluded, Chu Yun abruptly terminated the live stream. There was no option. Classes awaited the following day, necessitating an early slumber. Meanwhile, the fervent water friend in the chat was left bewildered. Had the internet connection faltered, or had the stream simply ended? Was the financier truly so capricious? They had yet to unleash their full barrage of comments. The professional team, equally perplexed, anticipated further observation of this grassroots deity's gameplay. With a staggering 4 million views, comparable to many prominent streamers, how could they simply cease? The coach patted Fengdu's shoulder, declaring, "We must secure this individual. If another team snatches them first, our championship hopes this year may be jeopardized." After observing for a considerable time today, it was evident that this person's speed, positioning, awareness, and tactical acumen were nothing short of flawless. Regardless of gender, talent is what matters. Fengdu nodded in agreement, understood. Initially intending to discuss an invitation to join the team that evening, it was apparent that the other party was preoccupied with their live stream. Given the coach's resolute demeanor, there was no time to waste. Perhaps tomorrow would afford an opportunity for a thorough conversation during training hours. The following morning, Chu Yun, as was customary, summoned Zhang Yao for makeup. However, this time, Chu Yun applied herself with a touch more diligence. The dark circles under her eyes remained prominent, yet the eye shape had been subtly refined. The blush, still rather pronounced, was rendered less garish in hue. Her lips, still a deep red, had been shaped more attractively. As Zhang Yao gazed into the mirror, she was astonished to discover that, perhaps, she appeared rather attractive. Could it be that her previous standards of beauty had been flawed? Chu Yun, observing Zhang Yao's expression of a restructured worldview, could not help but smirk with a villainous grin. The makeup she had applied to Zhang Yao was inspired by the glamorous looks of runway models. While such makeup exuded allure under stage lights, it was somewhat incongruous in everyday life. As Zhang Yao stepped outside, she coincidentally encountered Zhang Chao and his companions, who had just arrived. Zhang Chao, upon receiving a glance from Chu Yun, instantly transformed into a charismatic figure, fixating his gaze on Zhang Yao, as if entranced. You are Zhang Yao? I had no idea you were this beautiful," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "I can't believe I've only just realized that you are far more stunning than Zhang Yao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's heart skipped a beat. Really? Was she truly more beautiful than that arrogant girl, Zhang Yao? For years, she had felt inferior, but now she wondered if she could overshadow Zhang Yao after all. A surge of exhilaration ignited within her, a long-awaited fulfillment of her aspirations. "Indeed, it is true. I am Zhang Chao, Zhang Yao's deskmate. May I have the honor of being your friend?" he asked, his demeanor suggesting an eagerness to approach her, albeit tempered by a fear of startling her beauty. Zhang Yao's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly declared her need to attend class, clutching her bag as she dashed away. Wang Lili scoffed dismissively. "Humph, what a scoundrel." Li Shishir rolled her eyes in agreement. "Men are all such oafs." Zhang Chao let out a scoff, oblivious to the fact that his actions were motivated by a greater purpose. Were it not for the formidable influence of his master, would he ever engage in such affairs? Furthermore, if his master were to be pleased, the others might endure less suffering as well. How dare they mock him? Such heartless women. Chapter 32. I am the biological one. Having learned from the lessons of the previous day, Wang Lili wisely opted to forego makeup and donned a set of athletic attire. Li Shishir and Zhang Chao similarly dressed in sportswear. Chu Yun nodded in approval. They appeared well prepared, better equipped to withstand any trials ahead. Without hesitation, Chu Yun produced the pink duckling. The beleaguered trio turned ashen. Zhang Chao quickly raised his hand. "Master, I have something to report." Chu Yun cast him a sidelong glance. "Speak." Zhang Chao proceeded to relay the information about Zhang Yao's recent associations with a few unsavory characters outside of school. "Master, those individuals are not our brethren. What if?" He reasoned that he and his companions would maintain their decorum, even if they were to create a ruckus. It would merely be to feign affection for Zhang Yao, perhaps gaining a slight verbal advantage. However, these individuals were no ordinary delinquents. They were genuinely entrenched in the underworld. Zhang Yao, after all, was the master's sister. Despite their differences, they were still family, and such a severe situation seemed unlikely. Yet, should anything truly untoward occur, it would be a grave matter indeed. Upon hearing Zhang Chao's description, Chu Yun immediately grasped who he was referring to. The very individuals who had sullied the original character and Wang Lili, as well as Li Sure. How amusing that she hadn't even sought them out, yet they had come to her doorstep. It appeared that Jiang Miao had known these characters for quite some time. Could it be suspected that Jiang Miao's defilement was not merely a chance occurrence? In the original narrative, it was merely mentioned that a few individuals were following Jiang Miao, yet no one seemed to know of their acquaintance. This adds an intriguing layer to the story. Zhang Chao wore a face full of self-satisfaction as he inquired, "Master, how about today's training?" Chu Yun replied with a smile, "As usual, train hard. Becoming a martial arts master is just around the corner." Zhang Chao's expression turned to one of despair. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Jiang Miao possessed considerable skills, such words would seem akin to the empty promises of a certain cult. Handing the trio over to the duck, Chu Yun commenced the lesson, starting from the basics. She found the material remarkably simple, grasping it with just a glance. After conferring with the tutor, she accelerated the course, reducing the daily study time to allow herself more opportunities to deal with the scoundrels. In the SQ professional team training room, the coach asked Feng Du with urgency, "Didn't Ti ask you to discuss joining the team with Princess Chu yesterday? What did she say?" The coach, visibly anxious, pressed further, "How did you approach her? Did you mention which team we are?" Feng Du opened the gaming friend interface, displaying, "Feng Du, are you there?" The coach was left speechless. Such a vital matter introduced with such a mundane greeting? "Feng Du, have you lost your wits playing games? Why would you inquire about something so important in the game when you have her WeChat? What if she doesn't have time to log into the game?" Feng Du was taken aback. He had already added her as a WeChat friend when Princess Chu used his account yesterday, believing there was little difference between conversing in-game and through WeChat. However, since the coach has spoken, Feng Du shall not linger. He opened the WeChat of His Highness Chu. "Are you there, coach?" Truly, he is but a straightforward gamer. Cannot he express himself more directly? "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there?" Is he unaware that many find such inquiries most irksome? What if I were to ask for a loan? "Boss, what is it?" I have heard that those in the streaming profession must maintain a good rapport with their employers. Do you have time? Shall we arrange a meal together? Feng Du, adhering to the coach's guidance, candidly articulated his thoughts. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Is this a hidden rule? Brother, I am not a woman you can covet. Do not presume that showering me with gifts will grant you any favors." Feng Du, a bit bewildered. "Coach, what do I do now? It seems the other party has misconstrued something." The coach rubbed his temples. He was mistaken. He ought not to place expectations on this foolish boy who only knows how to play games. He directly seized Feng Du's phone. After a flurry of explanations, Chu Yun finally comprehended. A professional team? A championship professional team? That sounds impressive. Chu Yun, playing professionally? I have no interest. I am still a student. I lack the time. Coach, a student? Do students possess ample time to play games? Without dedicating significant hours to practice, one cannot possibly attain the pinnacle of excellence in a mobile game such as Honor of Kings. Do you not wish to strive for your dreams? Do you not desire to become the most radiant figure in esports, admired by countless individuals? Do you not yearn to earn a fortune doing what you love most? Join us, and I shall assist you in realizing your dreams. I simply cannot believe that this young lad remains unmoved. Countless individuals yearn to join their ranks. Gaining entry into SQ signifies ascending to the elite echelon of players, with the potential to claim championship titles and earn the coveted FMVP accolade. Such a status rivals that of a celebrity. Take, for instance, the current trend. Although his intellect may be somewhat lacking, as long as he excels in gameplay, a legion of admirers would eagerly express their desire to bear his children. Yet, this individual has outright declined such attention. My aspirations do not revolve around gaming. It is merely a pastime for me. Would she truly regard a game as her dream? What a ridiculous notion. The original owner may retain her memories, but the skills and instincts cannot be replicated. The coach mused, feeling a slight headache. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed gradually, avoiding undue pressure. He suggested occasionally seeking advice from Chu Yun while maintaining a grasp on her mindset. It was acceptable if she chose not to join SQ, but it was imperative that she did not align herself with another team. Reflecting on the support she received last night, Chu Yun agreed. After all, it was simply a matter of playing games together, a trivial affair. However, an hour later, as she observed a throng of young men gathered at the entrance, Chu Yun was taken aback. All the members of SQ were crowded at the door, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Although their demeanor did not align with that of a typical young girl, she was indeed a girl of 16 or 17. "Are you Princess Chu?" the coach inquired uncertainly. Chu Yun affirmed with a nod. Are you here to play games with me? She asked playfully. The coach chuckled awkwardly, suggesting they engage in a friendly sparring session. Chu Yun welcomed them in, and a dozen or so individuals poured through the door. As a professional team, it was impossible for them to consist of merely 5 members. In order to adeptly navigate various scenarios during the competition, or to tailor strategies based on the opponent's composition, it is essential to have approximately 10 players. The coach remarked that there would be an internal training match this afternoon, suggesting that perhaps one could join. Chu Yun nodded in agreement, stating she would take on the 4 least skilled players. The professional team seemed taken aback. It had been quite some time since the term unskilled had been directed at them. The unfortunate trio was desperately exerting themselves, when suddenly they were informed that the afternoon's training session had concluded, and they would instead be engaged in learning. For a moment, they were utterly bewildered. Had their esteemed senior finally shown some benevolence? Yet, the elegance of the situation left them skeptical. Killing God, with hands shoved deep into his pockets, asked with a conflicted expression. Logically speaking, if the other party was agreeable to exchanges, they could simply jump into the game without needing to visit. Curiosity was piqued, as everyone wondered whether His Highness Chu was truly just a rough, unrefined individual. Consequently, they rushed to witness the reality in person. To their surprise, she turned out to be a delicate young lady, a rather beautiful one at that. Wasn't it said that there are no beauties in the realm of esports? With a stoic face, Feng Du remained silent. What could he possibly say? He was equally perplexed throughout the encounter. As Chu Yun and Feng Du entered the room, a boisterous male voice resonated unexpectedly. Oh my, is that Feng Du? Turning around, Feng Du was met with the sight of a robust man, panting heavily and hunched over, a rather pitiful figure. Zhang Chao, upon seeing his idol, nearly leapt with excitement, exclaiming, Feng Du, I'm your fan. Overwhelmed by the scent of sweat emanating from the man, Feng Du instinctively wished to create some distance, yet felt reluctant to hurt the fan's feelings. Thus, he stood frozen in place, his entire body rigid. There was a fear that the other party might recklessly rush in. Wang Lily typically did not engage in gaming much. Upon seeing Feng Du, she merely regarded him as a somewhat handsome young man, feeling little excitement. In contrast, Li Shishir, a devoted gamer, was akin to a starstruck fan. Her eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Feng Du. Feng Du, I am also your fan, Li Shishir exclaimed, prompting Feng Du to finally notice the 2 other girls present. What peculiar characters resided in Prince Chu's household? Chu Yun cast a glance at Feng Du, inquiring if he was indeed Feng Du. Observing Zhang Chao and Li Shishir's starstruck expressions, it was evident that he possessed some extraordinary qualities. When Feng Du felt the cool gaze of Chu Yun upon him, an unexpected sense of embarrassment washed over him, akin to a student facing a disappointed teacher after a poor examination performance. This was a sensation he had never experienced since joining SQ. Hello, Feng Du stammered. It is a pleasure, Chu Yun replied with a warm smile. Hello? The pleasure is mine as well. The coach standing nearby longed to give Feng Du a sharp reprimand for his awkwardness, as if he had not encountered a beautiful woman in ages. Chu Yun waved dismissively at the forlorn trio, directing them to the guidance counselor. She chose to remain and spar with these professional players. Given that task time was inherently dull, she welcomed the chance to befriend someone interesting. Zhang Chao and Li Shishir gazed longingly at Feng Du, but upon receiving a dispassionate glance from Chu Yun, they left with dejected expressions, resembling the heartbroken white lady. The issue of how to allocate teams during the game arose, particularly since Chu Yun had indicated she would bring along the 4 least skilled players. All were top-tier professional players, and each harbored a sense of pride. Oh, how could I possibly be lacking? I am somewhat indignant. His Highness Chu is indeed formidable in one-on-one battles, having even triumphed over top-tier streamers. However, professional play and streaming are not of the same caliber. The former relies heavily on teamwork and collective strategy, all aimed at toppling the opposing crystal. It is not merely about individual prowess. Chu Yun is on the blue team. The God of Slaughter and Black Cat exchanged glances while we opted for the red team. Wu Hen contemplated for a moment and also chose the red team. Feng Du frowned, declaring his allegiance to the blue team. The remaining 2 members hastily seized positions on the red team, leaving the others automatically assigned to blue. Brothers, let us coordinate effectively and quell the spirit of those young ladies, the God of Slaughter whispered to the red team members. This is a matter of a man's dignity. We must play earnestly. As the game commenced, at 3 minutes and 24 seconds in, the God of Slaughter banged his fist on the table in frustration. What? His Highness Chu, you managed to escape this? He was aware that a mere basic attack would have sufficed to eliminate the opponent. Chu Yun replied, because I anticipated your leftward maneuver. How could you possibly know? He hadn't even considered whether to turn left or right at that moment. Yet it seemed he had indeed veered slightly. It's your movement habit. I have observed you for quite some time. The god of slaughter retorted. How long is quite some time? The match has only just begun, 3 minutes in. At 5 minutes and 18 seconds into the match, he exclaimed in exasperation, damn it. How did I die again? His Highness, how did you know where I would seek refuge? Despite attempting to reposition himself, it seemed illogical that he had been predicted. Chu Yun responded, because you are cowardly. Between the options of eliminating the opponent and preserving your life, you would undoubtedly choose self-preservation. In such a position, the only way to survive is to retreat. Gao Gao. I have lost. It is 6 minutes and 9 seconds into the match. No. How could I possibly die in this position? The black cat could not help but exclaim. Prince Chu, do you dare to engage here? Are you not afraid of being countered? Chu Yun, I won't be. Fengdu will surely shield me from one of the skills. Fengdu, how do you know I will definitely protect you? You are playing a fragile marksman. When you spotted the enemy approaching, your first instinct was to block their escape to the right rather than retreat, indicating your belief that I would indeed come to your aid. Fengdu so? Do you analyze the personalities and habits of both your opponents and teammates in every match? Game psychology? Chu Yun nodded. Of course, should it not be so? Is there not a saying that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle? You are a professional team. Do you not engage in such analysis? These techniques are merely drawn from her prior practical experiences, applied to the realm of gaming. The members of the professional team. That stings a bit, doesn't it? They certainly analyze the personalities and operational habits of their opponents as well. However, in a battle of experts, even a split second is crucial. In such circumstances, achieving a complete understanding of the opponent's mindset is quite challenging. The red team faced an undeniable defeat. Nevertheless, the professional team might have discerned the reason for their loss. The coach subtly felt that he should exert more effort to rally his team. After 2 practice matches, noticing Chu Yun's lack of enthusiasm, the coach wisely decided to take a group and leave. A group of robust men lingering in the home of a young girl is rather inappropriate. The coach paused, contemplating the situation. It seems that His Highness Chu's reasoning was futile. Perhaps the parents could intervene. After all, the young girl possesses remarkable talent, and the prospect of her becoming the first elite female player in KPL is quite feasible. Just as the coach was about to approach to offer greetings, he noticed the unmistakable fury etched across the face of the girl's mother, Jiang Miao. With a piercing voice, Jiang Miao pointed at the members of SQ emerging from the house. Can you not behave yourself? You spend all day associating with these dubious characters. The members of the professional team exchanged glances, taken aback. Jiang Miao felt her temper rise. She had hoped that Jiang Miao would be more composed at home. Yet her behavior had escalated. Not only had she invited classmates over, but now she also brought a throng of unfamiliar men into their abode. Look at yourself now. I truly regret giving birth to you. At such a tender age, your lack of shame is appalling. Why can't you learn from your sister? What purpose did your birth serve? You might as well have never existed. Chu Yun observed Jiang Miao's mother with an impassive expression. What animosity must one harbor to wish death upon their own child? Chu Yun's demeanor remained calm, almost indifferent, showing no signs of anger or grievance despite the harsh words. Before you criticize me, shouldn't you ascertain whether they truly fit your description of dubious individuals? In this world, esports has become a recognized industry, not merely a playground for internet-addicted youths. Who else could you possibly know that is of any value? Chu Yun curled her lips into a slight smirk, a scoff escaping her. In the depths of Jiang Mama's heart, the image of Jiang Miao as a good-for-nothing layabout has become deeply entrenched. No matter how much Jiang Miao tries to explain, she will only perceive it as mere sophistry. Mama remains, as ever, blissfully naive. You, Jiang Miao, you insolent girl. Do you believe I won't strike you? Jiang Mama exclaimed with a fierce expression. Chu Yun suppressed a smile. You cannot reach me. The coach felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. What on earth is going on? They had merely approached out of curiosity, never intending for things to escalate in this manner. Chapter 34. I am the biological one. The coach tentatively attempted to ease the tension. Auntie, please allow me to explain. Get away. Jiang Mama shouted at the coach without a second thought. Chu Yun chuckled. Instead of scolding me, perhaps you should check if the color of your hat has changed. It has often been said that the brain is a wonderful thing. I hope, dear mother, that you possess one. Jiang Mama pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Yun, trembling with rage. You wretched child. Is there anyone who defames their own father in such a way? Mama is in disbelief. Let us go to the Shanghai Yun evening venue and see for ourselves. I guarantee there will be surprises. It is only Jiang Mama who remains blissfully unaware, engrossed in her mahjong games. Everyone in her circle knows the truth, including the original owner and Jiang Yao. She alone is in the dark, self-satisfied, believing herself to be the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Miao, be silent. I warned you about your insolent tongue. Jiang Mama swung her hand in a slap. Chu Yun slightly leaned back and narrowly avoided the blow, while Jiang Mama nearly lost her balance. The coach, feeling a sense of awkwardness, was at a loss for words. In such a situation, it would be inappropriate for them to linger any longer, wouldn't it? Shall we take our leave? Chu Yun remarked. Take care, no need to see us off. The coach replied, all right then, no need to send us off. Let us make a swift exit. With that, the coach departed with his companions, leaving only Feng Du standing there, puzzled. What was he doing? The coach was bewildered. While Feng Du gazed anxiously at the girl standing in the center of the living room, her expression icy. The wind outside billowed her white dress, rendering her both haughty and solitary. Would she be all right? After being scolded and berated by her mother, she must be feeling quite heartbroken. They had inadvertently caused her distress. Was it truly acceptable to simply walk away from this? Once they left, wouldn't Jiang Mama be even more unrestrained in her reprimands? The coach smacked Feng Du on the head, urging him to leave. What a fool, unable to discern that His Highness Chu appeared to be the one at a disadvantage. It was clearly Jiang Mama who was furious, yet powerless to act. The coach forcefully dragged Feng Du away. Chu Yun observed Jiang Mama. Mother, aren't you going to check on her? There might be a pleasant surprise. Jiang Mama was infuriated to the point of spitting blood, her heart ablaze with fury, desperately wanting to slap someone. Yet, confronted by the cold, unyielding gaze of Chu Yun, an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon her. She could only remain frozen in place, watching helplessly as Chu Yun turned, ascended the stairs, and closed the door. Host, you truly risk extinguishing the original parents, the little duck murmured. Do you believe there is still hope for these parents? The plump duck paused momentarily and softly remarked, yet they are ultimately the biological parents of the original owner. I fear that one day, inadvertently, you might take action against them. Rest assured, I know my limits. Soon, Mother Jiang departed, presumably to verify whether Father Jiang had truly betrayed her. Chu Yun sent her 3 disciples away, dined, and completed her bath. She noticed that her attire had undergone a subtle transformation, harmonizing beautifully with her makeup. She increasingly resembled a spirited young lady. Dear sister, hurry up. We're anxiously waiting for you. Will you make us perish from anticipation? I'm on my way. Please don't rush me. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, hurry up. Han Xiao can hardly wait. Sister-in-law, with that voice, I've already finished. I just need a second. Brothers, please wait for me. May I inquire where this vehicle is headed? Can a 6th grader board? Jiang Yao shyly gazed at the barrage of comments on the screen, her heart racing. Chu Yun arched an eyebrow. Another display of affection? Have you consulted this little one? Resolutely, she commenced a live stream, continuing to engage in her antics. Back at SQ, the professional team was eagerly discussing new strategies and formulating a fresh collaboration plan. However, the coach turned around to find Feng Du lost in thought, secretly watching the live stream with his head bowed. The coach slammed his hand on the table. Feng Du, this is training time. What are you watching? Feng Du, feeling guilty, shrank his neck slightly. Oh, His Highness Chu has started streaming. Coach, M. As the divine figure turned his gaze, he addressed the coach. Coach, after over an hour of discussion, everyone must be quite fatigued. Shall we take a brief respite? Clearing his throat, the coach conceded, very well. It seems everyone is indeed weary. Let us pause for a moment. With that, the coach promptly retrieved his phone and initiated a live stream. Wendy remarked, wasn't it stated that maintaining a state of heightened alertness for 12 consecutive hours is a fundamental quality of professional players? In the live stream of His Highness Chu, a plethora of battleships and treasure maps were once again airdropped. The coach apologized. My apologies for the trouble caused to the young lady today. Consider it my penance. Divine figure responded, indeed, the young lady is truly unfortunate. Gao Gao added, I wonder if she managed to explain things clearly to her mother. Black Cat interjected, enough talk. I shall show my respect first. Wendy observed in silence as the chaotic airdrops propelled His Highness Chu into trending topics once more, prompting an influx of viewers. The audience buzzed with excitement. Here she comes. His Highness Chu has finally arrived. Welcome to the luxurious live stream. Hello everyone, I'm back to cause a stir. Chu Yun greeted. It was then that the audience noticed His Highness Chu's game interface, revealing that she was once again facing off against Cold Young Master. Whoa, His Highness Chu, are you really going to be this ruthless? Could you perhaps grant Cold Young Master a chance? Who will come to Cold Young Master's rescue? Crash, crash, crash. I love watching His Highness dominate Cold Young Master. Support the crash for 100 years. I stand with His Highness Chu. Oh, not this peeping dog again. Chu dog, why don't you just vanish? Get lost. Do not taint my Cold Young Master's eyes. How can someone as repugnant as you even exist? Quickly leave. Stop disgusting people. The comment about "Are you okay today?" was instantly drowned out. When Han Shin saw Prince Chu on the opposite side again, he felt overwhelmed. I'm going to die again. Jiang Yao shouted in panic, struggling to lead her companions towards Han Shin. Help, help, help. Seeing the girls he was supporting being pummeled by the opposing support and marksmen, Han Shin naturally rushed to their aid. However, just then, a flash of white light flickered in the bushes. Was that Prince Chu's skill? Han Shin paused for a moment, activated his skill, and decisively leapt away. It's time to sell, he thought. Yet, before he could jump to the tower, he felt a flash before his eyes. The opposing Luna darted left and right, and Han Shin found himself sprawled before his own defense tower. What? How did she know I was going this way? Han Shin tugged at his hair. This game is too difficult. I'm struggling here. Why? Can someone tell me why? Wasn't it just about carrying the girls to reach the king rank? Why is it so hard? If I'm going to crash into a high-level match, let it be then. Losing wouldn't be as embarrassing. Han Shin anticipated that if he didn't take the initiative to end this, yesterday's 3 consecutive losses could easily escalate to 4, 5, or even 7. His question was cleverly phrased. Typically, when aware that someone is a streamer, fans would spontaneously inquire about the opposing team. This is also a common method of interaction among many streamers. However, Chu Yun was merely a novice streamer and had completely missed the flood of comments in the live stream. You have been vanquished. When Han Shin was defeated by the opposing assassin for the 7th time, his fans still failed to inform him of the reason for His Highness Chu's targeted actions. In a fit of frustration, Han Shin stamped his foot, covering his face in despair, lamenting how exasperating it all was. Who will come to my rescue? Jiang Yao, feeling anxious, exclaimed, I'm so sorry, young sir, I could not protect you. Jiang Yao harbored a deep-seated animosity toward His Highness Chu, whose presence was inescapable. Han Shin lacked the spirit to console Jiang Yao, appearing utterly despondent as he gazed into the camera. He casually glanced at the barrage of comments, selecting a few to read aloud. This is my first time witnessing Han Xiao's misfortune. Well, congratulations, you've witnessed it. Han Xiao, don't give up. I'm merely expressing my thoughts, not giving up. Has Han Xiao become withdrawn? What do you think? Don't be timid, Han Xiao. Rise and continue. He chuckled softly. Haha, His Highness Chu is truly remarkable. It's been ages since I've seen Han Xiao in such a state. Haha, what nonsense. Do you even consider that coherent? You are all devils. I refuse to continue. A favorable wind brings its own streaming effects, while a contrary wind brings its own as well. Han Shin sought amusement in the situation, then revived, maneuvering his hero out into the fray. Han Shin, this livestream cannot proceed any longer. He typed directly in the game. Han Shin, what do you truly desire? The opponent seemed intent on him. Yet it did not appear to be a mere attempt at gaining popularity, if it were indeed for that purpose. He had already indicated yesterday his willingness to endorse and even duo Q, thus the opponent's objectives should have been fulfilled. However, today he still collided with him. Prince Chu, it's directed at you, can't you see? Han Shin, of course I can see. Han Shin was still contemplating whether to continue questioning on the live stream when Jiang Yao spoke up. Yao Yao is the cutest. Why are you targeting the young man? Did he offend you? Yao Yao is the cutest. You are rather annoying. Yao Yao is the cutest. You are truly unbearable. Prince Chu, indeed, he has offended me. Yao Yao is the cutest. Then tell me, how has he offended you? Prince Chu, he brought you into the game. Han Shin, Jiang Yao. Audience in the live stream. Han Shin, what do you mean? Is it what he understands? The other party is dissatisfied with him bringing a girl, so he seeks to punish him? But other streamers have brought girls without issue. He has previously brought other girls, and Prince Chu never intervened. So, Is it just that he cannot bring Yao Yao? Han Shun was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, politely, he informed Jiang Yao and exited the team. If not bringing her is the case, so be it. My dear lady, you are formidable. I cannot provoke you. Upon starting again, indeed, there was no Prince Chu on the opposing side. Han Shun wore a bewildered expression. So he is caught in the crossfire? Han Shun has shrunk back. Han Shun, don't shrink back, just go for it. Bringing girls, if not, unsubscribe. Bring, if not, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe threat. Han Shun, what a ridiculous notion. I have my pride, you know. Han Shun just wanted to slap himself. Why bring a girl at all? Isn't it better to play the game well? Isn't it better to stream honestly? The embarrassment has reached an all-time high. It remains a mystery how that young lady managed to provoke such a formidable figure. The prowess of the opponent undoubtedly surpasses that of all other streamers. Could it be that they are a professional utilizing a secondary account? Breaking news. Han has stolen the wife of a major player and is now being pinned to the ground. Please refrain from such nonsense. Prince Chu is a young lady. The true reason likely lies in Prince Chu harboring a secret affection for Han, feeling envious upon witnessing his flirtations. Prince Chu secretly in love with Han? What nonsense is that? Why would Prince Chu have feelings for Han? Given that Han is remarkably handsome and skilled, is it not quite normal to have a crush on him? Isn't Prince Chu's own skill sufficient? He can easily outshine Han. Let us not bicker. I firmly believe that Prince Chu is merely a jealous, foot-fiddling man. Han Shun observed the comments in the live stream, pursing his lips, rendered speechless. What could he possibly say? Someone secretly in love with him? Jealous? What a joke. Could such antics truly be attributed to a young lady? It must certainly be a foot-fiddling man with a voice changer. Chu Yun watched the live stream comments with great interest. Prince Chu, just admit whether you have feelings for our Han. Chu Yun, it has always been others who hold affections for me. Your Highness, why not simply confess? The vast audience in the live stream would assist in your courtship. Proposal Squad 1 is ready. Proposal Squad 2 is ready. 3, 4. Your Highness, should you require anything, the Proposal Squad stands at the ready. Chu Yun, no need, he is unworthy. As the gentle sound of a small horn signaled his arrival, Han Shun quietly approached. From the adjacent room, a cacophony of crashing objects echoed. Chu Yun, with a flicker of her spiritual energy, discerned Jiang Yao, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at her phone screen. On the display was none other than the live stream of His Highness Chu. Ah, has the revelation finally dawned upon her? It appears the heroine has succumbed to darkness. The barrage of comments continued unabated. I wager a packet of spicy strips that His Highness Chu is a toe-picking brute. I bet a treasure map that His Highness Chu is a toe-picking brute. I stake 10 interstellar warships that His Highness Chu is a toe-picking brute. His Highness Chu, turn on the camera. Reveal yourself, Your Highness. Show your face, show your face. Only a real man would activate the camera. It seemed clear that Chu Yun was impervious to the threats of unsubscribing, as the comments ceased to plead for it. Chu Yun remarked, I am a beauty streamer. I shall not reveal myself until I reach 5 million subscribers. Is that His Highness Chu Biluo? Without a doubt, it is Chu Biluo. That settles it. Chu Biluo confirmed. Everyone, flee quickly. Hurry, hurry, flee. What on earth is Chu Biluo? A fan quipped, It's the lowly grandmother who unexpectedly revealed herself on a certain platform before. The Biluo of His Highness. Her voice is that of an 18-year-old. Yet her visage betrays her 58 years. Initially, His Highness Biluo had proclaimed herself a beauty streamer, refusing to show her face until she garnered 100,000 subscribers. Since your surname is Chu, henceforth you shall be known as His Highness Chu Biluo. Chu Yun chuckled softly. How amusing, these ignorant mortals. Yet, despite the clamor urging everyone to flee, the popularity of the live stream continued to surge. Engaging in solitary gameplay proved far too monotonous. Chu Yun, feeling a twinge of boredom, idly scrolled through the live streams of various hosts. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a broadcaster engaged in a solo match with a fan. Each round required a magical tome, equivalent to 100 yuan. The cost was quite reasonable, piquing Chu Yun's interest. After replenishing her account, she promptly gifted 1,000 yuan's worth of the coveted ivory number 1. In a moment of spontaneous enthusiasm, she cut in line. The broadcaster was merely of average standing. Although they had received the occasional ivory number 1, it was generally from acquaintances. True tycoons, those with more money than sense, were a rarity. The sudden influx of an unknown ivory number 1 was exhilarating. Thanks to Your Highness for the ivory number 1. "The boss is generous," the host exclaimed. "Your Highness?" The name seemed somewhat familiar to the broadcaster. Moo Moo. As the chat flooded with messages. "Your Highness has arrived. Here she comes, Your Highness." What demise does Moo Moo desire? Moo Moo's excitement quickly dissipated. Was this the harbinger of chaos that had previously plagued Han Chun, now turned to wreak havoc upon him? He was merely an inconsequential small-time host. "Your Highness, let us solo. If you lose, you shall call me father, Moo Moo." Is this a father-son match? I must decline. Once again, Your Highness sent forth an ivory number 1. Moo Moo. So this is what they call a tycoon. After all, one's benefactor is akin to a parent, is it not? Your Highness sent another ivory number 1. Your Highness, one word. Are you in or out? Moo Moo felt a flicker of uncertainty. In the lively streaming room, His Highness Chu initiated a treasure map challenge, dazzling effects flashing across the screen. With gritted teeth, Moo Moo found no reason to decline the challenge. Let us do it, he thought, convinced that defeat was not necessarily destined for him. After all, Han Chun had brought along a novice to duo with him, and losing was a normal outcome. He was the solo king, after all. Who fears whom? The professional teams observing realized Moo Moo's fate the moment he agreed. Indeed, within 7 minutes, His Highness Chu secured victory with a score of 300. Moo Moo. Despair etched on his face, buried it in his hands. "Call out," commanded His Highness Chu. The chat flooded with messages. "Call daddy. Congratulations Moo Moo on acquiring a daddy. Hurry up and call. Don't dawdle. Are you a man? Make it quick." Reluctantly, Moo Moo lowered his hands. "Let us not count that. It's best of 3. This is merely the first game." "Oh, come on. Have some dignity," others chimed in. "He didn't say it was best of 3 against fans," one remarked. "He just can't handle losing," another added. With defiance, Moo Moo retorted, "I never said it was a single elimination match. It's best of 3. And I haven't lost yet." "Very well," replied His Highness Chu. With both parties in agreement, others felt it unnecessary to voice their opinions. It had become evident over the past few days that His Highness Chu had not faced defeat. Even 2 more rounds would likely yield the same outcome. In the second round, within 6 minutes, His Highness Chu triumphed with a score of 200. Moo Moo was left speechless, his expression strained. He closed his eyes, mustered his voice, and shouted, "Daddy, daddy, daddy. I am not your equal." Instantly, the chat erupted with sun. Glancing at his own popularity, Moo Moo was taken aback, astonished by the numbers. In a solo match with His Highness Chu, his livestream audience surged more than double. Moo Moo thought that calling him daddy seemed worthwhile. In the days that followed, Chu Yun contentedly focused on his studies at home, while occasionally toying with Zhang Chao and the others. When boredom struck, he would initiate a live stream, accompanied by a legion of fans, seeking challengers for father-son matches. "Little sister, why have you been staying indoors lately?" Zhang Yao, sporting an extravagant visage, sipped her porridge while secretly observing Chu Yun. Recently, Zhang's parents had been preoccupied with quarreling and entanglements with a mistress, leaving little time to concern themselves with Chu Yun and Zhang Yao. "Didn't you say before that I was too wild? Isn't it better to stay at home now?" Chu Yun replied without lifting his gaze. Zhang Yao had adopted a quintessential little sister style. She didn't require Chu Yun's assistance with her makeup, taking the initiative herself. However, her skills were limited, rendering her appearance somewhat comical. Chu Yun had no desire to endure such a sight, and simply averted his eyes. Yet, it would be unfair to say that remaining indoors was entirely beneficial. The sister still hoped her younger sibling would venture outside more often. "Chu Yun," she said. "Oh, what kind of response is that?" Zhang Yao could barely maintain her forced smile. "I heard that the bar you used to frequent will have 2 Ukrainian singers performing this weekend. Their singing is quite lovely. Are you suggesting I go to the bar, sister?" Chu Yun inquired with a teasing smile. Zhang Yao quickly waved her hands. No, that is not it. I just happened to think of it, nothing more." "Then how did you know that new singers were coming to the bar? Have you been going there often?" Chu Yun asked. It was improbable for a studious bookworm like him to be aware of which bars were hosting new talent. Zhang Yao. "Of course not. I merely heard it from others." Until Chu Yun finished her meal and turned to ascend the stairs, Zhang Yao was unable to ascertain whether Chu Yun would indeed go. Her heavily mascaraed eyes brimmed with intense resentment. Just as Zhang Yao prepared to inform the individual that the plans had been cancelled, Chu Yun's door swung open. Standing on the second-floor corridor, Chu Yun looked down upon Zhang Yao. "Thank you, dear sister, for sharing this delightful news. I shall certainly attend." Zhang Yao furrowed her brow and set her phone aside, feeling a twinge of unease. The current Jiang Miao was utterly inscrutable to her. On a weekend night at 10 o'clock, at 0-degree bar, Chu Yun appeared in a black off-the-shoulder dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Her crimson lips curled slightly, and her chestnut waves cascaded gracefully along the contour of her collarbone. The embodiment of a femme fatale, she was perfectly suited for the bar scene. "Excuse me, miss?" a young man holding a bottle of wine politely requested. Chu Yun turned slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Oh, certainly." The young server, intending to express his gratitude, froze in place the next moment. "Wow, it's been ages since I've seen such a beautiful lady at the bar. What's the matter? Aren't you leaving?" Chu Yun inquired. "Good dogs don't block the way. Make way, make way." Just as the server was momentarily distracted, a group of 7 or 8 young men burst through the entrance, each possessing a robust physique. Notably, the 2 leading figures stood out. One bore an entire dragon tattooed on his arm, while the other displayed an array of Buddhist symbols. They exuded an intimidating presence. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing momentarily. Indeed, these were the scoundrels from the narrative. The server visibly trembled at the sight of them, gently tugging at Chu Yun's arm. I drew her behind me. A few guests were ushered in by a somewhat obsequious server, who inquired if we would adhere to the usual arrangements for the evening. However, several men paid no heed to anyone else, their gazes fixated on Chu Yun's visage, leering at her with unabashed scrutiny. After a moment, they chuckled with satisfaction, bypassing both Chu Yun and the server as they made their way to the bar. "Are you here alone, miss?" one of them inquired. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "If you have friends, it would be preferable to stay with them," she replied with a knowing smile, her crimson lips curving enticingly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Even the seasoned server, accustomed to a variety of beauties, felt a flush creep upon her cheeks. "Thank you for the reminder," she acknowledged. Realizing the notorious reputation of those men, this young gentleman was, in fact, looking out for her. As Chu Yun stepped inside, she was engulfed by the cacophony of deafening music, the mingling scents of various individuals interlaced with perfume, alcohol, and smoke. The overwhelming atmosphere nearly compelled her to retreat. Yet she persevered towards a booth with slightly fewer patrons. There, she immediately recognized 3 familiar figures. Zhang Chao, his face flushed, playfully brandishing a drink that elicited peals of laughter from the girls at the adjacent table. Wang Lily, her eyes brimming with affection, was engaged in whispered exchanges with a young man, frequently clinking glasses, nearly burying herself in his embrace. Only Li Shishir maintained a semblance of composure. Sitting coolly in the booth, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her gaze lost in the depths of the dance floor. As Chu Yun approached, she greeted them. "What a coincidence to see you here." Wang Lily, momentarily convinced she was hearing things, caught a glimpse of Chu Yun's radiant face out of the corner of her eye, causing her to splutter her drink all over the young man across from her. The boy, his expression darkening, stood up, ready to unleash his ire. Turning her head, she caught sight of Chu Yun, her lips quivering as she stifled her anger while wiping her face with a tissue. Chu Yun scrutinized Wang Lily, who sported a head full of vibrant red, perm-like curls, her face adorned with an array of flamboyant makeup. It was a long-lost look reminiscent of a rebellious schoolgirl. Wang Lily absent-mindedly touched her lips, tugging at her curls, revealing her naturally short hair. "Master, what brings you here?" she inquired, simultaneously kicking Zhang Chao and Li Shishir. "What the hell? Who kicked me?" Li Shishir exclaimed, her face pale, landing a punch on Zhang Chao's arm. Having recently trained her arm strength, her blow made Zhang Chao wince in pain, bringing him back to his senses. "You 2 little brats want to die." "Master." Zhang Chao stared blankly at the unexpectedly appearing Chu Yun. In a sudden mishap, he splashed the drink in his hand directly onto Wang Lily's face, then pulled out a used tissue to wipe it across her cheek. "You wretched girl, look at how you've transformed. Let's see how Master will deal with you later." Standing aside, a young man mused, "Are these people perhaps a bit unhinged? Should I take my leave?" Yet, the newly arrived lady is truly stunning. He was reluctant to depart. "You all went out to play without bringing Master along. How inconsiderate." A single word floated through the minds of the trio, doomed. Master, how about we go out for some fun? This dreadful place has nothing of interest." However, Chu Yun remained unperturbed. "Everyone seems to be full of energy. It appears you all have been too relaxed lately." The unfortunate trio was on the verge of tears. They had finally managed to escape for half a day to enjoy themselves. I had thought that the master, now reformed, would no longer frequent such places. To my surprise, they were apprehended directly. Alas, they merely sought a moment of relaxation. Increasing the training intensity could be lethal. Is it enjoyable? Chu Yun inquired, shaking her head vigorously. I should review for tomorrow's class. Right? I ought to glance at the day afters as well. Chu Yun, elegantly perched on the sofa with her stiletto heels, leaned back comfortably. It has been quite a while since my last visit. I wish to linger a bit longer. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, no hurry. Since we are here, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. Wang Lili hastily poured a glass of wine, presenting it with utmost reverence. Master, please partake. Chu Yun accepted it, taking a sip while casting a glance at the unfamiliar young man lingering by the booth. Is he your target for the evening? The young man, taken aback, sensed an odd atmosphere. Wang Lili shook her head frantically. We merely exchanged a few casual words. Then, a thought struck her. If the master fancies him, tonight he shall be yours. The young man interjected, excuse me, have you consulted the party in question? Though he found the suggestion quite appealing. Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively. What does this inexperienced youth know? I have no interest. Wang Lili immediately turned to him. My master finds you unworthy. You may leave. The young man, bewildered, retorted, if I must go, I shall. This table is filled with peculiar characters. My assessment is complete. However, the master truly possesses a striking beauty. It is hard to part with. Little sister, what a coincidence to find you here. Jiang Yao exclaimed, her striking wine-red hair reminiscent of a flamboyant style. Her visage akin to Wang Lili's. With panda-like eye makeup, thick lashes, and glossy black lips, she donned a full leather ensemble, holding a glass of wine while standing before Chu Yun. Behind her loomed a group of 7 or 8 burly men, the very same ones encountered at the bar entrance. Chu Yun remarked, what a coincidence. Didn't my sister mention that there would be a band performing today? To be frank, Jiang Yao's outfit, coupled with her distinctly high-pitched voice, felt rather disconcerting. It paled in comparison to Wang Lili's unabashedly bold style. Yet, Jiang Yao, brimming with an abundance of confidence bestowed upon her by the school as heartthrobs, perceived any criticism as mere envy or jealousy. How did you come to be in a place like this? She inquired with a smile. It's nice to come out and have some fun occasionally. As she spoke, Jiang Yao signaled for a bottle of wine to be opened. My dear sister, would you mind sharing a drink? Chu Yun glanced at the bottle pushed toward her and smiled, swallowing hard. Jiang Yao could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. I hope I won't be discovered, she thought. Duck, switch the drinks. The pink duck, engrossed in a novel, jolted at the command and quickly rose. Sure thing. Chu Yun observed with satisfaction as the pink duck deftly employed spatial manipulation to silently swap the two glasses. She felt that the principle of spatial law was indeed quite handy, being one of the advanced laws. However, to access the source of such laws, the bloodline heir must meet an untimely demise, akin to the law of time, without seizing the opportunity of a temporal leak. She could not wield the power of time to reverse its flow. The pink duck inexplicably sensed a shiver in its soul, an ominous premonition creeping over it. It had initially intended to seek a compliment or two. Instantly, she could only huddle in the corner, trembling in fear. Who could pose a threat to him, other than that wretched woman? Woe is me, what does that wretched woman intend to do? Jiang Yao felt a momentary tension, but soon relaxed. With so many people behind her, how could she fear just Jiang Miao? Whether she liked it or not, that drink had to be consumed today. Sister, I toast you a glass. Jiang Yao was the first to finish her drink, raising her glass to show the bottom to Chu Yun. Why aren't you drinking, sister? Do you not wish to give me face? Upon hearing this, several men behind her stepped forward assertively. Zhang Chao and his companions could no longer contain themselves and stood up. Damn it, looking for trouble. Chu Yun picked up her glass, tapping her fingertip against the transparent glass. What if I choose not to give you face? Who do you think you are, that I should grant you any? Jiang Yao's fingers tightened around her glass, her expression contorted. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiang Yao had considered a more cautious approach, but Jiang Miao hardly ever ventured out. Today was a rare opportunity, and she couldn't afford to let it slip away. After all, her parents would always side with her. In the end, no matter what she said, they would believe her. Jiang Yao gestured to the burly men, signaling them to take her away. Yet, Chu Yun laughed, her smile icy. Little one, it's not good to witness too much bloodshed. The 3 men hesitated, clearly aware of the hostility from their adversaries, who were numerous and formidable. It would be exceedingly improper for them to leave without a confrontation. I said leave. So hurry up, what are you stalling for? Wang Lili intended to voice her thoughts, but was seized by Li Shishir and Zhang Chao. who dragged her out of the bar. Perhaps the master, being so formidable, feared that they might hinder their progress if they lingered. Could those few inept individuals brought along by Jiang Yao possibly contend with martial arts experts? What a jest! Upon hearing the appellations directed at Chu Yun, Jiang Yao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Wasn't it merely a matter of excelling in a game? To have someone called a master and summoned into reality was absurd. She resolved to obstruct them, for these individuals were merely Jiang Yao's sycophants and certainly could not be overlooked. Exchanging glances, the burly men regarded one another. The man adorned with a dragon tattoo, furrowing his brow. Let them pass. If they were all women, it would be manageable. However, with a man among them, one could never be too cautious nonetheless. With the most alluring woman present, the other two were of little consequence. Jiang Yao felt discontent brewing within her. Yet the rugged visage of the dragon-tattooed man silenced her protests. Where shall we go now? Chu Yun inquired, rising with a nonchalant demeanor, her expression languid, eliciting salivating gazes from the men surrounding her. What? Some were momentarily taken aback. Shall we not change venues? Chu Yun tilted her head, perplexed. Oh, let's go, the dragon-tattooed man responded first, advancing to grasp Chu Yun's arm. She sidestepped, asserting, I shall walk on my own, thank you very much. You scoundrels are not worthy to touch me. With a sardonic smile, the dragon remarked, still as feisty as ever. You shall soon learn what a scoundrel truly is. Since she was willing to comply and walk along, he was in no haste. As Chu Yun and the group exited the bar, they coincidentally encountered the server who had previously warned her. The young man opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from approaching. The gazes of Qing Long and his companions were fixated on Chu Yun, leaving them oblivious to Jiang Yao, who, in a state of confusion, was being led away by a group of young ruffians. Hey, sure, what are you doing lingering at the entrance? Have you taken a fancy to a beauty? Xiao Zhu, please deliver the drinks to table 13 for me. I have a matter to attend to. Upon finishing his words, Usher dashed out. In the dimly lit alley, Chu Yun confronted 8 burly men. Who will step forward first? Wow, this girl is bold, someone chuckled. Laughter ensued. Ha. Tonight we are in for a treat. With a slight smirk, Chu Yun replied, shall we all go at it together? My dear, you need not worry about keeping up. It is you who should be concerned. As her words fell, a pristine hand revealed a firearm. With swift precision, she loaded the chamber, cocked the slide, and squeezed the trigger in a seamless motion. The suppressed gun emitted a mere whisper of sound. With a graceful turn, she fired again. In an instant, all 8 men collapsed, each struck in the right knee with pinpoint accuracy. Groans of agony echoed as several men writhed on the ground. Qing Long clutched his knee, his face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Jiang Yao, you wretched witch, just wait. This was no ordinary high school student. Such skill and marksmanship would convince anyone she was an agent. Chu Yun blew lightly at the muzzle of her gun. It appears you are all inadequate. Please spare me, miss. Qing Long gasped through gritted teeth, acknowledging his misfortune today, having encountered an unyielding opponent. Chu Yun crouched down, her gun's barrel aimed steadily at Qing Long's forehead, then slowly descended. The young man felt a sudden chill beneath him. Aunt, we truly made a grave mistake. I beseech you to spare my life. Chu Yun tilted her head, her cascading curls brushing against her cheeks, her exquisite visage shrouded in an air of coldness. A gasp escaped the man's lips, followed by a harrowing scream. Chu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the man's vulnerable area. What purpose does it serve to leave the root of evil intact? With a series of muffled pops, bullets tore through flesh, sending fragments flying. With every gunshot, the man's anguished cries echoed in the air. Around the corner, Assure stood frozen, staring at the horrific scene in the alley, his phone still pressed to his ear, completely dazed. Hello, this is 110. Would you like to report an incident? Hello? Is this a bad time for you to speak? Is it captivating? A woman, radiating charm, appeared beside Assure with a playful smile. Reply? Assure gasped, finally realizing that this extraordinarily beautiful lady was the one who had incapacitated Long Go and his companions. He squeezed his legs together, his voice trembling. I won't report it. Initially, he had intended to call for help on behalf of the lady, but now he feared that she might think he was calling to apprehend her. The thought was terrifying. In his fluster, Assure fumbled to hang up the phone, but his nerves got the better of him, and he couldn't find the end call button. Desperation clawed at him, nearly bringing him to tears. Chu Yun decisively snatched the phone from his grasp. Hello, This is 0-degree bar. A few scoundrels attempted to harm me, but I have already driven them away. Oh, understood, miss. May I ask if you have sustained any injuries? Chu Yun weighed the petite handgun in her hand. No injuries. Thank you for your concern. Chu Yun. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. You. Asher's legs trembled, staring at her in shock. Aren't you afraid, miss? That is. Chu Yun returned the phone to him, smiling as she asked, Do you know what to say? Asher nodded vigorously. Yes. I saw nothing, heard nothing, went nowhere, and am utterly oblivious. Chu Yun patted Asher on the shoulder. Go on, it's no longer your concern. Asher ran off, his legs feeling weak. Chu Yun glanced back at the few individuals behind her. She stepped forward and fired a few more shots, the bullets striking precisely at their wrists and knees before she turned to leave. These individuals had ruined Jiang Miao, casting endless shadows over her life. Let them experience such a life as well. With their limbs incapacitated, even the most basic of needs would become a struggle, and with that thing rendered useless, can they still be considered men? Death is simple, but living in agony is the true challenge. Chu Yun felt no anxiety about them reporting to the authorities. These individuals had numerous offenses on their records, some even bearing murder charges. To approach the police station would be to walk into their own trap. Upon her return, they were still arguing, likely suppressing their voices to avoid disturbing Jiang Yao's sleep. It was not until the following day that the police called, stating that Jiang Yao had overindulged at a small inn with several young men, and her parents needed to come. Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom were struck with disbelief. Once they regained their composure, they turned their ire toward Chu Yun. What use are you? Do you have no conscience? How fortunate that your sister treats you so well. Chu Yun leisurely savored her breakfast, delicately wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her movements exuding grace. Indeed, she has been quite kind to her. Perhaps too kind, to the point of inviting ruin upon herself. Did not our parents assert that I need only to manage my own affairs and need not concern myself with yours? Why then do they now accuse her of negligence? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had little time to spare for Chu Yun, casting her a disdainful glance before hastily departing. It was rumored that Jiang Yao had sustained injuries. In addition to being violated, she bore external wounds as well. The proprietor of the small inn had been tidying the adjacent room that morning. The inn's soundproofing was inadequate. Upon hearing an unusual noise, he promptly alerted the authorities. In the days that followed, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang hardly remained at home, returning only to collect a change of clothes before rushing away once more. Each time they encountered Chu Yun, their expressions were laden with utter loathing. She had visibly lost weight, her petite face appearing pallid and wan. Upon entering, Jiang Yao flinched slightly, casting a fearful glance at Chu Yun. Her eyes, brimming with grievance, concealed a depth of resentment and fury. It was all because of her. It was her own actions that had led to this predicament. Mr. Jiang gently patted Jiang Yao's head in a comforting manner before abruptly turning to bellow at Chu Yun. Kneel. Chu Yun sat upon the sofa, her head propped on her hand against the armrest. At his words, she merely smiled. You can still smile? I command you to kneel, Mr. Jiang growled, his gaze fierce. Kneel for what? She bows to none, not even to the heavens or ancestors, let alone you, a mere mortal. Do you believe yourself worthy of such an honor? Kneel and apologize to Yao Yao. Chapter 39. I am the biological one. Kneel and apologize to Yao Yao? Chu Yun let out a laugh, glancing at Jiang Yao. The latter lowered her head, resting against Mother Jiang's embrace, silent and devoid of any pretense of sisterly affection. What have I done that necessitates kneeling and apology? Do you dare to speak? Mother Jiang glared at Chu Yun, her weathered face etched with deep lines due to the intensity of her emotions, rendering her expression somewhat harsh. Chu Yun raised her hands in disbelief. So what exactly have I done? Forcing a biological daughter to kneel before an adopted one is truly. You actually had the audacity to give Yao Yao that kind of medicine. Had Yao Yao not been soft-hearted, you would already be behind bars. Forcing you to kneel and apologize is a mere concession. Since my sister believes I drugged her, why not report it to the authorities? Shall I assist you in making that call? The wine was brought by Jiang Yao, and it was she who laced it. She consumed the spiked drink herself. How would one report it? Claiming an intention to drug another, only to accidentally ingest it themselves? A flicker of panic crossed Jiang Yao's eyes before she steadied herself, gazing at Father and Mother Jiang with a mix of sorrow and grievance. You are utterly unreasonable. Mom and Dad, if my sister is unwilling, then let it be. Consider it a debt I owe to you over the years. Jiang Yao, Upon seeing his obedient daughter suppressing her grievances, Father Jiang felt a surge of ire towards Chu Yun. If she were not their biological daughter, he might very well have wished her harm. Kneel and apologize to Yao Yao, or we shall consider you no longer our daughter. Chu Yun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yao. Is she worthy? Turning to Jiang Yao, she retorted, what do you even amount to? Jiang Yao's eyes glowed with a crimson hue as she forcefully suppressed her resentment. Casting a more aggrieved glance at her father, Jiang father, in a fit of rage, bellowed, you. Get out. The Jiang family has no place for a wretched daughter like you. Chu Yun, unfazed and instead amused, retorted, are you truly severing ties with me, father and mother? Do not refer to us as such. From this moment on, you are no daughter of ours. All of the Jiang family's assets have been transferred to Yao Yao's name. Henceforth, you shall have no claim to any of our wealth. Rising from her seat, Chu Yun cast a glance at Jiang Yao. Did you think that by orchestrating your disgrace, you would emerge victorious? In comparison to the Jiang family's fortune, what is a mere barrier of skin? Should you dare to plot against her, be prepared for a life on the streets. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Jiang Yao clenched her fists tightly, a tumult of hatred and exhilaration swirling within her. She was determined to make Jiang Miao's existence a living hell, so as to release her pent-up fury. Chu Yun, have you truly obliterated the original parent's existence? The little pink duck, still wandering in the realm of the novel, was startled awake by Jiang father's thunderous voice. They've even relinquished their assets? The original character at least endured until after graduation before the adopted daughter seized the family fortune. We've only been here a few days, and the situation has unraveled so swiftly? The little pink duck mused that its host was indeed extraordinary. I have not caused this. It is merely that the heroine is too formidable. I cannot compete. In the matter of pleasing the original character's parents, Jiang Yao ranked second to none. No one dared to claim the first position. To contend for affection with a mere mortal was beyond Chu Yun's capabilities. She had always been the one others vied for in her presence. When reason fails to persuade, might prevails. Yet, has the protagonist not been granted her share of the inheritance? Is this not akin to bestowing upon someone a weapon? What if I were to wait patiently for them to transfer their assets to Jiang Yao? What? The fans are somewhat bewildered. Chu Yun, they simply do not comprehend. What could someone as dim-witted as you possibly understand? I had never held any expectations. The fans remained silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Perhaps they should return to reading my novel instead. Have you made a decision? Jiang's father glared at Chu Yun, mistakenly believing she was contemplating whether to kneel. Chu Yun chuckled softly and took a few steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the scene. Jiang Yao instinctively tightened her grip on her mother's arm, who appeared anxious. Her brow furrowed. In a loud voice, she demanded, what are you doing? Are you daring to rebel? Even Jiang's father felt a sense of oppression under her gaze, reminiscent of the rare moments he had experienced when mingling with political elites. No, it was more intense than that. He felt as if even speaking had become an arduous task. Chu Yun smiled, her expression tranquil and unruffled. Our blood ties cannot be severed merely by declaring a break in relations. However, since my parents wish to disown me, let it be remembered that Jiang Miao is your daughter by blood, yet in legal and relational terms, she is no longer associated with the Jiang family in any capacity. Since the Jiang family only acknowledges their adopted daughter and not their biological one, henceforth, any matters concerning the Jiang family shall bear no relevance to me. To ensure this separation is absolute, let us draft a legal document. Jiang father and mother. Jiang Yao. A cold smirk. Let it be severed then. With a single command from Father Jiang, the butler, bewildered, approached with the legal documents. Both parties signed, and thus the partnership was dissolved. Chu Yun gazed at the family of three across from her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she held the legal papers. Ever since they adopted her, Jiang Miao had always been an outsider. Now, they had achieved what they desired. She wished them happiness, hoping they would become a harmonious family, for she would not show mercy. As Chu Yun exited the Jiang residence, she dialed her phone. Hello, is this the Quality Supervision Bureau? I wish to report. Jiang Yao observed Chu Yun's nonchalant departure, feeling an unsettling sense of unreality. Was Jiang Miao truly surrendering? At this point, surrender seemed to be her only recourse. Yet, should she not appear more distressed, more disheveled, having lost her sole support? Instead, the other party left with such ease, as if merely stepping out for a casual stroll. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Yao, a feeling of losing control over the situation. No, That couldn't be. Without the Zhang family, Zhang Miao was nothing. No matter how skilled she was at the game, it mattered little. Once she took over the company, there would be ample ways to ensure that Zhang Miao could not thrive in that circle. Often, wealth indeed grants one the power to act with impunity. Chu Yun left without taking anything but the original owner's ID and a mobile phone. Chu Yun, you can't possibly intend to sleep on the streets, can you? The little duck felt a pang of sympathy for its host. Why was she so different from the protagonists in the stories? Those protagonists thrived effortlessly in their new lives. Do not mention the original protagonist's parents, relatives, bystanders, or cannon fodder. Even the protagonist's close friends and romantic interests ultimately belong to the host. What a peculiar character this individual possesses. Chu Yun scoffed softly. Others have systems with marketplaces and tools, along with various extraordinary advantages. What do you have? A fool daring to disdain her? The pink duck trembled in fear. How does that wretched woman know what he is thinking? Oh, how terrifying. Chu Yun truly wished to spit in this creature's face, as if she were unaware of what this fellow had been reading lately. With the system in hand, I command handsome men, 99 strategies for seduction. The male lead and supporting characters are all mine. The pink duck hastily clutched the novel in its hands, shivering in the corner. Was it not possible for him to remain silent? Chu Yun exited the Jiang family's villa. The street was bustling with people. The first issue to address was where to reside. Sleep on the streets? It's not as if she had never done so before. However, why not enjoy the comforts when one can? With her identification card in hand, she went to the bank to open an account. Subsequently, she linked it to the Ivory live streaming platform. After all, she had been streaming daily lately. The generous gifts bestowed by the professional team, combined with the contributions from the trolls in the live chat, along with Ivory's base salary, amounted to a considerable sum. Once the money was transferred to her account, Chu Yun proceeded to rent an apartment with good privacy. In the apartment, the furniture and appliances were all provided. However, daily necessities needed to be purchased on her own, as well as a computer for her upcoming streams. Once everything was set up, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. As a mere mortal, one cannot escape the necessities of life. After a busy day, Chu Yun's stomach was already growling with hunger. Remember, not far down the street below, there seems to be a late-night snack spot. Chu Yun changed her clothes and stepped outside. At the elevator entrance, she unexpectedly bumped into a few young individuals, around 18 or 19 years old. Your Highness, Chu. The coach wore a bewildered expression, as it appeared the girl had just emerged from their adjacent room. What brings you here? Fengdu and Kanjin also regarded Chu Yun with curiosity. I live here. Isn't it a bit troubling to not reside at home? The coach, perhaps sensing her youthful naivety, felt compelled to offer some advice. You shouldn't run away every time there's a quarrel. Living outside can hardly match the comfort of home. Oh, I severed ties with my family. Now, I reside here. The coach was momentarily speechless. Fengdu furrowed his brow and spoke up. Could it be because of us? Should we personally speak to your uncle and aunt? No one opposed the idea. If their impulsive actions had indeed led to the girl severing her family ties, it was only right they clarify the situation in person. No, it's really not your concern. Are you sure? We find it hard to believe. Chu Yun replied straightforwardly. They only wish to raise a daughter and intend to bequeath the entire company to her. When I disagreed, they cast me out. That's quite a wild claim, they thought, yet it wasn't entirely untrue. The three were left in a state of confusion. What sort of bizarre situation was this? Surely, her parents couldn't be so foolish? They were merely out for skewers. Chu Yun was not averse to teaming up with them for a late-night snack. They rode in the coach's car, which eventually halted at a night market stall. This place offers the most authentic flavors in the vicinity. What do you think, Your Highness Chu? This young lady hails from a distinguished background, and it is unlikely she would take kindly to such roadside stalls. If one were to express disdain, should it not be directed at the various pollutants and additives prevalent in this modern realm? As for the altercation, the coach merely glanced through the open window. Never mind. Let us depart. Chu Yun remained silent. After all, sustenance is available everywhere. These professional players regard their hands as their most precious asset and would never engage in such trivial brawls. As the vehicle began to move, Chu Yun's gaze swept outside, prompting her to call for a halt. The coach instinctively applied the brakes, only to witness Chu Yun fling open the door and dash toward the crowd. What are you doing? Help! We don't know them. Enclosed by a group of ruffians were Wang Lily and Li Shi. Wang Lily, adorned with a meticulously applied smoky eye, had merely intended to enjoy a late-night snack during her day off. She dared not venture into bars, fearing retribution from Jiang Miao. They had only sought to indulge in some skewers, never anticipating a confrontation with a gang of thugs. Damn girl, sneaking out with my money to fool around. You deserve a beating, don't you? One burly man grasped Wang Lily's arm, relentlessly pulling her toward the vehicle. Overcome with fear, she burst into tears, screaming for help from passers-by. Please save me, I truly don't know them. Call the police. Li Shishir, her face ashen, fought back against her captor with futile punches and kicks, but to no avail. After all, they were merely 16 or 17 years old. I'm just teaching my niece a lesson. Who the hell dares to meddle in our affairs? You'd better watch out, the ruffian leader growled ominously. Nobody in the vicinity dared to intervene. It was evident that this group was not to be trifled with. Do not let the situation escalate to the point where you cannot save others and endanger yourself. Just as Chu Yun was about to approach, her arm was seized. The coach admonished, do not rush, let us first contact the authorities. It was evident that these individuals were ruthless, and their demeanor suggested they might not merely be petty criminals. They could very well be human traffickers. Among them, 3 men posed a formidable threat, and the 3 young women would merely be offering themselves as easy targets. The coach recognized Wang Lily and Li Shishir, knowing them to be friends of Chu Yun, and reassured, do not worry, we will follow them in our vehicle until the police arrive. Feng Du wished to pursue, but was firmly restrained by the coach. What are you doing? Feng Du frowned. They are just girls, the coach retorted. That does not justify your actions. Do not forget that your livelihood depends on your hands. While Feng Du was held back, Chu Yun had already approached the imposing men. Upon seeing Chu Yun, Wang Lily and Li Shishir were overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Master, oh, you have finally come. Chu Yun cast a sweeping glance, causing the ruffian leader to feel a sudden chill envelop him, his legs inexplicably weakening. He pondered the absurdity of his reaction. After all, she was merely a girl, incapable of instilling such fear. Surely it must be a trick of the mind. Oh, another one has arrived. Brothers, let us take her away. Tonight we are fortunate to encounter such a beautiful girl. The onlookers regarded Chu Yun with sympathy, lamenting, alas, this fine young woman is about to be subjected to disgrace. These individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. Chu Yun approached, located a chair, and with her arms crossed, declared, you may as well sit, gentlemen. The gang of ruffians stood dumbfounded, taken aback by how this seemingly delicate beauty exuded such an air of confidence and authority. She appeared refined and demure, dressed immaculately, embodying the essence of a well-behaved girl. However, her demeanor seemed incongruous with her surroundings. I shall grant you 5 seconds to release her, or else. The leader of the thugs seemed to have heard something amusing. My dear, are you issuing commands to me? He laughed heartily. As he approached, his coarse hand reached out to grasp Chu Yun's chin. With narrowed eyes, Chu Yun swiftly obstructed him with an outstretched arm. The coach intervened, separating the thug from Chu Yun, offering a cigarette with a congenial smile. Brother, let us discuss this amicably. My sisters may have inadvertently offended you. I humbly ask for your understanding. While negotiating with the thug, he subtly gestured for Chu Yun to flee. They had already alerted the authorities. If they could stall for a moment longer, this group would face consequences. The thug glanced down at the coach, recognizing him as a weakling. With a dismissive wave, he let the cigarette fall to the ground, crushing it underfoot, while seizing the coach by the collar. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. The coach, somewhat flustered, turned to see Feng Du and Kan Jian rushing forward to intervene. This is no jest, he exclaimed, but before he could react, a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. All eyes turned to see Chu Yun deliver a kick that sent the thug sprawling 5 meters away, clutching his abdomen and writhing on the ground. The coach rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The remaining thugs collectively gulped. Where did this female warrior come from? Under Chu Yun's piercing gaze, their resolve faltered. Wang Lily and Li Shishir, seizing their chance for freedom, rushed towards Chu Yun, crying out in relief. Master, why have you only just arrived? She lunged directly at Chu Yun. Chu Yun gazed at that garishly adorned face, furrowing her brows and stepping aside. Wang Lily missed her target, momentarily stunned, looking at Chu Yun with a pitiful expression. Oh dear, not even a hug. Li Shishir, observing Chu Yun's expression, sensed that the situation was far from resolved. She tugged at Wang Lily, and the two stood behind Chu Yun. Chapter 41. I am the biological one, the ruffian leader howled in pain, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Damn it, you bunch of useless fools. What are you waiting for? Attack. The thugs exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, they steeled themselves. Surely, with so many of them, they could overpower a mere girl. Clenching their fists, they charged at Chu Yun. Chu Yun extended her fair hand. With a swift pull, a hook, and a turn, she delivered a kick. Soon, the ground was littered with bodies, sprawled in various positions, all clutching their bellies and protecting their groins, wailing in agony. Wow, master, you're amazing. Ugh, these scoundrels deserve it, Wang Lili and Li Shishir remarked, astonished. Initially contemplating whether to risk themselves to save the damsel, even the coach was left bewildered. I can't believe it, Your Highness, you are actually a martial artist. Chu Yun replied, is that a problem? The coach responded, it's not that it's impossible, but it certainly doesn't appear so. Although Chu Yun seemed somewhat mature, her overall appearance and demeanor were decidedly that of a well-behaved girl, completely unrelated to violence. Furthermore, she had prioritized her studies and declined his invitation. No one could have anticipated this hidden side of her. Haven't you heard that saying? Ruffians are not frightening. What is truly alarming is an educated ruffian. The coach. That does sound rather sensible. With an exhilarated expression, the god of chopping rushed forward. From where did His Highness Chu receive his tutelage? Might you offer an introduction? A master of martial arts, indeed. This is truly remarkable. Wang Lili, feeling indignant, interjected. What business do you have here? Step aside, our master belongs to us. Chu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lili before turning away, her gaze piercing. Li Shishir, observant as ever, swiftly sensed the underlying tension. To avoid being implicated, she turned and grabbed a bottle of wine. Wang Lili, comprehending the situation, snatched the bottle away. I'll handle it myself. With that, she splashed the contents onto her face with a dramatic flourish, then proceeded to wipe it off with a napkin. The others could only stare in disbelief. What was the matter with this girl? After the police arrived and inquired about the situation, they promptly apprehended several ruffians. Those with criminal records were taken away without hesitation. Perhaps they could earn a bit of merit in the process. Once the officers departed, the group settled down to enjoy some food. Thanks to Chu Yun's intimidating presence, the late-night diners were plentiful, yet none dared approach them, leaving a wide berth around their table. After finishing her meal, Wang Lili wiped her mouth. Although she knew that tomorrow would bring another day of trials, having witnessed her master's formidable prowess once more made the hardships seem worthwhile. The sight of her master vanquishing the ruffians was simply exhilarating. Chu Yun nodded and then turned to Li Shishir. Aren't you leaving? Why the hesitation? Li Shishir's face flushed crimson, hesitatingly glancing at Feng Du. She noticed his gaze upon her, which startled her into averting her eyes, her cheeks reddening even further. Could the great master grant me an autograph? Feng Du was taken aback. Sure. Where shall I sign? Li Shishir hurriedly rummaged through her bag, but after a long while, she found nothing. Alas, she had forgotten to bring paper and pen. Could you possibly wait a moment? I shall go buy some right away. Surely, I cannot sign on my own body, Li Shishir said, her face flushed. Although she didn't mind, it was something difficult to express. Feng Du interjected, no worries, I reside in the same building as Prince Chu. If you wish to come by tomorrow, simply seek me out. What? Wang Lili and Li Shishir exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't your master's residence in a villa area? A standalone house? How can it be in the same building? Oh, I have moved. Come visit me at my new home tomorrow. Feng Du provided them with a new address. Wang Lili then inquired, why have you relocated? It seemed they were granted a break merely due to his moving. Chu Yun recounted what Feng Du had shared with him and the others. Wang Lili and Li Shishir were left speechless. Unable to contain herself, Wang Lili finally asked, with such a vast fortune belonging to the Jiang family, how could you bear to leave it to that adopted daughter? She wanted to say, are you out of your mind? But restrained herself, not wishing to provoke danger. Chu Yun let out a cold laugh. The family fortune? One can only wonder how much longer the Jiang family can endure. The parents may be willing to part with it, but can Jiang Yao truly handle it? The moment I severed ties with the Jiang family, I reported them to the relevant authorities. Over the years, the Jiang family has certainly harbored some unspeakable issues. It all depends on whether there is evidence and whether those above will investigate. As their biological daughter, Jiang Miao naturally possesses some knowledge regarding her family's affairs. Furthermore, with Chu Yun's concern for the investigation, gathering evidence should be a trivial task. Within a month, the Jiang family is destined for bankruptcy. This is also the reason why Chu Yun is waiting for Jiang's parents to hand the company over to Jiang Yao. Without transferring the assets to Jiang Yao, how can she take action against the Jiang family? She certainly cannot allow this family to live in comfort. However, if she were to directly confront Zhang's parents, the original owner might perceive her as excessively ruthless. It is essential to consider the feelings of the client. Upon receiving news regarding the elegance of her neighbor, Chu Yun decided not to linger any longer. During the ride home, the cutting god pondered for quite some time before finally asking, they call you master. Is that a title from the game? With Honor of Kings being so popular, the master-disciple system has gained traction. It is not unusual for a great player to take on apprentices. However, given Chu Yun's remarkable abilities, able to kick a burly man several meters away with seemingly minimal effort, what if? No, it cannot be in reality. The cutting god's eyes lit up. So, do you still accept disciples? In response to the cutting gods, do you think I can? Gaze. Chu Yun decisively shook her head. No, I do not accept disciples. What would that even entail? Do modern realms still operate on the premise of establishing sects? The cutting god felt disheartened. His dream of martial arts. It would have been better if he had never touched it at all, but the most agonizing part is when the opportunity lies so close, yet remains just out of reach. The following morning, Zhang Chao, Wang Lily, and Li Shishir arrived promptly at the apartment. Chu Yun instructed the tutor to commence the lesson immediately. After completing the cultural studies, they would engage in physical training. Chu Yun had essentially outgrown the need for a tutor. Dedicating a few hours each day over the course of 2 or 3 months would suffice to cover the material from before the second year of high school. Duck. Find me 2 basic martial arts manuals, the kind that do not require spiritual energy. Since the 3 inexpensive disciples have endured their trial period, I might as well teach them a little. This could be considered a means of preserving life for these expendable individuals, as well as for the original owner. This realm is virtually devoid of spiritual energy, lacking even the mountain spirits and wild creatures. It is impossible to cultivate advanced techniques here, making it far more prudent to focus on body refinement. The pink duck, having traversed numerous worlds and being a bearer of spatial laws, should have no trouble acquiring a few techniques. All right, Chu Yun, please wait for me, the pink duck declared. Shortly thereafter, several books materialized before Chu Yun: Manual of Mortal Cultivation, Dual Cultivation Secrets, Spirit God Chronicles, and God Devouring Technique. What are these? None of them are of any use. The most crucial aspect is that there are heretical techniques among them. I specifically mentioned body refinement. What are these worthless tomes? The pink duck looked forlorn. However, these are all it has, and aren't they low tier enough? These were even seized from that wild system previously. Chu Yun inhaled sharply. They are indeed low tier, but all require spiritual energy. Furthermore, what of that dual cultivation method? Flipping through the pages, nothing was worth perusing. Perhaps it would suffice to skim through them out of boredom later. Is there nothing akin to internal martial arts techniques? I'll search again. I found it. I found it. The pink duck exclaimed excitedly as a dark green book emerged before Chu Yun. Upon glancing at the title, it read Sunflower Manual. Chu Yun sighed. Is there truly nothing else? The pink duck shook its head, confirming the absence of alternatives. Very well. Chu Yun resignedly began to scrutinize the text, hoping it was not the version she was familiar with. Once the 3 had concluded their lessons, Chu Yun sat upright with a serious demeanor. Today, I shall impart to you the art of cultivation. The 3 individuals were taken aback, their faces alight with astonishment. My goodness, we have finally emerged from the shadows. Chu Yun retrieved the sunflower scriptures and placed it upon the table. From this day forth, you shall practice according to the methods delineated in this tome. Whether you succeed or not is inconsequential. Zhang Chao, brimming with excitement, eagerly seized the scriptures, only to be left in a state of disbelief. Surely you jest. He ventured cautiously. Might I inquire if our esteemed master bears the surname Dongfang? Chu Yun rolled her eyes. No need for self-castration. If you are fearful, then do not practice. After all, I possess no other techniques. Zhang Chao clutched the scriptures tightly, his expression fraught with indecision. In contrast, Wang Lily and Li Shishir were unperturbed. They swiftly snatched the scriptures from Zhang Chao's grasp and nestled together to study. Being women, they felt no apprehension. Suddenly, a notification chimed on the phone. It was time for the live stream, as the audience eagerly urged her on. After exchanging a few words with Wang Lily and Li Shishir, Chu Yun powered on her computer and initiated the broadcast. Here she comes. That woman has arrived. The benefactor has graced us. Kneel in reverence. The prince has arrived. Hurry and call him father. Prince, who shall we call father today? Mu Mu, Unwan, Chunyang, or perhaps Sijio, Monkey 2. Chu Yun observed the barrage of comments racing across the screen. Recently, her live streams had revolved around her leading a group of fans in one-on-one challenges, often referred to as father-son duels. Over time, this peculiar theme had attracted a cadre of affluent, leisurely, and somewhat eccentric individuals who delighted in calling her father. Whenever Chu Yun engaged in these father-son duels, she was generously rewarded with treasure maps and battleships at no cost, and occasionally, the opponents would even contribute towards her medical expenses. A smile played upon Chu Yun's lips. How do you perceive Han Shen? Oh my, the prince is targeting Han again. Has the enmity between the prince and Han Shen not yet been resolved? Is the grudge over seizing a wife so easily forgivable? Bring it on. If Han Shen calls me dad, I shall conquer 10 treasure maps. If Han Shen calls me dad, I shall conquer 10 time-traveling battleships. Those who do not join in are fools. I will heed Han Shen's call. If I don't, I deserve nothing. Well then, as expected, under the collective will of the audience, Chu Yun, accompanied by his followers, made a grand entrance into Han Shen's live stream. The chatroom was instantly flooded with messages. Dad has arrived. Dad has been summoned. Han Shen calls Dad. Upon witnessing this commotion, Han Shen immediately recognized that the tempestuous Prince Chu, who had been stirring up trouble recently on the ivory platform, had come to pay him a visit. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had been trying to keep a low profile, avoiding bringing along female companions and engaging minimally with Yao Yao. Whenever she reached out to him, he would deftly evade her advances. Yet, this relentless figure would not leave him be. Recently, he had clandestinely observed Prince Chu, who, in truth, had emerged as an unparalleled force in the canyon, undefeated in battle. Han Shen harbored little confidence in his ability to challenge the prince one-on-one. And now, this audacious character had come seeking him. Prince Chu proclaimed, "Let us duel. If you lose, you shall call me dad." Bring it on. Han Shen, rise. Defeat Prince Chu and teach her a lesson. Let her witness who truly reigns as the swiftest man in the canyon. Han Shen's fans were fervently spamming the chat, showing no awareness of the peril they were placing their beloved streamer in. Han Shen sighed, "I must decline. Isn't it self-torture to engage in a fight one knows they cannot win?" He is unlike other streamers who survive by relying on gifts. His Highness Chu could easily refuse even if offered 20 warships. Can money truly compare to dignity? What the heck? Han is backing down. What backing down? Stand up and fight. Han, rise and take action. Don't act like a coward. Han Shen remains resolute. No way. Chu Yun had long anticipated that Han Shen would not acquiesce readily. Although he possesses a relatively mild temperament and is not a spoiled scion of a prominent family, his privileged upbringing has instilled a certain pride in him, making it impossible for him to call anyone father. His Highness Chu, what will it take for you to agree? You propose the terms. Han Shen, does this guy truly want to provoke him? He is asking for terms. This is your proposition. Han Shen, if you show your face on the live stream, I will fight you. Don't think he is unaware. This girl is either a scruffy giant or hideously unattractive. Otherwise, after all this time, no matter how lavishly the wealthy bestow gifts, she wouldn't remain unseen. Chu by Luo's evidence. Wow, I'm siding with Han. I want to see Chu reveal herself. I'm supporting Han. Let us see Chu's face. If Chu is a girl, I'll donate 10 treasure maps. I'll donate 20 warships. If Chu is a girl, I'll live stream a jump off the building. Han Shen feels quite assured. His Highness Chu would undoubtedly refuse this demand. But in the next moment, His Highness Chu, it's a deal. Han Shen, is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Inflicting harm on oneself while attempting to defeat the enemy? Chu Yun glanced at the mirror, confirming her beauty, and then activated the camera. The lens revealed a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin, a flawless visage, and delicate, refined features. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes curve into crescent moons, imbued with a hazy intoxication. Greetings to all. Earlier, I mentioned the treasure map battles, and I have taken note of you. Wait, is this for real? Is this truly His Highness Chu? Brother, I've already completed my task. Wait, did they activate an 80-level beauty filter? Is the esteemed Chu truly a female? A stunning one at that? To the commenter above, your vision is impaired. Observe the exposure and background behind. His Highness Chu has not employed any beauty enhancement. Goodness, to be so beautiful without any filter. Is this a celebrity? I believe she is even more captivating than a celebrity. With beauty, a sweet voice, and exceptional skills, she surpasses those influencers who rely on extreme beauty filters. This is a genuine beauty influencer. Wow, If this is authentic, I am now a fan of His Highness Chu. Your Highness, I am your admirer. I have turned into a fan. From hater to admirer. What are we lingering on? I mentioned the treasure map battles, didn't I? The esteemed ones, as familiar as ever, lacking in tenderness. Well, let us proceed. Who are we to deny ourselves mere enjoyment? As a figure of prominence, one must maintain their dignity. Countless airdrops rain down furiously. The news of His Highness Chu's appearance spreads like wildfire among the legions and various live streams. An innumerable throng of viewers rushed to her live stream, catapulting her popularity to the millions, eclipsing all other streamers on the Ivory platform. Banner, Moo has initiated the treasure map in His Highness Chu's live stream. Banner, Luo Shu has commenced the treasure map in His Highness Chu's live stream. Oh my, even Moo has arrived. The illustrious presence of Luo Shu has graced us. His Highness, Prince Chu, is indeed remarkable, as even the prominent streamers have arrived. The banner reads, Fengdu has commenced the transcendent space-time battleship in His Highness Prince Chu's live stream. Another banner states, Kanshin has initiated the transcendent space-time battleship in His Highness Prince Chu's live stream. Oh my, a deity. I have truly seen a deity, exclaimed one viewer. Surely, I am not hallucinating, another interjected. It cannot be mere illusion. I must be dreaming. Incredible. I am sharing the screen with the esteemed Fengdu. Came another voice. Is this real? Fengdu, a professional gaming champion, is indeed not the type to partake in such trivial broadcasts. The chat erupted with excitement. It's really Fengdu. Prince Chu is actually connected with the illustrious Fengdu. Prince Chu, you are magnificent. Prince Chu, I would gladly bear your offspring, wherever that may be. The viewers in the live stream were electrified, their enthusiasm akin to a surge of adrenaline. The comments flowed rapidly, leaving little room for anything else, save for the bold declarations of the affluent. Ultimately, the gift leaderboard for His Highness Prince Chu's stream crashed under the weight of the excitement. Meanwhile, Han Chun, who was connected in the live stream, covered his face in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that His Highness Prince Chu was an astonishingly beautiful woman? Yet, she chose to remain incognito. Thanks to her influence, his popularity has remarkably soared beyond 10 million. Moreover, the situation continues to escalate. Yet, Han Chen feels a profound sense of bitterness. What animosity or grievance could justify such an elaborate scheme against him? Setting aside the various airdrops and bombings, anyone with wealth could orchestrate such chaos. It is evident that this is beyond mere bravado. Had he known better, he would have acquiesced without hesitation. After all, it is merely a father-son scenario, is it not? Whether to call out quietly or to do so in front of peers and millions of viewers, which truly brings more shame. Countless streamers have been compelled to call her daddy, and none have seen their popularity diminish as a result. Han Chen felt an urge to strike himself in frustration. Why did he involve Prince Chu in this spectacle? He has now unwittingly dug his own grave. His loyal fans were equally stirred. Han Xiao stands up to fight. Han Xiao quickly collects this enchanting Prince Chu. Let us cheer for Han Xiao. Having collected Prince Chu, I shall send 100 treasure maps. Han Chen rolled his eyes. Being collected by someone was one matter, but this Prince Chu was indeed a devil. Don't be timid, Han Chen. Prince Chu harbors feelings for you, and only you can defeat her. The truth is revealed upstairs. Prince Chu was jealous last time. Han Xiao, rise up. Han Xiao, go forth. Han Chen. Prince Chu has feelings for him. Strangely enough, his heart fluttered at this revelation. Excitement coursed through him. However, upon reflection, if Prince Chu truly had affections for him, would she not pursue him directly for a contest of strength, rather than resorting to this father-son charade? He had foolishly assumed it was a matter of jealousy. She is merely a perverse devil who has inadvertently set her sights on him. Prince Chu, I have revealed myself, now come forth. Han Chen, is there truly no excuse left to decline? Oh dear, being surrounded by so many onlookers, I feel even more anxious than during my first live broadcast. My skills were already lacking, and now it seems worse. Han Chen, that's fine, but I will decide which hero to use. I don't wish to call anyone father. It wouldn't be right for His Highness Chu to pick her Luna. Using Luna would be futile. His Highness Chu, that works. Han Chen, let us go with Shangwan Waner then. If I were to choose Han Xian, I would surely be criticized for lacking skill. And His Highness Chu has never played Han Xian. Not many people use Waner, so it's fair enough. Chu Yun directly locked in Shangwan Waner. His Highness Chu, one match determines the winner. Han Chen. Very well then. Shangwan Waner, also known as Shangwan Xiuer, is a hero whose essence lies in her ability to soar. If she takes flight perfectly, it's magnificent. If not, she becomes utterly useless. Before reaching level 4, both players primarily focused on clearing waves and farming, gradually wearing each other down. They nearly reached level 4 simultaneously. Han Chun, seizing the moment, initiated with a swift second skill, evading Chu Yun's skill trajectory, and executed a dazzling circle, taking to the skies. Just as Chu Yun awaited Han Chun's ascent, he unleashed his skills in rapid succession. At the very moment Han Chun took flight, his ultimate ability concluded, and he bore the full brunt of the damage. First blood. His Highness Chu triumphed over Han Chun. Alas, Han will now have an additional father. The Ivory King is on the verge of being defeated by the Ivory Queen. Don't cry, Han, you can still shine. As long as the crystal holds, all is well. Han, stand tall and fight. Han Chun respawned. The opposing Wanner was only at half health. Without hesitation, Han Chun launched himself into the air once more with his second and first skills. Chu Yun leaned against the wall, swiftly dashing into the grass to evade Han Chun's ultimate ability. As Han Chun's move concluded, they both soared into the air, directly assaulting him. His ultimate had yet to cool down, and Han Chun met his demise once more. Oh dear, it's over. Han Chun's fate is sealed, someone remarked. Are you joking? Ever since His Highness Chu entered Han Chun's live stream, his fate was sealed, another added. I truly wish to see who could possibly bring an end to His Highness Chu, yet another voice chimed in. Why is it that His Highness Chu's ultimate ability doesn't deactivate while he walks? Is he cheating? Clearly, the person above is inexperienced. Don't they realize that basic attacks are continuous? Has no one noticed that His Highness Chu isn't even pushing the towers? His Highness Chu is mocking Han Chun. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the crowd observed the score, a staggering 60 kills, yet Han Chun's crystal remained intact. Compared to previous encounters where His Highness Chu and other streamers would conclude battles at 20 or 30 kills, this was indeed a flagrant provocation. His Highness Chu is truly excessive. What enmity exists between His Highness Chu and Han Chun? May Chu Dog perish. How is your family, Chu Dog? Such a lack of decency. Han Chun cast a glance at the barrage of comments. He too wished to inquire. What enmity? What grievances? Chu Yun smiled faintly, for it was merely a means of avenging the original owner. In the narrative, Han Chun had committed no grave offenses. He simply offered protection to Jiang Yao when the original owner sought to confront her. He was hardly a direct enemy. While revenge was not warranted, it did not hinder her from ruffling his feathers. Ultimately, Han Chun fell at 0-7, his crystal succumbing to the relentless assault of minions. Setting down his phone, he bore a pallid expression. His Highness Chu urged, hurry, call out. The live streaming room was inundated with the phrase daddy. Han Chun took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Daddy, daddy, Chu Yun remarked. Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. The comments were unmistakably directed at him, with accusations flying. It was evident that old grievances lingered. When Han Chun had previously troubled Jiang Miao, he had not considered her innocence. Now, since they were both acting from their hearts, there was no need to invoke notions of right or wrong. Han Chun's face turned pale with frustration. He was genuinely curious about how he had offended Chu Yun. Nevertheless, the wager had to be honored, for to do otherwise would signify his inability to bear the loss. Han Chun declared loudly, Daddy, I am not as good as you, Daddy. Chu Yun chuckled, leaning back in her chair. Yes, that's a good boy. Good boy, my foot. After calling out for his father, Han Chun abruptly ended the stream. Observing their idol's anger and departure, his fans flocked to Chu Yun's live stream to unleash their wrath. May you perish, Chu Dog. How can such a woman exist in this world? Chu Dog, you are unworthy of playing games. Winning against young Master Han through cheating. And such a woman is still not banned? What kind of scum do you men support? Have you lost your eyesight? A prominent figure in red text commented, Your Highness, grant some moderation and ban these trolls. Most of them were Han Chun's female fans, and their insults were particularly venomous. Chu Yun replied, Ban? Why ban? From today onward, I too shall have my share of detractors. The audience reacted with disbelief. Your Highness, it seems you have misjudged your own position. You started streaming by clashing with Han Chun and have been criticized from beginning to end. If it weren't for a group of perverse supporters, you would have long since faded into obscurity. Chu Yun continued her live stream with a cheerful smile. In a buoyant mood, I embarked on an advanced teaching session, choosing not to disrupt other streamers. Without hesitation, I claimed Han Chun's legacy as my own. Even the detractors can be regarded as supporters, after all. It is all about popularity. Chapter 44. I am the biological one at this moment. In the office of the Jiang family president. Jiang Yao was watching the live stream with a face twisted in frustration. That despicable Jiang Miao had truly proven to be a lingering presence. President Jiang. Regarding our upcoming press conference, the manager entered, only to be met with the sight of Jiang Yao, her eyes darkened by heavy makeup, lips stained black, and clad in tattered denim, glaring fiercely at her phone screen. President Jiang, the event is facing public resistance, and representatives from the relevant departments have arrived at the company. What shall we do? A surge of indignation surged within Jiang Yao, threatening to erupt. How can you not manage even this? What are you here for? To merely collect a paycheck? The manager was taken aback. He had diligently served in the company for over a decade, often receiving a modicum of respect from the elder President Jiang. Yet, the younger Jiang was so ungracious. Jiang Yao was utterly exasperated. What was this? Why was it that upon her assumption of the role, an avalanche of complications surfaced? Wasn't he everything fine before? Now, she was still unfamiliar with the company. And yet she was confronted with such a colossal issue. It would be remarkable if she could handle it. The manager lowered his head, striving to suppress his anger. With such a significant crisis at hand, with the tax, industry, and quality supervision departments knocking at their door, did they truly believe that a mere manager could resolve this? Everyone could see that if the Jiang family did not manage this properly, they were bound for ruin. And just when they needed capable leadership, they had a rather unconventional character at the helm. The outcome was all too predictable. Why are you standing there? Hurry and address the situation. Wasn't it said to be urgent? These antiquated individuals, if it weren't for my father's insistence that they are elders deserving of respect, I would truly wish to see this group of ineffectual relics pack their belongings and depart. What purpose do they serve if they cannot assist the company in its affairs? Are they merely to be revered as ancestors? The manager, stifling a breath, said, Then I shall take my leave, General Jiang. Perhaps I should inform old General Jiang instead. If this continues, the Jiang family is bound to face ruin. Wait, Jiang Yao called out to the manager. Could you please help me find out where Jiang Miao is currently residing? The manager frowned, replying, General Jiang, our immediate priority is to address the company's matters. Jiang Yao, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, Just do as I ask. Can you resolve the company's issues? You merely prolong the inevitable. Stabilize the company's situation for now. I will consult my father. I initially did not wish to inform him, but there is no other choice. I cannot simply stand by and watch the company face bankruptcy. After all the effort put in over the years, it would all be in vain if we lost what we have worked so hard to acquire. Furthermore, without the company, how can I contend with Jiang Miao? Yet, by doing so, I will inevitably alter my father's perception of me. Only then did the manager relent. Though still dissatisfied, he managed to suppress his discontent. Very well, General Jiang, I shall take my leave now. Please inform me immediately upon discovering any news regarding Jiang Miao. Meanwhile, Chu Yun concluded her live broadcast and entered the living room, where she found Wang Lily and Li Shishir seated on the sofa, practicing their breathing exercises. Zhang Chao, still looking troubled, stood up as soon as he saw Chu Yun. What is the matter? Have you not yet made a decision? Zhang Chao inquired, his left hand gripping his right. Master, I truly wonder if I might become, a eunuch? Zhang Chao, nodding. If I say no, would you believe me? Zhang Chao, is His Highness Chu present? Upon opening the door, Chu Yun was greeted by Feng Du's elegant demeanor. What brings you here? Feng Du, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head. In a few days, there will be an esports event, and I require a female companion. Do you have the time? An esports event? It seems that Han Chun and Jiang Yao will also be attending. In the narrative, it is at this event that Han Chun formally confesses his feelings to Jiang Yao, leading to their union. Now, with her involvement, I cannot ascertain if it will unfold as the story dictates. Intrigued, I replied, Very well, I shall accompany you. Feng Du was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that His Highness would decline. Primarily, he lacked friends, especially female ones. This esports event mandated a female companion, and had His Highness refused, he would have had to resort to hiring a model. However, the thought of other women's ravenous gazes filled him with reluctance. Joyfully, Feng Du declared, It's settled then. Oh my, the iron tree has finally blossomed. Our Feng Du has finally awakened. A group of young men gathered at the entrance, jeering at Feng Du. Your Highness, please take our little virgin under your wing. Feng Du's face flushed crimson, reaching his neck as he stammered, Why you don't listen to their nonsense. I Am not. Chu Yun chuckled softly. A man? Apologies, but I am not interested. Young ones, heed my warning. Do not entertain any improper thoughts towards me. Otherwise, such raucous behavior must be curbed. Who knows if it might inadvertently give rise to ambiguity. Matters of love and affection are most vexatious. Feng Du gazed at Chu Yun with a look of bewilderment. So, what Chu dignitary truly favors is women. Then her targeting of Han Chun is indeed because of a certain possibility crossed their minds, twisting their expressions. Humph, these ignorant mortals. The wretched woman does not favor men, nor does she favor women. The only entity she cherishes is herself. Feng Du nodded vigorously, understanding the implication. There was no need for further reminders. He felt an inexplicable reluctance to harbor any improper thoughts. Then he inadvertently caught sight of Wang Lily and Li Shishir, sitting cross-legged in the room. Were they practicing? Upon hearing the term practicing, Qin Shun squeezed over. Chu Yun confirmed, indeed. Qin Shun's eyes sparkled with interest, and then he pointed at Zhang Chao, inquiring, then why is he not practicing? Oh, perhaps the name of the technique does not resonate with him, Chu Yun replied. Qin Shun paused, asking, what is the name? If he could practice it, he wouldn't mind even a ridiculous name. Chu Yun revealed, the sunflower scripture. Qin Shun, at the Zhang family's villa, Zhang Yao, donned in a pristine white dress, appeared demure and gentle, her face unblemished. Though she believed that she looked better with makeup, she had not heard a whisper. How could it suddenly? Zhang Yao stealthily glanced at her father's expression. Dad, it seems we haven't offended anyone. Do you think it's my sister? Zhang's father furrowed his brow. We haven't offended anyone. After years in business, it's impossible not to have made enemies. However, considering that reckless daughter of mine, it is indeed plausible. In the world of commerce, adversaries have clashed for years, yet how could one be so easily ensnared? Zhang Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her academic performance had plummeted significantly. If her parents discovered that she might not gain admission to a prestigious university, she would no longer be regarded as perfect in their eyes. Coupled with the recent incident involving her visit to the police station, which had become common knowledge, she found it unbearable to face her peers at school. The only solace she found was in the fact that her parents, out of pity, were overly protective of her, fearing she might spiral into despair. This led them to entrust her with the management of the company. Having responsibilities would distract her from dwelling on the past. Therefore, it was imperative that nothing went awry within the company. She dreaded the thought of her father attributing any mishaps to her. For now, she could only deflect the blame onto that wretched Zhang Miao. Zhang's father sighed. I will handle this matter. You should stay at home and refrain from going out for a while. Zhang Yao obediently nodded. All right, Dad. Yet, she yearned to venture out. How else could she confront Zhang Miao? However, she understood that she must not upset her father's mood. She felt powerless to resolve the company's issues and could only rely on her father to rectify the situation. The repercussions of this incident on society were significant. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. Soon, the day of the esports conference arrived. This event was a collaborative gathering organized by several major gaming companies, inviting outstanding professional players and streamers from various platforms. As it was not a particularly formal gathering, Chu Yun chose to don a light blue fitted gown, striking a balance between elegance and casualness. Accompanied by Feng Du, she gracefully alighted from the vehicle, deftly evading the throngs of admirers. Upon entering the venue, her gaze swiftly landed on a man standing by the pool, holding a glass of champagne. It was impossible to overlook him. The male protagonist was simply radiant. Han Chun, alerted by the commotion, looked up to see Chu Yun and Feng Du. He paused momentarily, and Feng Du cleared his throat, addressing Han Chun. Han Chun acknowledged with a subtle hum, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Chu Yun. It is often said that internet celebrities possess two distinct personas, one captivatingly beautiful on screen and another quite the opposite in reality. Yet, Han Chun found that Chu Yun, in her natural state, not only escaped the comparison but truly outshone the rest. As they mingled within the venue, no companion brought by the esteemed guests could rival her presence. However, given their past disagreements, Han Chun merely cast a couple of glances without any intention of greeting her. Why did you not bring a companion today? Feng Du inquired. Han Chun took a sip of champagne and replied, I did bring someone, but we got caught in traffic. She should arrive shortly. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, pondering if Han Chun's companion could possibly be that Yao Yao. Han Chun furrowed his brow. How do you know? His mind quickly recalled Chu Yun's previous comments regarding him and Yao Yao, stirring an unfounded sense of unease within him. Nevertheless, in a public setting, he hoped Chu Yun would exercise restraint. Hey, oh, the spot in the middle, by the poolside, the one in the gray suit, holding a glass of champagne. Chu Yun's eyes swiftly located Jiang Yao. Yet, Han Shun's gaze wandered a few times, directly bypassing Jiang Yao, until a delicate hand, adorned with black nail polish, gently tapped Han Chen's arm. Han Xiao, I am Yao Yao. Upon lowering his head to behold the girl before him, Han Chen was instantly rendered speechless, while Feng Du exhibited an expression of sheer disbelief. Jiang Yao was clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, complete with leather pants. Her long hair was styled into soft curls, with several strands braided and secured with a vegetable-colored hair tie. She sported bold black eyeliner, shimmering blue eyeshadow, orange blush, and dark plum lipstick, complemented by a lip ring. Han Chen exclaimed, "What on earth? You are Yao Yao?" Jiang Yao shyly gazed at him and nodded. "I'm sorry, dear sir. I encountered traffic on the way and arrived late." Jiang Yao maintained the playful tone from their game while speaking to Han Chen. Yet at that moment, he merely wished to flee. Who could possibly inform him about this bizarre transformation? The photos circulating in their social circle did not resemble this at all. "Wow, Han Xiao, is this your companion for today? She is truly stunning," remarked Da Xin, a streamer who usually shared a good rapport with Han Chen, approaching with a look of mischievous delight. Han Chen's expression darkened. Enough of this nonsense. "Han Xiao, who is this?" Jiang Yao tilted her head, adorably inquiring. Han Chen yearned to simply walk away. What on earth is this creature? He thought, lamenting his apparent misfortune. He couldn't fathom what possessed him to invite such an individual to be his companion. After all, he, Han Chen, could procure any kind of companion he desired. Why, of all people, did he choose a gaming acquaintance? Little did he know, she was indeed Han Xiao's companion. Chu Yun spoke. Jiang Yao's taste has truly been twisted. Perhaps she thinks that encountering her idol for the first time necessitates presenting her best self. It is evident that she has put considerable effort into her appearance. However, it is quite lamentable. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yao shifted her gaze to Chu Yun, her expression instantly changing, a flicker of jealousy crossing her face. "Jiang Miao, that wretched girl, is truly an eyesore." "Jiang Miao, what are you doing here?" Chu Yun smiled. "Why shouldn't I be here? Not to mention that I am the companion of Feng Du. But I was also invited to this esports event. I simply couldn't be bothered to find a male partner and thus decided to team up with Feng Du." Jiang Yao hesitated, wanting to retort that Chu Yun was unworthy, but then calmed herself. "Sister, do you have any idea how worried we have been about you? You left home without a word. How could you face our parents?" Han Chen Feng Du interjected. "What is going on here?" Chu Yun was not about to allow Jiang Yao to spread any rumors. "Miss Jiang, have you forgotten? We signed a termination agreement, legally and socially. We are no longer family. Is this the adopted daughter who has taken your family as fortune?" Feng Du blurted out. "Indeed," Chu Yun replied. "Though it wouldn't be accurate to say I took it. My adoptive parents favored her and willingly gave it." Han Chen finally understood why he was being targeted. It was clear that these two sisters were indeed adversaries. However, an adopted daughter? How could a biological daughter fail to retain family wealth to an adopted one? Han Chen wondered why he was so incredulous. Jiang Yao frowned. "Sister, could you perhaps exhibit some understanding?" The crowd murmured. "What do we do when such words come from someone like her? It just feels so out of place, no matter how one looks at it. His Highness Chu resembles a well-behaved young lady." The crowd. "Wow, that is quite a revelation." Surrounded by peculiar gazes, Jiang Yao's face turned pale, her body trembling in fury. She nearly shrieked. "Jiang Miao, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I speaking in jest?" Chu Yun stoked the flames further. "I merely stated the truth. Such matters can easily be verified. The police station has the records." The crowd. "Is this really happening? So young and yet." Jiang Yao felt as if her heart were being torn apart by Chu Yun. However, in public, she dared not retaliate. With tears in her eyes, she turned to Han Chen. "Do you believe me, Han Xiao?" Han Chen replied nonchalantly. "What does that have to do with me? Let's not discuss this today." Chu Yun feigned a demure smile. "Oh dear, I tend to be rather blunt and inadvertently speak the truth. Miss Jiang is older than I am. Surely she wouldn't hold it against me." Feng Du sensed the awkward atmosphere and attempted to mediate. "Well, His Highness is still quite young. She speaks rather straightforwardly. Miss Jiang, please don't take offense, just let it slide." He too recognized how infuriating Chu Yun's remarks were, as anyone would be angered by such disparagement. Afraid of an explosive reaction, Chu Yun was nearly in stitches. This fellow was indeed a divine supporter. Feng Du was a male version of the true White Lotus. However, to Jiang Yao's ears, it resonated differently, causing her face to turn an alarming shade of green. Is that truly you, His Highness? The streamer beside Han Chen stared at Chu Yun in awe. Wow, you are even more beautiful in person than on stream. His Highness, how do you play Luna so well? Do share your secrets. Indeed, let us share this. A group of individuals surrounded Chu Yun. Jiang Yao stood beside Han Chen, her complexion paling further. That wretched woman, that wretched woman. Chu Yun cast a provocative glance at Jiang Yao, inciting even greater envy within her. Chapter 46. I am the biological one. The venue was bustling with activity. Chu Yun held a glass of champagne, engaging in polite and composed conversation with those around her. She sat gracefully on the sofa, her demeanor regal, reminiscent of a queen. Han leaned against the window, wearing a grim expression, consuming one drink after another. Beside him, Jiang Yao's eyes glimmered with jealousy, reddening with emotion. That despicable woman relished stealing the spotlight. Jiang Yao, clutching a glass of red wine, marched directly towards Chu Yun. Han Chen paused momentarily, questioning her intentions. What are you doing? Is your embarrassment not sufficient? Ignoring his concern, Jiang Yao pressed on, compelling Han to follow after her. After all, she was his companion, and any ensuing chaos would inevitably involve him. Upon concluding her conversation, Chu Yun stood to depart, only to be obstructed by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's face was a deep shade of anger, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Without hesitation, Jiang Yao raised her wine glass and splashed it directly onto Chu Yun's face. A flash of coldness flickered in Chu Yun's gaze. Ah, trouble begets trouble. Han Chen, sensing the brewing conflict, attempted to restrain the tempestuous woman. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. The crimson liquid cascaded from his head, down his face and neck, seeping into his white shirt. The surrounding air fell silent for 2 seconds. Oh dear, young Master Han, what has happened to you? Chu Yun exclaimed in surprise. Han Chen, bewildered, could only think, what the hell? I too wish to understand how I became the target of such a splash. That wine was clearly intended for Princess Chu. His expression darkened, as if shadows were poised to descend. From a young age, he had never endured such humiliation. To be publicly doused in alcohol. Jiang Yao was equally taken aback. This was far from the outcome she had envisioned. Hastily, she grabbed a tissue to offer her assistance. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Chu Yun watched the interaction between the male and female leads with a smile. The trope of spilling wine has become a classic in many romantic dramas. The female protagonist inadvertently drenches the male lead, nervously apologizing, "Let me help you clean that up." Yet, in romantic dramas, the spills often target suits, shirts, or trousers, leaving the male lead's handsome visage intact, allowing him to deliver a suave line. Can you afford to compensate for this? The female lead, ever defiant, would insist that no matter the cost, she would repay him. If funds fell short, she would gather assistance. This would often lead to a flirtatious undertone as she continued to dab at the spilled drink. However, the scene before them was quite different. Han Chen was soaked in liquor, making even the most handsome visage hard to appreciate. Never had Han Chen felt so humiliated, harboring a desire to eliminate Jiang Yao from his sight. Miss Jiang, even if you dislike me, is this truly necessary? The White Lotus, Chu Yun, made her reappearance. If it weren't for Mr. Han shielding me, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Han Chen retorted, "Get lost. Who wants to help you?" He felt utterly cursed to have crossed paths with these two sisters. Jiang Yao gazed at Han Chen with guilt, mentally noting a score against Chu Yun. Yet, the priority now was to cultivate a relationship with Han Chen. Given the current state of the Jiang family's business, his assistance would be invaluable. No need. Farewell. I never wish to see you again. Han Chen, with a face marred by wine stains, swiftly entered his crimson Ferrari. With a swift press of the accelerator, he vanished into the distance. As Han Chen departed, his companion Jiang Yao found no reason to linger. Casting a cold glance at Chu Yun, she too took her leave. "Father, mother, what is happening?" Jiang's father, weary, glanced at Jiang Yao and replied, "Come, we have gathered your belongings." Before her stood a taxi, and Jiang's father beckoned Jiang's mother to load the items. A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Yao. The court officials had visited earlier that day. With tears in her eyes, Jiang's mother lamented, "All valuable possessions at home and the company have been seized." Not only had all assets been confiscated, but the company also bore a substantial debt. As the actual shareholder and legal representative, the burden naturally fell upon Jiang Yao. In disbelief, Jiang Yao took a couple of steps back. No, it cannot be. How could they seize everything just like that? Haven't I been trying to find a solution? Can't we wait a little longer? Jiang Yao was oblivious to how she had boarded the vehicle. Upon arriving at the rented house arranged by her father, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. The newly rented accommodation was an old resettlement building on the outskirts of the city, with a large iron gate marking the entrance. Though there was an elevator, cleanliness was surely a distant prospect. To the average person, this dwelling might not be deemed terrible, as it was habitable. However, for Jiang Yao, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, it felt akin to a heap of refuse. Father, mother, can we find a better place to live? Zhang's father sighed wearily. Having exhausted all her funds on renting this place, she found herself devoid of even the means to buy groceries at the market. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly consider relocating? Yet, Jiang Yao could not come to terms with her situation. Having just witnessed Chu Yun's splendor, she felt a profound sense of resentment when she compared her own circumstances. I refuse to live in such a place. Is this truly a dwelling fit for anyone? It is filthy, disordered, and foul-smelling. My shoes are sullied from this journey. Which esteemed young lady would ever deign to reside in our humble abode? If you do not wish to stay, then leave. Who has begged you to remain? Huh? Would a true heiress come to such a place? It is utterly pretentious. Having just suppressed a torrent of frustration from her encounter with Chu Yun, Jiang Yao could no longer contain herself and engaged in a heated argument with the landlady. Alas, the landlady was no pushover. Her booming voice pierced the air as she pointed a finger at Jiang Yao, berating her. Outmatched in argument and unable to retaliate physically, Jiang Yao, in a fit of anger, turned on her heel and fled, with her parents unable to restrain her. As she wandered alone beneath the cloak of night in the city, Jiang Yao felt as though the entire world had dimmed, mirroring her bleak future, devoid of any glimmer of hope. The Zhang family was in shambles, and with her parents' advanced age, the prospect of finding respectable employment seemed bleak. As for her, she had yet to graduate high school. What could she possibly do? Burdened by a mountain of debt, she passed by an alley where a group of young ruffians, legs crossed and swaggering, whistled at her. Hey, beautiful, care for a drink? My treat. Alcohol. A single drink might alleviate my troubles. It seemed appealing. With an invitation extended, she thought it foolish to refuse. Thus, Jiang Yao joined the group for an evening of revelry. Regardless, she awoke in the hotel the following day, momentarily taken aback before dismissing it entirely. For her, these matters held no significance. A few hundred yuan lay on the table. How amusing, she thought. Yet, she took it nonetheless. The person had vanished without a trace. It was unreasonable to part ways with money. She would simply consider it as if she had been nipped by a dog. At that moment, Jiang Yao remained oblivious to the fact that once a first occurrence transpires, countless subsequent events are bound to follow. Chapter 47. I am the biological one. The three inexpensive disciples attended classes in the morning and practiced martial arts in the afternoon, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Only Zhang Chao, without fail, would clutch a mirror each day, anxiously inquiring, has my skin improved? Goodness, it appears my skin has become even finer. Am I fairer now? Oh no. I think my Adam's apple has shrunk a tad. Oh dear, it seems their essay changed down there too. Wang Lily and Li Shirsha retorted, get lost. Their curses directed at Chu Yun were manic, accompanied by demands for money. In her words, those are your biological parents. If you do not care for them, who will? If you refuse to provide for them, I shall take you to court. Jiang Yao had grown weary of her current financial struggles. In the past, anything she desired was readily available without her lifting a finger, as there were always individuals preparing everything for her meticulously. Now, those two old folks were stingy over a mere few hundred yuan, far less generous than the young men she had met outside. Nevertheless, none could compare to Jiang Yao, who was currently the most popular streamer on the platform. Her daily earnings were astonishing, and even a mere trickle of her income surpassed what those two elderly individuals could offer. If you do not compensate me, I shall reveal to everyone how you have treated your own parents. Chu Yun smiled as she called for security. The notarized disownment document bears legal weight. Feel free to sue if you wish. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, however, displayed a degree of fortitude by not showing up. Yet, after Jiang Yao was cornered for the 20th time by debt collectors in an alley, she ultimately made her way to Chu Yun's residence. Leaning against the door with her arms crossed, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, coldly observing the couple before her, who appeared to have aged a decade. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang gazed at the young woman, whose fair and delicate skin was clad in a clean cotton nightgown, a faint smile gracing her face. Devoid of the arrogance she once exuded. Standing there, she appeared poised and graceful. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang stood frozen, as if seeing their daughter for the first time. Reflecting on the current state of Jiang Yao, it seemed that within just a few months, the roles had reversed. Meow meow, how have you been lately? Mrs. Jiang ventured hesitantly, her voice awkward from having not used her daughter's nickname for so long. Chu Yun politely inquired, "What brings you here, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang?" The expression on their faces shifted. "Yao Yao, we were wrong to you," they admitted. Since the fall of the Jiang family, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had been reflecting on their past actions. They questioned whether they had indeed been overly harsh on their biological daughter. While it was true that Yao Yao was obedient and understanding, Meow Meow had not truly erred. She had merely been a bit headstrong, compounded by her dissatisfaction with their preferential treatment of Yao Yao. It was only in the last 2 years that she had become somewhat unruly. Perhaps, indeed, the fault lay with them for their excessive favoritism. They should have communicated better with their daughter, rather than imposing their will upon her. "How are you faring now?" Chu Yun smiled. "Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, have you come to reminisce?" Mr. Jiang's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat twice. Chu Yun responded, "Pardon me, but who among you is family to me?" She could not possibly believe that these parents had genuinely awakened to their past mistakes. It is human instinct to strive for ascension. The adage that people seek higher ground while water flows downward is not without reason. Observing the success of others often triggers a reflex to embellish every action of theirs. This is the essence of idol worship. When an individual achieves success, even their past transgressions may be forgiven, while a failure's kindness is often misconstrued as weakness. This is precisely the case with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. They do not truly comprehend their past errors or the neglect of their daughter's feelings. Rather, it is their daughter's rising fortunes and the accompanying glow that compels them to seek closeness, to curry favor. This is known as the psychology of admiration for the strong. However, proximity can breed discontent. Over time, the grievances that were once overlooked will resurface. Not to mention, there is still the presence of Jiang Yao. Rest assured, we will not show favoritism, the parents promised. Chu Yun replied, "Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, for me, the past is long gone." Mr. and Mrs. Jiang felt a surge of joy, only for Chu Yun to add, "I prefer not to revisit bygone matters as they affect my mood." Mr. Jiang, elated, responded, "Very well. We shall not mention it again. It is all in the past, and no one is permitted to bring it up henceforth." Chu Yun concluded, "Thus, I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing me. To me, the bond of parentage is also part of the past." The faces of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang turned pale, a bitter taste spreading within their mouths. "Daughter, it seems you have no intention of forgiving them," Jiang Miao remarked, her tone laced with disappointment. Jiang Yao, hidden around the corner, could no longer restrain herself and burst forth. "Even if you sever ties, the blood of the Jiang family flows within you. They gave you life, provided for you, and educated you. Their kindness should not be forgotten." Jiang father and Jiang mother appeared anxious. How did Yao Yao come out? This will only infuriate Meow Meow further, they thought. "Yao Yao, how can you speak to your sister in such a manner?" Jiang mother chastised Jiang Yao, carefully gauging Chu Yun's expression. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes, her alluring gaze dark as ink. "Do you believe in karma? In this world, there exists a cause and effect. The bond between parents and children is often one of benevolence, yet there can also be ties of malice. In a past life, Jiang father and Jiang mother were among those who contributed to the original owner's tragic fate. And Jiang Yao was the one who forced the original owner into a life of wandering, filled with hardship. What one sows, so shall one reap. Repentance and apologies cannot erase the consequences. If you require support from your daughter." Chu Yun glanced at Jiang Yao. "Isn't there one right here? Fully capable." Jiang father and Jiang mother's faces flushed crimson. "Meow meow, we do not." They attempted to express that they were not seeking aid, as they were not the type to cling to others' success. Yet, contemplating their current predicament, their resolve to voice such sentiments wavered. If Meow Meow, out of consideration for them being her parents, were to offer some support, it would be understandable, as they had indeed raised her for over a decade. Yao Yao is still young. How could she earn money at this point, let alone supporting them each month? It is a stroke of fortune to extract even a mere 1,000 or 800 from their hands. Neither Jiang father nor Jiang mother seemed to be aware of this. To this day, their hearts remain biased. They believe Jiang Yao's lack of income is due to her youth, yet they find it entirely reasonable that their biological daughter, even younger than Jiang Yao, earns money. Upon noticing their evasive glances, Chu Yun comprehends their thoughts. She offers a cold smile and shuts the door. From this moment forth, they are mere strangers to each other. Jiang Yao seeks to usurp her parents' affections? Very well, let that be. If her parents wish they had never had this biological daughter, so be it, their desires shall be fulfilled. The ties of causality have been severed, and blood relations have become akin to mere passers-by. Chapter 48. I am the biological one. A message from Feng Du arrived. The Grandmaster Cup has commenced. Shall we queue together? Chu Yun, certainly. She opens the live stream and initiates the game. The Grandmaster Cup is an event organized by King of Glory in collaboration with several major streaming platforms, featuring professional players and renowned streamers. Chu Yun and Feng Du simultaneously enter the game queue and find themselves on the same team. Their teammates begin to converse in the game voice chat. Lu Gu. Oh no. Oh no. The opposing team comprises 4 professional players, plus Han Chun. They are all formidable foes. Dubai, Lu Gu, don't jump to conclusions. If we don't win soon, you'll become an entertainment streamer. Lu Gu. I am not an entertainment streamer. I am a technical streamer, alright? Is it my fault we lost for consecutive matches? Dubai. No worries. With the esteemed Feng Du and His Highness Chu here, you have nothing to fear. Lu Gu. I know of Feng Du, but who is His Highness Chu? Chu Yun. I am the one who will carry you this match. As soon as Chu Yun speaks, the opponent erupts in surprise. Lu Gu. Wait. There is a girl on our team? Lu Gu. How should I deal with the ladies? I've cast my vote. Just cast it directly. Dubai. Lu Gu. Stop talking. If you don't want to call someone father, then silence yourself. Lu Gu. What nonsense is this? Chu Yun. Just idle by the spring water. Lying down is all it takes. Lu Gu. The lady's tone is quite bold. When did such an arrogant female streamer emerge? How come I am unaware? At this moment, Lu Ji's live stream was inundated with messages. Chu Dianxia has been summoned. Lu Gu kneels. Lu Gu steadies himself. Lu Gu, steady yourself and do not falter. Lu Gu, quickly call father. Congratulations to Lu Gu for acquiring a father. Lu Gu. What on earth is this father nonsense? It seems Chu Dianxia is a streamer from Ivory. How could a mere shark player like him know of her? Furthermore, as the #1 player in Honor of Kings, he has always been the focus of attention. As a super streamer with millions of followers, Lu Gu believed he should not back down. Lu Gu. I shall not idle. I am going to make sacrifices. Lu Gu promptly selected Athena and opted for the sprint ability. Dubai. Lu Gu, stop messing around. The sacrifice strategy might work in low-tier games, but in high-tier matches, it's merely handing out free kills. Lu Ji's sacrifice strategy differed from the professionals. It was purely for amusement. He would dash towards the opposing crystal, severing the minion lanes. He would likely perish at the hands of the crystal more than 10 times. If all went well, one could achieve 6 full items in 8 minutes. However, without minion waves and resources, the outcome hinged solely on the skills of the sacrificial player. Lu Gu. I refuse. I shall make sacrifices. Who told the lady to ask me to idle? I will indeed hand over my life. I not only offer assistance, but I shall also elevate your performance. Chu Yun, elevate? Has this been approved by me? To speak candidly, everyone present is merely a junior. The other streamers around remain tight-lipped. Only Brother Lu erupts, exclaiming, when did Ivory produce such a remarkable character, and a female one at that? Gentlemen, shall we consider pursuing her? Pursue her, pursue her. The fans in Brother Lu's live stream are ecstatic, finally witnessing His Highness Chu confronting his own streamer. They are inexplicably thrilled. I merely wish to see His Highness be pursued once. Go, Brother Lu. Go, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, I have faith in you. Brother Lu rolls up his sleeves. If I elevate her, will the young lady call me husband during her live stream? What say you? Chu Yun smiles. Are you afraid? Of course I shall. If I elevate you, will you call me father during your stream? What say you? Brother Lu, oh my. So you are quite bold. It seems I must take this seriously. Brother Lu shifts from slouching in his chair to sitting upright. After all, he is the greatest streamer of Honor of Kings. Being outplayed would be quite the embarrassment. Brother Lu, if we are to do it, then let us do it. Young lady, prepare to call me husband. Chu Yun promptly selects Luna. Call me husband? That is utterly impossible in this lifetime. Brother Lu, oh, this hero is quite flashy. Young lady, do you know how to play her? Perhaps we should switch to a mage. Daji or Wang Zhaojun would suffice. Does Brother Lu wish to experience the thrill of being dominated? Do not cease, continue to provoke. Brother Lu, I have faith in you. Chu Papa awaits you with a great sword 20 meters ahead. Sixth brother, this group of pretenders only wishes to see him being overwhelmed. Chu Yun, whatever you play, you must call me daddy. Sixth brother. Opposite, Han Shen's temples throbbed upon seeing the opposing Luna's ID. Should he perhaps start burning incense? The fans, however, were exhilarated. Come on, Han Xiao, don't be timid. Let us aim for 20 today. Chu Daddy is on the other side. Han Xiao, shed tears for me. Han Xiao kneels and sings Conquer. Han Chun, what is the point of singing Conquer? Our household boasts 4 professional deities. How could we possibly lose? His Highness Chu is certainly skilled. But can his prowess surpass that of a professional team? If one can compete professionally, why remain a streamer? Han Chun felt a surge of excitement, sensing a turn of fate approaching. Damn it, it has been too stifling lately. Professional player 1. Everyone, stay calm. Feng Du has actually let a girl take the jungle position. Brothers, our opportunity has arrived. Let us take him down. Professional player 2. Let us go. Sixth brother is on a sacrificial flow. Let us not mind him. He is simply incompetent. Professional player 3. Let us go. Let us go. This match is secure. Over at Chu Yun's side, as the game commenced, sixth brother maneuvered Athena directly toward the opposing tower. Bye. Sixth brother, don't throw it away. Sixth brother, I shall throw it. Who told the lady to provoke me? Chu Yun shifted the perspective, only to see Athena racing toward the opposing crystal, disconnecting. Ignoring him, he focused on farming. Black Rabbit, cousin, lend me some money. I'm so broke I'm living on welfare. Sixth brother, I refuse. I want to give you a thing. Sixth brother, unless you have the lady apologize to me, saying that sixth brother is the best. Goodbye. Brother, do you believe you will suffer? Chu Yun, when calling for daddy, one must use a lowly voice. Sixth brother, get lost, get lost. All the stream rooms. Ha ha ha. After Chu Yun finished clearing the jungle monsters and reached level 4, he immediately set out to ambush. Han Shen contemplated and cautioned his teammates. Be wary of the opposing Luna. Professional player 1. It's fine. Luna is quite easy to counter. We have Dongwang. Professional player 2. Indeed, especially since sixth brother is an entertainment streamer. There's nothing to worry about. Professional player 3. No worries, no worries. Sixth brother has consumed all the minion waves. Their team's economy is quite poor. We are not afraid. Just as the words left their lips. First blood. Luna slays Marco Polo. Double kill. Luna secures a double kill on Dongwang Tai. Triple kill. Luna achieves a triple kill on Han Xian. Professional player 1. Professional player 2. Professional player 3. Haching, it seems you have never been dominated by His Highness Chu Yun. Professional player 4. It's fine. Hold steady. We can win. Hanqing gritted his teeth, pondering what kind of monster this Chu Yun truly was. Could even the professional team not handle her? It felt as though they were on the brink of defeat. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Haching, play the battle song. Brothers, let us engrave the words King of Turnarounds into our hearts. King of Turnarounds, King of Turnarounds, King of Turnarounds, starting off with a battle song. Hanqing, have you surrendered? Hanqing, abandon your struggles. Daddy Chu Yun will teach you a lesson. Your daddy will always be your daddy. In the midst of disconnecting from the enemy's crystal, sixth brother was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the prowess of the young lady. Chapter 49. I am the biological one's sixth brother. Wow, are the girls nowadays this formidable? Sixth brother, young lady, have you perhaps activated a voice changer? With such impressive skills and such boldness, she must be a master of cross-dressing. Upon inspecting sixth brother's performance, it read 070. Prince Chu, reporting for a free kill. Sixth brother, the young lady has quite a temperament. If you wish to report, go ahead. Humph. As long as I successfully sever the minion line by the 8th minute and accumulate sufficient resources, a massacre will ensue, rendering any reports futile. Admiring sixth brother's audacity. Friendly reminder, sixth brother might indeed incur penalties. One more penalty, and you'll be relegated to battling bots. Sixth brother is currently engaged in bot matches. Professional player 1. Goodness, this Luna is a powerhouse. How did I die again? Professional player 2. Support, why didn't you protect me? Professional player 3. I was suspended in the air. Professional player 4. Who is this Prince Chu? Truly impressive. Professional player 4. Even Feng Du is willing to assist her. She must possess substantial skill. Professional player 2. Could she be a newcomer from SQ? Professional player 2. Isn't Hanqing a streamer from your platform? Why is she so extraordinary? Hanqing, I warned you all to be cautious of Luna from the very beginning. Am I to blame? Professional team. Professional player 1. Hanqing, spare us. You are the one who delivers the most. Professional player 2. Han Xiao, send a little something. Professional player 3. If you send more, I genuinely can't keep up with you. Han Chun wore a cold expression. Hey, this is a professional team. Can't you see he is being relentlessly targeted by His Highness Chu? Fortunately, as His Highness stirs up chaos everywhere, it's not as disgraceful to admit being her punching bag anymore. Amidst the incessant notifications of a godlike performance from the system, Luna, accompanied by her teammates, surged towards the high ground. Upon hearing Luna's continuous triple and quadruple kills, Lu Ge felt a sense of urgency. Perhaps I should head out early after this wave of minions? Though it might be premature, if I don't leave soon, I won't be able to secure any kills. Goodbye, Lu Ge, don't cut the lane. We're on the verge of victory. Lu Ge, what is happening? Hey, are you really going to push now? Wait a moment. It had barely been 7 minutes, and while the minion waves had yet to be sufficiently severed, his teammates were already aiming to push the crystal. Lu Ge, don't push, don't push. Let me secure a few kills first. Oh no, this account only has a score of 90. If I get reported, I might end up facing AI. His Highness Chu, report for feeding. 0130, a definite report. Feng Du, received. Lu Ge, game over. Lu Ge tugged at his hair as he opened a message from Master D. I can't believe it, I really got reported. A flurry of dazzling lights filled Lu Ge's live stream. Here she comes, here she comes. She arrives bearing the affection of Master D. Chu Daddy has arrived. Lu Ge kneels in welcome. Millions of fans watch you acknowledge your father. Lu Ge, give it your all. His Highness Chu, call me Daddy. In a lowly voice. Lu Ge, what the heck? After being reported, I still have to call you father? Your Highness Chu, hurry up if you're a man. Just call. Sixth brother, with a sorrowful expression, lamented his fate. What could he do? Having chosen this robe himself, he had to endure until the end. He tightened his throat, his voice resembling that of a duck with its neck pinched. Daddy, 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 I am not as good as your father. Is that enough? Chu Yun. That's acceptable. As long as you recognize that you are not as good as me. Chu Yun, in the future, refrain from showing off. Sixth brother, who could possibly outshine you? Please don't drag me into this. I want to live. In 2019, during the Grandmaster Cup, His Highness Chu surged forth as an unexpectedly prominent female streamer. With a flawless victory rate and absolute dominance, she vanquished various professional teams and renowned streamers, ultimately claiming the championship title of the Grandmaster Cup. She became the most talked about topic in the realm of Honor of Kings. Feng Du remarked to Chu Yun, are you truly not considering pursuing a professional career? I must concede, I am not as skilled as you. With your level of expertise, this year's FMVP undoubtedly belongs to you. Chu Yun replied, why go through the trouble of competing in so many matches to earn a championship? If you secure the FMVP, I can simply defeat you directly. Why complicate things? Feng Du was at a loss for words. Perhaps her point was valid. Chu Yun logged into the streaming backend and issued an announcement. Effective immediately, Your Highness Chu is permanently retiring from Ivory Live. Thank you all for your support. May our paths not cross again. The chatroom erupted with chaos, especially among those grandiose figures who habitually sought to challenge Chu Yun. What the heck? She left without a word. How are we supposed to pass our idle hours now? How will we spend our money in joy? We need to call upon Your Highness Chu. However, she remained unresponsive, as if she had vanished completely. Ultimately, they all found their way to Feng Du. Knowing that you share a close relationship, could you assist us in reaching out to His Highness Chu? Feng Du wore an expression of deep conflict. Could he truly claim to be unable to locate the other party? Moreover, such a significant matter, and as the sole friend of His Highness Chu within the circle, he had heard not a whisper. It was disheartening. The community of viewers felt utterly despondent. That irresponsible woman is a complete scoundrel. When has that woman ever played by the rules? A scoundrel indeed. A scoundrel, a scoundrel. Upon seeing the announcement, Han Qin felt a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether to feel more fortunate or regretful. In any case, he understood that the name of His Highness Chu would likely become a legend in the Ivory Tower, regardless of the upheaval this announcement would create in the streaming world. The transformation of the four individuals left teachers and classmates astounded. In stark contrast, the once acclaimed academic goddess Jiang Yao had now fallen into complete disarray. She scarcely attended school. spending her days with a band of delinquents. Some even reported encountering her at the hospital for an abortion, where a line of young men stood outside the operating room. Zhang's parents were beside themselves with worry, their hair turning white in their distress, yet to no avail. In the past few months, Chu Yun had earned sufficient income from streaming to purchase 2 properties, leaving hundreds of thousands in Jiang Miao's account. Furthermore, he had used spiritual energy to expand the meridians of her body by an inch, making it easier for Jiang Miao to cultivate the sunflower scriptures. While not achieving mastery, she would be capable of self-defense. After completing these tasks, Chu Yun directly instructed the pink duck, release Jiang Miao. The pink duck replied, understood. Jiang Miao's soul manifested. Chu Yun asked, do you harbor any discontent? Jiang Miao shook her head. Do not blame me for not securing the Jiang family. The transition from a wealthy heiress to merely a modest existence is indeed a significant disparity. However, Chu Yun believes that Jiang Miao is still quite young. If everything is handed to Jiang Miao, she may find little else to aspire to in her life. Is a life devoid of aspirations truly meaningful? Jiang Miao smiled, her gaze reflecting a serene acceptance of letting go. No blame, this is just right. Thank you. Chu Yun nodded, extracting a portion of the soul's power from Jiang Miao. Departing from her physical form, as customary, she inquired, shall I erase your memories? Although these memories are not my own experiences, they are indeed invaluable treasures. Jiang Miao clasped her fists in a gesture of respect towards Chu Yun. Greetings, Master. Chu Yun. Jiang Miao, I will diligently cultivate the secret scroll you left behind, Master. A flicker of light sparkled in Jiang Miao's calm eyes. Chu Yun pursed her lips. That scroll will not grant you ascension. Do not all rush toward it like cats spotting a mouse. Jiang Miao smiled playfully. The disciple understands. Ascension is not my desire. Being a legendary warrior is already a great satisfaction. Chu Yun. Very well, onward to the next destination. Duckling. Chu Yun, our next client has appeared. Shall we head directly there? Indeed. Chapter 50. The last breath of life. Chu Yun arrived in a new realm. The air was thick with the stench of decay. She discovered herself crouched in a restroom, her legs somewhat numb. Yet, her pants remained unbuttoned, indicating she was not attending to nature's call, but rather squatting against the door, her back pressed against it. The restroom door is locked from the inside, creating a sense of unease. The sound of relentless banging echoes as the door is struck violently, the flimsy panel seemingly on the verge of splintering. What on earth? Who could it be? Is there someone in the restroom? After a brief moment of silence outside, the pounding resumes with even greater intensity. What is happening? Confused and uncertain, Chu Yun decides to assess the situation. She braces herself against the door to prevent it from being breached. Convey the narrative to me, she requests. All right, comes the reply. This is a post-apocalyptic realm. To summarize, the protagonist, Chu Yun, was betrayed by a scoundrel in her past life and met a tragic end at the jaws of a zombie. Fueled by a fierce sense of resentment, she is reborn with the aid of a mystical spring space. With this golden opportunity, the reincarnated Chu Yun is no longer the weak woman reliant on a man. She takes vengeance on the scoundrel, a task remarkably straightforward. Ultimately, she joins forces with the formidable male lead, Mu Tingxiao, as they ascend to the pinnacle of the world together. The original inhabitant of this body, known as Li Qianqian, is the sole daughter of General Li. She has known the male lead, Mu Tingxiao, since childhood, making them childhood sweethearts. Mu Tingxiao lost his parents at the tender age of 5 and has only his younger sister, 3 years his junior, to rely on. Pursuing education was out of reach due to financial constraints, leading him to enlist in the army at 13 in search of a better life. Having endured considerable hardships in his youth, he worked diligently within the military, eventually catching the eye of General Li and being promoted to the rank of Major General. On the day the apocalypse erupted, General Li and Mu Tingxiao were out, and in a fateful twist, General Li was bitten by a zombie. To avoid becoming a mindless creature, he chose to take his own life. Before taking her own life, she entrusted her only daughter to Mu Tingxiao, hoping he would protect her and ensure her survival in this apocalyptic world. Faced with the dying wish of his benefactor, Mu Tingxiao could not refuse. After bidding farewell to General Li, he immediately set off for the capital to find Li Qianqian and her sister. In the wake of her father's sudden demise and amidst a cannibalistic apocalypse, Li Qianqian became increasingly reliant on Mu Tingxiao. This dependency, however, led to mounting resentment from Chu Yun, who found her increasingly intolerable. Having been reborn, Chu Yun's heart had long turned cold. adhering to a philosophy of annihilating any obstacles. She showed no mercy towards her rival, the original owner of Li Qianqian's identity. As a pampered young lady and a university student, Li Qianqian was hardly a match for the reborn Ji Yunran. After several schemes orchestrated by Ji Yunran, the disdain from Mu Tingxiao and the other members of the military towards Li Qianqian grew ever stronger. Aware of her status as a burden, Li Qianqian diligently practiced her abilities to combat zombies, hoping to contribute to the team. However, her wood-based powers proved largely ineffective in combat. Ultimately, during a mission to scavenge for supplies, their group was besieged by a horde of zombies. Ji Yunran deliberately lured a high-level zombie towards Li Qianqian, who stood no chance against it and was dragged away. Mu Tingxiao, despite his annoyance, was compelled to save her, yet Ji Yunran feigned injury from a zombie attack. In a moment of panic, Mu Tingxiao was torn between his beloved and the daughter of his benefactor. With Ji Yunran injured, immediate administration of the antidote was crucial to prevent her transformation into a zombie. Resolutely, Mu Tingxiao took Ji Yunran and fled. Li Qianqian watched helplessly as Mu Tingxiao hurriedly carried Ji Yunran away, and in his desperate gaze, she realized she had been forsaken, surrounded by high-level zombies. Her fate seemed sealed. Certainly, it was an insurmountable challenge. Within mere moments, she was engulfed by a horde of zombies. Li Qianqian harbored a singular aspiration, to become formidable and exact vengeance upon Ji Yunran. She firmly believed that she had never wronged Ji Yunran in any way. Even her affection for Mu Tingxiao was kept clandestine. Aware that her abilities did not measure up to his, she dared to bury this unspoken love deep within her heart, never voicing it to anyone. Confounded by Ji Yunran's relentless desire to eliminate her, she also loathed her own frailty, which rendered her a target for bullying. It was only through strength that one could earn respect and wield influence. Time and again, she had been wronged by Ji Yunran, deprived of even the opportunity to defend herself. Chu Yun scoffed softly, questioning what there was to misunderstand. Ji Yunran was an individual with an overwhelming possessiveness, and having been granted the extraordinary chance of rebirth, she believed she deserved nothing but the finest. How could she possibly tolerate her man showing kindness to another woman, even if that woman was the daughter of a benefactor? Chu Yun, is this realm on the brink of collapse? The despondent pink duck inquired. Perhaps we should abandon this task. It's hardly worthwhile to delay for a mere fragment of the client's soul power. We are not like those blood-sucking leeches of the Heavenly Path Alliance, driven solely by the fulfillment of a client's desires. Chu Yun meticulously sensed the state of the realm. Although the air was laden with an array of nauseating odors, there was a faint glimmer of vitality discernible. You are mistaken. This realm has a strong likelihood of disintegration and subsequent regeneration. The pink duck, taken aback, responded, what? Although the heavenly path here has been severely tainted, its consciousness has awakened. This apocalypse is, in fact, a desperate bid for self-salvation by the realm. The lack of control over the dimensional realm resulted in a blunder. Unlike other dimensions, the laws of the heavenly path here are utterly chaotic. The consciousness of the heavenly path lies dormant, unable to exert any influence. The so-called supreme deity is exceedingly detestable. Not only does he seize the powers of the dimension, but he also poisons and corrupts it. What advantage does he gain from rendering the dimension uninhabitable? A benefit, perhaps? Chu Yun scoffed, recognizing that it merely facilitates their acquisition of power. Merely extracting a bit from each dimension no longer satisfies their insatiable appetite. They might as well annihilate a few, thus devouring the entire dimension's power. After all, with countless dimensions existing, the loss of a few hundred or thousand is inconsequential to them. The relentless banging on the door continues, clearly indicating a horde of zombies outside. The current timeline marks the onset of the apocalypse, with zombies suddenly appearing everywhere, ravenously attacking humans. The capital university is no exception. Chu Yun finds herself in the restroom of the teaching building. When the zombies broke in, classes were in session, catching most off guard. A large portion of the population was transformed into zombies in an instant. Only a handful managed to either hide in small classrooms, or, like Li Qianqian, conceal themselves in the restroom or other enclosed spaces, narrowly escaping disaster. They would have to wait 3 days for Mu Tingxiao and his army to arrive for rescue. But for now, Chu Yun took 2 steps back and delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding bang, the zombies crowded at the entrance fell to the ground. Stepping out of the restroom, a group of zombies, their faces pale and smeared with flesh, suddenly jolted to attention. Drawn by the scent of life, they gaped, saliva dripping, and surged toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun drew forth a formidable machete, striking down one after another. Grayish-white brains, mingled with a viscous, foul-smelling liquid, splattered in all directions. Yet, not a speck of dirt marred Chu Yun's form. With a cold demeanor, she continued her relentless assault, executing a precise stroke for each foe. As she traversed the corridor towards the staircase, the floor became a grim tapestry of fallen bodies. Chapter 51. A glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Chu Yun, why aren't you using a gun? The pink duck quacked, gazing at the mass of corpses at Chu Yun's feet, a shiver running down her spine. The thought of hacking with a large blade was utterly revolting. The juices splattered everywhere, an unbearable stench pervading the air. Chu Yun responded, doesn't it resemble a fruit slicing game? Just like slicing a watermelon. She would never confess that she possessed merely 2 firearms and 4 magazines. Who could have foreseen confronting an army upon arrival, utterly unprepared? With sheer determination, Chu Yun carved a path through the throng of zombies. Yet, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. These creatures, devoid of reason, were driven solely by their primal instinct for sustenance. They trampled over their fallen kin, relentlessly surging towards her. As she advanced, she swung her weapon, clearing a passage. Unwilling to pause, the sea of bodies seemed endless. Even if one were to slice watermelons, it would take a day to finish. Help us. Please, save us. A small classroom at the corridor's edge bore witness to the frantic cries. The curtains were abruptly drawn aside, revealing several terrified faces pressed against the tempered glass window, 3 women and 2 men. Please, we beg you, take us with you. A girl cried, her voice laced with desperation. Before her plea could finish, several zombies, alerted by the commotion, lunged at the glass, pounding against it with a resounding thud. The sudden noise sent shockwaves through the group inside, their faces paling as they screamed in terror. The zombie, after a moment of futile attempts, shifted its focus towards Chu Yun. She cast a fleeting glance at the group of students, dismissing them entirely, and continued her relentless stride towards the staircase. Panic set in among them as one pleaded, "Hey, help us. How can you be so heartless? If you take me out, I can offer you a fortune, 1 million, no, 5 million. With a swift motion, Chu Yun spun her large cleaver, cleaving through 2 of the zombies in one decisive stroke. Grayish-white brain matter splattered against the glass, eliciting another round of terrified screams from the remaining students. What do you mean by that? Are you doing this on purpose? 5 million. Do you really think you could even buy a loaf of bread with that out there? 5 million. Such a substantial sum in the past. Yet now, in this apocalyptic world, it was merely worthless paper. Then, what do you want? I can give you anything. Just please take me with you. Another girl trembled as she spoke. They had been trapped here for a day and a night, initially resigned to their fate, until the emergence of this formidable young woman sparked a flicker of hope. If they missed this chance, they feared they might never escape. Chu Yun replied coldly, I won't save you. What worth do a bunch of simpletons hold? Just wait for the military to arrive. She had no desire to carry the burden of others. The group erupted in dissatisfaction. Hey, how can you be so cold-blooded? Abandoning us in our time of need? With a sardonic laugh, Chu Yun responded, in this world, lives are as insignificant as ants. Is it not natural to turn a blind eye? Those with a savior complex cannot survive in the apocalypse. What kind of person are you? Do you not have any family or friends? If they were left to perish without assistance, would it not tug at your heartstrings? The eternal bachelor remarked. Not in the slightest. With no family or friends to speak of, what sorrow could he possibly feel? They are merely classmates from the same institution. What harm is there in accompanying us for a brief excursion? Is it not a matter of convenience? If it is inconvenient, then we are on separate paths. Chu Yun scoffed. Do they lack the ability to walk on their own? She had not barred these individuals from venturing out. Instead, they remained holed up, aimlessly chattering to her. A few of them felt a twinge of shame. You don't leave us. Kill the monsters, and we will come out. Chu Yun let out a cold laugh. Such naive thoughts. The entire building was overrun with zombies. She could slay them until dusk and still not finish. Moreover, why should she serve as their enforcer without a word of gratitude? They should wish for their own well-being. Farewell. With a swift motion, she severed the heads of the 2 greenish corpses before her and approached the staircase. The 5 individuals in the small classroom grew anxious. With your disposition, no one will ever help you again. You shall live your life as a solitary outcast. People like you do not deserve to be students at Peking University. A tremor ran through Chu Yun's hand. Half a head splattered against the glass, brain matter splattering everywhere. After a cacophony of screams, the small classroom fell eerily silent. Save for the rustling of zombies. Chu Yun scoffed. How little courage they possessed. They would not last long outside. She again dispatched the zombies blocking the staircase when suddenly, a flash of white appeared beside her. A living person. Chu Yun exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you blind?" Chu Yun stared at the girl before her. Mu Lin Lin was panting. I ran here in one breath. I took a deep breath, afraid. Afraid I wouldn't catch up to you, so? I was a bit anxious. I'm sorry. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to accompany me? Yes. I think you are amazing. Although I'm not good at fighting monsters, I can cook and do laundry quite well. We can look out for each other on the way, Mu Lin Lin said, gazing at Chu Yun with pleading eyes. Please, sister. Chu Yun replied. Where did this little clever girl come from? However, this is indeed the right way to seek refuge. In comparison to the few trembling in the classroom, she found herself developing a slight fondness for this girl. To dash out from hiding and charge directly into a horde of zombies required immense courage. What if she didn't want to take her along? There was no inherent obligation to assist her. All right then. Chu Yun produced a stick for her. You stay behind me. If any zombies attack you, just hit them on the head. Hit hard, smash it in. Mu Lin Lin, though finding this girl somewhat interesting, realized that the reason Chu Yun decided to take her along was not merely this. Rather, the girl was a familiar face, Mu Lin Lin, the younger sister of Mu Tingxiao. However, Mu Tingxiao had always protected his sister well, never allowing her to come into contact with the military. Thus, it was entirely normal that this was the first time the original owner had met Mu Lin Lin during Mu Tingxiao's visit to save them at Jing University. Now, it was unsurprising that Mu Lin Lin did not recognize her. In the narrative, Mu Lin Lin also played the role of a tragic pawn. The relationship between Mu Lin Lin and Ji Yunran was akin to fire and water. Ultimately, it was Ji Yunran who personally thrust Mu Lin Lin into the horde of zombies. Hey, why does she get to go while we do not? The previously quiet classroom erupted once more with discontent among a few individuals. Chu Yun could not be bothered to respond to them, yet it was Mu Lin Lin who spoke up. Who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourselves in the mirror. Why should my sister take you along? Huh, you lack even the courage to step outside. What kind of men are you? A male student bellowed angrily. Mu Lin Lin scoffed. Oh, if you have the ability, come out and kill me. What are you hiding for? Like a turtle? You talk tough, yet you won't dare to step out. Who is afraid of whom in this verbal duel? Mu Lin Lin taunted, hands on her hips. You. The boy's face twisted in rage, yet he remained too afraid to emerge. Several monsters were blocking the doorway. If he stepped outside, he would risk being bitten. The previous classmates had all transformed into monsters after just one bite. Mu Lin Lin, defiantly standing with her hands on her hips, continued to hurl insults, brandishing a stick. At that moment, Chu Yun swung a large knife, severing the head of a zombie right in front of Mu Lin Lin. The foul, putrid liquid splattered all over her face and body, leaving her momentarily stunned. Focused during a fight, Chu Yun remarked. Mu Lin Lin wiped her face with her hand. Ugh. Chapter 52. The Flicker of Life in the Apocalypse. 3. Disgusted, Mu Lin Lin promptly vomited. Chu Yun looked on helplessly. TSK, such a weak constitution. After expelling the contents of her stomach, Mu Lin Lin gasped for breath, mouth agape. Chu Yun, do not open your mouth. Don't blame me if it splatters. Mu Lin Lin. I vomited again. After retching, she closed her lips tightly, daring not to draw a breath. Fortunately, despite her nausea, Mu Lin Lin managed to keep pace with Chu Yun. By the time they reached the school gates, she felt as though her bile might spill forth. She brushed past the lurking zombies, her face pale, casting a pitiful glance at Chu Yun. Oh, how I long for a place to bathe. Chu Yun understood her plight. Just hold on a little longer. We'll find a safe haven soon. She sensed a burgeoning power within her, a sign that her latent abilities were on the verge of awakening. In the narrative, the original host had awakened her wood-based powers in a restroom. As Chu Yun guided Mu Lin Lin along the desolate streets, the post-apocalyptic landscape was hauntingly bleak. Abandoned vehicles, discarded belongings, and remnants of flesh littered the roadways. Not a single living soul was in sight. The only passers-by were the sluggish zombies. Chu Yun swiftly dispatched several wandering undead before arriving at the entrance of a villa. Using her mental prowess, she discerned that only one zombie resided within, identifiable by its loungewear as likely belonging to the house's owner. She effortlessly scaled the iron gate. Mu Lin Lin, is this really okay? We are trespassing. At that moment, with the apocalypse just having erupted, many, like Mu Lin Lin, still clung to their civic ideals. In the early days of the cataclysm, the survivors retained some semblance of conscience and legal awareness. However, once they witnessed the harshness of the new world, survival became their sole creed. In the face of existence, all notions of morality were cast aside. Yet, Chu Yun had no desire to explain this to Mu Linlin at that moment. Once she witnesses the true brutality of the apocalypse with her own eyes, she will comprehend. Rest assured, the master within has perished. Mu Linlin was taken aback. How do you know? Chu Yun opened the door and ushered Mu Linlin inside before shutting it again. The two entered the living room when suddenly, a towering shadow lunged at them. With a swift stroke of her blade, Chu Yun struck, and a splatter of viscous liquid painted the floor. Mu Linlin felt a wave of nausea, but found herself unable to retch. Chu Yun pointed at the lifeless corpse of the zombie at the entrance, instructing, "Dispose of this, and refrain from disturbing me." With that, she retreated into a room and closed the door behind her. Her body temperature had already soared beyond 45 degrees. This body was on the verge of awakening its supernatural powers, exceeding the human body's temperature limit. Enduring this trial would lead to the emergence of abilities. Failing to withstand it would result in nerve damage and transformation into a zombie. Mu Linlin gazed at the closed door and then at the grotesque mess on the floor, resigning herself with a sigh. Inside, Chu Yun, battling the discomfort in her body, sought to harness the chaotic energy within. Once tranquility enveloped her, she felt a movement in her palm, and a delicate white flower materialized there. Like the original host, it also represented wood-type abilities. However, thanks to Chu Yun's patient guidance, this power was purer and far more potent than before. While others typically awakened at a basic level, her current prowess had already reached the third tier. Emerging from her room, she intended to take a shower and change into fresh attire, only to find Mu Linlin lying on the sofa, her face flushed. The zombie's body had vanished. Mu Linlin must have dealt with it and commenced her own awakening, leaving no time even for a bath. Chu Yun fed Mu Linlin a bit of water before turning to take a shower. Although she had not come into contact with anything, the lingering odor from the horde of zombies was quite overwhelming. Fortunately, the water source had not yet been contaminated for the first half of the month following the apocalypse. Tap water remained usable. However, after that period, the water would be polluted, leaving barely enough for drinking, let alone bathing. After her shower, Chu Yun changed into a clean outfit and rummaged through the house, finding some wearable clothes to place in her spiritual storage. Mu Linlin regained consciousness on the morning of the third day, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister, I." Chu Yun cast her a disdainful glance and pointed to the pile of clothes beside her. "Hurry and wash up." Mu Linlin, feeling equally uncomfortable, was still eager to share her news. "I have." Chu Yun coldly interrupted, "Go away. Is it just awakening a special ability? Supernatural beings are a dime a dozen in this apocalypse. What is so remarkable about that?" Feeling dejected, Mu Linlin walked away. Once she finished her shower, she could hardly wait to demonstrate her newfound ability to Chu Yun. With her fair fingers, she conjured a flower in the air, a droplet of water gleaming at her fingertip. "Sister, look. I have a special power now." Chu Yun replied, "What you have is merely a water-based ability." Mu Linlin gazed in awe. "Wow, what an impressive name. But with your current level, it's practically useless. Even conjuring a bit of water to drink is a challenge, let alone cooking or doing laundry." Mu Linlin pouted. "That is quite discouraging. Then what ability have you awakened, sister?" she inquired. Chu Yun replied, "Wood-based." Mu Linlin, "Oh, it seems this cannot be used for laundry or cooking." "Humph, it is still useless." Chu Yun shot her a piercing glance. Mu Linlin instinctively recoiled. "My goodness, how did I see my brother's shadow in this young lady? Not even my brother, who is a major general, is as intimidating." Gurgle. Mu Linlin clutched her stomach and swallowed hard. "Is there anything to eat at home?" Chu Yun casually tossed her a bag of cookies. "It's the last pack. Hurry up, eat, and then go find supplies. In this apocalyptic world, resources are crucial." Starving, Mu Linlin devoured the cookies in 2 bites and followed it with a large glass of water. Wiping her mouth, she declared, "Let us go." Not far from the entrance of the villa area, Chu Yun and Mu Linlin stumbled upon a small supermarket. However, it had already been ransacked. Mu Linlin bent down and rummaged for a long time before finally discovering a few bags of nearly expired chips. As long as it can stave off hunger, it will suffice. After wolfing down the chips and letting out a burp, she anxiously asked Chu Yun, "Sister, where are we supposed to go now?" "Where do you want to go?" Chu Yun inquired. Mu Linlin hesitated before speaking. I have an older brother. He holds a position in the military. Cautiously glancing at Chu Yun, she continued, "If you haven't decided where to go, why not come with me to find my brother? He is quite capable. Once we find him, we won't have to scavenge for supplies ourselves." After all, her brother had taken care of her since childhood, and in her heart, he was invincible. Little did Mu Linlin know, she would ultimately meet her demise at the hands of her sister-in-law. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, looking for the male lead. "I see. Wherever there is a male protagonist, there is undoubtedly a female counterpart." After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "Very well." Mu Linlin was so elated that she almost leaped with joy. "Then let us proceed to the capital at once," Chu Yun said nonchalantly. "No need for that. Follow me, and you shall surely find your brother." According to the narrative, Mu Tinxiao should have already taken his men to the capital university. If they were to go there now, the chances of encountering him were quite high. Mu Linlin remained skeptical of Chu Yun's words, but as they approached the university gates, her legs trembled. The interior appeared so daunting that she felt paralyzed with fear. How could someone who seemed roughly her age possess such formidable strength? Chapter 53. A glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Mu Linlin now admired her former self for having the audacity to charge out of a small classroom in the face of hundreds of zombies. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that drove her. It was an innate urge that compelled her to emerge. Oh dear, her legs felt weak, and she could hardly move. Chu Yun pointed towards a group of soldiers inside who were fervently gunning down the zombies. "Your brother is within." Mu Linlin was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that it was indeed possible for her brother to be searching for her, knowing she was here. Then, Chu Yun continued, "Let us wait until they finish dealing with the zombies before we enter." Mu Linlin bit her lip, torn between the desire to assist her brother and the realization of her own timidity and frailty. Moreover, she felt incapable of offering any substantial help to the imposing figure beside her. Very well then. In the expansive basketball court, Mu Tinxiao furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scanning the surviving students who passed by. Where could Linlin and Qianqian be? "Major General, everyone has arrived. The total number of people at Kyoto University is 18,232, with only 128 survivors. All survivors are present here. The adjutant reports." "Mu Tinxiao, are you certain there are no omissions?" "Adjutant, none. We have searched every corner thoroughly." Mu Tingxiao's expression darkened slightly. Ji Yunran's beautiful face also reveals a flicker of confusion. This is not right. According to the events of her previous life, Mu Linlin was unaware. But Li Qianqian was certainly still alive. In her past existence, she had, thanks to the treacherous man, witnessed the wedding of Mu Tinxiao and Li Qianqian from a distance. As she reminisced about her previous life, Ji Yunran's eyes dimmed. She vowed never to tread the same path again. Just as Mu Tinxiao intended to expand the search radius, he heard a familiar voice calling, "Brother." Mu Tinxiao relaxed, catching the figure rushing towards him. How could this ungrateful little one only now make her appearance? As his gaze fell upon Chu Yun, who was leisurely strolling behind, his eyes darkened. How could his younger sister be with Qianqian? Before Mu Tinxiao could utter a word, Mu Linlin eagerly introduced, "Sister, this is my brother. He is quite impressive, holding an official position in the military." Chu Yun evaluated Mu Tinxiao, standing at around 1.9 meters tall, with long, straight legs. His features were handsome, with striking brows and eyes. Having spent a long time in the army, he exuded a robust masculine aura, making him a very charming man. Mu Linlin then turned to Mu Tinxiao, saying, "Brother, it was this sister who brought me out. Otherwise, I would have surely been devoured by that horde of zombies." Mu Tinxiao smiled gently, his eyes softening. "Thank you, Qianqian." He extended his calloused hand, wishing to ruffle Chu Yun's hair as he used to do. Chu Yun's slender eyes narrowed slightly, her head tilted with a warm smile. "Brother Mu, there are so many people watching. Are you looking for trouble? I am not someone you can easily touch." As long as she was fine, it was enough. Chu Yun noticed the fleeting cold glimmer in Ji Yunran's eyes when Mu Tinxiao reached out to ruffle her hair. Has the heroine already taken a liking to the hero? "Brother, do you know this sister?" Mu Linlin asked in astonishment. Mu Tinxiao promptly flicked her forehead with a playful tap. "What sister? Qianqian is even a few months younger than you." "What?" Mu Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief. The older girl was actually younger than her? Yet, she felt too intimidated to address her as sister. The image of Chu Yun wielding a blade with the precision to slice through a watermelon sent a chill down her spine. Well, even if she is younger, an older sister is still an older sister. No, that wasn't the point. The real question was why her brother knew this girl and treated her with such tenderness. Could she possibly be a future sister-in-law? Suddenly, Mu Tingxiao seemed to recall something and pulled Mu Linlin closer. This is Yun Ran. From now on, you should call her Sister Yun. There was a hint of pride in Mu Tingxiao's voice as he spoke of Yun Ran, who possessed ice-type abilities and was already at the second tier upon awakening. Mu Linlin observed her brother's sparkling eyes. Was this girl not the prospective sister-in-law, but rather Ji Yunran? Ji Yunran merely nodded lightly, acknowledging the introduction. The impression of Mu Tingxiao's sister was not particularly profound from their past life. Mu Linlin felt a twinge of dislike at Ji Yunran's dismissive demeanor. Perhaps unbeknownst to Ji Yunran herself, who unconsciously exuded an air of superiority characteristic of a reborn individual. Others seemed like mere ants, utterly unworthy of her attention. Sister Yun. Mu Linlin politely addressed her. Ji Yunran replied with a faint acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter, which left Mu Linlin feeling somewhat awkward. Ji Yunran cast a glance at Chu Yun, questioning whether this was truly the wife of the marshal in her previous life. She mused, not impressive at all. She seems oblivious to basic etiquette. Unable even to address others properly. Mu Tingxiao appeared oblivious to his sister's discomfort and inquired, Linlin, have you awakened your abilities? Mu Linlin pouted and softly replied, I possess water abilities, and my sister has what abilities? Mu Tingxiao chuckled, that is quite commendable. After glancing at Chu Yun, he noted her silence and took Ji Yunran to assess the survivors. They stood side by side, their demeanor strikingly intimate. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. These two girls are not fit to accompany us. The 5 individuals from the small classroom recognized Chu Yun and Mu Linlin and immediately jumped in to shout. Everyone, take note, it's them. They only care for their own survival and abandon their classmates. How can we trust such selfish individuals? A boy, who had been most terrified by Chu Yun before, spoke up. Mu Linlin immediately retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? We do not even know you. Your fate is of no concern to us. Listen, they have yet to show any remorse, another girl chimed in. People like them would undoubtedly be the first to flee in danger, indifferent to others' lives. Mu Linlin was so infuriated, she almost laughed. Are you not afraid when you see a zombie? Why do you cower in the small classroom? Who is truly hiding away like a turtle? And yet, you still expect us to rescue you? How absurd. Look, you must admit that you have abandoned your classmates. The boy with acne beams with arrogance. Individuals like you, steeped in selfishness, are unworthy of walking alongside us. You should leave at once, or else we shall not hold back our disdain. The surrounding classmates cast scornful glances towards Chu Yun and Mu Linlin. Though, had the situation occurred to them, they might have fled faster than anyone else. It does not hinder their contempt for others. You. Mu Linlin's face flushed with anger. At that moment, Mu Tingxiao strode over with long strides. Brother, these people are spouting nonsense. At that time, with zombies everywhere, we could hardly save ourselves, let alone them. Moreover, these individuals are exceedingly shameless, hiding in the classroom while expecting us to eliminate all the zombies before they dare to emerge. The 5 individuals felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Mu Linlin call him brother. This man clearly exuded an air of authority here. Who knows if he is truly this girl's brother? What now? Chapter 54. A glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Mu Tingxiao narrowed his eyes. Eliminate all the zombies? There are certainly quite a number of them in the school. I recall that the place we found these 5 was in the teaching building, which harbors the most zombies. If we were to eradicate every last one in that building, even our team armed with guns would require considerable time. Who, then, is being selfish for choosing to remain hidden in the classroom while expecting us 2 girls to do the dirty work? Mu Linlin was seething with indignation. Well, you cannot simply walk away from this. The girl spoke, her words laced with a hint of bravado. Do not presume that having a powerful backing grants you the freedom to act as you please. Just as Mu Tingxiao was about to respond, Ji Yun interjected. Mu Linlin? Onlookers? The matter of who is right and wrong is abundantly clear, is it not? These 2 young ladies are under no obligation to save anyone. To offer assistance is a kindness. To withhold it is merely a matter of self-preservation. We are all in dire straits. It suffices to look after oneself. Has your mind become clouded, young lady? Mu Tingxiao sensed the dissonance, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, when faced with Ji Yunran's captivating gaze, his heart skipped a beat, irresistibly drawn to her essence. Her cool, shimmering eyes, paired with a subtle smile, and the slight parting of her lips as she spoke, felt like feathers brushing against his heart, igniting an insatiable yearning. Thoughts of Ji Yunran's every expression consumed Mu Tingxiao, awakening a fondness within him, compelling him to align with her perspective. Meanwhile, Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, detecting the subtle fluctuations of energy in the atmosphere and the rapid surge of hormones emanating from Mu Tingxiao. A cold smirk graced her lips. This was becoming intriguing. Was this akin to Daji's second ability? Astonishingly, there existed a power known as the charming eyes. A single heartfelt glance, and the recipient becomes utterly entranced, losing their capacity for sound judgment. The narrative had made no mention of this ability, silent and unnoticed. Aside from Chu Yun, no one else perceived it. Indeed, the female protagonist was extraordinary, wielding one golden opportunity after another. With a spiritual spring, a dual affinity for ice and mental powers. And now the charming eyes. One wonders just how many more advantages the heroine possesses. Under the spell of Ji Yunran's charming eyes, Mu Tingxiao found her increasingly enchanting. His heart racing, enveloped in the sensations of love. The 3 women and 2 men, initially apprehensive about offending their superior and potentially being expelled from the team, soon realized that their adversaries were wary of the repercussions and thus refrained from overtly assisting their sister. This made matters considerably simpler. The acne-riddled youth cast a condescending glance at Mu Linlin and muttered, "Just you wait." Mu Linlin was taken aback by her brother's sudden shift in demeanor. If she had erred, it would be one thing for him not to defend her, but the crux of the matter was that she had been wronged. Once inside the vehicle, Mu Linlin remained despondent. "Sisterly, do you think brother is concerned about the negative implications? After all, everyone is watching. And what if they accuse him of favoritism towards his sister?" Chu Yun sneered. Since when did connections become a marginalized group? If one has painstakingly earned power and status, yet cannot even ensure justice for their kin, what was the point of acquiring it? If you remain puzzled, you can directly inquire with your brother. Mu Linlin pouted defiantly. I won't ask him. Who is Li Qianqian? Someone pushed open the car door and inquired. Chu Yun replied, "What is it?" The officer appraised her and stated, "Are you Li Qianqian? The Major General has summoned you to the front." "Only her?" Mu Linlin asked. "Yes, only Li Qianqian," came the response. Mu Linlin's expression darkened further. She huffed and sulked alone in her seat. Chu Yun followed the officer to the foremost vehicle, where to her surprise, Ji Yunran was also present. "Qianqian, there is something I feel compelled to share with you. The general, he has fallen in the line of duty." Chu Yun responded with a nonchalant mm. She could not manifest a sorrowful expression, at most feeling a tinge of pity for the original owner. However, Mu Tingxiao assumed that she was incapable of accepting the situation. "Rest assured, in the future, I shall be here to protect you from any harm," he declared, casting a glance at Ji Yunran before adding, "I will treat you as my own sister." Chu Yun smiled, her lips curling in a sarcastic arc. Yet, Mu Gu had just favored an outsider. And Linlin was still in a huff. Being treated as a sister seemed rather insignificant. If he disregarded his own flesh and blood, what value did she hold as a mere pretend childhood companion? Mu Tingxiao felt somewhat awkward, scratching his nose. In retrospect, he conceded that it was indeed the other party's fault. Had he encountered someone bullying his sister in the past, he would have never let it slide. He felt the urge to apologize but was too proud to do so. Meanwhile, Ji Yunran cast a dark glare at Chu Yun. What did this privileged girl know of life's hardships? Was she not merely reliant on her father at home and on men when she ventured out, indulging in self-serving demands? Ji Yunran resolved to teach her a lesson. Concentrating her mental energy into a needle, she directed it straight toward Chu Yun's consciousness. Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The little duck, hidden away in the realm of consciousness, suddenly became agitated. "What the hell, Chu Yun? Who dares to challenge our host with a mental attack?" As the only individual in the upper domain lacking any bloodline inheritance, yet reigning supreme among the adept wielders of advanced laws, did she not possess some formidable abilities? In fact, no one in the upper domain had ever uncovered her true capabilities. How audacious for a mere ant from a lower realm to attempt a mental assault against her. This was akin to an insect attempting to shake a tree. Chu Yun truly never anticipated that one day someone would dare to challenge her with mental prowess. Ji Yunran's attack appeared to her as insignificant as a droplet in the vast ocean. According to her calculations, after this strike, even if her opponent were not foolish, they would likely be incapacitated for at least half a month. After all, that insolent girl had it coming. It was only fair to teach her a lesson and allow the Major General to vent his frustrations. One should not presume that the world had reverted to its pre-apocalyptic state, still sheltered within an ivory tower. However, Ji Yunran stifled a groan, incredulously gazing at Chu Yun. Could this individual also possess psychic abilities? and of a higher caliber than her own? Chu Yun smiled sweetly, questioning who this young lady was. To have such a ghastly expression on her face. In a time when zombies roamed freely, could she possibly be infected? Ji Yunran was rendered speechless by the pain, her mind feeling as though it were being mercilessly twisted by a knife. Clenching her lips tightly, she fought to suppress a scream. It was Mu Tinshao who spoke up, assuring that Yunran had already awakened her powers. Unless she had been bitten by a zombie, infection was impossible. Chu Yun responded with a nonchalant "oh," and then channeled her psychic energy, shattering Ji Yunran's mental sphere. The excruciating pain compelled Ji Yunran to finally scream, clutching her head in agony with a distorted expression. Chu Yun instinctively took 2 steps back, startled. Oh dear, this young lady does not appear to be unscathed. Mu Tinshao, alarmed, had no time to attend to Chu Yun. As he hurriedly carried Ji Yunran out, calling loudly for the military doctor, Chu Yun clapped her hands together, bemused. How dare she flaunt herself before an elder? Mu Linlin cast a glance at her, huffing in response, and then turned her face away. There's no need for such a sulky demeanor. Your brother hasn't he mentioned you at all? Stop being so awkward, waiting for someone to console you. Mu Linlin, spitting blood. Must you be so direct? In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, did my brother really not say anything? Chu Yun nodded. Love-struck minds are devoid of gender. They are simply foolish. At this moment, Mu Tinshao is indeed acting foolishly. However, Mu Linlin found it hard to believe. She murmured to herself, how could this be? Chu Yun chose to ignore her existential crisis, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed. Chapter 55. The Last Hope. 6. The convoy was heading directly to the safe zone in the capital. After a while, a group of people stood before an overwhelming horde of zombies, feeling a chilling dread course through them. Even the government-established safe zone had fallen. Panic engulfed the crowd, with many soldiers displaying grave concern. In this dire situation, the only option was to hastily flee in their vehicles. Fortunately, at this early stage of the apocalypse, the zombies remained low-level and sluggish, making it relatively easy to evade them. Once they managed to distance themselves from the horde, Mu Tinshao emerged to reassure everyone, declaring that he would not abandon them. Though the safe zone had indeed collapsed, they could only proceed towards the western city, where conditions were reportedly much better. The crowd had no objections. Feeling lost, they appreciated having someone to guide them. As long as there was food and the chance to survive, they could endure anywhere. After calming the people, they began distributing supplies. Typically, a regular person could expect merely a piece of bread and half a bottle of water per day. It was evident that as time progressed, resources would become increasingly scarce, necessitating frugality. Mu Linlin went to collect her rations and handed a portion to Chu Yun, who was sullenly nibbling on her bread. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the mineral water from her grasp. A pimple-faced boy, his face flushed, cracked his dry lips and gulped down the contents greedily. After finishing the drink, he carelessly tossed the bottle aside and attempted to seize the item from Chu Yun's grasp. With a swift sidestep, Chu Yun evaded him and, in one fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick. The acne-ridden youth was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth, he glared menacingly at Chu Yun, seething with rage. How dare you? He spat, as his 4 companions hurried to help him up. Are you out of your mind? Why would you strike someone unprovoked? Do you intend to kill him? Hearing the accusations, Chu Yun's anger flared. That bottle of water represented an entire day's worth of hydration for her, and now it had been taken, leaving her to suffer thirst throughout the day. Though she possessed water-based abilities, her powers were currently too feeble. She could barely conjure a single bottle of water after exerting herself all day. That meager amount was insufficient for both her and Sister Li to wash up. The audacity of them to turn the tables and play the victim was infuriating. Were they truly blind to the fact that he had stolen her water? Mu Linlin, already brimming with frustration, felt her temper escalate further as she faced their relentless provocation. But you can't resort to violence, protested a girl with short hair, who was assisting the acne-ridden boy. Regardless, striking someone is wrong. Mu Linlin retorted, damn it, I've got a fiery temper too. I wish I could kick like Sister Li and send him flying for miles. The acne-ridden youth, shaking off his companion's support, struggled to rise, his head spinning. With a sinister grin, he staggered toward Mu Linlin and Chu Yun. Chu Yun's gaze turned icy. She was acutely aware that the kick she had delivered should have left a normal person incapacitated. Furrowing her brow, she sensed something was amiss. His complexion was flushed, his lips cracked, and he exhibited signs of fever, bordering on delirium. He was either on the brink of awakening his powers or succumbing to the transformation into a zombie. Chu Yun's gaze lingered on the neck of the acne-ridden boy, where dark veins were spreading, exacerbated by his agitated emotions. It appeared he was on the verge of transforming into a zombie. The boy advanced, his face increasingly grotesque, and struck Mu Linlin with a resounding slap. "Die, you filthy bitch." Chu Yun instinctively pulled Mu Linlin behind him, aware that the boy was on the brink of zombification and should not be allowed near her. Upon hearing his words, Mu Linlin's complexion paled. Consumed by anger, she had not considered the gravity of the situation. The acne-ridden boy, thwarted in his assault, glared at Mu Linlin with greater ferocity, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, emitting guttural sounds from his throat as he lunged towards her. Merely awakening his powers had allowed him to withstand the zombie virus in the air. However, should he be bitten or scratched again, he would succumb to zombification. Chu Yun pulled Mu Linlin back a distance of 2 meters. A sharp gunshot rang out, followed by a dull thud as the acne-ridden boy collapsed. A bullet having pierced his forehead. His pupils dilated in shock, and thick, foul liquid spilled from his mouth. "Ah, murder! Murder!" The air was filled with a cacophony of screams. In the center stood a woman in a white dress, nonchalantly holding a petite handgun, her expression apathetic. The 4 companions of the acne-ridden boy trembled in fear, never having anticipated that someone would dare to commit murder beneath the very eyes of the military. They were genuinely frightened. Mu Tinxiao had only emerged upon receiving reports, followed closely by Ji Yunran, whose complexion was still somewhat pale. Without needing to look, Chu Yun knew that Ji Yunran had bathed in the spiritual spring water. Otherwise, given her previous injuries, she would have been bedridden for at least a month. Ji Yunran harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Yun, furious that he had dared to destroy her spiritual abilities. Yet, contemplating the formidable strength of her opponent, she dared not advance recklessly. Upon noticing the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Ji Yunran's gaze darkened. She had been troubled by the lack of opportunity. Although the individual was indeed undergoing a transformation into a corpse, they had not yet fully succumbed. Their outward appearance still retained a semblance of humanity. The fact that the person was deceased rendered the distinction of whether they had transformed into a zombie inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Li Qianqian had committed murder. "Major General, it seems our team is on the verge of disbandment," Ji Yunran remarked. Mu Tinxiao furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Ji Yunran gestured towards Chu Yun, stating, "Miss Li's actions will likely be overlooked due to your regard for General Li's reputation. However, the morale among the team may not be as steadfast. If this continues, the unity of our group will surely wane. When we face the zombies, we may not know how many of us will survive." Ji Yunran possessed a pallid complexion, nurtured by the essence of spiritual spring water. Her skin was not only pale, but radiantly translucent, resembling a delicate eggshell amidst the grim reality of the apocalypse. Her eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring, captivating Mu Tinxiao at first glance. Grasping Ji Yunran's hand, he reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with fairness and will not show favoritism." Seemingly reluctant, Ji Yunran urged, "Major General, I am considering the welfare of our team. We must unite in this critical moment. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you?" Mu Tinxiao shook his head, affirming, "Of course not. I trust you." Chu Yun sensed a familiar energy wave and turned to find the two locked in a gaze filled with deep emotion as Mu Tinxiao and Ji Yunran approached. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Upon seeing Ji Yunran, a short-haired girl hurriedly ran to take refuge behind her, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, please save us. We are filled with trepidation, utterly terrified." A fleeting flicker of disdain passed through Ji Yunran's eyes, yet her exterior remained composed. She gently reassured, "Fear not. Speak to the Major General. He is a man of integrity and will assuredly bring you justice." Mu Linlin found the woman beside her brother utterly repulsive. Adorned in a guise of innocence, yet harboring a venomous nature. What did she mean by bringing justice? Was it not an implicit admission that she and Sister Li were being bullied? Her brother was truly blind. How could he not appreciate the virtues of such a splendid girl as Sister Li and instead favor a false lily? Mu Linlin's contempt for Ji Yunran also diminished her admiration for her brother. "Brother, are you truly going to heed this woman's one-sided account?" Mu Linlin directly inquired, pointing an accusatory finger at Ji Yunran. Mu Tinxiao rubbed his temples, a throbbing headache beginning to surface. His sister was becoming increasingly willful. It seemed he had indulged her too much. "Linlin," he admonished, "do not act foolishly. Mu Linlin retorted defiantly. Am I the one being foolish, you big-headed fool? Can you not see the blood that spills from her mouth? That is not mere blood. It is the foul fluid of a corpse. Have you all lost your senses? A normal person does not spew forth the essence of a zombie when struck down. Linlin. Mu Tinshao sighed in exasperation. I have taught you since childhood to take responsibility for your actions. Mu Linlin interrupted. What nonsense are you spouting? She felt she was on the brink of madness. Chu Yun cast her a sympathetic glance, inexplicably feeling a kinship with her. In the past, she too had once been driven to such desperation. Mu Tinshao sighed at Chu Yun, saying, Shallow, do not indulge in mischief with Linlin. Chu Yun shook her head. Correcting him, it was I who caused the death. If we must speak of companionship, it is your sister who follows me. Let us clarify who the leader is. Mu Tinshao retorted. Mu Linlin remained silent, taken aback. Major General, just tell us how to resolve this matter. They have slain our comrades, and their deaths cannot be in vain, the short-haired girl declared, standing firmly behind Ji Yunran. She had discerned the Major General's inclination. He favored beauty over familial ties. The eloquence of a beautiful sister carried more weight than that of a sibling. Mu Tinshao, feeling a headache approaching, looked at Chu Yun and Mu Linlin. You both must apologize to the friends of the victim, ensuring that such incidents shall never occur again. If they choose to forgive you, then this matter will be laid to rest. In this apocalyptic world, the survival of the living is paramount. He felt this was already a considerable concession. A life could not merely be traded for another. Such matters must be minimized and resolved. Mu Linlin was dumbfounded. It appeared her brother had not inquired about her version of events before demanding an apology, insisting on the necessity of forgiveness. How blatant it was to cast her aside. Maggie, she thought, I would rather die than apologize. It is too humiliating. I hardly merit an apology from either of you, the short-haired girl exaggeratedly responded. The curly-haired girl chimed in. Indeed, who knows if an apology would be sincere or merely a prelude to a bullet in the back? Whose life is not precious? I wish to live a few more days, the bald man interjected. Even if they apologize, we shall never grant forgiveness. Such ruthless individuals are not ones we dare to associate with, the man with the flat cap remarked. Indeed, let them depart. Our team cannot harbor such people. Regardless, I oppose their remaining here. Even for the sake of the Major General, it cannot be permitted. A wave of fear swept through the crowd, prompting many to voice their desire for expulsion. Do not be deceived by that delicate girl in the white dress. Her frail appearance belies the fact that she wields a firearm. Who knows when a bullet might fly, sealing their fate. Mu Tinshao rubbed his forehead and inquired, Qianqian, from where did you acquire your gun? Chu Yun replied, my father is a general. Is it so strange that I possess a firearm? Not strange at all, he responded. Though he had watched her grow since she was 9, it seemed inconceivable that Qianqian could ever wield a gun, let alone take down a living person with a single shot. Yet, this was not the time for such inquiries. Mu Tinshao signaled for Chu Yun and Mu Linlin to apologize swiftly. If this continued, the situation would spiral beyond control. Chu Yun chuckled, stating that an apology was out of the question, impossible for a lifetime. Mu Tinshao, Qianqian, do not place me in a difficult position, Mu Linlin fumed. Very well. If you wish to avoid difficulty, let us depart, sister. I refuse to remain in this dreadful place any longer. A group of imbeciles, Chu Yun thought, remaining indifferent. It mattered not where they lingered. Mu Tinshao appeared astonished. Linlin, Qianqian, consider this carefully. Without my protection, I am genuinely concerned for your safety. Mu Linlin's voice was sharp. Who asked for your concern? From now on, my affairs are no longer your concern. Mu Tinshao shook his head, a look of helplessness upon his face. Then, she watched helplessly as Mu Linlin departed, not even receiving a single bottle of water. Mu Tinshao lamented to Ji Yunran. My 2 younger sisters are quite a handful. I truly worry about them. Ji Yunran replied, I comprehend the hardships of the Major General, rest assured. They will eventually understand. Chu Yun, overhearing their conversation, nearly burst into laughter, thinking, truly, exceptional individuals are a yearly occurrence. Her gaze swept across the crowd, hoping that at their next encounter, she would still see all of them. In the apocalypse, human life holds little value. If only these people could possess a fraction of the charm that Mu Linlin exudes, perhaps she would be inclined to rescue them when in a good mood. But for now, being with Ji Yunran, this dark lotus, well, they should count their blessings. Mu Linlin stormed ahead, only to find Chu Yun alone. She paused for 3 seconds, her eyes reddening as she crouched by the roadside, bursting into tears. Sister Li Mai, my brother really doesn't want me anymore. Sob sob sob. Chu Yun responded, once a man has a wife, he often forgets his mother, especially when you are merely his sister. Mu Linlin cried out wah. Chu Yun could genuinely empathize with Mu Linlin. To her, Mu Tinxiao was not just a brother in the conventional sense. Orphaned at a young age, the siblings had relied on each other for nearly 20 years. Mu Tinxiao had even chosen to forego his education to enlist in the military, ensuring that Mu Linlin could continue her studies. This exemplified the depth of his affection for her. Often, the most profound sorrow does not stem from having nothing at all, but from having once possessed something truly precious, only to find it suddenly lost. The disparity is enough to drive one to madness. However, Chu Yun was not one to provide comfort. Crying a little longer should suffice, shouldn't it? Allowing Mu Linlin to weep in solitude, Chu Yun ventured to the roadside to commandeer a rugged vehicle. With no large entourage present, it was imperative to have some mode of transportation for the two women. She drove the car up to Mu Linlin, rolled down the window, and beckoned her to enter. Tears glistened on Mu Linlin's petite face as she cast a reluctant glance backward. After a moment of resolve, she bit her lip in defiance and settled into the passenger seat. Chu Yun steered the vehicle, trailing behind Mu Tingxiao's convoy. The road stretched before them, each taking their own path. Could one truly dictate which way the other should go? It did not take long for Mu Linlin to ponder, why must we follow them? Her disdain for Ji Yunran was palpable, as she felt her brother had transformed entirely under this woman's influence. I refuse to witness their antics, Mu Linlin pouted, her eyes still tinged with red. Chu Yun replied, do you not find Ji Yunran to be rather suspicious? Are you truly at ease with your brother being swayed by her? Mu Linlin froze momentarily. That woman possessed an extraordinary ability, one that specifically enticed men. At present, her brother was likely akin to a scholar ensnared by a seductive fox spirit in a tale. Mu Linlin's eyes widened in astonishment. Such abilities existed? In this vast world, there were indeed wonders beyond imagination. In the apocalypse, one either succumbed to infection and became a zombie or endured the virus and awakened extraordinary powers. Even if only 1 in 1,000 survived, that amounted to countless individuals. The awakened abilities were as diverse as they were peculiar, from hair that grew a meter daily, to saliva potent enough to drown a mouse, to heads so hard they could shatter walls, and feet sprouting wheels of fire, allowing one to traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Though often of little practical use, these abilities were nonetheless extraordinary. It is certainly preferable to avoid becoming a zombie. Upon hearing such words from Chu Yun, Mu Linlin felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Yet, when she contemplated her brother's attitude towards her, anger resurfaced. She stubbornly declared, I won't concern myself with him. Let him frolic with that woman. Chu Yun chose not to expose her true feelings. Although Mu Linlin spoke of her indifference, she subsequently refrained from mentioning the matter of parting ways again. After driving for a while, their off-road vehicle caught up with Mu Tingxiao's convoy. The dust was quite unpleasant, prompting Chu Yun to press the accelerator to the floor, overtaking the vehicles ahead. Chapter 57. The Last Breath of Hope. 8. Mu Tinxiao was seated in the lead vehicle when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in frustration and spitting out of the window at the vehicle ahead. Does that idiot even know how to drive? Just as he finished his tirade, a hand emerged from the off-road vehicle's window, displaying a middle finger. Damn. Mu Tinxiao maintained his composure, instructing, do not pursue. Our large convoy could encounter trouble if we chase them. The driver muttered curses as he reduced the speed. In the pre-apocalyptic world, daring to overtake him would have been tantamount to courting disaster. Sitting in the back, Ji Yunran spoke up, isn't that the younger sister of the Major General? Mu Tinxiao nodded solemnly. The driver, after much contemplation, finally mustered the courage to ask, Major General, is it all right that they have left like this? Mu Tinxiao gazed at the receding trail of exhaust. In truth, upon later inspection, he discerned that the young man had been infected with the virus. However, under those circumstances, the individual had not yet fully transformed into a zombie. He merely bore the signs of infection while still appearing human. Naturally, everyone presumed that Qianqian and Linlin were responsible for the killings. Slaying zombies was one matter, but taking human lives was entirely another. Having wronged her younger sister, Mu Tinxiao felt a twinge of regret. However, at this juncture, it was too late to lower his guard and offer an apology. Moreover, the members of the convoy remained quite averse to them. He thought it best to wait until their tempers cooled before privately acknowledging his mistake. Mu Linlin glanced anxiously at the receding convoy behind them. Sister, We're moving too quickly. They can't keep up. Chu Yun, undeterred, accelerated further. What's the rush? We can simply wait for them in West City. One of the original owner's aspirations was to become powerful. In a post-apocalyptic world, how does one grow stronger? The answer is obvious, by battling monsters to level up. In a couple of days, after the zombies evolve, there should be crystal cores available. Besides, with only a vehicle and a few sets of clothes between them, wouldn't it be wiser to search for food ahead rather than trailing behind the convoy? Inhaling exhaust fumes? After approximately half a day of driving, they finally stumbled upon a gas station. Chu Yun parked the car by the roadside, flung open the door, and strode inside. The gas station was eerily quiet. As she approached the entrance of the small convenience store, she suddenly brandished a large cleaver. Mu Linlin's eyes widened in surprise. Previously, she had wondered where the cleaver had gone, suspecting that Chu Yun had discarded it. Its sudden appearance startled her greatly. Li Jia, what sort of ability is this? Chu Yun replied, it's not an ability at all. Is it spatial ability? How impressive. We could store supplies in it. Chu Yun replied, my space is rather limited. It can only hold 2 knives. The original owner possessed only a wood-type ability, so it was best not to add to her troubles. After speaking, she handed a stick to Mu Linlin. As Mu Linlin reached for it, intending to push the door open, Chu Yun swiftly pulled her aside and raised her leg. With a resounding thud, 2 young men lay on the ground beneath the door, grimacing in pain. Each held a metal rod in hand. Chu Yun brushed her white dress, reflecting on the troubles of the apocalypse. One misstep and all could be lost. She strolled leisurely into the supermarket, noting the ample supplies still available. These 2 must have been the first to arrive here. In the corner, 2 lifeless zombies lay. Chu Yun instructed Mu Linlin to load the supplies onto the vehicle. Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't you know about first come, first served? Growled the man in the black t-shirt, baring his teeth as he rose. I warn you, we were here first. You should leave immediately, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Otherwise what? The man studied her face, his eyes darting back and forth before his expression shifted from hostility to something more congenial. Well, it's not so bad. You've had a tough time too. How about this? You can join us, and I'm not stingy. I can share some supplies with you, as long as you behave. Are you also headed to West City? We could travel together, he added, his gaze sweeping over Chu Yun's figure, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. He reached out, attempting to grasp her hand. This girl, surviving in the apocalypse, still appeared so clean, like a princess from a fairy tale. Truly a rarity. Chu Yun let out a cold laugh. Ah, this is the scoundrel who abandons the heroine. Indeed, a true wastrel. However, in this life, Li Xing would be the one to face abandonment. The first action taken by Ji Yunran upon her rebirth was a decisive kick to this man, dusting off her hands as she walked away. As for why she didn't simply kill him, perhaps it is due to Li Xing's relatively distinguished lineage. Before the apocalypse, he wielded significant influence, leaving Ji Yunran unable to act against him. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, it was Li Xing's turn to face misfortune. As Li Xing's hand reached out, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Li Xing suddenly, a man beside Li Xing called out to him, pulling him aside to whisper, do not act impulsively. These 2 young ladies are not simple. We should exercise caution. What are we afraid of? They're merely 2 girls. We possess special abilities. Chi Yi frowned. Are you so certain they lack powers? This is the apocalypse. Extraordinary abilities are not uncommon. Moreover, isn't there a saying in the martial world? Do not provoke solitary elders and children lightly. They could very well be descendants of significant figures. The same logic applies now to these 2 young ladies, who are impeccably dressed, much like in the pre-apocalyptic days. It appears rather peculiar. Furthermore, the large cleaver the girl wields must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. Can an ordinary girl truly handle that? Upon hearing Chi Ye's words, Li Xing felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be? She looked young and delicate, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family, perhaps having just fled home, untouched by hardship. Believe it or not, you would do well to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Don't blame me later for not intervening. Li Xing pouted in annoyance. His companion was exceedingly bothersome, always chattering in his ear. Even now, amidst the apocalypse, one could not act freely. This was merely a testament to their lifelong friendship. Otherwise, he would have sought someone to silence him long ago, as he found him insufferably irritating. Chi Yi turned to face Chu Yun. You 2 are also heading to the West City, right? Perfect, we are going there as well. If you don't mind, let us travel together. It would be nice to have someone to look out for each other on the way. As for these supplies, we shall share among us. Chu Yun glanced at Qi Yi, who stood approximately 180 centimeters tall, sporting a buzz cut and possessing average features. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose, lending him an air of intellectualism, while his gray shirt, stained in various spots, suggested it was once white. This one seems quite astute, she thought. Qi Yi continued. Do you have a vehicle? If so, shall we load the supplies onto it now? They had already been waiting here for several days. The outside world was too perilous, and they dared not wander aimlessly, nor did they possess the skills to break into a car. They could only wait and see if any group passed by that they could join. He had just heard the sound of a vehicle. These two young ladies must have one. Chu Yun squinted as she assessed Qi Yi. With a slight tilt of her chin, she commanded, You two, get moving, quickly. Lin Lin observed them. All right, she replied. Qi Yi and Li Xing exchanged glances, uncertain. Chapter 58. A glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Chu Yun surveyed the items in the supermarket before turning back. What abilities do you all possess? Li Xing puffed out his chest, declaring, I have the ability of the gold element. I can manipulate all forms of metal, an impressive skill, as I have gathered from my readings of apocalyptic literature. Chu Yun did not bat an eye and directed her question at Qi Yi. And you? Qi Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. I possess spatial abilities. The intensity of her gaze was unnerving, making him reluctant to weave any fabrications. How much do you have concealed? Qi Yi inquired. Not much, just a little, was the reply. Spit it out, urged Chu Yun. Miss, you see, my brother and I arrived first. They were generous enough to share what remains, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Mu Linlin realized there was indeed something hidden. Since Sister Li had insisted on revealing it, it was imperative to comply. Regardless of who arrived first, it had to be disclosed. Or else, she would not hesitate to be impolite. Hey, little sister, you mustn't be unreasonable, Li Xing remarked, observing Mu Linlin. She was quite impressive, albeit slightly inferior to the lady in the white dress. Yet, she possessed a fierceness that was captivating. A glance ahead confirmed this thought. Where are you looking? Mu Linlin snapped, brandishing her stick at Li Xing. Careful, or I'll poke your eyes out. As she swung her stick, Li Xing deftly blocked it. Little sister, one should not be so greedy. Chu Yun then placed a knife against Li Xing's neck. He felt a chill as a wave of cold emanated from the not-so-sharp blade. Racing through his mind, Chu Yun smiled faintly. Has no one ever told you that one should not be so repugnant? Li Xing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, stammered. You don't joke around. Suddenly, he recalled his unique ability. After all, he could manipulate metal. However, the knife at his throat seemed utterly unresponsive to his commands. Chu Yun regarded Li Xing calmly, and in the next moment, he was taken aback. Why was the knife not obeying his will? He wanted to lower his gaze to inspect the blade at his neck, but found himself too apprehensive to do so. What should one do if an accidental cut occurs? Li Xing exerted himself, his face turning a shade of blue, yet the knife resting upon his neck remained utterly still. Miss, please, do not make any sudden movements, Qi Yi quickly interjected. However, Chu Yun ignored him, with the back of the knife pressing down. Li Xing felt his shoulder sink slightly under the weight. Are you still watching? Li Xing waved his hand frantically. I won't look anymore. I swear, I won't look again. The knife must weigh at least 50 pounds. How could such a young girl wield it so effortlessly? It was truly terrifying. Chu Yun rolled her eyes, thinking him cowardly, then turned to Qi Yi. And you? Qi Yi shook his head. I didn't see anything, really. He was a man of integrity. Even if he were to glance, it would be a mere fleeting glance. Enough of this pretense. Hand over your supplies. Oh. Qi Yi, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retrieved the supplies he had previously stowed away. A few bags of easily storable rice and flour, along with several changes of clothing. Chu Yun frowned. Is this all you have? This amount barely fills half a trunk. Qi Yi quickly assured her. I truly only have this much. My space is still quite limited. Recalling Mu Linlin's dismal experience of rationing a single bottle of water for a day, Chu Yun reluctantly believed him. They then stopped at a gas station to fill a few containers with gasoline, which Qi Yi stored in his space. The off-road vehicle was crammed to the brim, leaving Qi Yi and Li Xing, both large men, to squeeze into a single seat. It was a dismal situation, yet they dared not complain. In the supermarket, all valuable rice, flour, and bottled water had been taken by Chu Yun. All that remained were some spicy strips and lao gan ma. It seemed the people behind wouldn't mind. Miss Li, stop. This is not the route to Xiqing, Qi Yi urged, observing the path leading further towards the county town. The city had long been a realm of the undead, Their current trajectory was tantamount to courting death. With a screech, the off-road vehicle halted at the entrance of a factory. Li Xing and Qi Yi turned pale. Hurry, drive. There are zombies everywhere. Regardless of the panic expressed by the two men in the back seat, Chu Yun resolutely turned off the engine and exited the vehicle. Li Xing and Qi Yi huddled in the corner, adamant about not stepping out. Had they not noticed the multitude of zombies charging towards them? Moreover, these zombies appeared swifter than those they had encountered previously, moving at nearly the speed of a normal human. Without hesitation, Chu Yun flung open the car door, grasping one zombie in each hand. Mu Linlin felt a surge of anxiety. Sister Li, I am frightened, while others would flee upon sighting zombies. Why did Sister Li insist on plunging into their midst? Close the door. Dozens of zombies were already rushing forward. It was inevitable that they would have to engage. Li Xing summoned a metal rod and swung it at the approaching zombies. Mu Linlin and Qi Yi brandished their weapons, ready to defend against the onslaught. This is bad. The zombies have grown stronger, Li Xing shouted. In response, he beheld Chu Yun, wielding a machete and charging into the throng of the undead. The evolved zombies not only exhibited increased speed, but also possessed enhanced cranial fortitude. After dispatching several, Chu Yun paused her assault. After all, it was merely an ordinary machete, proving somewhat inadequate against the evolved zombies. She was reluctant to squander her spiritual energy. Contemplating the extraordinary abilities of this body, Chu Yun summoned a delicate, blush-pink rose. The flower whirled swiftly, heading straight for the zombie's face, and with a resounding bang, its petals exploded, scattering a shower of flesh and brain matter. The swirling petals swiftly coalesced in midair, targeting the next zombie with precision. Mu Linlin, Li Xing, and Qi Yi observed in stunned silence. Mu Linlin had witnessed Chu Yun's brutality before, but this display, reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers, was a sight to behold. Qi Yi trembled slightly, wiping the grime from his face, and exchanged a glance with Li Xing, relieved that they hadn't engaged her earlier. The wooden abilities proved far more effective than the machete, prompting Chu Yun to conjure several small white flowers simultaneously. The scene transformed into a personal fireworks display for Chu Yun. The trio, faces blank, closely followed behind her. Why are you all huddled back there? Go and extract the crystal cores from the zombies' brains, Chu Yun instructed. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth? Can we not do that? Though hesitant to voice their concerns, they knew they had no choice but to comply. Gritting her teeth, Mu Linlin steeled herself and reached in. Despite the overwhelming disgust, after a lengthy search, she finally grasped a translucent crystal core, no larger than a grain of rice. Presenting it to Chu Yun as if it were a treasure, she said, "Sisterly, look, is this the one?" Although unsure of the crystal core's purpose, she was confident that it must be valuable since Sister Li had requested its extraction. Chu Yun acknowledged her with a quick nod, urging, "Hurry and clean it up before returning it to me." Mu Linlin. 2 hours later, Mu Linlin and Qi Yi Xing finally extracted all the crystal cores. The group appeared as though they had just finished a rather unpleasant task, while Chu Yun, adorned in her flowing white dress, remained untouched by any filth. This stark contrast stirred feelings of discontent within them. Chu Yun weighed the crystal cores in her hand. A whole factory's worth of zombies yielded merely 2 small bags of cores. She casually tossed an entire bag to Mu Linlin. "Absorb these." Mu Linlin is this for me? The thought was almost unfathomable to her, considering it was merely a task of cleaning up filth. Unpleasant, yes, but not particularly challenging. "Chu Yun, I want to take a shower tonight." Mu Linlin. Chapter 59, The Breath of Life in the Apocalypse, 10 in the ensuing month. Chu Yun led the trio in a relentless sweep for zombies across factories, hospitals, schools, and large office buildings. During this time, the zombies evolved once more, with several even reaching the 4th tier, their crystal cores as large as pearls. Meanwhile, Chu Yun's abilities successfully ascended to the 5th tier, while Mu Linlin reached the 3rd tier, and Li Xing and Qi Yi attained the 2nd tier. A month later, they arrived at West City. In recent days, they had heard rumors from some survivors. A secure base had been established in West City, open to anyone who had awakened their powers, regardless of the nature of their abilities. It was around this time in the storyline that the West City base was founded. After Mu Tinxiao and Ji Yunran led their people to the West City base, they displaced the original leaders and gradually seized control of the base. They later expanded their influence, absorbing several other bases and solidifying their dominance in the apocalypse. Major General, Are you concerned about Miss Li and the others? At the entrance of the West City base, Chu Yun ran, waiting for a security check, inquired of Mu Tingxiao, feeling a twinge of regret for having allowed them to depart. Mu Tingxiao reflected on the time when over 300 soldiers and more than 100 rescued survivors formed a collective of nearly 500 individuals, many of whom were his comrades in arms. Now, only a little over 20 remained. The two young ladies, Lin Lin and Qian, were likely in grave danger. Chu Yunran lowered her gaze, concealing the depths of her thoughts. Were they not merely two pampered young ladies? If they perished, so be it. Keeping them in the group would require an immense expenditure of resources and manpower for their care. Everyone was human. Why should they be prioritized? Moreover, she had no desire to witness Li Qian alongside Mu Tingxiao. Her man must be the strongest and should harbor feelings solely for her. The notion of treating them as sisters was unacceptable. In her past life, Li Qian had successfully ascended to the position of a major general's wife. Hurry up, keep moving. Called the security personnel. Mu Tingxiao sighed, momentarily setting aside thoughts of his sister as he led the team through the security check. Name and ability level? Both Mu Tingxiao and Chu Yunran reported as level 1. As newcomers, it was prudent not to attract attention until they grasped the situation within the base. The guard casually tossed a tag to them. East District Greenhouse Area, 20 people per room. Find your way. A level 1 ability user was merely someone who had recently awakened their powers, indicating that they had not been infected by the zombie virus. In terms of combat capability, they were not significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. Given that zombies were predominantly level 2 or 3, sending a level 1 user into the fray would be akin to offering them as prey. Chu Yunran frowned in dissatisfaction. Let her squeeze into a crowded dormitory with a dozen others? What a fanciful notion. The guard remarked that the base has always had such regulations for newcomers. Senior ability users are afforded privileges. Alternatively, one could contribute a certain amount of supplies to receive similar benefits. Mu Tingxiao contemplated this for a moment before producing all of his supplies. The guard replied, "This could secure you a space in a 5-person tent." Mu Tingxiao, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to Chu Yunran and inquired, "Ran, do you happen to have any surplus supplies? Consider it a temporary loan from you." He was aware of Ran's unique spatial abilities, recognizing that her space was extraordinary. Everyone was reluctant to reside in a slum yet did not wish to expose their powers. Thus, bartering was their only option. At that moment, Chu Yun had already parked the car at the entrance of the base and overheard the conversation between Mu Tingxiao and the others from a distance. Using her mental power, she lifted the distracted pink duck who was engrossed in a novel. Chu Yun, what are you doing?" Chu Yun replied, "I toil day in and day out on missions while you lie around reading novels. Is there a future in reading novels? Can you find a partner that way?" The pink duck pouted in protest. "Reading novels makes me happy. Who needs a partner? Who needs a future? Living happily is enough." Chu Yun retorted, "I am utterly speechless." Growing weary of the banter, she directly commanded, "Go and borrow the supplies from Chu Yunran's space." The spiritual spring space recognizes its master, and ordinary individuals cannot enter. However, the pink duck, as the master of the space, faced no obstacles from the heavens, much less from a mere spiritual spring space. The pink duck meekly acquiesced and promptly constructed a passageway to proceed. Chu Yunran was, in truth, reluctant to utilize the resources stored within her space any longer. Over the past month, burdened with a group of dependents, she had been preoccupied with their protection and fending off zombies, leaving her little time to gather supplies. Had it not been for her frenzied stockpiling before the apocalypse, this motley crew would have long since succumbed to hunger. Now, with her supplies dwindling, she hesitated to draw upon them. However, considering they had finally arrived at the base, she resolved it would likely be her final use. Gritting her teeth, she acquiesced. With a flicker of her consciousness, her expression shifted. Where were her supplies? The space was desolate, save for a solitary spring in the center. The provisions she had painstakingly gathered had vanished entirely. Mu Tingxiao inquired, "What is the matter?" Chu Yunran's complexion darkened. "The supplies are gone." Were it not for the presence of so many, she would have instantly checked her space. Mu Tingxiao was taken aback. After a moment of consideration, he spoke, Ran. This is merely temporary. I promise you, once we ascertain the situation, I will ensure you receive double in return." Chu Yunran narrowed her eyes, fixating on Mu Tingxiao. "Do you not trust me?" Mu Tingxiao hesitated. "It's not that I don't trust you." In truth, he had reservations, but it was unwise to voice them. He sighed. Ran, There's no need for such formality between us. If you have any concerns, feel free to share them. Miss G wouldn't be so reluctant, would she? Spoke the long-haired girl from the group, who had previously been with the acne-ridden boy. Reluctant? Just admit it. The supplies are gone, she scoffed, as though attempting to intimidate. The short-haired girl, however, refrained from sarcasm and flatteringly suggested, Sister Yun, perhaps you might consider searching again? For them. The matter was pivotal to whether they would find suitable shelter that night. The short-haired girl still hoped to persuade Ji Yunran to produce some supplies. Perhaps they were hidden away in some obscure location, and she simply hadn't found them yet. How could one possibly lose something in a spatial pocket? Nevertheless, it was merely an excuse to ease the situation. Faced with the incredulous expressions of the others, who seemed to judge her for her dishonesty, Ji Yunran's countenance darkened further. Indeed, human nature can be so ungrateful. Kindness often goes unappreciated. This group, who had relied on her for sustenance along the journey, now dared to look down upon her. A murderous intent brewed within Ji Yunran, and she coldly stated, if it's gone, it's simply gone. Ah, what do you mean it's gone? Chu Yun opened the car door, clad in a delicate lavender sundress and holding a matching purple parasol. Her fair arms glimmered under the harsh sunlight of the post-apocalyptic world. Chu Yun strolled out leisurely, instantly attracting a flurry of astonished or envious gazes. Mu Linlin and Qi Yi, along with Li Xing, followed closely behind her. Mu Gu, long time no see. I didn't expect you all to be in such dire straits, she remarked with thinly veiled sarcasm. Yet, Mu Tingxiao paid no heed to Chu Yun's jibe. Instead, he looked at her and Mu Linlin with delight. Linlin, Qianqian, are you both all right? Mu Linlin, feeling somewhat awkward, kept her head down, saying nothing. Chu Yun, with a cheerful smile, responded, do we look like we're in trouble? Only then did Mu Tingxiao notice their attire. Besides Chu Yun and Mu Linlin, even Qi Yi and Li Xing appeared impeccably clean. In stark contrast to the disheveled state of his own group, the four of them seemed utterly unaffected by the apocalypse, as relaxed as if they were on a leisurely vacation before the world had changed. Chapter 60 The Last Hope 11 The moment Ji Yunran beheld Chu Yun, her eyes quivered with intensity. How could they be living so well? In fact, they appeared even more pristine than herself, who possessed the spatial spring. Although she had the luxury of bathing every day and was not concerned about sun exposure, she was still reluctant to reveal too much before the multitude. Until now, everyone merely regarded her as an ordinary spatial ability user. Furthermore, each encounter with zombies inevitably left her sullied. Ji Yunran never anticipated that someone could maintain such elegance amidst the apocalypse. As her gaze fell upon Li Xing, who stood behind Chu Yun, a profound hatred ignited within her. Chu Yun bypassed Mu Tinxiao and Ji Yunran, proceeding directly to the security checkpoint. Name and ability? Li Qianqian, 5th tier wood element. What? The guard was taken aback. Surely, the young lady wants tea jesting? I am ready for inspection. Inspection? That is certainly necessary. If everyone could simply claim to be an expert, the distribution of the base's resources would be thrown into disarray. 1 minute later, Chu Yun emerged from the inspection room. The man responsible for the check stood with utmost reverence. Miss Li, the commander has instructed that you be accommodated in the finest villa within the base. We hope you and your friends enjoy your stay. Chu Yun smiled as she accepted the key. Mu Tinxiao and the others stood in stunned silence, particularly Ji Yunran. In her previous life, Li Qianqian had barely reached 5th tier in just over a month during the apocalypse, and even during her marriage to the Major General. There had been no notable mention of her extraordinary abilities. She also relied on the mystical spring water to ascend to the 4th tier in such a brief period. Why is it different from her past life? Moreover, that scoundrel Li Xing has actually become involved with her. An inexplicable sense of panic welled up within Ji Yunran. The two female classmates of the acne-ridden boy cast wary glances at Chu Yun, fearful that she might seek retribution later. They discreetly hid behind others, striving to diminish their presence. What are you dawdling for? Those with 1st tier abilities should hurry to the greenhouse. It might be too late, the guard urged. Observing that Ji Yunran and her group were still occupying the central path, the group led by Mu Tinxiao was taken aback. After all, those of the 5th tier displayed their abilities with great confidence, while they, of the 4th tier, felt inexplicably embarrassed about concealing theirs. The crux of the matter was the greenhouse. None of them wished to stay there. Mu Tinxiao awkwardly touched his nose. Well, actually, our team has 2 4th tier ability users. The guard raised an eyebrow in confusion. What nonsense is this? You must be jealous of the 5th tier ability users residing in villas. He continued, "Sir, we must conduct a check. For those with first or second-tier abilities, it's sufficient to demonstrate your powers. Our main concern is preventing infected individuals from entering." Mu Tinshao pressed his lips together, conceding, then let the inspection proceed. The guard shrugged in resignation. "Fine, an inspection it is." 2 minutes later, Mu Tinshao and Ji Yunran emerged. Indeed, they were both fourth-tier ability users and were granted accommodations in the base, offering them a 60-square-meter one-bedroom apartment. Mu Tinshao was momentarily stunned. Was the disparity between fourth and fifth tiers truly so vast? The short-haired girl could no longer contain herself. The guard, with courteous demeanor, remarked, "Young lady, the treatment for fifth-tier ability users is naturally superior to that of the fourth tier. With each advancement in their powers, the abilities of those with supernatural gifts do not merely double. In fact, fourth-tier practitioners are already quite rare. Had it not been for Chu Yun, a fifth-tier practitioner, their base would have insisted on retaining these two fourth-tier individuals at any cost. Now, however, with the presence of a fifth-tier practitioner, the fourth-tier individuals, though still valuable, are deemed not worth the substantial expense to secure. Their treatment, while standard, is still considerably better than that of others. It is worth noting that third-tier practitioners are relegated to shared accommodations, while first and second-tier practitioners fare even worse." Mu Tingxiao's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. Yet, if he were to leave the West City base now, his only option would be the more distant Twilight base. Their resources were already dwindling, and with Qianqian and Linlin present, he was unwilling to abandon his two younger sisters. Therefore, it was decided that everyone should proceed to assess their abilities, and they would receive the treatment they were entitled to. Having brought them to the base, he had fulfilled his duty as a soldier. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is largely about self-reliance. There is no reason for him to bear responsibility for these individuals for a lifetime. The long-haired girl immediately protested, "Major General, how can you say that? We are a team. How can you abandon us?" She had just awakened her skills, a first-tier Earth ability, and according to the base's regulations, she could only reside in the communal tents. Ji Yunran cast her a cold glance, reminding her that they were in the base and must adhere to its rules. This group of ingrates seemed to believe that others should cater to their every whim, were it not for the inappropriate timing. She would not even bother to engage with such individuals. Ji Yun and Mu Tingxiao walked side by side into the base. Li Xing had been fixated on Ji Yunran ever since she began speaking, and now seeing her attempt to walk away, he immediately pursued her. "Are you Ji Yunran?" he inquired. Ji Yunran's expression darkened instantly. Li Xing continued, "You've changed quite a bit." Mu Tinshao furrowed his brow, observing Li Xing with evident displeasure. "Do you know each other?" Just as Ji Yunran was about to respond, Li Xing interjected, "Yes, I am her boyfriend." To his surprise, he noted, "You are even more beautiful now than before the apocalypse. Quite impressive." Under Li Xing's lecherous gaze, Ji Yunran felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his eyes. She was painfully aware of the depths of his depravity and cold-heartedness. For a few loaves of bread, he had willingly offered her to others, and from that moment, she had harbored a deep-seated hatred for this man. In her past life, she could not fight back. However, in this life, from the moment she was reborn, she vowed to avenge her former self. "I do not know you," Ji Yunran replied coldly, feeling repulsed by the thought of associating with such a person. "Oh, so you choose to deny our connection," he taunted. "That morning, while I was still asleep, you stealthily made off with 2 million from me. You seem to have forgotten that rather quickly." Ji Yunran's face paled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" When she had just been reborn, it was a stroke of fortune that she hadn't killed that wretched man on the spot. With the impending apocalypse looming, she had taken Li Xing's money to procure supplies. Once the apocalypse arrived, money would lose its value. What did a small sum matter? It was nothing compared to the debt this man owed her in her past life. Yet now, his words twisted her into something akin to a shameful woman. "Am I speaking falsehoods? I merely state the truth. Do not worry. I do not require repayment from you. What is the value of money now? Can 2 million even buy a bottle of water?" Qi Yi subtly tugged at Li Xing's arm, signaling him to temper his demeanor. Realizing his faux pas, Li Xing's complexion paled as he discreetly observed Chu Yun's expression. He had been so engrossed in his own enjoyment that he forgot the formidable presence beside him. Would he now face dire consequences? To his astonishment, he found Chu Yun gazing at him with a smile, her eyes even radiating encouragement. "Young man, keep it up. I have faith in you." Li Xing. It must be noted that Li Xing was not entirely innocent himself, but he was indifferent to that fact. She was not here to uphold justice. All that mattered was to vex the female lead. Chapter 61. The Last Glimmer of Hope 12. Once assured that Chu Yun would not be angered, Li Xing felt liberated from any worries. Ji Yun ran. Even if you've taken up with other men, you needn't pretend not to recognize me. 2 million was a considerable sum before the apocalypse. It should last you quite a while. I do not expect you to remember my kindness. But could you at least refrain from turning your back on me so swiftly? It is rather disheartening. They say that a day of marriage brings 100 days of gratitude. As Li Xing's words became increasingly audacious, Ji Yunran's face turned ashen, and she bellowed. Shut up. Li Xing clicked his tongue. We are not merely acquaintances for a day. I said, shut up. Ji Yunran's visage twisted in fury, and a flurry of ice shards accompanied by a tempest bore down upon him. Her sole thought was that Li Xing must perish. Startled, Li Xing quickly sought refuge behind Chu Yun. To his astonishment, she nonchalantly waved her hand, and a cascade of white petals drifted from her fingers, colliding with the ice shards. The delicate petals, sharp as blades, effortlessly shredded Ji Yunran's icy projectiles. Chu Yun, Miss Ji, how can you resort to violence when the truth has yet to be discerned? It is easy to speak lightly when one is not personally affected. Ji Yunran, gritting her teeth, retorted, Li Qianqian, what does it matter to you? Mu Linlin, finding Chu Yun's words particularly satisfying, interjected, indeed. How can you strike when the matter remains unclear? Are you perhaps feeling guilty? Ji Yunran's eyes blazed with fury. What does it concern you? What do you know? A fiery rage surged within her, compelling her to contemplate the unthinkable. Li Xing was taken aback by the unexpected alliance of Chu Yun and Mu Linlin, his smugness swelling. Ha ha ha. Ji Yunran, you are indeed feeling guilty, fearing that I might expose your secrets. Fearful that your current boyfriend will discover the true nature of the woman you are. Am I right? Mu Dingxiao's brow furrowed as he regarded Ji Yunran, questioning the veracity of Li Xing's claims. Ji Yunran's expression twisted into one of ferocity. Of course, it is not true. Do you believe him or me? Mu Tingxiao scrutinized the girl before him, her words laced with hostility, revealing a vulnerability that belied her earlier composure. This version of Ran seemed a stark contrast to the understanding, calm, and astute girl he remembered. It dawned on him that he did not truly know her, was unaware of her past, and could not comprehend her wrath. As Ji Yunran met Mu Tingxiao's gaze, the fog of anger began to lift, and she questioned her own actions. What was she doing, allowing her fury to validate Li Xing's accusations? She forcefully suppressed the murderous intent simmering within her, simply unable to tolerate his baseless slander. Major General, after spending so much time together, you should have a clear understanding of the kind of person I am. Mu Tingxiao pressed his lips together, neither affirming nor denying. Now is not the moment for such discussions. Major General? Ji Yunran gazed at Mu Tingxiao with a sense of reluctance. Is the trust between us so fragile? Mu Tingxiao preferred not to address this matter in public. Approaching Mu Linlin, he called out her name. The other party tilted her head, huffed softly, and ignored him. Mu Tingxiao intended to have a heartfelt conversation with his sister, but was interrupted when Ji Yunran grasped his arm. The moment Ji Yunran moved, Chu Yun was already aware of her intentions. A subtle energy emanated from Ji Yunran's eyes. Chu Yun swiftly enveloped that surge of energy with her mental strength. Scanning the street for an unfortunate target, her gaze paused on a tall wolf dog accompanying the patrolling soldiers. A smirk formed at the corner of her mouth. If we are to act, let it be something amusing. The next instant, the energy drifted forward. Ji Yunran's body trembled involuntarily as she turned her gaze towards the wolf dog by the street, locking eyes with it. In that moment, the wolf dog leaped at Ji Yunran as if driven mad. Reacting instinctively, Ji Yunran prepared to strike. Ice spikes had already formed in her palm when Chu Yun launched a mental attack, causing Ji Yunran to clutch her head and crouch on the ground, her entire body trembling. Simultaneously, she seethed with resentment towards Chu Yun. Who else could possess such mental abilities but Li Qianqian? The crucial point was that this was not the first time she had suffered under her hands. Ji Yunran clenched her fists tightly. Li Qianqian, you had better not fall into my hands, or else. Before Ji Yunran could finish her vow, the exuberant dog charged forward, toppling her to the ground, its drool-laden tongue fervently licking her face, a candid display of affection. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. It was not until the dog had thoroughly entangled itself in the hair and clothing of Bala Ji Yunran that someone stepped forward, attempting to pull the canine away. However, this was no ordinary dog. It had awakened extraordinary powers. A group of first and second tier abilities users struggled to restrain the creature, with one unfortunate individual receiving a few swipes from its paw. Ultimately, it was Mu Ting Xiao who managed to harness the situation, pulling the dog away by its leash. Once liberated, Chu Yun ran. In a fit of exasperation, shrieked, "Kill it! Put an end to this beast!" She wiped her face, disgusted by the repulsive saliva. Nearly on the verge of retching, a few soldiers, who had been in charge of the dog, hurried over to retrieve the leash from Mu Ting Xiao. "My apologies. This is General Lin's dog," the captain explained. General Lin was the current ruler of the base, the boss. "I don't care. I want this beast dead." Chu Yun was unable to swallow her pride after such a humiliating experience. She could not fathom why the dog had chosen her as its target instead of anyone else. The captain, feeling a headache coming on, suggested, "Shall we first seek out General Lin? Miss, you can speak with him directly." "What? Do we need to consider the owner when dealing with a dog?" Chu Yun retorted with a cold smirk. The captain offered an awkward smile, questioning whether one should indeed consider the owner when addressing such matters. He then turned to Chu Yun. "Miss Li, the general invites you to join him for tea." "Oh," Chu Yun responded, "then lead the way. It's only fitting to meet the master upon arrival." A group of individuals followed their leader towards the office. During this journey, a dog gazed adoringly at Chu Yun, attempting to break free from its leash multiple times. However, each time Chu Yun tried to resist, she was subdued by Chu Yun's mental prowess. Chu Yun, drenched in drool, erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Li Qianqian, you are being excessively unreasonable." Exhausted and in a state of disarray, she lamented that it would be better to perish than endure such humiliation. With an innocent expression, Chu Yun replied, "What have I done?" Chu Yun retorted, "Among us. Who else possesses mental abilities besides you? If you have the skill, confront me openly instead of resorting to sneakiness." Chu Yun chuckled lightly, recalling how Chu Yun had not hesitated to employ her mental powers against her in the past. Chu Yun denied, "I do not possess any mental abilities." Mu Ting Xiao recalled the previous encounter in the car, where only the three of them were present, and Chu Yun had suddenly clutched her head. He found himself unconsciously questioning Chu Yun's words. Observing Chu Yun's disheveled state tugged at his heartstrings, as she was the woman he admired. "Qianqian, do you truly lack mental abilities?" Chu Yun smiled. "If Brother Mu does not believe me, he may inquire with the individual who just assessed our powers. The original owner of this body never had mental abilities, rendering any examination futile." Mu Ting Xiao was momentarily taken aback, uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. Chapter 62. The last hope. The group arrived at the office building. The dog was unwilling to leave Chu Yun's side, refusing to budge no matter how many strong men attempted to pull it away. Ultimately, the leader conceded, deciding to bring the dog along to meet the officer, reasoning that since it belonged to the officer, perhaps he would have a solution. Lin Yanyan had long heard that a 5th-tier ability user and 2 4th-tier ability users had arrived at the base. Unable to wait for them to enter the office building, she directly led her subordinates to wait downstairs. Chu Yun noticed a tall woman clad in leather attire, her hair intricately braided, who gazed at them with palpable excitement. Chu Yun thought to herself, "This Shamart style seems rather familiar. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yao from the last plane. Yet, while Jiang Yao merely shares a similar appearance, this woman appears to be the very archetype of Shamart. This outfit suits her without a hint of awkwardness." Lin Yanyan scrutinized the scene for a while, 3 men and 3 women, wondering which one was the 5th-tier expert. Among the 3 men, one appeared to possess some skill, while the other 2 were clearly subordinates. Among the 3 women, the one in front wore a strappy dress, ostentatiously holding an umbrella. Her fair, luminous skin was brazenly exposed to the air, exuding an air of flamboyance. Who was she trying to impress? Lin Yanyan rolled her eyes. Her gaze shifted to the other 2 women. Mu Lin seemed relatively normal, though her eyes darted about in a manner that suggested she was no expert. Then there was Chu Yun, whose hair and face were covered in slime. What on earth is this? Lin Yanyan cleared her throat, preparing to speak when her dog suddenly lunged towards Chu Yun. The squad leader struggled to restrain it, but Lin Yanyan was quick and managed to catch the dog. Lin Yanyan inquired, "What's wrong with Xiaohu?" The squad leader shook his head, exclaiming, "It's just so odd all of a sudden." Lin Yanyan held the dog, gently rubbing it, and then lifted its hind leg to inspect a certain area. A sharp slap landed on the dog's head, and Xiaohu seemed to be yearning for a mate. Lin Yanyan turned to the squad leader and inquired, "Which female dog has caught its eye? Has it awakened any abilities?" Take me to see it. If it has indeed awakened, I shall bless their union." The others were left speechless. Chu Yun muttered, "What the?" The squad leader, looking rather pale, pointed at Chu Yun and stammered, "Sir, Xiao Hu it. It may have fallen for a girl." Lin Yin was incredulous. "Are you joking with me? Are you saying Xiao Hu fancies her?" The squad leader nodded vigorously, stating that it had been pursuing the young lady nonstop. Lin Yin glanced at Chu Yun, whose face was covered in drool, and began to believe it. She slapped the dog's head once more, exclaiming, "Goodness, Xiao Hu, have you become sentient?" Chu Yun's face darkened like a cast-iron pot. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted, "Are you just going to allow this beast to run wild? Shouldn't there be some accountability? And what nonsense about finding a mate? The commander of this base must be out of their mind. This creature should be dragged out and dealt with immediately, especially since it lunged at her out of infatuation." Chu Yun felt as though she could skin it alive. Lin Yin rubbed her hands and chuckled softly. "The beast is merely naive. My apologies. I promise to educate it properly from now on. After all, it is just an animal, and dear lady, you need not stoop to its level. If one cannot even manage their own dog, they are certainly not a fourth-tier ability user. To know that her family's dog has already reached the second tier, yet this young lady is still unable to handle a mere second-tier canine." Chu Yun felt a surge of frustration. Had she known that the commander of the West City base would be such, she would not have come. Lin Yin squinted. "My dear girl, let us converse calmly. Do not be so upset. This dog has accompanied me for several years, and its warm demeanor towards you is surely a sign of affection. You should rise above trivial matters and not stoop to its level." Chu Yun longed to retort that she indeed wished to engage with this beast on equal terms. However, they were still on another's territory. Lin Yin of the West City base, a formidable fire-type fourth-tier ability wielder, was not to be underestimated. After much internal struggle, she ultimately suppressed her anger. "Then I kindly request Commander Lin to secure your dog, lest it wreak havoc upon others." Lin Yin smiled with a hint of mischief. Of course. Xiao Lu, please add another chain to Little Tiger." "Understood," replied Xiao Lu. Chu Yun maintained a stern expression. "I need a bath immediately." The discomfort of her sticky body was intolerable, and she could not simply enter the spirit spring space. Ordinary spatial ability users possess only a personal space devoid of living beings. Even Mu Tinxiao was unaware of the secret of the spirit spring space, and Chu Yun had no intention of revealing it. The spirit spring space had been her companion since her rebirth. It was her greatest trump card. After voicing her thoughts, Chu Yun turned and left. Lin Yin, squinting her eyes, instructed her subordinates to lead the way, then turned her gaze towards Mu Tinxiao, revealing a friendly smile. "Greetings. You are the fifth-tier ability user, I presume?" Mu Tinxiao cleared his throat awkwardly and shook his head. "At present, I am a fourth-tier lightning-type ability user." Lin Yin was acutely aware that the fourth tier was acceptable, yet she pondered the whereabouts of the fifth. The remaining one appeared entirely unlike it. Chu Yun leisurely fanned herself with a folding fan. "Look here," she said. Lin Yin shot her a disdainful glance. "Humph," she thought. For nothing irked her more than those delicate, simpering girls who incessantly whined. "What are you staring at? Don't think you're impressive just because of your looks." It was evident that this girl had been sheltered by a group of men. Otherwise, how could she remain so pristine? Humph. Was it merely her beauty that attracted men? She scoffed. Absolutely not. Not in the slightest. The team leader quickly pulled Lin Yin aside. "Commander, this young lady is a fifth-tier wood elemental ability user." Lin Yin responded. "What on earth?" She circled Chu Yun twice, observing her unnaturally pale skin, reminiscent of a vampire, and her long, abundant hair, which seemed an extravagant waste of shampoo. Her legs were straight and slender, akin to two bamboo poles. Her features were reasonably refined, devoid of any flaws. A standard beauty, as if produced on an assembly line, utterly lacking in uniqueness. Moreover, her flirtatious smile only heightened Lin Yin's irritation. Is this person truly a fifth-tier ability user? The acidity of jealousy bubbled within her. With wide eyes, she demanded, "Are you really a fifth-tier ability user?" Chu Yun nodded. "Does it not seem so?" "Of course it doesn't." Lin Yin retorted. "Show me your abilities," Chu Yun requested. Lin Yin replied bluntly, "No." "Are you saying I can't see them?" Lin Yin's eyes nearly popped from her head. "Hey, this is my territory. If you refuse to show me, there is not much I can do." Who could possibly rival a fifth-tier ability user? The entire base must cater to her whims. The more Lin Yin observed Chu Yun, the more irksome she found her presence. Upon grasping the situation, she almost dispatched someone to escort Chu Yun to a resting area. Mu Tinxiao followed her into the villa. Mu Linlin pouted, exuding an air of stubbornness as if she had no desire to hear any explanations. The little pink duck in her spiritual space was on the verge of bursting with agitation. With a sweep of her consciousness, Chu Yun discovered a blue droplet-shaped orb. What is this? It is the spring eye of Ji Yunran's spiritual spring space. Chu Yun, am I not impressive? Hurry and praise me. I exerted considerable effort. Chu Yun thought to herself, how did this girl manage to not only pilfer supplies, but also steal the spring eye? Chapter 63. A glimmer of hope in the Apocalypse 14. Holding the blue water orb in her hand, a rich vitality surged forth to greet her. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has concentrated all the vitality of the world here? Considering Ji Yunran's progressively formidable attributes in the narrative, it seemed plausible. Ji Yunran could indeed be considered a child of the heavenly Tao, reborn through time, endowed with an additional lifetime of memories, possessing foresight of the future, and blessed with a spiritual spring space that gathers the world's vitality, not to mention an array of extraordinary skills. She could be deemed an invincible entity. Alas, her temperament left much to be desired. Instead of fulfilling her responsibilities as the chosen one, she was preoccupied with frivolous pursuits, either engaged in sensational journalism or seeking romantic entanglements. At this moment, Ji Yunran stared blankly at the spot where the spring eye had once resided. Where's the spring eye? Where's the spiritual water? The vast space lay desolate, save for scattered water stains on the ground, a testament that the existence of the spiritual spring was not merely a figment of her imagination. Ji Yunran plopped down onto the ground, utterly defeated. The spirit spring water is her greatest reliance. Her extraordinary abilities could only be deemed mediocre in her past life. She barely achieved the second tier before her demise. At best, she could serve merely as a cooling device, with virtually no combat capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have been treated as a mere commodity by that scoundrel Li Xing, handed over to others. Without the spirit spring water, how could she possibly elevate her powers swiftly? Moreover, Li Chanqian has already reached the 5th tier. How could she ever catch up? Ji Yunran incessantly scraped at the soil beneath her fingers, yearning for the spring to re-emerge. Yet, even as her nails broke and blood dripped from her fingertips, no water surfaced. When Chu Yun descended the stairs, Mu Tingxiao and Mu Linlin were still in the living room. However, the expressions on their faces suggested their exchange was far from pleasant. Mu Linlin wore a look of disappointment. Brother, how can you doubt sisterly? For the sake of a woman you've known for just a couple of months, do you not trust sisterly? Can the bond forged over so many years truly be shattered by the sudden appearance of someone new? Linlin, that is not my intention. Even if Qianqian genuinely possesses psychic abilities, I wouldn't hold it against her. I will speak to Ranran. I believe she would not mind either. He merely sought confirmation, feeling that the current Qianqian was a completely different person from the little girl he once knew. But I have told you, Sisterly has never displayed any psychic abilities. Mu Tingxiao furrowed his brow. Really? Are you certain? Mu Linlin gazed intently at Mu Tingxiao, and after a moment, she murmured, Brother, you have changed. Mu Linlin awakened to the realization that the figure before her was no longer the brother who prioritized her above all else. In contrast to the profound sorrow and resentment she had felt the last time she was overlooked, her emotions this time were remarkably tranquil. For the first time, she scrutinized Mu Tingxiao's visage. It was still the same handsome face, radiating masculinity, yet it seemed to no longer provide her with the sense of security it once did. She felt for the first time that this man before her was no longer the towering, striking, godlike brother she had idolized. He had transformed into an ordinary man. With a slight parting of her lips, she spoke, Brother, whether you believe me or not, I will say this one last time. I have never witnessed Sisterly employing any psychic abilities, nor has she ever claimed to possess such powers. If you still choose to disbelieve, then let it be as if I never spoke. In her heart, even if Sisterly truly possessed psychic powers, it would be a boon, an opportunity to teach that woman, Ji Yunran, a lesson she richly deserved. Mu Tingxiao appeared somewhat at a loss. Linlin, that is not what I meant. For the first time, he felt an inability to discern his own sister's thoughts. Linlin sighed. If she were to reveal that he was captivated by Ji Yunran's enchanting eyes, he likely would not believe her. Chu Yun observed as the light in Mu Linlin's eyes gradually dimmed, signaling the departure of youthful innocence. The first step toward maturity is recognizing that familial love is not a given. There exists no selfless love in this world, not even from parents or kin. Do parents love their children? Certainly. They may even sacrifice their very lives for their offspring. Is parental love truly unconditional? Certainly not. Each individual harbors their own desires. And oftentimes, these desires overshadow love. This explains why many parents compel their children to enroll in various extracurricular classes. When the children fail to achieve commendable results, they are met with scolding and blame. Do such parents not love their children? In truth, they do, yet this love is eclipsed by their personal aspirations. The desire for their children to excel academically is more about satisfying their own vanity in front of friends and relatives. In such moments, desire triumphs over love. At this juncture, Mu Linlin has come to grasp this poignant truth. Does Mu Tingxiao love his sister? The answer is affirmative. However, this familial affection pales in comparison to the fervent passion he feels for his romantic interest. Upon encountering Chu Yun, Mu Tingxiao exhibited a hint of awkwardness. Qianqian, he greeted, hesitating before continuing. How did you and Li Xing come to be together? Chu Yun, rather than responding, turned the question back to him. Mu Ge likely yearned to ascertain whether Li Xing's words held any truth. It is a fallacy for men to claim indifference towards a woman's past. If it were merely a matter of casual dating, the situation might not be dire. Yet, when Li Xing brought up Ji Yunran, it painted her in a questionable light. Mu Tingxiao felt an increasing sense of discomfort. I was merely asking out of curiosity. He pondered why Miss Ji, a girl from an ordinary family who had just graduated from university, possessed such wealth. Acquiring material goods necessitates financial resources. Where could that money originate? Mu Tingxiao's expression stiffened. It is also possible that she had gathered these resources at the onset of the apocalypse. Although Ji Yunran initially employed her enchanting gaze on him, the essence of hormones can indeed transform into genuine emotions to a certain extent. As long as Ji Yunran has not completely disappointed Mu Tingxiao, his protection of her remains perfectly justifiable. Chu Yun chuckled as she patted Mu Tingxiao on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's not a significant matter. I merely mentioned it in passing. Brother Mu, there's no need to take it to heart. However, Mu Tingxiao found no comfort in her words. His brows knitted even tighter. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Yun remarked, since you care so much about Miss Ji's past, I shall inquire on your behalf. Mu Tingxiao was about to question how she intended to do so when he saw Chu Yun directly summon Mu Linlin to call someone over. Li Xing. What is the matter? Chu Yun stated briskly, you answer my questions, and no lying allowed. Li Xing pondered briefly, wondering if he had any valuable possessions left. None. So go ahead and ask. Chu Yun cast a glance at Mu Tingxiao before she inquired, have you slept with Ji Yunran? The three present fell silent. Mu Tingxiao's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retorting. Li Xing replied, of course we did. If I hadn't claimed the woman of Li Deshao, it would be utterly disgraceful. Who do you think I am? Chu Yun pressed further, for how long? Li Xing responded, perhaps over a year or two. Mu Tingxiao's visage grew even darker. Chu Yun continued, did you ever consider having a child with her? Li Xing answered, no, humph. Not just anyone can bear the child of this young master. However, I cannot ascertain if she has done so with others, as I am not her first man. Mu Tingxiao's expression had turned ominously grim. As Chu Yun was about to speak, Mu Tingxiao directly interrupted, enough. With a smile, Chu Yun inquired, are you still satisfied? Brother Mu? Mu Tingxiao retorted, satisfied? Not in the slightest. He turned and walked away. Chapter 64. The last chance for survival. 15. Entering the base did not equate to everlasting security. To sustain the base's operations, everyone was still required to complete tasks in order to receive allocations of supplies. Since the resources were not hers to begin with, she felt no remorse in relinquishing them. Lin Yinyan, with a sullen expression, instructed others to put the items away. What could she do? Given that the other party was the only fifth-tier ability user in the base, as long as they did not go too far, they had to accommodate her. Unbeknownst to Lin Yinyan, Chu Yun had successfully advanced to the 6th tier the previous night, a fact that was nearly unknown to anyone else. The upgrade primarily relied on crystal cores. Knowing that Ji Yunran and Mu Tingxiao were heading out to gather supplies, Chu Yun opened her sun umbrella and leisurely followed behind. Upon entering her large off-road vehicle, Chu Yun glanced at Lin Yinyan in the passenger seat. Director Lin, are you quite at leisure? Lin Yinyan replied, indeed. I am quite free. Although her subordinates informed her that the instruments detected this individual as a 5th-tier ability user, she found it hard to believe. Given the slenderness of her arms and legs, I suppose I shall accompany you for a spin. Miss Li won't mind, will she? Chu Yun smiled lightly. Of course. She won't mind. Why refuse free labor? Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, finding herself beside a woman clad in a fiery red dress. The smile on her face curved her brows, and her porcelain skin glowed faintly under the apocalyptic sunlight. Her exquisite features, akin to a delicate flower, were a blend of light and shadow, imparting an alluring yet enigmatic aura. Lin Yin scoffed inwardly at the thought of the vixen. Chu Yun pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the force of acceleration urged Lin Yin to fasten her seatbelt promptly. In just half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a factory where they spotted Mu Tingxiao and his companion's vehicle. After halting the car, Chu Yun gestured towards a small cooler in the back seat. If you don't mind, could you please help me retrieve the chilled watermelon? What if we get thirsty later? Lin Yin replied. I don't mind. She grimaced at the thought that there was only one watermelon at the base, which she had discovered in a supermarket's cold storage a few days prior. She was reluctant to eat it herself. Who on earth gave this vixen the watermelon? Chu Yun added, there's also a fan. And my sunscreen, lipstick, and napkins are in that bag. Yes, please bring the whole bag. Lin Yin sighed. And bring 2 bottles of mineral water, just in case we see Lin. She might get thirsty. Also, Lin Yin took a deep breath, wondering if this was an outing. She nearly lost her composure and slapped the vixen across the face. Chu Yun gasped, isn't it just a casual favor? Look at me, juggling an umbrella and wearing high heels. Carrying all these items will surely strain my hands. Lin Yin's eyelids twitched. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, she was wearing high heels and carrying an umbrella, as if the zombies on the streets were mere illusions. Did a level 5 ability user truly suffer from hand strain? My hands don't hurt at all. Chu Yun, with a hint of grievance, asked, does Lin Yin not wish to help me? Under the gaze of those glistening eyes, Lin Yin felt a surge of irritation. Help. Is her assistance insufficient? I cannot believe in the wickedness of this vixen. Oh, by the way, Chu Yun opened the trunk, her slender fingers pointing, bringing it out. Lin Yin was taken aback upon seeing the large, crimson rooster. Her demeanor shifted entirely. What do you intend to do with it? Are you planning a barbecue? Chu Yun chuckled softly, ready to release it. After a moment, they entered the factory, where Lin Chongguan would set it free. Lin Yin. As Chu Yun and Lin Yin stepped into the factory, the sight that greeted them was a gruesome array of zombie corpses strewn across the floor. Lin Yin discreetly observed Chu Yun's expression. Shouldn't a beauty be terrified by such a bloody scene? Yet, she noticed that Chu Yun remained unfazed, even sporting a faint smile. Lin Chongguan, it is time to release it. They had already spotted Mu Tingxiao and Ji Yunran in the vicinity. Lin Yin contemplated for a moment, but ultimately decided to let the rooster go, intrigued by the vixen's intentions. Lin, be cautious. Mu Tingxiao exclaimed anxiously. Chu Yun looked up just in time to witness a zombie lunging towards Mu Lin with a claw. The creature appeared almost indistinguishable from a regular person, save for its excessively pale complexion and blood-red eyes. Lin Yin gasped, recognizing it as a level 4 zombie. Mu Lin possessed only level 3 abilities, and a stream of water surged towards the zombie's eyes, yet the force was insufficient. The level 4 zombie easily evaded the attack. Mu Lin narrowly dodged the assault and turned to Ji Yunran, shouting, Ji Yunran, you wretched creature, I will not let you off easily. Ji Yunran feigned innocence, responding, I had no knowledge of this. Mu Lin was infuriated to the point of laughter. Are you unaware? That 4th-tier zombie was peacefully resting in the cold storage, and you deliberately released it. What were your intentions? Furthermore, you drew it closer to her. Initially, there were already 2 4th-tier zombies, and now there are 3. This small team possesses only 2 4th-tier abilities. Those below the 4th tier are destined to become cannon fodder. As Ji Yunran fought off the zombies surrounding her, she explained to Mu Tingxiao that it was not her intention. With a stern expression, Mu Tingxiao struggled to fend off the zombies while also protecting Mu Lin. Gradually feeling overwhelmed, Chu Yun observed the battle with an indifferent gaze. In the storyline, the original character faced similar circumstances, repeatedly coerced by Ji Yunran to confront dangers far beyond her capabilities, escaping death time and again. Although she ultimately survived due to Mu Tingxiao's protection, others were not as fortunate. She recalled that in this very factory, aside from the original character and Mu Lin, all others, including the male and female leads, perished. The blame naturally fell upon the original character and Mu Lin, with everyone resenting them. Had it not been for the efforts to protect them, the others would not have met such a tragic fate. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Chu Yun was fully aware of the presence of the fourth-tier zombies and had intentionally lured people here. Hey, aren't you going to help? Lin Yinyin couldn't help but ask. If her memory served her right, there was a girl inside who seemed to have a close relationship with a fox spirit. If you wish to assist, then go ahead. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Lin Yinyin scoffed. Humph, if you won't help, neither will I. Zombies possess enhanced physical attributes, whereas ability users must rely solely on their powers in battle. If the zombies cannot be dealt with in one decisive strike, humanity will ultimately suffer the consequences. Upon observing that Mu Linlin's powers were nearly depleted, Chu Yun realized that Mu Tinxiao and Chu Yun were in a similarly dire state. Seizing the opportunity, a zombie leaped directly towards Mu Linlin. As the crackling lightning danced in Mu Tingxiao's hand, he desperately attempted to fend off the approaching threat. It was too late for him to rush to her rescue. When confronted by those blood-red eyes, Mu Linlin resigned herself to the thought of her impending doom, unable to muster even a single attack. The outcome seemed to be a fragmented demise, a rather unsightly manner of death. With wide eyes filled with despair, she suddenly noticed a delicate pink petal fluttering by. Blinking in disbelief, she quickly turned to Chu Yun, her heart swelling with joy. Sisterly. Chapter 65. A glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Like gossamer wings, the pink petals swirled gracefully, reminiscent of a cherry blossom shower stirred by the wind. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that each petal's edge bore sharp barbs, glimmering with a chilling light. In the midst of this floral tempest stood Chu Yun and Lin Yinyin, enveloped in an aromatic embrace. Lin Yinyin's eyes twitched in irritation. Even in a brawl, this vixen managed to exude such flair. With a light flick of her hand, Chu Yun sent the petals spiraling towards the zombie's crimson gaze. In the next instant, boom, gore exploded in all directions. Lin Yinyin was left speechless. Indeed, this was the might of a fifth-tier ability user. Mu Linlin, once again caught in the chaos, found herself splattered with debris. Unbothered by her filthy appearance, she leaped towards Chu Yun, instinctively maintaining a distance of 1.5 meters. Sisterly, thank you. I thought I was done for. With her eyes slightly reddened, Mu Linlin momentarily felt the chilling breath of death. Upon her call, Chu Yun and Mu Tinxiao also caught sight of Chu Yun. As she sensed her own strength waning, Chu Yun could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "Come help us. Can't you see we're about to give in?" Mu Linlin cast a worried glance at Mu Tinxiao, yet remained silent. In truth, she felt she had no right to request anything from Sisterly. It was a great kindness for Sisterly to intervene and save her. She was already indebted to her, and thus had no standing to beseech further assistance in rescuing others. Before long, Mu Tinxiao and Chu Yun reached their limits. Lin Yinyin, observing that Chu Yun showed no intention of taking action, had no choice but to roll up her sleeves and step in. After all, they were all part of the same base. She could not simply stand by and watch as her comrades perished. Moreover, these two fourth-tier ability users were indeed formidable, and their loss would be a grave pity. With Lin Yinyin's involvement, the two zombies quickly began to falter. Once the zombies were vanquished, Mu Linlin eagerly rushed over, habitually picking through their remains. Sisterly, look at this crystal core. It's truly exquisite. She remarked. Ah, the fourth-tier crystal cores have become transparent, resembling glass beads. After rinsing it with some water, she presented it to Chu Yun, saying, "Here, Sisterly." "Wait, why should it go to her?" Chu Yun panted, her breath heavy. "We were the ones who fought for it. Why should she receive the crystal core?" "Simply because Sisterly saved me," Mu Linlin retorted, unwilling to back down. Chu Yun shot her a glare. "True, she saved you, but she didn't save us, and besides, it wasn't her who defeated those zombies. She was determined to acquire those zombie crystal cores. Now, not only had she lost her psychic abilities, but she was also devoid of any spiritual spring water. The only means left for her to enhance her strength was through the crystal cores. If she could absorb these fourth-tier zombie cores, she would undoubtedly ascend to the fifth tier. At that point, she would relish in the humiliation of Li Qianqian, that insufferable wretch. Mu Linlin gathered the crystal cores, resolute in her claim. Once they were in her possession, they belonged to her, and she could bestow them upon whomever she pleased. Turning to Mu Tianxiao, she declared, "Brother, if you continue to support that woman, I shall consider you no brother of mine." Mu Linlin had come to a realization. If she took a single step back, her brother would compel her to retreat 100 steps. So what if they had slain the zombies? Hadn't her brother provided her with ample resources? What was wrong with her wanting a little for herself? If she did not advocate for her own interests, others would not commend her for being understanding. They would only perceive her as increasingly easy to bully. Mu Tianxiao hesitated. He had always felt a twinge of guilt towards his sister, and now, with her words echoing in his mind, he sighed deeply, deciding he would at least attempt to reason with Ran Ran. When Ji Yun caught the glint in Mu Tianxiao's eyes, she instantly understood his intentions. No, those crystal cores were solely hers. Ji Yunran's gaze flickered momentarily, her eyes darkening as she regarded Mu Tianxiao with her enchanting pupils. Chu Yun had been waiting for this moment. Her psychic energy enveloped the sphere of energy like an invisible hand. Ji Yun seemed utterly determined to possess those crystal cores. The energy she released was considerable, with Chu Yun retaining a portion while casting another directly towards the rooster at the factory's entrance. Just as Ji Yunran prepared to sway Mu Tianxiao's mind, a series of clucking sounds interrupted her. A resplendent, golden-red rooster swiftly flapped its wings and soared into the air, heading directly for Ji Yunran's head. Its robust claws seized her hair, transforming her neatly tied ponytail into a chaotic nest. Simultaneously, its sharp beak incessantly pecked at Ji Yunran's scalp, causing several red bumps to swell on her forehead in no time. As for why the rooster chose to fly atop her head, perhaps it was due to the abundance of hair, reminiscent of the feathers adorning a hen. When the rooster landed upon her head, Ji Yunran was utterly astonished. Once she regained her composure, she let out a frantic scream, raising her hands in an attempt to catch the rooster, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not grasp it. Mu Tianxiao was equally taken aback and reached out to shoo the rooster away. However, this was no ordinary rooster. After much careful selection, Chu Yun had found one endowed with awakened speed and strength abilities, and its speed had already reached the 4th tier, having just emerged from a fierce battle. Both Ji Yunran and Mu Tianxiao had yet to recover their powers, leaving them helpless against the rooster's antics on Ji Yunran's head. Lin Yanyan watched with a twitching mouth, observing the chaotic scene unfold. This spectacle seemed oddly familiar. Could it be that her little tiger had also been used as a pawn by this vixen? As Mu Tianxiao and Ji Yunran were preoccupied with their struggle against the rooster, they had little inclination to vie with Mu Linlin for the crystal cores. Mu Linlin, cradling a crystal core, approached Chu Yun with a beaming smile. Sisterly, here you go. Chu Yun shook her head. You should absorb it yourself. If Mu Linlin were to absorb these several 4th-tier zombie crystal cores, it was to be expected that she would also reach the 4th tier. Mu Linlin exclaimed, huh? Her abilities were already rather lackluster. It seemed that leveling up would not yield much benefit. Chu Yun remarked that there are no redundant abilities. Each power, when harnessed to its fullest potential, possesses its own significance. Mu Linlin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that true? Lin Yanyan, unable to contain herself, interjected. Why is that vixen being so nice to this naive girl? Humph. She directed her frustration at Mu Linlin, exclaiming, if you don't want it, just give it to me. Why are you hesitating? It's just a few crystal cores. Hand them over. I want to advance to the 5th tier as well. Frustration welled within her as she thought, damn it, a mere vixen is stronger than me. Mu Linlin, taken aback, quickly absorbed the crystal cores. Once she completely refined the energy from the cores, she successfully ascended to the 4th tier. Elated, she splashed some water on her face and body to cleanse away the grime. Meanwhile, she observed that Ji Yunran was being driven to madness by a rooster. With a hint of schadenfreude, Mu Linlin remarked, sisterly, look, evil deeds beget evil retribution. She deserves it for deceiving my brother and taking advantage of me. Lin Yanyan smirked, knowing that the naive girl remained oblivious to the true nature of sisterly. Fools often find themselves blissfully unaware, she thought. Ji Yunran, her head covered in peck marks, caught a glimpse of Chu Yun and Mu Linlin, who were coldly watching her plight with amusement. An intense hatred surged within her, and she couldn't shake the feeling that everything happening now was somehow linked to Li Qianqian. In her past life, Li Qianqian was merely an ordinary heiress. Even when she survived the apocalypse, it was due to the protection of Mu Tianxiao. The contrast between then and now was stark. Ji Yunran's gaze darkened. Could it be that Li Qianqian had also been reborn? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 66. The Last Breath of Life 17. When the crowd finally managed to drive the rooster away, Ji Yunran's head was already in a disarray. Li Qianqian. It's you, isn't it? Ji Yunran exclaimed, nearly driven to madness. Are you not jealous of my relationship with the Major General? Is it not true that the Major General favors me over you? You wish to see me perish. With the memories of her past life. Ji Yunran was acutely aware of Li Qianqian's affection for Mu Tinxiao. What if they had married in her previous life? That was solely because she and the Major General had not crossed paths then. In this life, they had met, and the Major General scarcely spared Li Qianqian a glance. In matters of the heart, it is the unrequited who assumed the role of the third party. Ji Yunran did not feel she had erred. Chu Yun chuckled lightly, stating, "Imagination can be a malady, one must seek a cure. I hope Miss Ji understands." Ji Yunran, dare you claim you have not harbored feelings for the Major General? Mu Tinxiao cast an awkward glance at Chu Yun and admonished, Ran, enough. Even if there had been sentiments between them in the past, that was now behind them. Having made his choice, he would uphold his responsibility. Chu Yun smiled. Ah, indeed, there was a secret admiration. The fact that the original owner had harbored feelings for Mu Tinxiao was indisputable. To love someone is not a disgrace. There is nothing to conceal. Mu Tingxiao's body stiffened momentarily, and his expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Mu Linlin shot a disapproving glare at her brother. Thinking him blind for choosing not to be with such a wonderful person as sisterly, instead opting for that despicable woman, Ji Yunran. Lin Yinyan, on the other hand, pulled out a slice of watermelon, slurping it delightfully. Watching this drama unfold while savoring her snack was a joy of life. Ji Yunran proudly lifted her chin, her messy hair and the numerous blemishes on her face becoming more pronounced. Emotions cannot be forced. I hope you understand that and cease your futile fantasies of believing that by dealing with me, you can win the favor of the Major General. She had underestimated her opponent, not anticipating that Li Qianqian had also been reborn. However, as long as she is granted time to grow, there will come a day when Li Qianqian will come to know the meaning of regret. I have no qualms about engaging in fair competition with you, provided that you cease your scheming against me. Mu Linlin could no longer contain herself, scoffing, fair? You dare to speak of fairness? Her conviction seemed so earnest. Had she not known that this woman had employed seductive tactics on her brother, she might have actually believed her. Chu Yun glanced at Ji Yunran and then at Mu Tinxiao, letting out a derisive laugh. Slowly, she remarked, I once harbored a secret infatuation for Major Mu. But back then, I was young, narrow-minded, and lacked experience. I thought a man skilled with a gun was impressive. Now, however, he seems rather ordinary. What is there to admire in a man who is even inferior to me? Lin Yinyan couldn't help but let out a laugh, spitting out the watermelon in her mouth. She silently applauded the vixen for her well-spoken words. Nevertheless, currently, it seemed there was no man within the entire base worthy of her admiration. The expressions of those present were a mixture of pale and green, particularly Mu Tinxiao, who looked exceptionally uncomfortable. There is nothing more damaging to one's self-esteem than being scorned by someone who once held affection for oneself. After Chu Yun finished speaking, she turned to leave, with Mu Linlin quickly following her. Lin Yinyan pondered for a moment, clenched her teeth, gathered her belongings, and joined them. In the days that followed, Chu Yun and Lin Yinyan, along with Mu Linlin, continuously leveled up, battling formidable foes. Meanwhile, Ji Yunran navigated through a whirlwind of chaos. Each venture outside in search of supplies yielded a plethora of zombie crystal cores. The emergence of 6th-level zombies was now a reality, and Chu Yun's abilities had ascended to the 8th level, while both Lin Yinyan and Mu Linlin remained at 6th level. Due to the various creatures conjured by Chu Yun, Ji Yunran found herself with little time to strengthen her own powers. Mu Tinxiao, in his efforts to assist Ji Yunran in warding off those vile entities, nearly remained at the base. Thus, their power stagnated at the 4th tier. Even Li Xing had already reached the 5th tier of abilities. Chu Yun weighed the energy core in her hand, aware that her enchanting gaze was unstable and that Ji Yunran had scarcely utilized it thereafter. Even though she sensed Mu Tingxiao's growing impatience towards her, she dared not employ her enchanting powers lightly. Hence, the small reserve she possessed was now dwindling. Yet it sufficed for her needs. Chu Yun directly infused the energy into Li Xing's body. What did Ji Yunran detest the most? It was undoubtedly her past experiences and the man, Li Xing, who had contributed to them. If she were to be reborn yet again, entangled with this man, how vexing it would be for Chu Yun, who was weary of the notion that her previous life was fraught with difficulties. In her rebirth, she sought to seize the winds and reins of fortune. Armed with the foresight from her previous existence, she embarked on a relentless quest to claim resources. Determined to acquire anything that caught her eye, regardless of the rightful owners who bore no grudge against her. She was indifferent to the consequences of her actions. Adhering to the law of the strong, I am stronger than you, thus your possessions are rightfully mine. Given this, the unfortunate fate of Chu Yun in her past life was ultimately a consequence of her own weakness. What right does she have to harbor resentment towards those who brought her sorrow? It is a quintessential example of double standards. When one is weak, being bullied is deemed an injustice, inciting a desire for vengeance. Yet when one gains strength, seizing what belongs to others becomes a matter of course. If one cannot compete, then it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacy. Since this is intertwined with Li Xing, let her engage in a tumultuous love-hate relationship with him. What worth is there in wreaking havoc upon others? After channeling her energy into Li Xing, Chu Yun made her way directly to Lin Yinyan's courtyard. Little Tiger was confined within an enormous iron cage, restrained by 3 thick chains around his neck. Upon seeing Chu Yun approach, he excitedly clawed at his kennel, creating a cacophony of noise. Just as Chu Yun intended to release him, Lin Yinyan hurriedly emerged, draped in a nightgown, glaring at Chu Yun. What are you doing at this late hour? Don't think I'm unaware. This vixen intends to use my little tiger as a pawn. Chu Yun, may I borrow your little tiger for a while? Lin Yinyan outright refused. What if he gets hurt? Little Tiger has been with me for 5 or 6 years. He is like my own son. Lately, he has been distressed due to his mating season, and it breaks my heart. Yet, I cannot retaliate against this vixen. This truly vexed her. Chu Yun, just this once. Lin Yinyan stood firm. Absolutely not. But your little tiger is eager to come out. That is irrelevant. She thought to herself that it was precisely this vixen who had caused little Tiger's desire to escape. Very well. Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively. Lin Yinyan found it curious that her opponent had so easily acquiesced. As the iron cage emitted a sharp click, the little tiger seized the opportunity and dashed out swiftly. You see, it escaped on its own, Chu Yun shrugged. Lin Yinyan remarked, Little Tiger, don't think I didn't notice. It was you, vixen, who set it free. Chu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yinyan. What did you say? Realizing her slip, Lin Yinyan quickly assessed the disparity in their combat prowess. Currently at the 6th level, she pondered how many levels the vixen had, knowing she stood no chance. A wise individual recognizes the times. I must say, you are quite beautiful, she retorted through gritted teeth. The most stunning woman I've ever encountered, all right? Chu Yun's expression shifted from gloomy to cheerful, a smile gracing her lips. I do enjoy hearing the truth. Lin Yinyan shot back. Get lost, get lost. Chu Yun leisurely followed the little tiger outside. A remark drifting into Lin Yinyan's ears. Eat less lemon. TSK, how sour indeed. Lin Yinyan thought to herself. Chapter 67. The last hope. Li Xing lay in bed, caught between dreams and wakefulness, reminiscing about the days spent with Chu Yun. The gentle sound of her voice and the softness of her small hands seemed to linger in his mind, clear and profound. Those memories he once believed he had forgotten surged forth, overwhelming him. It was impossible to disregard them. After tossing and turning for some time, Li Xing could no longer bear it and got out of bed. Only upon reaching the door of Chu Yun's room did he realize what he was doing. Since he was already there, he found himself reluctant to leave. He too wished to know how she was faring now. Since the other extraordinary individuals in the base have been continuously advancing, the presence of Chu Yun and Mu Tinshao, both of whom possess 4th-tier abilities, has become rather commonplace. The privileges once afforded to the strong have long since dissipated. Currently, they reside in a room within a standalone courtyard reminiscent of a rural homestay. Due to Chu Yun's peculiar constitution, which often leads to chaos, living in an apartment complex would disturb the neighbors. Lin Yinyan has specifically vacated this place for them. Leaning against the wall, Li Xing gazes at the cramped courtyard where soldiers are distributing supplies. In the yard sit a man and a woman. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Li Xing feels a stir in his heart. However, as he observes her current state, he is overwhelmed by a sensation akin to having his heart squeezed, causing him profound pain. Chu Yun's once luscious hair has now dwindled to a mere few strands, sparsely scattered atop her head. Her clothing is tattered, and her entire visage is etched with exhaustion. Noticing the 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water placed before her, Chu Yun furrows her sallow brow in discontent. Is this all? Are you treating us like beggars? The soldier pays her no mind and departs after distributing the supplies. Growing anxious, Chu Yun implores, Major General, you must speak to them. They cannot treat us this way. The mention of the title Major General irks Mu Tinshao inexplicably. This designation serves as a painful reminder of the respect he once commanded. Yet now, he finds himself confined to this place, awaiting the base's charity. Indeed, it is charity. In truth, they have not contributed to the base in a long while. The fact that the base still provides for them 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water each day is already a considerable blessing. Mu Tinshao impatiently remarked, "Stop fooling around and eat quickly. We cannot afford to have wild boars or stray dogs barging in here again, leaving us without even bread to eat." Chu Yun could naturally perceive the shift in his demeanor, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Yet, what could she do? She had long refrained from employing her enchanting abilities, fearing the return of bizarre entities that had plagued her. The torment had instilled a lasting dread within her. The absence of continuous hormonal release dulled even Mu Tinshao's fervent emotions amidst their chaotic existence. Now, witnessing her disheveled appearance only deepened his frustration. Li Xing, unable to bear Chu Yun's plight any longer, surged forward. Pointing an accusing finger at Mu Tinshao, he exclaimed, "Is this how you treat her? If you truly love her, how can you allow her to endure such indignities? Are you even a man?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yun and Xiao Hu, who had just arrived, nearly burst into laughter. The scene seemed to shift from a post-apocalyptic strongwoman narrative to a domineering corporate romance. Then, Li Xing seized Chu Yun's arm, insisting, "Come with me. You will not have a good life with him." Terrified, Chu Yun recalled the cold, heartless expression on his face when he had sent her away previously, and a wave of panic surged through her. "Let me go, let go of me." Mu Tinshao stood up as well, asserting, "What business do you have here? If you cannot take care of her, I shall." Mu Tinshao? Chu Yun was on the verge of tears. Li Xing was her nightmare. Do not. Major, save me." If she were to be reborn and still fall into Li Xing's grasp, what then would be the essence of her rebirth? Chu Yun gathered ice spikes in the palm of her hand and lunged toward Li Xing. The sound of barking that sent shivers down her spine erupted. As Xiao Hu leaped forward, Chu Yun's expression changed drastically. Mu Tinshao hurriedly stepped in to restrain Xiao Hu. But now that Xiao Hu had reached the 4th tier and was in a frenzied state, Mu Tinshao was utterly unable to hold him back. The patrolling soldiers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to assist. Chu Yun found herself pinned beneath Xiao Hu, on the brink of collapse. The foul stench of drool nearly made her retch. Wishing fervently to dismantle the beast piece by piece, Li Xing, being a 5th-tier adept, was somewhat superior to the others. With his assistance, they finally managed to push Xiao Hu away after tremendous effort. Seizing the moment while everyone was occupied with subduing Xiao Hu, Li Xing took Chu Yun and fled. Mu Tinshao instinctively wanted to chase after them as he watched their retreating figures, but hesitated, recalling something. With Li Xing being a 5th-tier ability user, he would surely provide better protection for Yunran than himself. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Chu Yun's silhouette vanished from his sight. Chu Yun observed the familiar tall figure of the original owner with a sardonic smile. There were no true gods or goddesses, they were merely ordinary people. It could not be said that Mu Tinshao was heartless, as it was human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm. The so-called deities were merely enhanced by luck and the halo of status. In Li Xing's modest apartment, Chu Yun held a cup of warm water that the man had handed her. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, her hand trembled as she held the cup. The fear did not stem from the menacing dog encountered moments ago, but rather from the man standing before her. Had she once again fallen into the clutches of Li Xing? After all the twists and turns of fate in her past life and the nightmares that plagued her nights, was there truly no escape? Li Xing, how could you have brought her here? Qi Yi remarked disapprovingly, fully aware of the antagonistic relationship between her and Li Qianqian. Now, drawing closer to her could very well result in indiscriminate attacks from someone, leading to their utter annihilation. She is my woman. Why shouldn't I bring her here? Li Xing retorted, settling himself beside Chu Yun, his hand tenderly caressing the few strands of her hair. Rest assured, you are my woman, and no one will dare to bully you. Make yourself at home. I will take care of everything. Qi Yi replied, have you lost your mind? Do you think you're still the domineering young master? Wake up, this is the apocalypse. His tone turned serious. Li Xing, you cannot afford to provoke Li Qianqian. Upon hearing the name Li Qianqian, Chu Yun tightened her grip on the cup, her fingers turning pale. Li Xing's cold smile appeared. Who do you think I am to joke around? A man who cannot protect his own woman is no man at all. Qi Yi's gaze flickered as he adjusted his glasses, observing the man who was so attentive to Ji Yunran. How reminiscent of a fool. After a moment's pause, he conceded, "Very well, I shall gather my things and leave this place for you." He was now a 5th-tier ability user. Though not the strongest in the base, securing a modest dwelling was still within his means. After all, in this world of desperation, survival was paramount. One must not only learn to be strong, but also to exercise caution for one's own well-being. Faced with the choice between brotherly loyalty and self-preservation, the decision for self-preservation is decidedly clear. It would be foolish to make an enemy of Li Chanxian. Life is too precious for such folly. As Chapter 68 unfolds. Survival in the Apocalypse. Upon Qi Ye's departure, Li Xing gently took Ji Yunran's hand. "Ranran, are you hungry?" he inquired, brushing his fingers against Ji Yunran's pallid face. "Altered by malnutrition. Would you like something to eat? Bread or biscuits? I can fetch it for you." A chill enveloped Ji Yunran as she felt his fingers glide over her skin, akin to a serpent's slither, sticky, repulsive, and terrifying. Her heart quivered uncontrollably. Trembling, she managed to utter, I want to leave. Please let me go." Li Xing's expression abruptly hardened. "You wish to leave?" Ji Yunran clenched her teeth, a profound fear gripping her soul, making her wish to avoid Li Xing for even a moment longer. Yet, the ominous gaze directed at her stifled her words. She understood Li Xing all too well. He was not only cold and selfish, but also exceedingly domineering, allowing no room for resistance. Observing her distressed demeanor, Li Xing's heart softened. He affectionately tousled Ji Yunran's uneven hair, urging, "Go on, eat. I would be distressed if you starved." As she made her way halfway, she encountered Lin Yinyan, who was preparing to catch a dog with a metal chain. Lin Yinyan swiftly approached, seizing the small tiger by the neck. The small tiger's eyes widened, and like a slippery eel, it wriggled free from Lin Yinyan's grasp. Maintaining a wary distance, it glared at the chain in Lin Yinyan's hand, clearly displeased, retreating further and eyeing her with heightened caution. "There is no need to bind it so tightly anymore. It seems rather pitiful," Chu Yun remarked. She had already eliminated the energy within all the monstrous entities, except for Li Xing, including Mu Tinxiao. Lin Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this cunning vixen pretending to be benevolent? If it weren't for her meddling with Little Tiger, would she have to confine it in a cage every day? Chu Yun beckoned Little Tiger with a flick of her finger. "Come here, I wouldn't dare bind you." Lin Yinyan rolled her eyes. "The dog I raised would heed the words of a vixen like you?" Little Tiger has never listened to strangers. In the next moment, Little Tiger trotted over with its tail wagging, eyeing the heavy iron chain in Lin Yinyan's hand with suspicion. Chu Yun affectionately patted Little Tiger's head, saying, "Such a good boy." Lin Yinyan was left speechless, her chest aching with frustration. What kind of foolish creature had she raised? That rascal was thoroughly duped by the vixen and still wagged its tail at her. It was infuriating. After Ji Yunran was taken away by Li Xing, the base became considerably more stable. Without the incessant disturbances from the monstrous entities, Mu Tinxiao also began to join everyone in searching for supplies and clearing out zombies. Facing the zombies directly once more, he felt the stark difference between himself and the others. Even Lin Lin had advanced to the 6th level, while he remained at the 4th. Now, it was Lin Lin who was protecting him. Reflecting on these past months with Ji Yunran, Mu Tinxiao couldn't help but pound his head in frustration. Had he been possessed? Why did recalling the past make him feel as if he were not himself? It was as if he were being controlled, becoming another person entirely, neglecting the safety of his beloved younger sister, and fixating solely on another woman. Once, there was a girl named Qianqian, whom he had cherished deeply. Both his sister and Qianqian have grown up now. He used to be their protector, but now they have risen to create their own heavens. Under the sky, whether he exists or not seems inconsequential. The number of people at the base dwindles. Even the 2 girls who once accompanied him and later followed Ji Yunran have not been seen for quite some time. In this apocalyptic world, the death of an individual or their transformation into a zombie has become a commonplace occurrence due to the scarcity of human resources. Occasionally, Chu Yun is dragged out by Lin Yinyan to undertake some missions. The streets are now devoid of human presence, and even zombies are a rare sight. The lower-level zombies have essentially vanished, leaving behind only a few higher-level ones. Although their numbers have diminished, they are exponentially more challenging to confront than before. As Chu Yun surveys her surroundings, she is met with the grotesque sight of decaying human and zombie corpses. The pink duck cannot help but express dismay. "Chu Yun, did you not claim that the heavenly Tao regulates itself in this realm? Why does it seem as though the heavenly Tao intends to annihilate everyone?" Chu Yun maintained a stoic expression, acknowledging that while the heavenly Tao is indeed in a state of regulation, the survivors will likely amount to less than 1 in 10,000. She perceives the weakness of the heavenly Tao, which, in its frailty, seeks to eradicate humanity and other life forms to alleviate its burden. The pink duck feels a shiver run down its spine. With billions of humans and countless animals, even vast expanses of land are succumbing to desertification. Plants either evolve or face extinction. The heavenly Tao is merciless, akin to rewinding time. A circle of high-level zombies now encircles the base, with the lowest being level 4 and the highest reaching level 7. Commander, help! These zombies have surrounded us for 3 days, a vigilant guard shouted towards Lin Yinyan. Lin Yinyan furrowed her brow. Zombies besieging the city? Why would they target the base without cause? ISNT living preferable? The thought of conflict and further loss of life was exasperating. However, Chu Yun understood that this was likely the design of fate, orchestrating a brutal clash between humanity and the undead. In the end, only a scant few would remain, making them much easier to control. Li Xing approached with Ji Yunran, and it was evident that Ji Yunran had been faring better lately. Though her complexion still bore a dull yellow hue, it was markedly improved from before. A white hat concealed her uneven scalp. The moment Mu Tinxiao laid eyes on Ji Yunran, a deep frown creased his brow. He could not fathom how he had ever been attracted to such a woman, particularly when she paled in comparison to Qian Qian. Why are you not at the base? Lin Yinyan inquired, puzzled. The strongest individuals were absent. Venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. Ji Yunran caught sight of Chu Yun, and a flash of hatred flickered in her eyes. She sensed the formidable power within her. It baffled her that, though both had been reborn, Li Qianqian enjoyed such a splendid life, perhaps even more illustrious than in her previous existence, while she found herself relegated to the company of someone like Li Xing. Ji Yunran dared not approach Chu Yun, opting instead to stand quietly beside Li Xing. An instinct told her it was unwise to provoke Li Qianqian. Chu Yun observed Ji Yunran's behavior, instinctively seeking refuge. She was no longer as intimidated by Li Xing, perhaps bolstered by his recent actions that rekindled her confidence in her allure. Regrettably, this child cannot bear to see others thrive. With a subtle curve at the corner of her lips, Chu Yun snapped her fingers. A wisp of azure smoke emerged from Li Xing's body. Suddenly, Li Xing's mind cleared with a resounding buzz. He glanced at Ji Yunran beside him, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had his brain turned to mush? Chapter 69. The Last Hope. Li Xing, with disdain, shoved Ji Yunran away. Caught off guard, she was propelled several meters away, tumbling awkwardly on the ground, which attracted the attention of the approaching zombies. Ji Yunran was left in a daze, staring at Li Xing in shock. How could a man be so capricious? She had felt, over the past few days, that he genuinely cared for her, even better than when they were together before the apocalypse. So why the sudden change of heart? However, the encroaching zombies left no room for her to ponder. Li Xing contemptuously kicked one aside, exclaiming, "Get lost, you ugly creature." The onlookers were left in disbelief. What happened to the promise of true love? This was hardly the way to express it. Ji Yunran clutched her chest, rage and hatred nearly consuming her sanity. She loathed Li Xing, detested Li Qianqian, and resented everyone. Meeting Chu Yun's seemingly amused gaze only deepened her fury. Suddenly, Ji Yunran sprang up, lunging directly at Chu Yun, her eyes glinting with dark determination, fixated on her. Since death was inevitable, she might as well take a gamble. Chu Yun, taken aback, thought, what audacity. This wretched girl dares to attempt to seduce me. Even the pink duck was astonished. Host, look at what you've driven her to become. Twisted into a desperate Yuri for the sake of survival? Word mother, I find myself somewhat anticipating the success of Ji Yunran. The little duck silently bears this sentiment, yet keeps its lips tightly sealed, determined not to let that wretched woman discern its thoughts. A surge of energy rushes forth. With a cold expression, Chu Yun disperses it effortlessly. At the same moment, Ji Yunran feels something being violently wrenched from her mind. As she grits her teeth to endure the pain, she is met with an overwhelming horde of zombies. A voice, dripping with extreme indifference and mockery, echoes in her ears. Shock and fear flicker across Ji Yunran's face, quickly giving way to understanding. Indeed, it is you. Hadn't she long suspected as much? Who else could it be but Li Qianqian? Yet, she cannot fathom why the heavens would choose to toy with her in such a manner. They granted her a second chance, yet the outcome remains unchanged, completely beyond her control. She feels an insatiable bitterness. Alas, this is a seventh-tier zombie. A tremor of dread resonates in Li Xing's voice beside her. Ji Yunran feels herself yanked away with brute force. The frigid hand of a zombie rests upon her back as Li Xing, in a moment of desperation, uses Ji Yunran as a shield. Ah, wretched being. Release me. In the midst of the zombie throng, Ji Yunran clings desperately to Li Xing, her gaze filled with venomous resentment, fixated on Chu Yun. Quick! Someone help me pull this madwoman away. Li Xing bellows. Mu Linlin hesitates. Sisterly, should we lend him a hand? Chu Yun replies, it's your choice. Assisting or not is a personal decision. I have not hindered anyone. Mu Linlin bites her lip, realizing that Sister Li has no intention of intervening. Miss Li, I implore you to act and save him. Ultimately, it is the bond of former brotherhood that compels Qi Yi to step forward. Chu Yun's gaze was indifferent and unperturbed, not even casting a glance at Qi Yi. Shouldn't one take action to save another? With the high-level zombies surrounding Ji Yunran and Li Xing, Qi Yi, in her anxious turmoil, dared not advance. Ultimately, Ji Yunran was engulfed by the horde of zombies, not emitting even a whisper of a scream, until her last breath. Her eyes remained wide open, fixed on Chu Yun. Soon, Li Xing's furious cries were extinguished as well. Panic spread among the onlookers. Once the zombies had dispatched Ji Yunran and Li Xing, they surged towards the ability users. An atmosphere of dread permeated the air. This brutal conflict raged on for an entire day and night. The encircling zombies were entirely eradicated, yet nearly half of the base's ability users perished as well. Paying no mind to Lin Yinyan's lamentations behind her, Chu Yun ventured into a desolate area and released Li Qianqian. The spirit of Li Qianqian materialized before her. Chu Yun, are you satisfied? Li Qianqian nodded, clearly content. Then that is sufficient, Chu Yun replied, preparing to detach from her corporeal form when Li Qianqian spoke again. I actually have one more wish. Chu Yun frowned. Why not express all your wishes at once? I wish to save my father. Can you assist me? I am willing to pay any price. Chu Yun declined outright. This realm is already on the brink of collapse, and by that time, General Li had already perished. Li Qianqian lowered her head in despair. I have been unreasonable. Chu Yun remained silent, proceeding to detach from her body. As per routine, she inquired, do you require me to clarify your memories? Li Qianqian shook her head. Thank you anyway. Chu Yun directly extracted a portion of her spiritual energy. The pink duck constructed a spatial passage in the heart of an endless desert. A cerulean orb of water sank into the sandy ground. Chu Yun formed intricate hand seals, establishing a formation. In the northwestern corner, he left behind a portal of life. Perhaps one day, a chosen one would arrive with a mission to unlock this formation. Given the vitality within the water orb, it was not impossible for this realm to revert to its original state of spiritual essence. After completing this task, Chu Yun felt a surge of power coursing through his body, the divine faith of the heavenly Tao. Sensing this familiar force within him, he realized that his journey was not in vain. The pink duck remarked, all right. It gazed indifferently at the thatched hut, which appeared even dimmer than before. The grass was a dull gray. Chu Yun stepped inside, and the space felt slightly smaller. The pink duck grew anxious. Chu Yun, what has happened? We have clearly gained the power of the heavenly Tao, yet how have we become weaker? Of course, Chu Yun replied. How can reconstruction compare to the speed of destruction? It's a classic case of expenditure surpassing income. The copper bell on the roof chimed incessantly, indicating numerous clients. Chu Yun sneered, initiating a mission. If there were realms associated with the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he would prioritize those. He was determined not to be defeated by that group of rascals. But we are merely two weaklings now, the pink duck protested. What if we attract the attention of the master deity? What then if we cannot contend with them? Fearing defeat, he had chosen realms specifically to avoid encounters with those from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The pink duck urged, perhaps we should deliberate further? Huh, Chu Yun scoffed. Weaklings? Are you referring to yourself? The pink duck felt as though it had been struck by a blade in the heart. Furthermore, to suggest that we should wait for them to gradually weaken our strength before we can prevail is utterly naive. The upper domain is interconnected with countless realms, and those who reside within it are bound together in their fates. Why cower in fear? We must confront them directly. The timid duck merely quivers and whimpers, yet dares not retort. Very well, you are the leader, and your word is law. Chu Yun, prepare yourself. The mission is about to commence. With a nod, Chu Yun entered a new body. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a woman clad in ancient garb, adorned with heavy makeup, her visage twisted in a menacing grimace. A slap came forth. "You insolent wretch! Do you dare offend this palace? What in the world is happening?" Chu Yun retaliated with a swift kick. "Is my face something that mere mortals can touch?" The woman collapsed to the floor, momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she pointed at Chu Yun, exclaiming, "Director, look at her. How can we proceed with the filming like this?" A portly middle-aged man approached, his expression one of concern as he assisted the fallen woman. "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Bai Weiwei nestled against the man without reservation. "She didn't fall. She kicked me. It hurt so much." Chu Yun felt a shiver run down her spine at the inflection of that last syllable. With a fierce glare directed at Bai Weiwei, she declared, "It was indeed I who did it. What will you do about it? Do you wish to fight? Who's afraid?" The director, with a stern countenance, scolded, "Chi Chinsi, have you taken the wrong medication or mistakenly grabbed the wrong script?" Bai Weiwei, equally bewildered, realized that these were her lines. She was meant to be the wicked supporting character. Chu Yun paused, taking in her surroundings, noting the complete array of cameras, lighting, and backdrops. She was adorned in the attire of a palace maid. So was this a film shoot? But what of it? Even during a shoot, one cannot tarnish the dignity of this palace. The director, visibly irate, bellowed with fervor, "Chi Chinsi, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Will we even be able to continue filming today? If it weren't for her connections, would she have been cast as the lead? One might believe she could be replaced in an instant." Chu Yun, with a dismissive gesture, declared that filming would cease. The essence of the narrative was paramount. Chapter 70. The actress system 1. Chu Yun sought out a pristine makeup room to immerse herself in the storyline. The original character, Chi Chinsi, was a budding actress of Star Emperor Entertainment, possessing mediocre acting skills and following the path of a popular star. Due to the influence of the Chi family, she was spared the necessity of seeking financial backers or engaging in unscrupulous arrangements. However, as a popular star, maintaining a constant buzz was essential. Thus, rumors of her romantic entanglements with various male celebrities surfaced frequently, though most were mere fabrications. Yet, there were instances of genuine connections, as many male artists vied for her favor, drawn by the allure of her resources. Occasionally, a compatible match would spark a relationship. Initially, Chi Chinsi seemed content with her trajectory, appearing in advertisements, accepting roles that relied heavily on her looks, and generating buzz. In the entertainment industry, while she may not have reached the pinnacle of fame, sustaining a position between the third and second tiers was certainly achievable. When queried about the acting prowess of an obscure starlet, Chi Chinsi would casually remark, "She is quite beautiful, though her acting is rather average." This was a truthful statement. However, unbeknownst to Chi Chinsi, the obscure starlet was a promising newcomer, heavily promoted by Phantom Entertainment and the formidable president, Wen Yuhan, who wielded immense power in the industry. It can be said that no entertainment company within the nation, when combined, could possibly contend with the formidable Phantom. Wen Yuhan wields influence not only within the entertainment industry, but also commands respect across various sectors. Chi Chinsi found herself facing a complete ban. Her resources were revoked. Her work ceased, and she fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by her boyfriend, leading her to a hotel where lurking media captured her, falsely accusing her of infidelity and alleging she was being kept by a wealthy benefactor. In an instant, Chi Chinsi's reputation was utterly tarnished, subject to vicious online tirades, and even faced with the humiliation of being pelted with rotten eggs in public, labeled a harlot and worthless. As if that were not enough, the Chi family announced their bankruptcy just days later. The proud and domineering president of Phantom, alongside a charmingly sweet new starlet, proclaimed with unyielding authority, "My woman is not someone to be trifled with by any insignificant fool." Chi Chinsi trembled with rage, utterly baffled. Was it truly bullying to merely comment on her mediocre acting skills? Yet, reality forced her to bow her head in submission, as she personally sought out Wen Yuhan to apologize and plead for leniency towards the Chi family. With a cold laugh, Wen Yuhan dismissed her. "What are you even worth? Leave." And thus, there was no further recourse. Chi's father, unable to withstand the blow, succumbed to a heart attack, while her mother faded into despair. Chi Chinsi plummeted to the depths of despair, compelled to transform into the very person she loathed the most in order to survive. Yet, even in this state, she could not shake Wen Yuhan's dominance. She could only watch helplessly as they flaunted their affection. The most powerful man in the entertainment industry and the youngest best actress became the darling couple of the internet, leaving Chi Chinsi to languish in the shadows. gritting her teeth in silent agony as she observed them. Even death seemed to arrive without a whisper. Chi Chinxi's aspiration to exact revenge on Wen Yuhan and her young boyfriend, while safeguarding the Chi family. If possible, she dreams of becoming a film empress. A film empress? Certainly. Revenge on Wen Yuhan? The domineering CEO of a chilling realm? Chu Yun chuckled coldly. TSK, how intriguing. Chu Yun inquired of the Pink Duck. Is the heroine of this realm affiliated with the Heavenly Tao Alliance? The Pink Duck replied. Indeed, she originally was not the heroine of this realm. It was through her pursuit of the male lead, Wen Yuhan, that she ascended to that role. By the way, she possesses a system known as the Super Film Empress system. Chu Yun scoffed once more. Each realm is graced with chosen ones who either propel the progression of the realm or bear the mission of the Heavenly Tao. Such individuals, favored by the Heavenly Tao, are referred to as male or female leads. They carry the fortune bestowed upon them by the Heavenly Tao. By conquering these chosen ones, one can seize their fortune and usurp the power of the realm. Chu Yun, do we truly stand a chance against the Heavenly Tao Alliance? The Pink Duck anxiously fidgeted with the novel in her hands, unable to focus on it due to her troubled thoughts. Chu Yun disdainfully snorted. What is a mere tasker of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? I am unafraid to face them all in single combat. The Pink Duck. I almost forgot about that wretched woman who once challenged the Heavenly Tao Alliance. She wanted to say, weren't you also thoroughly beaten? But she dared not. Her life was at stake. Currently, she was filming a mindless palace intrigue drama, portraying the heroine. It tells the tale of a maid who battles her way through challenges, ultimately ascending to the position of Empress Dowager. More accurately, it narrates her encounters with various male leads and supporting characters, where exceptional men elevate her to the throne. A quintessential pseudo-inspirational palace drama. The female protagonist perpetually embodies a gentle and kind-hearted figure, pitifully subjected to the bullying of various antagonistic characters. It is quite disheartening. Chu Yun scoffed softly, declaring that anyone who wishes to act may do so. She exited the dressing room, where Bai Weiwei remained, cradled in the director's embrace, her small shoulders trembling. Bai Weiwei is the second female lead in this production, a malevolent supporting character. The director cast a glance at Chu Yun, his eyes twitching. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt that despite her attire, soiled maidservant's garments, she exuded an air of regality. Upon seeing Chu Yun, Bai Weiwei's tears cascaded down her cheeks without restraint. Director, look at her. She can't even apologize properly. Chu Yun crossed her arms defiantly, offering a disingenuous apology. I'm sorry, it's a reflex. The director gritted his teeth. He pondered whether he could approach a bigwig to request a refund. After all, this was not merely a request for a leading lady, but rather an invocation of an ancestral spirit. How dare she lay a hand on his cherished darling? It is worth noting that had it not been for the reputation of the Chi family and Xinhuang Entertainment, he would have deemed her acting skills unworthy of even a third female lead. Moreover, she audaciously snatched the leading role from his beloved character. Her looks were the only redeeming quality she possessed, which was infuriating. Taking a deep breath, the director stated, I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, dear protagonist, you may as well forego the role. He too had his limits. What use is beauty alone? The trend now favors those who are both beautiful and talented. If need be, he could always invest a little more to secure a star with both popularity and skill. Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively, asserting, let those who wish to play the leading role do so. I desire the role of the second female lead. She had no interest in portraying a wronged White Lotus. The director was left speechless. Bai Weiwei was the first to regain her composure. Did you say you won't play the female lead anymore? Chu Yun nodded. Yes, I won't. She then gazed at Bai Weiwei for a moment and added, I think you would be quite suitable for the role. Just embody that false White Lotus persona. A natural performance will suffice. Bai Weiwei was overjoyed, looking at the director with hopeful eyes. Director Fong, since Miss Chi thinks so, you should grant her this opportunity. Chu Yun shivered slightly, observing the director's expression of indulgence. Without further ado, she exited. If memory serves, that young man who co-designed with Wen Yuhan was currently at home with a budding model. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun took out her phone and initiated a live broadcast, foregoing any beauty filters. The original owner was renowned for relying on her looks, and using a filter would only diminish her charm. Hello, my little darlings, have you missed me? Fans were taken aback by their idol's sudden live stream. They beheld the stunning visage on the screen, erupting in excitement. Wow, Sister Shi has finally arrived. Sister Shi's beauty is simply enduring. I adore her. Sister Shi. I love you. Chu Yun smiled, playfully tossing her long hair, embodying the quintessential good girlfriend. The director, with keen ears, felt an urge to throw the camera in frustration, cursing under his breath about the crew's day off. Did he not have a clear understanding of his own actions? Chapter 71, The Best Actress System 2. The number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased, with the comments flooding in. Sister, she is showering us with love again. This is just tormenting me as a single dog. I refuse this bowl of dog food. Li Jingran is not worthy of my sister she. Chu Yun responded, No. In my heart, he is the best man. In the entertainment industry, infidelity is far too commonplace. Once one is immersed in this realm, it is wise not to dwell too much on certain matters. However, this individual not only engaged in infidelity, but also maliciously accused the original owner of the same, even going so far as to deliberately tarnish her reputation. Such actions are utterly unforgivable. Chi Chinsi became aware of this situation when her younger boyfriend, who was unable to lift her out of her predicament, boasted about it. Chu Yun, having changed out of her costume, was ready to leave with her bag and phone. The little assistant hurried to catch up, wearing a worried expression. Sister Chinsi, are we really just leaving like this? Is everything truly all right? What if Sister Min asks about it later? Chen Min was Chu Yun's manager, while Chi Chinsi was somewhat of a free-spirited artist, with advertisements, filming, and events all arranged by Chen Min. The little assistant had never witnessed her artist behaving so recklessly, which added to her concern. It's fine, don't worry. There are even more sensational matters awaiting our attention. Missing a day of work is hardly significant. At most, I'll just receive a few remarks. Chu Yun donned her sunglasses and took the driver's seat. She started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Sister Chinsi, the driver will take another 10 minutes. Before the little assistant could finish, she watched in astonishment as the red Ferrari zoomed away with a whoosh. Startled, she exclaimed, Wow! I never knew Sister Chinsi drove so impressively. The live stream's chat erupted with excitement. Wow. I'm in love. Sister, she drives so stylishly. From the side, it looks like a movie scene. Has anyone noticed? Sister, she looks even more beautiful when driving. More stunning than in films. I'm utterly captivated by Sister She's beauty. Unable to extricate myself. 1. Unable to extricate myself. 2. Unable to extricate myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. An infinite loop. Upon arriving at Li Jingran's apartment, Chu Yun made her way directly to the bedroom. Sister, she is quite impatient. Can't she exhibit a little decorum? What is so remarkable about boyfriends? Are they as endearing as we are? I feel quite envious of her eagerness to meet her beau. So do I. I am engulfed in lemons. I have transcended into a lemon spirit. Beware of excessive joy. It may transform into sorrow. Could you please be quiet upstairs? Do not curse my sister she. Then, as the bedroom door swung open, Chu Yun was met with a sight. Li Jingran, clad in a loose-fitting bathrobe, wore an expression of sheer terror. Li Jingran struggled to swallow. Morning, Dawn, why are you here? You could have at least given me a heads up so I could come to fetch you. The live stream's comments erupted once more. What on earth am I witnessing? Am I seeing things? I just spotted a woman hiding under the covers. You're not alone upstairs. Caught in the act. That crow's mouth from earlier, come out. I assure you. I won't hesitate to deal with you. It's over. My sister, she will be heartbroken. The scoundrel deserves punishment. Sister she, do not weep. We will always cherish you. At this moment, Chu Yun had no time to engage with the lively stream. She approached and tossed aside the covers. Ah, it's a maid outfit. Quite the playful one. Aren't you? The girl must be a novice model, likely from beyond the 18th tier. Currently, she lay motionless on the bed, feigning death. Goodness, a maid outfit. Li Jingran. This scoundrel. Let us vanquish these deceitful lovers. We stand with Sister Shi. From the commencement of Chu Yun's expose of infidelity, it had already ascended to the zenith of trending topics. Not only devotees, but also casual observers, were impelled by curiosity to partake. Subsequently, upon witnessing the spectacle, they were galvanized. A live broadcast, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. They hastily dispatched barges of commentary to bear witness. Pool Dawn, proceed with alacrity and deliver a resounding slap. We stand in solidarity with you. Press on, do not yield. Dispatch the reprobate and the adulteress. We lend our support. Within the boudoir, a hush descended for a span of 10 seconds. Under the frigid gaze of Chu Yun, Li Jingran, in a moment of inspired desperation, stammered, Dawn, you misunderstand. This is merely an inn. Flat table doll. Chu Yun. From whence did this imbecile originate? Livestream. Good heavens, the scoundrel's survival instinct is formidable. I am vanquished. I was nearly swayed by the scoundrel's words. Alas, my dear Dawn is so pitiable. May the scoundrel perish. Dawn, obliterate them. Quickly. Do not relent. Li Jing'an, in a state of anxious consternation, pondered how to obfuscate the matter. Utterly oblivious to the fact that Chu Yun was conducting a live broadcast, he continued, Dawn, I am a man of normal proclivities, therefore. He had only recently attained a modicum of renown, and the resources at his disposal were derived from his paramour. Furthermore, his reputation was of paramount importance to him at this juncture. Should he be exposed for infidelity, his prospects would be irrevocably ruined. Devoid of the support of a substantial coterie of ardent followers, a fledgling celebrity would be summarily blacklisted. A severance was out of the question. You must believe me. I would sooner resort to a doll than betray you. Li Jing'an was inwardly consumed by trepidation. It is imperative to hold him back, soon. Find a reason to coax Qinzi out, allowing the person in bed to slip away. Later, concoct an excuse about the doll being deflated and discarded, and then employ sweet words to smooth things over. This matter should pass without incident, right? Chu Yun. I could not help but laugh. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from laughter. How did such a despicable man like Qinzi come into existence? I too am laughing so hard my stomach aches. Oh dear, this scoundrel is utterly shameless. Sister, she must be heartbroken. Yet she has to put on a brave front in the face of such a rogue. Oh, my heart aches for Sister She. Chu Yun, just wait. Chu Yun headed straight to the kitchen to retrieve a kettle. With a smile, she gazed at Li Jing'an. If I were to pour this boiling water and she remains unmoved, I shall buy you 10 more. Li Jing'an's heart raced with shock. In that instant, the maid doll flipped out of bed and dashed towards the door. Chu Yun was unfazed by the escape. Upon entering, she had locked the door behind her with a key. Chu Yun cast a cold smirk at Li Jing'an, daring him to perform before her. His audacity is quite remarkable. Sister, she is magnificent. Sister, she is formidable. Impressive by 10 more. Ha! I cannot stop laughing at the sight of the maid fleeing. Me too. It seems I shall die laughing in this live stream. Go. Qinzi, just pour it. We all support you. That is boiling water. Don't harm anyone upstairs. Our sister, she would never land herself in jail for a scoundrel. Just when one thought the drama had reached its conclusion, Chu Yun underestimated Li Jing'an's will to survive. Li Jing'an wore an expression of astonishment bordering on madness. Goodness, the doll has come to life. Qinzi, look quickly. The doll has truly transformed. There are indeed spirits in this world. Chu Yun remarked. The live chat was inundated with comments. Man, you have successfully captured my attention. Qinzi, are you certain this isn't a film shoot? Such a lucid and transcendent plot surpasses all the dramas you've previously starred in. Sister She, please put an end to this thespian scoundrel. I simply cannot bear to watch any longer. Sister She, eliminate him, eliminate him. Chu Yun doused them with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. They had been deceived. There was no hot water in the kettle. She had just arrived. Where would she find the time to boil water? Are you awake? Li Jing'an was on the verge of tears. Chu Yun called out towards the living room. Either you jump down from the 18th floor or come in here. Sister, she is magnificent. I adore Sister She. Do not spare them. Strike them hard. I will forever support Sister She. The young model covered her face and hesitantly entered, sobbing softly. I'm so sorry. Chu Yun glanced at Li Jing'an. Is this stimulating? Li Jing'an trembled, collapsing onto the floor. Chapter 72. The Best Actress System 3. Li Jing'an lunged forward, attempting to cling to Chu Yun's leg, but she deftly evaded him. Qinzi, I was wrong. I was simply momentarily confused. He pointed at the young model. She seduced me. The young model opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. In the early dawn, I beseech you, for the sake of our past affection, do not part ways, if you please. Chu Yun chuckled. Do I appear to be a fool? Li Jing'an lamented. I am aware that I cannot retain you. Yet you must believe that my feelings for you have always been genuine. You are the only woman I have ever loved in this lifetime. Chu Yun remained silent. Li Jing'an, observing her lack of response, presumed that she was moved by his heartfelt confession. Words of affection flowed freely. Even if you were to find someone better in the future, please remember that there was once a man named Li Jing'an who loved you deeply. As long as you turn around, I shall remain here, waiting for you. No matter how long it takes, I will always be behind you. Chu Yun retorted. Where's my great knife? Li Jing'an pleaded. Can we not part ways? Once again, The water in Chu Yun's hand splashed down. Are you still not awake? Li Jingran contemplated. If we must part, then I shall strive to delay the inevitable. Announcing our separation now would be exceedingly detrimental to me, and it absolutely cannot be due to my infidelity. With a heavy heart, he confessed, I know I am at fault. I am a scoundrel. I implore you. For the sake of our past, let us not disclose our separation to the media just yet. Can we wait a few months? If I could find another ally during this time, it would be even better. A strange smile curved at the corners of Chu Yun's lips. It is too late. She presented her phone to Li Jingran. Ask the audience in the live stream if they will forgive you. Upon glancing at the screen, Li Jingran felt as if the world had turned upside down, struck by a thunderous revelation. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached a truly alarming figure, and it continues to rise. The barrage of comments flooding the screen consists entirely of greetings directed at him and his entire family. So, was everything that just transpired already exposed? Or was it the live stream that unveiled it all? The room has indeed erupted in chaos. Today, I have come to understand the true meaning of being an actor. This Li Jingran's acting is nothing short of exceptional, reminiscent of an award-winning performance. Regrettably, he is a despicable scoundrel. Truly, life is but a play. Sister She is so pitiful. We stand by you, Sister She. You must remain strong. The faults of a scoundrel are not your own. Never punish yourself for someone else's mistakes. At this moment, Li Jingran's mind was a blank slate, with only two words echoing within. It's over. Chu Yun crouched down to match Li Jingran's height and picked up her phone. Everyone witnessed the stark contrast between the indifferent expression of Chu Yun and the sheer panic radiating from Li Jingran, both appearing on the screen simultaneously. A bittersweet smile curled at the corners of Chu Yun's mouth, her eyes struggling to hold back tears. She appeared profoundly heartbroken, yet forced to smile. Yes, it was essential to maintain her persona, given that the original character thrived in the entertainment industry. It would be inconceivable not to feel a twinge of sorrow after being betrayed by one's boyfriend. The live stream was inundated with a wave of sympathetic fans fervently commenting, "Don't cry." Chu Yun delicately touched the corner of her eyes, where no tears existed. She expressed her apologies for revealing such a disheartening scene, acknowledging that this was her personal affair that should not have cast a shadow of negativity upon the audience. However, since the event has transpired, I believe it is only right to provide an explanation. Chu Yun extended her phone towards Li Jingran. Do you have anything to say to the audience? Li Jingran opened his mouth, his throat tightening. After a pause, he uttered, I'm sorry. At this juncture, any word seemed futile. His future was essentially in ruins. What good is an apology? That scoundrel should be dealt with. Yes, dealt with. The man should be punished, and the woman should suffer the consequences. Eliminate the scoundrel and the vile woman. Leave no survivors. Is everyone upstairs mentally challenged? If you want to go to prison, do it yourself. Shijia, let us remain calm. Let us just ensure they are severely punished. Absolutely, this cannot go unaddressed. What good is merely talking? They should kneel and apologize. Indeed, they should kneel and admit their mistakes to Shijia. The online spectators thrived on the chaos, inundating the screen with comments demanding Li Jingran's kneeling apology. Li Jingran noticed the barrage of comments. If kneeling could earn him forgiveness, he wouldn't hesitate to do so, especially in front of his girlfriend. Kneeling in apology was more about conveying sincerity. It could even be seen as a playful gesture between lovers. He quickly declared, I will kneel, as long as you can forgive me. I will do anything. I will kneel and bow my head in apology. Please forgive me. I promise there will be no next time. Having humbled himself in repentance, he hoped to cultivate an image of one who acknowledges his mistakes, believing he could win the audience's forgiveness. Moreover, Chi Chinsi would likely find it difficult to make his situation any worse. Even if they were to part ways, it would be hard for her to retaliate. As he spoke, he prepared to kneel. Chu Yun coldly interjected, There's no need for you to kneel. After all, he is merely a man. His absence is inconsequential. I, Chi Chinsi, shall not live for a man. The audience erupted in admiration for her boldness, declaring her an idol and pledging their unwavering support. Chu Yun continued, However, since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, you should kneel before the heavens and your ancestors to atone. Li Jingran clenched his teeth, his lips pressed into a thin line. This was a blatant humiliation. If he were to apologize simply as a boyfriend, it would be a minor affront. But to kneel before so many witnesses and plead for forgiveness from his ancestors? The very thought would tarnish his reputation for a lifetime. The chat exploded with support for Chu Yun's stance, urging him to beg for forgiveness from his family. Li Jingran glared at Chu Yun, his face a mask of anger and a hint of disdain. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Do you truly intend to go this far? It's just infidelity. It's not murder or arson. Must you be so ruthless?" Chu Yun smiled. In the narrative, wasn't he, Li Jingran, equally ruthless? He had brazenly aided outsiders in dragging her into the mire. To put it plainly, the modest fame Li Jingran enjoyed was also a product of unspoken rules. Yet, his benefactor was not an elderly wealthy patron, but rather the youthful Chi Chinsi, who simultaneously enjoyed the privileges of her benefactor while daring to betray, even within the circle. Such conduct is deemed a significant taboo. In the narrative, Li Jingyan managed to ingratiate himself with Wen Yuhan. Otherwise, a person like him, who takes your resources without gratitude, engages in infidelity, and even seeks to undermine you, would find no patrons willing to support him in this industry. Everyone is astute. They pursue joy and companionship, not the burden of a treacherous wolf at their side. Is it not preferable to have someone obedient and compliant? Upon hearing this, Li Jingran's complexion shifted from crimson to pale, then to a shade of green. He is devoid of power, influence, or considerable fame. In this moment, Chi Chinsi could easily bring about his ruin with a mere flick of her finger. Li Jingran clenched his teeth, his chest heaving violently, and knelt before the window, striking his forehead thrice against the ground. Heaven and earth, my ancestors above. Observing Li Jingran's humiliating posture, Chu Yun let out a cold laugh. How naive to think she could impose a moral shackle upon her. Chapter 73. The Actress System 4. After dealing with Li Jingran, Chu Yun's gaze swept over the corner where the stunned young model had shrunk away. How to handle this one? If one were to argue whether the girl was at fault, the answer would certainly be affirmative. She knew he had a girlfriend, yet still approached him. However, to elevate this to the level of hatred would be excessive. In any case, Chi Chinsi had no desire for her. If a man chooses to stray, it could very well be this woman or another. Nonetheless, Chu Yun found the young model particularly displeasing. Upon catching Chu Yun's gaze, the model trembled in fear. Without waiting for Chu Yun to speak, she hurriedly crawled over to Li Jingran's side, mimicking his earlier gesture of striking her forehead thrice. Ancestors above, unfilial descendant Lu Yingying seeks your forgiveness. Please pardon me, sob sob. I shall never again sleep with another's boyfriend. Chu Yun. In the live stream room, the comments flooded in. Long live Sister Shi. Sister Shi, you are the best. Why call her Sister Shi? Just call her Queen. All hail Her Majesty. Her Majesty looks stunning. This is how it should be. The scoundrels deserve it. The live stream was inundated with messages praising the Queen and offering words of comfort. After receiving a wave of consolation from the audience, Chu Yun finally ended the broadcast. As she stepped out of Li Jingran's apartment, a call from Chen Min came through. I heard from Xiaoyu that you are no longer playing the lead in Legend of Weiho. The suppressed anger in her voice was palpable. However, perhaps due to Chu Yun's initial offense, she intended to grant her a chance to explain. Yes, I'm not doing it anymore, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, reclining in the Ferrari seat. I feel the second female lead suits me better. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a sharp soprano erupted. Chi Chinsi, are you out of your mind? I fought long and hard to secure that role for you, and you just say you want to do it? Let me tell you, if you don't give your all to this project, don't expect me to ever offer you another. Chu Yun, unable to bear the cacophony any longer, pulled the phone away. The shrillness of a menopausal woman was truly daunting. Once the tirade on the other end had subsided, Chu Yun boldly asserted, I will shine as the second female lead for sure. The original actress's skills left much to be desired, verging on abysmal. Consequently, the drama series, plagued by subpar performances from its principal actors, garnered overwhelmingly negative reviews. Chi Chinsi, as a result, was bestowed with the ignominious title of the worst actress. The subsequent public outcry following the unveiling of her scandalous affairs was, in part, attributable to the prevailing unfavorable public sentiment. Her reliance solely on her physical attributes, devoid of genuine acting prowess, to navigate the entertainment industry had already engendered considerable animosity. The revelation of infidelity and alleged patronage further exacerbated public disapproval. Chen Min, clutching her chest, felt an almost homicidal urge. What fantastical notions are you entertaining? Are you so devoid of self-awareness? Chu Yun responded. Were I not cognizant of your genuine concern for the original protagonist, I would be compelled to impart upon you the essence of ladylike deportment. Chu Yun stated directly. Should I fail to achieve prominence, I shall renounce my involvement in the entertainment industry. Chen Min, taken aback, inquired, "Are you being serious?" Chu Yun, narrowing her eyes, affirmed, "Assuredly, if I decree that I shall attain stardom, then stardom I shall attain." Chen Min cautioned, "That would be the most prudent course of action. Refrain from engaging in any further frivolous publicity stunts. They will invariably prove detrimental to your future prospects. Given your aspiration to cultivate your acting skills, it is imperative that you meticulously curate your public persona. Your incessant pursuit of sensationalism will inevitably lead to your downfall. Enduring success in the entertainment industry hinges upon intrinsic talent." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "I shall arrange for a performance coach to assist you. Dedicate the forthcoming days to diligent study. Should my protégée exhibit a modicum of talent, coupled with her striking visage, she might indeed achieve a degree of success. While I do not expect her to attain unparalleled mastery, a passable performance would suffice for her to thrive." Chu Yun mused. Cognizant that her agent was likely unaware of the recent livestream debacle, "I shall endeavor to do so. Do not consider my words excessive. They are spoken with your best interests in mind. I have encountered many young individuals like you. Presently, you may feel indifferent, buoyed by a modicum of popularity. Yet you remain oblivious to the reality that, as time passes, when age encroaches upon you, you may find yourself devoid of both skill and beauty. When that moment arrives, it will be too late for regrets." Chu Yun responded slowly with an "I understand that Sister Min speaks from concern for me, and I too wish to impart a word of caution." Chen Min interjected, "Chi Chinsi you." Chu Yun promptly terminated the call. It was predictable that the recent livestream incident would soon become a sensational topic online. She had no desire to endure another round of Chen Min's admonitions. Chen Min, infuriated, leapt to her feet, questioning whether she was being accused of being in her menopausal phase, oblivious to the fact that her intentions were for someone else's benefit. Chu Yun decisively powered down her phone. Chen Min's attempts to reconnect were futile, inciting her frustration to the point of nearly hurling her device. Suddenly, the incessant notifications chimed, heralding breaking news. Breaking news. Chi Chinsi ascends to queen status, living for herself and not for men. A shocking revelation for the entire internet. The popular star forces her boyfriend to kneel in a live stream. Is this a moral deficiency or a distortion of humanity? The first of its kind, Chi Chinsi's boyfriend, a doll come to life, stuns the infidelity realm. Chen Min was left in a state of astonishment. As she scrolled through the headlines, a final thought struck her with a resounding impact. Chi Chinsi, you shall pay for this. After removing her makeup, bathing, and changing her attire, the girl in the mirror revealed skin as fair and luminous as porcelain, cascading black hair reminiscent of a waterfall, and features exquisitely beautiful, akin to a rose poised to bloom, stunning yet devoid of vulgarity. Chi Chinsi does not possess the delicate appearance of a typical innocent flower. However, in recent years, television dramas and films have favored pure and harmless female leads, a portrayal that starkly contrasts with her own appearance and, coupled with her lackluster acting skills, renders her performances rather awkward. Chu Yun, using a hairdryer, dried her hair, estimating that Chen Min would arrive at the battlefield in 3 minutes. She leisurely took another 3 minutes to prepare 2 cups of coffee. Knock, knock, knock. Chi Chinsi, open the door. Hurry up. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Chen Min performed a dramatic rendition reminiscent of a famous character. Chu Yun, barefoot, descended from the sofa at a leisurely pace to open the door. Chen Min threw her bag onto the table, turned, placed her hands on her hips, and pointed at the now cocooned figure of Chu Yun on the sofa. Chi Chinsi, have you lost your mind? You suddenly want to switch roles, and I won't even comment on that. Caught in a scandal and breaking up? And what is this about a live broadcast? Such a significant matter, and as your manager, I had to learn about it through the news. Do you realize that no one in our circle will believe you? Have you completely lost your senses over this romance? Don't you understand that if this were to spiral without proper media guidance, you could very well implode? Are you so certain that the audience will side with you? Chu Yun gently sipped her coffee. Isn't everything fine now? She opened her phone and pointed to the headlines, where the top 18 news stories featured her. Look. Queen, no need for a man, such an appealing persona. The internet is filled with praise for me. She passed the coffee cup over to Chen Min. Have a sip to calm down. Chen Min took a deep breath, holding the cup. As Chu Yun remarked, do not exhaust yourself to the point of premature menopause. Chapter 74. The system of the film Queen 5. Chen Min held her coffee, suppressing the urge to splash someone with it. Chi Chinsi, are you rebelling against me? Chu Yun smiled faintly, saying rebellion? You need only heed my words from now on. Chun Min retorted, my temper. Look at the various personas you've assigned to me. The innocent campus beauty, the understanding sister, the refined lady of high society, the goddess of homebodies. And even the gluttonous persona you urged me to adopt. Which of these succeeded? Chun Min chuckled in exasperation. If they failed, is it my fault? Why is it that others can play a role while I cannot? Of course it's your fault. You never chose a persona that aligns closely with who I am. Hence the struggle, Chu Yun replied. Chun Min responded, align closely with you? A mere ornamental figure? Chu Yun mused. Well, the original character was indeed a mere decoration. My current queen persona is quite admirable. Chun Min could not help but scoff. A queen persona? It sounds splendid, but I fear it may not be sustainable. Do you think being a queen is an easy feat? Chu Yun reclined on the sofa, her arm resting on her knee. Chin propped up as she gazed at Chun Min's sister Min. Do you still wish to bring forth another film queen? Do you aspire to ascend to the pinnacle once more? Do you desire to make that scoundrel who abandoned you regret his decision? Indeed, Chun Min had once been the esteemed manager of Chi Yu, co-founding the Chi Yu agency alongside its CEO. As a result, the company flourished, and her husband fell in love with one of the artists under his management, who happened to be the most favored among her subordinates. In a fit of rage, she left Chi Yu and eventually became Chi Chinsi's manager, but she never nurtured another award-winning actress. Aside from Chi Chinsi, a rising star, the others were hardly worth a glance. Chun Min's eyes flickered sharply. Holding a cup of coffee, her fingers turned pale, and her entire body stiffened. Those memories she believed she had long forgotten surged back like a tidal wave. Had the past truly passed? Indeed, it had become a bygone era over the years. Yet, was she content? Certainly not. Once, she had dreamed of trampling that pair of wretches beneath her feet. After years of mediocrity, her once fiery spirit was nearly extinguished. Chu Yun, with a subtle smile, assured her, if you heed my advice, I can help you realize all of this. Chun Min struggled to suppress the tumultuous excitement within her. You must be joking. Chi Yu is now second only to Phantom and Star King. I am not jesting. If I say I can achieve it, then I undoubtedly can. Chu Yun's gaze bore an extraordinary calmness, as if she were discussing something exceedingly simple. Chun Min felt on the verge of insanity. Was this girl truly mistaken? Yet, the excitement within her was undeniable, intoxicating. Could it truly be possible? Of course, as long as you follow my lead. From now on, I will personally select the scripts. You can outright refuse any minor roles. Given the current state of her artist's acting skills, not being criticized was already a considerable achievement. An award-winning actress? What a far-fetched notion. However, gazing into those unwavering eyes, she found herself at a loss for further rebuttal. Are you certain you can portray the second female lead effectively? In truth, the role of the protagonist does not demand exceptional acting prowess. It merely requires one to exude a sense of delicate vulnerability, warmth, and grace. The second female lead, however, is a character of considerable complexity, with intricate emotional conflicts that truly test one's acting abilities. Chu Yun, at this moment, you must place your trust in me. You have no alternative. Chun Min. That strikes deep. The only artist of any merit she currently has at her disposal is Chi Chinsi. Chun Min. Must the role transition be so abrupt? So, will you attend the cloud banquet hosted by Phantom next week? A banquet? Chu Yun pondered for a moment. I shall attend. How could I not show up to confront the leads and exact my revenge? Even as she stepped outside, Chun Min was still somewhat dazed. It seemed she had come to reprimand her disobedient artist. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she found herself in the position of one who needed to comply. The following morning, upon rising, Chu Yun opened her wardrobe. Her spirits lifted immediately. The life of a star certainly has its perks, with her closet brimming with attire. She selected a fitted black gown and applied an exquisite makeup look before heading out. Her assistant approached to carry her bag while simultaneously handing her the script. Sister Shi, please be cautious. The director has already expressed his frustration several times. Wasn't there a scene for me this morning? Just because you lack a scene doesn't warrant such a late arrival. Do you not comprehend the gravity of the role change? There is still much to address. The director bellowed. Don't think that just because you have some buzz surrounding you, you can become complacent. I assure you, in the realm of acting, you have merely scratched the surface. Chu Yun rolled her eyes. Once I arrive, does that not alleviate the situation? Are you not going to retouch your makeup after changing roles? What if it doesn't look appealing? And you need to reacquaint yourself with the script after switching characters? What if you can't perform? Chu Yun removed her sunglasses, twirling them in her hand. With my beauty, how could I possibly look unappealing? You may doubt many things, but never question my looks." With that, she strode directly towards the makeup room. The director remarked, "Hey, is there anyone as self-absorbed as you? And you do possess a hint of the Empress's aura. Have you immersed yourself in the role overnight? This is truly bizarre." Inside the makeup room, Wei Wei said, "Sister Wei, we should leave promptly. Sister Qinxi will arrive shortly." Wei Wei, unfazed, scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. "Why panic? I'm merely borrowing her makeup room. As the leading lady now, this space rightfully belongs to me. What is the harm in using it?" The assistant, feeling conflicted, replied, "But the logistics team mentioned that this is Sister Qinxi's exclusive makeup room." Internally, the assistant thought, if that individual truly decides to pursue this matter, you'll undoubtedly be fine with the director's support, but I, as a mere assistant, may be in trouble. Before the assistant could further persuade her, the makeup room door swung open. Chu Yun squinted, sizing up Wei Wei, and pointed at the door. "This is for Qinxi's exclusive use. Can you not read, or are you simply blind?" Wei Wei's face paled. "Chu Yun, don't go too far." Chu Yun approached Wei Wei, her fingers snapping ominously. "Too far? Would you like to experience what true excess feels like? You enjoy stirring up trouble, don't you? A good thrashing will suffice." Upon meeting those dark, piercing eyes, Wei Wei felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What if I just use it for a moment? Isn't it left unused? Can I just use it for a bit? Yet, the answer was a resolute no. Chu Yun, with a cold demeanor, directly dragged her out. With a swift motion, she threw her aside. "Since this is exclusively mine, I won't allow you to use it even if it sits idle." To put it plainly, in this production, she held the highest status. Although her acting skills were lacking, her popularity was undeniable. Why should she not enjoy the privileges agreed upon initially? Wei Wei, unceremoniously tossed out in public, felt utterly humiliated. Had Qinxi truly lost her sanity? She was even more arrogant than before. Did she genuinely believe that establishing a queen-like persona made her an actual queen? Wei Wei, infuriated, stamped her foot. Noticing the staff's gaze upon her, she immediately adopted an expression of immense grievance. She called out timidly, "Sister Qinxi, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. It's entirely my fault." Humph, acting like a diva. Concrete evidence. In response, a powder puff was hurled at her face. "If you know your mistake, then hurry and get lost." The loose powder left her face smeared, ruining her freshly applied makeup in an instant. Covering her face in shock, Wei Wei could hardly believe that the person inside dared to act so brazenly. It was known that although Qinxi seldom displayed a pleasant demeanor privately, she had always refrained from physical altercations in consideration of her public image. What on earth had happened today? Chapter 75. The actress System 6 Wei Wei rushed to the director to lodge her complaint, appearing very aggrieved. The director, glaring at her, questioned why she would provoke someone known for her bad temper. "You are now the leading lady. What more could you possibly want? A foolish woman is indeed a source of trouble. Perhaps it would be wise to select a more astute lead next time." Wei Wei wrinkled her nose in contemplation. This drama is a major production, and as the leading lady, she is certain to achieve fame once it airs. What significance does Qinxi's inherent popularity hold? Her lackluster acting skills will inevitably lead to criticism once the series concludes. By then, she will possess both recognition and Director Fang's resources, rendering the presence of a mere pretty face inconsequential. Suddenly, her grievances dissipated. Let her bask in her fleeting triumph. When Chu Yun emerged from her makeup transformation, the props and lighting were already set. Director Fang was grumbling, "Qinxi, why are you dawdling? The entire crew is waiting." Suddenly, he was taken aback. "Wait, you are Qinxi? My goodness, that outfit is stunning. This is the embodiment of my ideal imperial consort." The director's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Yun cast a sidelong glance. "Didn't we agree to avoid any delays? Let us get started." One of the perks of playing the second female lead is that her scenes are significantly fewer compared to the protagonists, allowing ample time for other pursuits. The director regarded Chu Yun with the fondness of a father watching his beloved child. "All right, let us commence filming." Even if her acting may not be impeccable, her presence and image are likely to elicit fervent admiration from the audience. As for the critics, let them voice their disdain. Nevertheless, he could not help but advise, remember to inject some emotion into your performance. A bit of surprise can be conveyed through widened eyes, anger through a fierce glare, and excitement as well. Just don't merely recite your lines. A glare is certainly preferable to a blank expression. Chu Yun rolled her eyes in response. Xia Baiwa cannot portray the character simply because she refuses to endure such indignity. Having traversed numerous realms and experienced the myriad facets of life, she possesses a wealth of accumulated wisdom. Mastering a role is, for her, no arduous task. In the legendary tale of the Empress Wei, the first scene unfolds. Bai Weiwei's countenance pales as she bows her head in contrition, beseeching the esteemed empress to spare her life. With an effortless grace, Chu Yun casually drapes her arm over a nearby maid, tilting her chin slightly, her gaze imbued with a teasing elegance. In an instant, her entire aura transforms. Bai Weiwei is suddenly enveloped by an intangible pressure that bears down upon her. Chu Yun's voice, smooth yet laced with the authority of one in power, pierces the air. Is it you who has enticed the emperor? The refined and dignified tone carries an air of superiority that is both oppressive and suffocating. The weight of her gaze feels palpable above Bai Weiwei, intensifying the tension. Yet, the unwavering stare, imbued with the sting of jealousy upon discovering her husband's infidelity, adds a layer of complexity to the encounter. At the moment Chu Yun speaks, the director straightens in his seat, taken aback. Could this be Qi Chenxi? Bai Weiwei, feeling the pressure of Chu Yun's gaze, bites her lip and continues with the scripted lines. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. It was not my intention last night. I implore you to spare me. It was the emperor. I dared not defy him. Chu Yun's expression shifts dramatically, her jealousy morphing into a fierce intensity. Are you implying that the emperor forced you? Bai Weiwei's face pales in horror as she kneels, desperately clutching Chu Yun's leg. I did not mean it that way. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. The maid beside her hastily pulls Bai Weiwei away. Chu Yun's jealousy is evident, though she grits her teeth, striving to maintain the dignity befitting her status as a favored consort. The expression on her face remained distorted despite her attempts to conceal it. She extended her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Weiwei's face. You insolent maid, how dare you offend me? Bai Weiwei felt a sting on her cheek, her body trembling, partly due to the unfolding drama, and partly because she was genuinely terrified of the woman's gaze, which was so fearsome that it deterred her from making eye contact. Director Fong, belatedly aware of the situation, called cut, before abruptly pushing away Bai Weiwei, who was trying to bury her face in his embrace. He hurried over to Chu Yun. Qi Chenxi, Miss Qi, what are you doing, Chu Yun? Director Fong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chu Yun, his affection surpassing that for his own son. Good heavens! You are the epitome of the perfect imperial concubine in my mind. You have truly embodied it. Chu Yun crossed her arms, declaring, Of course, I am the best. Yes, indeed, you are unparalleled. No one could possibly surpass you. Bai Weiwei, covering her face, seethed with jealousy. When did Qi Chenxi's acting become so exceptional? Moreover, she found herself involuntarily drawn into the performance, losing all sense of control. It was infuriating. However, given the director's enthusiasm at that moment, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, unwilling to provoke a misstep. Having navigated the industry for some time, she was adept at reading the room. To confront Qi Chenxi now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Offending Qi Chenxi was one thing, but if Director Fong grew disenchanted with her as a result, she would find herself in an irreparable predicament. As the filming progressed, Bai Weiwei was compelled by Chu Yun to fully immerse herself in her role, her previous rebellious spirit extinguished. The shoot proceeded remarkably smoothly, and before darkness fell, the crew announced the end of the day's work. Chu Yun changed her clothes and glanced at Zhao Meng, who had been waiting there for the entire afternoon. Zhao Meng clapped her hands, her face beaming with flattery. Cousin, your performance today was truly magnificent. Chu Yun, is it only a few days? And you already long to see Wen Yuhan again? Zhao Meng was the daughter of Qi Chenxi's third aunt, and also the fiancée of Wen Yuhan. Ever since she met Wen Yuhan once, she had become infatuated with him, constantly pestering the original owner to attend various events, simply to catch a glimpse of him. Of course, in the original storyline, she was destined to be a mere supporting character. The Zhao family's fate was similar to that of the Qi family. Zhao Meng chuckled. I must say, cousin, you were exceptionally impressive during that scandal. Do you even realize that the entire internet is singing your praises? Chu Yun nodded. I know. Zhao Meng continued. Then why are you so calm? Don't you feel anything? I never thought I'd see the day when you would be lauded by the audience. Aren't you the least bit excited? Chu Yun replied. There will be plenty more compliments in the future. What is there to be excited about? Zhao Meng countered. Do you not know that aunt and uncle are on the verge of exploding with anger? Chu Yun realized, oh no. I forgot about the original owner's parents since my phone was off last night. She turned on her phone, and the notification of missed calls rang for a full 2 minutes. Zhao Meng, with her eyes sparkling, said, "If you can help me obtain an invitation to next week's cloud banquet, I can take care of aunt and uncle for you. How does that sound?" One of the original owner's wishes was to protect the Qi family, and thus, they could not afford any mishaps. Zhao Meng looked wide-eyed. "Cousin, it's just a cloud invitation, isn't it? Are you truly so stingy?" Alas, she has not seen Yuhan for a full 7 days. My cousin is rather inconsiderate. Although Chu Yun and Mr. and Mrs. Qi disapprove of the original protagonist's foray into the entertainment industry, they ultimately respect their daughter's choice after numerous fruitless attempts to persuade her. Thus, despite some grievances, the atmosphere within the Qi family remains relatively harmonious. It is commonplace for stars to live a nocturnal lifestyle. Consequently, the original protagonist resides in an apartment arranged by the company, which also facilitates the manager's access at any time. Zhao Ming trails behind Chu Yun, looking pitiable. My cousin still has not given up on this banquet. Chapter 76. The Best Actress System 7. Chu Yun gazes at Zhao Ming, raising an eyebrow. Is Wen Yuhan truly that remarkable? The Zhao family is not lacking in wealth. Your admiration for Wen Yuhan cannot simply stem from financial allure. If not for money, could it be for his looks? Yet, there are countless handsome men. Chu Yun sees nothing particularly exceptional about Wen Yuhan. Curiously, she inquires, "What is it about him that captivates you so?" Zhao Ming replies, "Of course he is wonderful. Yuhan is the best man in the world. He is not only handsome, but possesses a delightful voice and considerable wealth. Most importantly, he remains steadfast in the tumultuous entertainment industry, avoiding scandal. Where else can one find a man superior to him? Regardless, I simply adore him." Zhao Ming cannot help but roll her eyes at her cousin. A person who only knows how to indulge in young idols cannot possess discerning taste. It is entirely reasonable that she fails to recognize Yuhan's merits. Moreover, he is my fiancé. Is it not perfectly natural for me to be fond of him? Chu Yun responds, "Oh, that sounds rather appealing. However, it seems your fiancé does not share the same affections for you." Regarding Zhao Ming, this naive heiress, how could she possibly captivate the formidable male lead of Tianliang Wangpa? Only, according to the narrative, the task-bearer from the Heavenly Path Alliance must have already made an appearance. An actress system? One can attain what others might strive for a decade to achieve, without any effort. Ah, how utterly ironic. After finishing her words, Chu Yun swiftly entered her car and drove away. Zhao Ming. It seems that ever since my cousin adopted a new persona, her words have become particularly piercing. At the cloud banquet, in order to prevent Zhao Ming from encountering something inappropriate, which could lead to an untimely demise, Chu Yun did not bring her along. The banquet hall was ablaze with light. Dressed in a burgundy off-shoulder evening gown, Chu Yun greeted various celebrities and luminaries as she made her way through the crowd, before settling into a quieter corner. Shortly after she sat down, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. "Cousin, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere." Zhao Ming, clad in a white mermaid gown and holding a glass of champagne, had indeed infiltrated the event. Chu Yun was not surprised. After all, following the conventions of romantic narratives, it was only fitting for Zhao Ming, the pivotal supporting character, to make her entrance. Accompanying her was a woman in a purple gown. Chu Yun rummaged through her memories. Yuan Jiao, a second-tier actress who had risen to fame through web dramas. In the storyline, she shared a close relationship with Zhao Ming, albeit merely on the surface. In the entertainment industry, superficial friendships are the norm. Even the original character and Yuan Jiao presented themselves as good friends and sisters in public. "What do you need from me?" Chu Yun inquired. Zhao Ming bit her lip and cast a glance at Yuan Jiao, who promptly spoke up. "Chensi, I believe I just saw a vixen clinging to President Wen." Chu Yun took a sip of her drink and remarked, "Isn't that rather commonplace? Wen Yuhan is quite the catch. Nearly every woman in the entertainment industry aspires to share his bed. This is precisely why Zhao Ming is perpetually on edge." Yuan Jiao interjected, "This time, it's different. Chensi, you must understand, that woman is adept at seducing men. She has never failed in her pursuits. If President Wen..." Zhao Ming seized Chu Yun's hand, pleading, "Cousin, you must help me." Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively. "Help with what? You aren't asking me to confront a mistress, are you?" "No, I simply need you to accompany me to observe. There's no need for any confrontation." Zhao Ming exuded confidence, certain that her fiancé would remain faithful. After all, it takes two to tango, and thus, there would be no mistress to contend with. Yet, she couldn't shake the instinctive displeasure at the thought of another woman vying for her man's affections. She thought to bring her cousin along, considering that her connections in the entertainment world were rather lackluster, and perhaps that shameless woman might even be an adversary of her cousin. It would be splendid to teach that vixen a lesson. Do you really need company to watch this? Do you think you're still underage? Zhao Ming. From a young age, her cousin had always been more decisive, and Zhao Ming had grown accustomed to relying on her. Moreover, her cousin now exuded an even greater sense of security. Without a second thought, Zhao Ming sought out Chu Yun. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, a commotion erupted in the hall. Chu Yun's gaze shifted, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. At long last, the heroine has made her entrance. Chu Yun, I sense the presence of her system. Should we not directly strip her of it? Suggested the pink duck. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes, leisurely sipping champagne, unhurried. The pink duck wandered barefoot in the space. However, if we do not act decisively, what if they call for help? Oh dear, I feel a bit frightened. Chu Yun rolled her eyes at such cowardice. In the center of the hall, when Yuhan found herself sandwiched between two women, her chest marred by wine stains, courtesy of a clumsily spilled drink. The woman in purple, with a captivating face, expressed her discontent as she cautiously dabbed a silk handkerchief at Wen Yuhan's suit. Hey, don't you look where you're going? Mr. Wen, are you all right? Let me help you clean that up, the purple-clad woman offered. When Yuhan brusquely pushed her aside, his dark, ink-like eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Who are you? Lin Yi stood straight, smiling gracefully, her pale yellow mermaid gown accentuating her graceful figure. Her hair was loosely styled, with a lock cascading delicately by her cheek, rendering her both gentle and regal. Unfazed by Wen Yuhan's imposing presence, she replied, Hello. My name is Lin Yi. I sincerely apologize for spilling wine on you. If you do not mind, I can arrange for it to be dry cleaned. Or you may let me know the amount I owe for this garment, and I can provide you with an IOU. Wen Yuhan squinted. Do you have any idea how much my clothing costs? Lin Yi smiled once more, her fair, immaculate face radiating confidence and composure. Having chosen this circle, I possess the confidence to attain my desires. I am aware that the garment worn by President Wen is beyond my current financial reach. However, not being able to afford it now does not imply I will always be unable to do so. With a spark of interest, Wen Yuhan scoffed, attaining what you desire? And what precisely do you wish for? Lin Yi blinked and smiled, her entire countenance animated, momentarily stunning Wen Yuhan. Within 3 years, I shall become a film queen. A gasp echoed through the banquet hall. Could this woman truly be so deluded? Did she believe that the title of film queen was easily acquired? Numerous seasoned actors, entrenched in the entertainment industry for over a decade or two, fiercely vie for the coveted titles of Best Actor and Actress. Task objective: achieve a favorability of 20. Current favorability stands at 30. Keep up the good work, host. The corners of Lin Yi's lips curled deeper as she blinked at Wen Yuhan. If President Wen does not wish to let go of this super potential stock, she may as well reserve her now as compensation for dirtying your garment. Wen Yuhan chuckled, eyeing the playful smile on Lin Yi's face, feeling a surge of intrigue. Such boldness. Host, task objective, favorability of 5. Current favorability is at 35. Excellent work, host. Chu Yun watched Lin Yi with great interest, realizing that Wen Yuhan favored this approach. Shall we merely observe her strategy? Chu Yun inquired. What else could we do? Yet, if she succeeds in her strategy, she might absorb the energy and vanish. Chu Yun could not help but scoff. Are you truly that dim-witted? Would you just sit idly by and watch her abscond with the funds? Aren't you a master of spatial control? Can't you seal off the dimensional space? The pink duck stammered, I just didn't think of it for a moment. Indeed, he possessed the ability to seal off the dimensional space, ensuring that even communication with their so-called main god would require his consent. With the space promptly sealed, the pink duck felt a sense of relief. He plopped down, retrieving the novel discarded in the corner, reminding Chu Yun, look, your cousin is about to cry. Meanwhile, Wen Yuhan was already preparing to escort Lin Yi to the lounge, presumably for a private exchange. Chapter 77. The Actress System 8. As Wen Yuhan led Lin Yi away, Chu Yun glanced at Zhao Ming, who appeared dazed. Cousin, who is that woman who suddenly appeared? Zhao Ming asked, clutching Chu Yun's arm. A woman's intuition is often alarmingly accurate. Despite numerous women throwing themselves at Wen Yuhan, Zhao Ming had never felt genuinely threatened, merely annoyed. She never believed any of them could truly steal her fiancé away. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Ming's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, her hostility undisguised. Chu Yun remained silent, but Yuan Zhao spoke up. That woman is called Lin Yi. She seems to be participating in a talent show. She's a newcomer. Humph. She looks so prim and proper, but she's just a vixen, seducing CEO One. Shameless. Unwilling to let Wen Yuhan be led away by Lin Yi, the woman boldly seized Wen Yuhan's arm. CEO One, allow me to assist you in cleaning the wine stains. Surely, wearing those clothes must be uncomfortable. Wen Yuhan's gaze was frigid as she commanded, let go. The woman trembled slightly, and though fear lurked within her heart, she could not relent. If he were to leave with Lin Yi, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, she could not believe there existed a man beyond her grasp. With a renewed smile, she infused her eyes with a hint of allure, playfully pleading, Mr. One, grant me but this one chance. Wen Yuhan flicked her arm, causing the woman in purple to cry out as she fell to the ground. Throughout this encounter, the man's demeanor remained icy, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of urgency and an unusual flush upon his cheeks. Wen Yuhan had been drugged. Such a melodramatic twist. She was fully aware of the culprit. Yet now was not the time to seek vengeance. The immediate concern was to resolve the current predicament. Wen Yuhan grasped Lin Yi's hand, intent on departing. If a woman were absolutely necessary, at the very least, this one was somewhat pleasing to his eye. Zhao Ming bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Cousin, Yuhan Gu is leaving. Yuan Jiao anxiously chimed in. Yes. Why is Mr. Wen departing with that woman? Though her tone was one of concern. Chu Yun detected a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Could it be that something untoward was about to transpire? Zhao Ming, tightly wound with tension, was in no mood for such speculation and rushed forward. Chu Yun rose leisurely, casting a glance at Yuan Jiao, who awkwardly averted her gaze. I just remembered something. Chenxi, you go check on Ming Ming first. I'll join you shortly. It is no jest to offend the enigmatic one. She may very well be courting peril. Chu Yun remained noncommittal. After all, they were merely superficial friends, so one should not hold expectations too high. As Chu Yun elegantly approached in her 12-centimeter heels, Zhao Ming was already covering her face. Her eyes reddened with shock as she gazed at Wen Yuhan. Brother Yuhan, you actually struck me? Zhao Ming exclaimed passionately. You dared to hit me for the sake of another woman. Understand your own place. Do not presume that being my fiancé grants you the right to issue commands. Wen Yuhan retorted coldly, his irritation growing as his body temperature rose. You would do well to remove yourself from my sight immediately, or else what? Shall you break off the engagement with my cousin? Chu Yun interjected. Wen Yuhan narrowed his eyes at Qi Chenxi. Lin Yi, upon the arrival of Chu Yun, slightly furrowed his brow. System, who is this? Retrieve her profile for me. Target, Qi Chenxi, the cousin of the fiancé a minor star of the Star Emperor, acting skills rated at 0, with a favorability rating of -100. 000 towards the host. System, have you malfunctioned? A favorability rating of -100, 000? Surely you jest. System, self-diagnosis in progress. Diagnosis complete, no malfunction detected. Lin Yi. While surprised by the favorability rating, upon learning of Chu Yun's identity, she felt no concern. After all, she was merely a decorative figure, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Lin Yi stepped forward, addressing the two ladies. Ladies, Mr. Wen requires some rest now. Would you kindly take your leave? Chu Yun regarded Lin Yi with a smile that held an edge of mockery. She had clearly overheard Lin Yi's earlier conversation with the system. My cousin is Mr. Wen's fiancé. Even if he is unwell, it is her duty to care for him, is it not? And you, what do you think you are? Lin Yi's expression shifted, a flash of menace flickering in her eyes. Qi Chenxi, since when did it become your prerogative to meddle in my affairs? Wen Yuhan's eyes burned with fury. Do you still wish to maintain your standing in the entertainment industry? Chu Yun chuckled, interpreting Mr. Wen's intent as a potential blacklist. Wen Yuhan, I trust you comprehend the implications. With that, she forcefully moved aside Zhao Ming, opening and closing the door with a decisive motion. In less than 10 seconds, Wen Yuhan's assistant arrived. Miss Zhao, Miss Qi, Mr. Wen has instructed that you both leave the banquet. The assistant cast a glance at Chu Yun, maintaining a polite facade, though internally dismissing her. Merely a fleeting star in the entertainment realm, despite her aristocratic lineage, she paled in comparison to the Wen family. After today, whether the name Qi Chenxi would be heard again in the industry remained uncertain. The banquet was organized by Wen Yuhan, and the hotel was also under her purview. Thus, she had every right to expel anyone. Zhao Ming stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to depart. In a panic, She instinctively leaned towards Chu Yun for support. But Chu Yun immediately stepped back. Zhao Ming. Chu Yun retrieved her phone and uploaded the earlier video online, simultaneously opening the surveillance app. Having lingered at the entrance for so long, it was ample time for the fans to set up a camera discreetly. The scene within the room was charged with tension. Lin Yi found herself forcefully pressed against the door by the man. Mr. Wen, weren't we here to discuss the contract? When Yuhan's breath was rapid. We can talk about it later. Although it was not his usual demeanor to act so aggressively towards a woman he had just met, she happened to be the most captivating woman at the gathering. It was simply unfortunate for her. Lin Yi was acutely aware that when Yuhan had fallen into a trap, yet she feigned reluctance. Mr. Wen, this is our first meeting. After a moment of impatient explanation from Wen Yuhan, she attempted to defer once more. No, this cannot happen. Ultimately, the viewers were left exhilarated. Wen Yuhan and Lin Yi were utterly oblivious to the uproar occurring online. Unlike the previous video, this was a live broadcast. Chu Yun had employed numerous alternate accounts to stream across the internet. By the time the platform and moderators realized what was happening, the audience had already witnessed everything. Many seasoned viewers had even recorded the screen. Chu Yun intended to leave the banquet with Zhao Ming, but Zhao Ming clung to the door handle, unwilling to depart. Her eyes were red as she gazed at Chu Yun. Cousin, do you think something will happen between them inside? She had already sensed something amiss with Yuhan. Growing up in such circles, she knew many things, even without first-hand experience. She was certain that Yuhan had fallen for the trap. Yet, he would rather be with a woman he had just met than seek her out. What do you think, Chu Yun? Zhao Ming could not accept it. Cousin, no, I cannot leave. I must stop them. She gripped the doorknob tightly, determined to force the door open. In the next moment, a chilling hand clasped her wrist. Zhao Ming looked up, meeting Chu Yun's frigid gaze. Chapter 78. The Actress System 9. Chu Yun regarded Zhao Ming with an icy stare. If you wish to trample your own dignity into the ground, then stay. Chu Yun held no objections to others indulging in romance. She merely wished to scoff at the lack of pride and spirit. She turned directly to assistant Wen Yuhan, saying, "What are you standing there for? If you don't want her to disrupt your boss's good fortune, then hurry and drag her away." Had it not been for her concern that Zhao Ming would interfere with her plans, Chu Yun would have certainly walked away without a second thought. The assistant, though perplexed by Qi Chenxi's erratic behavior, was equally wary of Zhao Ming causing a scene. Hastily, he escorted Zhao Ming to Chu Yun's car. Observing the typically arrogant Qi Chenxi remain silent, a sense of smug satisfaction filled the assistant. Indeed, fear had settled in. Chu Yun didn't even spare him a glance. Dismissing such a minor figure entirely, standing outside the car window, the assistant smiled condescendingly. "Miss Qi, take care. I shan't see you too often." Chu Yun leaned out of the car, smiling in return. "Thank you for the reminder. I also hope Mr. Wen takes great care. And certainly, do not be too surprised. The image of the most virtuous CEO, the perfect husband in the hearts of countless young women. The truth is, such personas are meant to be shattered." She recounted the events of the banquet, causing Zhao's mother to embrace Zhao Ming, weeping and wailing. Meanwhile, Zhao's father remained composed, forcing a smile as he thanked Chu Yun. Chu Yun pondered for a moment before advising the Zhao family to extricate themselves sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming exclaimed, "Dad, what do you mean? At this juncture, you are solely preoccupied with business. You should be inquiring of Yuhan about why he is treating me this way. After all, I am to be his future wife." Yao's father immediately darkened in countenance. What nonsense is this? When Yuhan's demeanor towards Zhao Ming reflects his attitude towards the Zhao family, he clearly holds them in contempt. "I am unconcerned with any humiliations. All I know is that I am Yuhan's fiancée." With a resounding slap, Yao's father struck down. Chu Yun had no desire to linger. At such a critical moment, Zhao Ming still naively believed that her engagement with Wen Yuhan could continue. Just then, Chen Min's call came through. "Qi Chenxi, have you lost your mind? Be honest with me. Did you orchestrate the situation with Wen Yuhan?" Chu Yun plopped down onto the sofa, crossing her legs. "Indeed. It was I who did it." Chen Min was taken aback. "What the hell? You actually admitted it. I can hardly believe it's truly you." Chu Yun rolled her eyes. "Yes, it is I, without a doubt. Who else in this circle would dare to touch Wen Yuhan?" Chen Min responded, "I certainly would." She gazed at the looping footage on her computer screen, wanting to curse, but restraining herself. One must admit that although her artist's maneuver was perilous, if successful, it might truly lead to Wen Yuhan facing a considerable setback. The reason Phantom holds a significant share of the entertainment industry is largely attributed to the fan effect of Wen Yuhan himself. Although he does not personally engage in the entertainment industry, his visibility surpasses that of the artists under his management. It can be asserted that as long as he adeptly portrays the role of the Phantom President, he has already achieved a significant portion of success. However, the current situation threatens to unravel his carefully constructed persona. The Phantom, having controlled an abundance of resources for many years, may potentially allow their star monarch to partake in the spoils. Yet, this audacity is rather excessive. Chu Yun, if there is anything else to discuss, please speak up. Chen Min urged. What do you need from me moving forward? It seems the company's head is beginning to suspect your involvement in this matter. What should we do? Adjusting her posture, Chu Yun replied, what is there to discuss? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence knows this is connected to me. Chen Min retorted, how can you be so nonchalant? Are you actually pleased with this? Is it not better to operate in the shadows rather than expose oneself as a target? Just wait for tomorrow when the Phantom makes you a casualty. Chu Yun reassured her, do not worry, you will not have the opportunity. Chen Min fell silent, her rationality telling her that her artist's actions were akin to throwing stones at a rock wall. Yet, she found herself unable to resist the urge to believe. Ultimately, the worst outcome would simply be no longer being a manager. After all, since her divorce from a scoundrel, she had become a person who had hit rock bottom and could not rise again in the eyes of others. How much worse could her situation possibly become? Perhaps she could indulge in this madness just once. In a luxurious suite, Lin Yi, wrapped in a towel, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, casually wielded a hairdryer while her gaze fixated on the closed study door. Inside the study, her assistant was reporting with a stack of documents in hand. President, we have identified the culprit. It is Chi Chensi. A storm brewed on Wen Yuhan's face as she abruptly slammed the documents onto the table. The assistant was taken aback, never anticipating that a mere celebrity would dare to confront their president in such a manner. Moreover, it seemed that the president had indeed suffered a significant setback. Wen Yuhan narrowed his eyes, his dark pupils foreshadowing a storm. This Chi Chensi absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. Issue an order for a comprehensive ban of Chi Chensi across all networks. Anyone who dares to employ her will be considered at odds with the entirety of Phantom. However, the assistant hesitated, before adding, our resources are currently being vied for by Star Emperor, Chi Yu, and Bell Corporation. If we were to impose a ban at this juncture, it would have a considerable impact on us. Investors are already wavering, contemplating with whom to collaborate. Should they declare that cooperation with Phantom is contingent upon not employing Chi Chensi, then the investors will undoubtedly withdraw. Although Chi Chensi may not be a top-tier celebrity, human nature is such that no one desires to be constrained by limitations. The freedom to employ whomever one pleases is far more appealing. Furthermore, incorporating such a clause conveys the impression of soliciting cooperation with money, which is exceedingly unpleasant. When Yuhan's countenance darkened, in all his years, no one had ever inflicted such a substantial loss upon him. I said issue the ban. If you cannot comprehend, then depart immediately. Assistant. Yes, President. In the living room, Lin Yi conversed with the system. Who is this Chi Chensi? Is the storyline deviating? Host, do not be alarmed. I shall investigate, the system responded. I have ascertained that the storyline remains accurate. Chi Chensi is an unforeseen variable. An unforeseen variable? Lin Yi was no longer a novice task performer. Though not a deity-level tasker, I have traversed a dozen or so realms. Yet, this is the first encounter with a narrative in disarray. How does Wen Yuhan intend to handle her? System, censorship. Lin Yi nodded, believing it best to address the matter promptly. This Chi Chensi always gave her an unsettling impression. Just as Lin Yi's hair was nearly air-dried, Wen Yuhan emerged. Casting a glance at Lin Yi, wrapped in a towel with a few strands of hair cascading down her shoulder, a shadow flickered in her eyes. This incident has implicated you. I shall provide you with the compensation you deserve. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. If one were to assess it, it seems I am not at a disadvantage. There's no need for you to be overly concerned. 1. We are all adults here. Consider it merely an unfortunate incident. Wen Yuhan remained noncommittal. Whether it is an accident or not is for her to determine. Task objective affinity, 10. Current affinity value, 65. The system's mechanical voice resonated. Chapter 79, The Movie Queen System 10. A faint smile curved Lin Yi's lips as she heard Wen Yuhan declare, from today onwards, we shall present ourselves to the outside world as a couple. If you are willing, all company resources shall be at your disposal. Lin Yi regarded Wen Yuhan, smiling composedly. To the outside world, we shall claim to be in a romantic relationship. I do not mind. After all, given the circumstances, I can comprehend. As for the company resources, I shall earn them through my own abilities. Having said this, Lin Yi entered the bathroom, and once again, the notification of an affinity increase by 5 echoed in her mind. The following morning, at 5:30, Chu Yun rose early. Upon receiving a call, she answered swiftly. Morning. It's bad news. Wen Yuhan has ordered a total censorship against you. Having placed her phone aside and activated the speaker, Chu Yun remarked, Chen Min, not quite. Your existing contracts will remain valid. However, moving forward, it's likely that no one will dare to solicit your services, considering the penalties associated with contract breaches. Taking a bite of her fried egg, Chu Yun responded, Oh, that's favorable. Chen Min retorted, That's favorable? In what sense is that favorable? Favorable in that it affords me ample time to bring him down, Chu Yun replied. Chen Min was speechless. Overthrowing a titan who commands dominion over half the entertainment industry, with merely the resources of a fledgling celebrity, seemed audacious, even exhilarating. Reason dictated that she dismissed Chu Yun's assertions as preposterous, yet her instincts betrayed her, as she envisioned how to extract even greater resources from Star Emperor following the collapse of Phantom, thereby augmenting her own influence. Upon terminating the call with Chen Min, Chu Yun accessed her Weibo account and perused several news websites. The nation was now privy to the scandal involving Wen Yuhan, the purportedly virtuous CEO of Phantom, entangled with an obscure, fledgling artist upon their initial encounter. Moreover, he was accused of attempting to blacklist his fiancée's cousin, the newly crowned queen of traffic, Qi Chenxi. Consequently, Wen Yuhan was confronted with an unprecedented crisis of public image. He intended to retaliate against her. At present, Phantom was in utter disarray, its stock plummeting precipitously, its resources coveted by rival entertainment conglomerates. Even if, Wen Yuhan sought to blacklist her, he would first have to ascertain whether other entertainment companies were inclined to comply. Had Phantom retained its former eminence, none would have dared to defy him. Chu Yun entered the recording studio for You Act, I Show, where she encountered Lin Yi, who had just emerged from the training room. Miss Chi, it's a pleasure to see you, Lin Yi greeted her with a smile. Seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous day, with a villainous smirk, Chu Yun remarked, Yet, upon seeing you, I find no joy. Oh, you must have been quite fatigued last night to rise so early. It must be quite a hardship for you. Lin Yi's gaze turned frosty, though a smile graced her lips. Morning, Sister Chun. I am merely compelled to do so. What is your predicament to me? Surely, you do not believe a few flattering words will elicit my sympathy, nor do you think I deem my cousin's misfortune deserved? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. After all, she was part of the entertainment industry. Could she not muster even the slightest pleasantry? Did she not notice the peculiar glances from the nearby staff? Chu Yun brushed past Lin Yi, making her way to her dressing room. Before she could take more than a few steps, she encountered a familiar face, Li Jingran. Li Jingran appeared momentarily stunned before regarding Chu Yun with an enigmatic smile, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. Morning, it has been a while. How have you been? Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yun replied, Did we not see one another merely days ago? Li Jingran chuckled softly. Indeed. It has only been a few days, yet it feels as though an eternity has passed. Darling, who are you conversing with? A coarse voice interjected from the side. Chu Yun turned to see a corpulent woman, around 40, approaching. With each movement, the flesh on her waist, legs, and arms jiggled. Wang Xiaoying seized Li Jingran's arm possessively, casting a covetous glance at Chu Yun. Oh, is this not Miss Chi? Chu Yun smiled, observing Li Jingran being held captive by the woman's grip. Have you found your benefactor so swiftly? I underestimated you. Such endurance to ascend the ranks. Li Jingran's face flashed with embarrassment, and his feelings of resentment deepened. Chu Yun crossed her arms. Indeed, aside from this tough nut, who else would dare to want you? Wang Xiaoying possessed some strength in the entertainment industry, a realm driven by fame and fortune. Although she was rather unappealing in appearance, it was not impossible for her to attract younger suitors. Yet, the primary reason she took an interest in Li Jingran was the long-standing animosity between Wang Xiaoying and the Qi family, a rivalry that had persisted for years. Who are you calling a tough nut? Wang Xiaoying, with her stout figure, despised comments about her physique. I mean you, Chu Yun replied lazily. Your figure is worth at least 2 of anyone else's. While woman, Wang Xiaoying retorted, you used to be less arrogant. Just because you've established a queenly persona. Do you truly believe you are one? Wang Xiaoying wobbled over, her ample form jiggling, and scrutinized Chu Yun with a twisted expression of jealousy. Your face is nothing special. Just look at my little wolf cub. He finds me far more appealing. He treats me so well. Li Jingran lowered his gaze. His expression obscured. Chu Yun let out a cold scoff. You are only worthy of picking up the men I have discarded. You, vile creature, Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. Her eyes wide as she shoved Li Jingran aside, blocking the door. Chu Yun, step aside. Wang Xiaoying refused to budge. Not unless you kneel and apologize to me. A crowd began to gather around them. Chunmin and Xiaoyu, who had been waiting for Chu Yun in the makeup room, opened the door and were met with the imposing figure blocking the entrance. Chunmin silently cursed her luck. How had these two titans come together again? With a cold smile, Chu Yun remarked, Are you dreaming? She warned once more, Step aside. Wang Xiaoying defiantly replied, I one-team move. With her stout legs blocking the entrance, she challenged, If you have the guts, cross over. Without hesitation, Chu Yun lifted her leg and hooked it, causing Wang Xiaoying to lose her balance and crash to the ground with a thud, her flesh trembling. Chu Yun strode past her, stepping into the room. Wang Xiaoying's face flushed crimson. How dare you kick me? Chu Yun looked down from her height. What of it? Enraged, Wang Xiaoying yearned to slap the insolent girl twice. But after 2 attempts, she found herself unable to rise. Li Jingran hesitated for a moment before crouching down to assist Wang Xiaoying. As soon as she stood, she swung her palm towards Chu Yun's face. Chen Min, startled, instinctively rushed to intervene. In the next instant, a delicate, fair hand seized Wang Xiaoying's hefty wrist and pushed her down with a forceful thud, causing her palm to graze against the ground, leaving traces of blood. Her face contorted with rage, she exclaimed, Let me tell you, Qi Chenxi, you may be proud for these few days, but the Phantom has already blacklisted you. Just wait to be expelled from the entertainment industry. Chu Yun, with a smile, replied, Rest assured, you will never witness my downfall in your lifetime. Wang Xiaoying was infuriated. In my lifetime? Ever since you established your queen persona, Qi Chenxi has become insufferably arrogant. I have yet to see anyone who was personally blacklisted by Wen Yuhan survive in this industry. Wang Xiaoying slapped her hand against Li Jingran's shoulder. Her voice rough and unpleasant. What are you dawdling for? Help me up. Li Jingran cast a restrained glance at Chu Yun before assisting Wang Xiaoying to her feet. One of the protagonists has departed, leaving the onlookers in an awkward predicament. They have also heard of the ban. The gazes around, some sympathetic and others gleeful, were swiftly averted under Chu Yun's scrutinizing stare. In the makeup room, Chu Yun sat in a chair, tilting her face upwards for the makeup artist to work. Sister Min, what brings you here? I feared you might lose your composure and go mad. The ban was issued yesterday, and today you face such scrutinizing eyes. I wonder if your artist can maintain her mental fortitude. Rest assured, I will not falter, Chu Yun replied, with Chun Min chuckling softly. While there are many supporters online, you must not act recklessly. Do not underestimate the severity of the ban. You should be well aware of what kind of person Wen Yuhan is. If she decides to impose a ban on you, the audience will certainly not stand for it. Today is a live broadcast. You must not falter. You need the audience's sympathy, do you understand? After a lengthy lecture, Chun Min noticed Chu Yun reclining in the chair with her eyes closed, appearing as if she were asleep. Unable to contain herself, Chun Min nudged her. I am speaking to you. Are you listening? Chu Yun cracked her eyes open a sliver and instructed, Xiaoyu, please fetch Sister Min the medicine. Xiaoyu looked bewildered. Sister Min, are you unwell? Where do you feel discomfort? Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Just look at how disordered Sister Min has become. Once the makeup was completed, someone announced that it was time to commence work. Chu Yun was the special guest for this episode. With Qi Chenxi's acting prowess, she could only secure a guest role. Chu Yun settled into the guest seat. The host, as usual, engaged in some light banter. Morning light, greet our audience. Chu Yun waved at the camera. Hello everyone. Surprised to see me? The fans erupted with excitement in the television station's comment section. Ah, my queen. Finally, I see her stunning beauty again. The queen looks fantastic. It seems the issues with that scoundrel haven't affected my sister Chenxi. I believe it would be more effective for our queen to simply deal with that scoundrel decisively. I support the notion of dealing with that scoundrel. After Chu Yun's greeting, she noticed Li Jingran and Lin Yi preparing to take the stage. Coincidentally, they had been grouped together for a performance. However, Chu Yun doubted the coincidence. Lin Yi had betrayed Qi Chenxi's cousin, while Li Jingran had betrayed Qi Chenxi herself. Placing Lin Yi and Li Jingran together seemed orchestrated to stir controversy, an intention that the production team likely harbored. Li Jingran was the third to perform. Noticing Chu Yun seated calmly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Linny reassured him, "You need not worry. As long as we perform normally, we will surely advance." She held confidence in her acting abilities. Observing Lin Yi's assured demeanor, Li Jingran felt somewhat reassured. Once they completed their performance, it was time for the judges and guests to offer their critiques. In the previous 2 rounds, Chu Yun had only made brief comments. "Well done. I have high hopes for you." The host, smiling, handed the microphone to Chu Yun. "Morning Light, how would you rate the performance of Lin Yi and Li Jingran's group?" The adjudicators have already rendered their scores, and Lin Yi, fortified by the actress system, has delivered a performance of unparalleled brilliance. All 3 judges have bestowed upon her the highest marks in history. Linny stood on the dais, her eyes gleaming with self-assuredness. It was at this very juncture that the original host, having uttered a mere mediocre, was compelled into forced obscurity by the Star Emperor due to overwhelming pressure. But now, Chu Yun curled her lips into a frigid smile. "You truly wish for me to score? In truth, there is no need for me to assign a score, as it will not be factored into the final tally. The television station is merely fabricating a topic of discussion." The host, sensing an opportunity, inquired, "Could it be that Chun Shi is about to deliver an unanticipated score? Ladies and gentlemen, would you be interested in knowing the scores that Chun Shi will award Lin Yi and Li Jingran?" The audience responded in unison, "Yes." Chu Yun thought, "Since that is the case, do not fault me for my candor." Upon hearing Chu Yun's tone, Chun Min felt a sense of foreboding. This woman is about to instigate something. The host, never one to shy away from controversy, queried Lin Yi. "It seems that Chun Shi has some reservations about expressing her thoughts. Would you mind if she spoke her mind in front of everyone?" Lin Yi received the microphone and stated with composure, "I am willing to accept the criticism of my senior." That appellation, senior, was a palpable barb. It is common knowledge that Chi Chinsi is merely a decorative object. The atmosphere was thick with animosity, and the host's eyes crinkled with glee. Ratings. My bonus for this month is assured." "In that case, Chun Shi, please proceed," the host said. Chun Min frantically blinked from the sidelines. However, Chu Yun, feigning ignorance, declared, "My score is 0. Furthermore, I believe that a person of her ilk is unworthy of standing here." A hush fell over the audience, followed by an overwhelming silence. This was an open confrontation. Seated beside Chu Yun was the illustrious actor Gu Ran, who discreetly tugged at Chu Yun's sleeve, reminding her that this was a live broadcast. "You show I perform had adopted a live format from the top 30 contestants to ensure fairness and impartiality." Chu Yun raised her chin knowingly. Gu Ran thought, "I knew the queen would not disappoint me. Support the queen. Let us take down the mistress. The queen must feel for her cousin, standing up for her. Oh my. The queen is such a kind person. Go, queen. We will always support you." Linny remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering as she addressed, "May I ask Sister Chinsi why you believe I do not deserve to be here?" Chu Yun leaned back in her chair, remarking, "Are you not aware of what you've done?" Lin Yi hesitated momentarily. Did Chi Chinsi not fear speaking of private matters so openly? It was customary in the entertainment industry. Or perhaps she was aware that she would soon face a ban and had decided to throw caution to the wind. Lin Yi could only speak of her acting skills. "I stand here by my own merit. I believe my acting is not lacking. I have sacrificed much to fulfill my dream of becoming an actress. Since joining this show, I have strived diligently. Moreover, the 3 impartial judges have already rated my performance, and at present, I rank first." After Linny spoke, she caught a glimpse of Chu Yun smiling from the audience. Chapter 81, The Best Actress System 12. Chu Yun stated, "It is said that this is a place where great actors are born. But what is the standard for a great actor? It is nothing more than consummate acting skills and impeccable moral character. Do those with moral deficiencies possess the qualifications to be deemed actors? Since when have those engaged in artistic endeavors been absolved of the need to consider ethics and personal integrity? Actors, being public figures, ought to lead by example and set a positive precedent. Is it conceivable that individuals of reprehensible character should serve as role models for the masses? Is the caliber of one's character not a crucial criterion in the evaluation of an actor?" The host, the production team? "How does this concern us? We merely sought to quietly inflate the ratings. How did we become embroiled in this conflagration?" The host, gritting his teeth, contemplated damage control rhetoric. Damn it. Had anyone else uttered such words, it would be inconsequential. Yet, you, a vapid, trending celebrity, preoccupied solely with self-promotion, dare to cast aspersions upon another. The host, feigning a smile, attempted to interject. Unrelenting, afforded no opportunity. Individuals such as yourself, capable of engaging in carnal relations with a man upon their first encounter, despite his betrothal to another, are responsible for the erosion of societal values. You dare to masquerade as an actor, a public figure? Untold numbers of impressionable young individuals may be negatively influenced. Therefore, what justification do you possess for standing here? Acting is a vocation held in high public regard. A sacred profession, and you are unworthy of it. The audience murmured in response. An actor? Sacred? Madam, cease your jesting. Acting ceased to be a sacred profession long ago. Nevertheless, the audience lapped it up. The Queen has spoken with such eloquence. We are in a frenzy of adoration for the Queen. Long live the Queen. Indeed. Individuals of questionable character are now able to become actors and singers. Countless children are being corrupted, emulating their depravity. Adolescents are in need of exemplary role models. Such individuals should never have debuted. I concur with the prohibition of their debut. Lin E. Depart from the entertainment industry. Lin E. Depart from the entertainment industry. The audience was already repulsed by Lin E., a newcomer recently embroiled in a scandalous affair, and they were now incited to a collective assault by Chu Yun's words. Keyboard warriors were rapidly deployed. The host, receiving a cue from the director, grimaced in dismay and was about to interject forcibly when Chu Yun pointed at Li Jingran and continued to speak. Fortunately, the two reprobates were assigned together, otherwise, she would have had to consider the possibility of collateral damage. The production team wondered if it was still possible to eject this troublemaker. Gu Ran glanced at Chu Yun, thinking that if she possessed even a modicum of acting talent, he might have believed her preposterous claims. At that moment, Lin Yi's complexion paled slightly. It was a consensual affair. Is it necessary to make such an exaggerated issue of it? Li Jingran's downcast eyes were also filled with resentment. The host attempted several times to interrupt Chu Yun's speech, yet to no avail. Once Chu Yun finally ceased speaking, the host eagerly seized the opportunity to take over the conversation. It seemed that Chunxi's opinion had been fully articulated, and now the audience voting would commence. There was no need for further mediation. The situation was too fraught. It was time to conclude this and avoid any further chatter. The countdown began. Start the timer. Audience voting allowed everyone to cast their votes via the internet or text messages, with the judges' scores each accounting for 50% of the final tally. Linny, feeling somewhat anxious, gripped the microphone tightly. The chaos instigated by Qi Qinxi left her uncertain, pondering whether the audience had been swayed. Li Jingran's countenance was equally grim. Soon, the voting results were unveiled. The previous two groups had received comprehensive scores of 8 and 9, 0, while Lin Yi and Li Jingran's team had an average score of 4, 9 from the judges. This meant that as long as the audience's rating reached 4, 0, they could remain. Lin Yi bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the large screen as the host began the customary countdown. 3, 2, 1, reveal the scores. In that fleeting moment of seeing the score, Lin Yi could scarcely believe her eyes. 0, 8. What a cruelly ironic figure. They were unequivocally eliminated. Lin Yi's complexion shifted from pale to green and back to white. She wished to voice her protest, yet her mouth opened without words of rebuttal. The score was delivered by the audience. Regardless of whether Qi Qinxi had incited them, the audience remained sovereign. Was she to confront them? The priority now was to reshape her image in the minds of the audience. Lin Yi was drenched in cold sweat. System, what should I do now? She mentally inquired. The system advised her to swiftly amend the audience's perception and reconstruct her persona. Lin Yi was indeed cognizant of the situation, but the paramount concern was articulating it appropriately. Should the host offer an apology and demonstrate remorse? Lin Yi demurred, as such an admission would tacitly affirm the label of a homewrecker. Moreover, she had not consulted Wen Yuhan, and a unilateral apology would catch him off guard. Alternatively, should they proclaim their genuine affection? Lin Yi shook her head. This approach might have been viable had the preceding night's events remained undisclosed. In truth, the simplest recourse would be to deflect culpability onto Wen Yuhan, as she ostensibly appeared to have been coerced. However, the crux of the matter was that Wen Yuhan was her target, and such a maneuver would render their interactions fruitless. Even if she were to depart from the entertainment industry, she could not afford to diminish his favor. Ultimately, Lin Yi could only lamely declare, I am aware that many harbor misconceptions about me, but I have only one statement. I, Lin Yi, have unequivocally not committed any act that wrongs another. My conscience is clear. Netizens retorted with disdain. To have slept with another's fiancée and then claim to have wronged no one is indicative of a deranged mind. To profess a clear conscience after such an act betrays a skewed moral compass. Lin Yi is forever blacklisted. Get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of the entertainment industry. Following the conclusion of the recording, Chu Yun retreated to the backstage area to remove her makeup. To evade potential harassment from detractors, Lin Yi and Li Jingran hastily departed upon exiting the stage. The director and producer, observing Chu Yun's evident displeasure, harbored resentment towards her. Chu Yun, with her chin elevated, simply disregarded them. The producer spat in contempt. Damn it. If he hadn't known this woman was already on Phantom's blacklist, he would have been tempted to personally teach her a lesson. As it is, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. He can simply await her fate. However, he remains vexed. That wretched girl not only caused them to be berated by keyboard warriors, but also offended Mr. Wen's new darling. The producer picked up his phone, hastily dialing a number to apologize, hoping that Mr. Wen wouldn't vent his anger on him. Let the guilty party bear the consequences. It had nothing to do with them. Chapter 82. Empress System 13. A surge of 20 million followers on Weibo. Conversely, Lin Yi was subjected to a torrent of abuse, with the internet clamoring for her expulsion from the entertainment industry. Yet, it was merely verbal abuse. The entertainment industry thrives on attention, even if it's negative. With skillful management of her persona, she could eventually redeem herself. Numerous individuals who had engaged in infidelity or been mistresses had ultimately rehabilitated their images. With sufficient talent, people wouldn't dwell on one's past transgressions. She couldn't be allowed to become Wen Yuhan's ally. Wen Yuhan's public image also crumbled, eliciting widespread condemnation. Despite the risk of a precipitous drop in the company's stock price and a break in the capital chain, he insisted on blacklisting Chu Yun. Some complied, while a minority dissented. In any case, others suffered no losses. However, Phantom, due to its stringent conditions, forfeited numerous projects. Coupled with the termination of the engagement with the Zhao family and the alliance between the Zhao and Qi families, Wen Yuhan gained no advantage. In the days that followed, Chu Yun devoted herself to filming The Legend of Empress Wei, while also acquiring acting knowledge from a performance coach. I have delightful news to share. Our drama has been switched to a simultaneous filming and broadcasting format. It should premiere next week. Xiao Yu dashed in excitedly, exclaiming. Chu Yun cast a glance at Chen Min, who was seated nearby sipping floral tea, and asked, "Did you do this?" Chen Min lifted her eyelids slightly. "Isn't it all for you? You have no idea how close I was to kneeling before that rotund Director Fong." Director Fong, with his ample physique, was often referred to as Fong the Fatty among insiders. The ban from Phantom was no mere jest. Currently, Chu Yun enjoyed a modicum of popularity. If she failed to seize this opportunity to solidify her fanbase, her heat would inevitably wane, leading to a guaranteed ban. Meanwhile, in the Phantom executive office, an assistant held the latest data, wearing a conflicted expression. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. "President, we have 5 A-level projects this month. A decrease of 7 compared to last month, and 13 B-level projects, down by 20. As for C-level, with Qi Chenxi's popularity soaring, essentially dominating the internet, enacting a ban against her would result in substantial losses. Furthermore, several former partners had clearly stated their unwillingness to accept our ban regulations." When Yuhan's face was icy as she queried, "Are you implying that Phantom cannot handle a mere internet celebrity?" The assistant swallowed hard. "President, that's not what I meant. It's just that the company is under considerable pressure. Our liquidity is about to run out." When Yuhan slammed her palm on the table, her gaze sharp and menacing. "Do you need me to instruct you on what to do? It's merely a decorative vase, isn't it? What are you all doing?" He sensed an ominous feeling. If Qi Chenxi is not eliminated, this woman will inevitably become a formidable threat to him one day. "Seal her off. I want her utterly suppressed." The assistant, with no other option, could only nod in agreement. "Yes, President. The job is paramount. Furthermore, release the photographs of Lin Yi and me, the ones from the previous shoot. Promote our pairing. I trust you know how to craft the announcements without further instruction. Additionally, assign the leading role in Director Zhao's drama to her. Mobilize the online army to generate buzz. Ensure that Qi Chenxi's popularity is overshadowed." The assistant hesitated. "President, this seems rather challenging. Not to mention that Qi Chenxi is currently being praised across the internet. Lin Yi's image carries significant blemishes as well. Logically, we should maintain a low profile and avoid suspicion. It would be prudent to wait until the storm passes before attempting to redeem her image." Trying to do so now would clearly appear as a result of paid promotion. However, Wen Yuhan is, after all, a domineering president. With a decisive command, she insisted. You will go, there is no room for debate. The assistant sighed. Very well, I shall go, for the company is not solely his. Once The Legend of Wei Ho premiered, it set a record for the highest viewership on the channel that year. The fervent popularity stemmed not only from the buzz created by Chu Yun beforehand, but also from her consistently impressive performance, which was the most pivotal factor. My goodness, this is the empress I have always envisioned. Our queen is magnificent, embodying the very essence of the empress. I bow before our queen. The empress is the epitome of beauty. I shall not entertain any dissent. We, the subjects, wholeheartedly concur. Chen Min scrolled through the comments on Weibo, glancing at the languid woman reclining in the chair. Chenxi, you have truly risen to fame. Chu Yun, when have I not been popular? Chen Min. It is different now. In the past, it felt as though I was floating on clouds. If it dissipated, so be it. Now, I stand firmly on the mountain, grounded beneath my feet. Relying on fleeting popularity can lead to a swift decline after a month without a topic. Having substantial works to showcase means that I can choose to partake in only one drama a year, maintaining my esteemed status. The audience appreciates that. By the way, director E is set to begin casting for the lead female role in his new film this month. Would you like to audition? In the past, Chen Min would never have dared to recommend such a role for her artist. However, Chu Yun's acting prowess speaks for itself now, and Chen Min can hardly contain her excitement. Director Yi's film is aimed at accolades, having personally invested 200 million. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. Recalling that in the storyline she had received, the female lead was claimed by Lin Yi, who became the youngest best actress thanks to this very work. All right, please arrange it for me. Chen Min handed over the script, which is scheduled for this Friday, just 3 days away. The Great Desert Expedition is adapted from a true historical tale. It narrates a tumultuous era of barbarian invasions, focusing on a prince in exile and the daughter of a county magistrate who disguises herself as a man. Amidst the chaos, they support each other. The young prince ultimately ascends to the throne, while the magistrate's daughter, determined to protect her beloved's realm, dons armor and ventures forth to vanquish foes, securing half the empire for the emperor. The court is left in shock. Once inseparable, the emperor, succumbing to court pressures, ultimately grants her a cup of poisoned wine. This film encompasses a multitude of elements. Essentially, it revolves around patriotism, the dynamics between sovereign and subjects, the struggle for imperial power, and the multifaceted nature of humanity. Love, in contrast, serves merely as a decorative element. The audition took place in a 5-star hotel. By the time Chu Yun arrived, a long queue had already formed. Numerous media outlets were also present. Goodness, how long will this take? Chu Yun was taken aback. Xiao Yu was equally intimidated by the scene. Wasn't it said that only the female lead would be selected today? Only Chen Min remained composed. Director Yi has always conducted auditions for the leading lady in such a manner. Who would vie for a chance to achieve instant fame? As long as one catches Director Yi's eye. Even a minor role as the 3rd or 4th female lead is preferable to toiling in the entertainment industry for 3 to 5 years. It's just that Director Yi doesn't engage in underhanded practices. Otherwise, the queue would extend to his doorstep. Sister Shi, you go ahead and sit down. I'll hold your place in line, Xiao Yu offered. Chu Yun nodded and found a spot to sit at the entrance. Xiao Yu joined the queue, standing directly behind Lin Yi. One of the reporters squeezed through, glancing at Chu Yun resting on the side, and then at Lin Yi, suddenly inquiring, Lin Yi, why didn't you bring an assistant? Why are you queuing alone? Lin Yi tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile. Assistants are also human, they get tired too. Xiao Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes, fully aware that this woman aimed to elevate her own status by stepping on Sister Shi. The reporter exaggeratedly exclaimed, wow, I didn't realize Lin Yi was such a wonderful person in private. She's so considerate. Your assistants must feel fortunate. Many media personnel, hearing the commotion, turned their cameras towards them, capturing the moment with a flurry of clicks. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you pretending for? It is my honor to stand in line for my queen, and I willingly do so. My queen has shown me much affection. She scoffed. Do you think standing in line is some grand achievement? Lin Yi's expression stiffened. That was not my intention. Chen Min approached, mocking, and inquired of the reporter. Which media outlet do you represent? The reporter stammered, unable to respond. Chen Min continued, isn't the purpose of having an assistant to care for the artist? How can you perceive assisting in a queue as mistreatment? If you do everything yourself, why hire an assistant? The reporter insisted, no, no. I merely think Lin Yi is a good person. I was just speaking casually. It is said that Phantom has blacklisted Chi Chinsi, yet that individual still seems to thrive, indicating considerable backing. Though the reporter was compensated for their work, they were wary of openly offending anyone. Sister Min, please don't be upset. I was just joking. Truly without any other intent. Shin Min scoffed. If it was just a joke, why are you frozen in place? Are you planning to keep that on camera for the new year? The reporter chuckled nervously, instinctively glancing towards Chu Yun, who smiled brightly in his direction. Suddenly, his hand trembled as he deleted the footage. Shin Min then turned her gaze to the other photographers. The reporters hurriedly complied. Inside the room, Director Yi sat in the center, leaning back in his chair, his entire face contorted in dismay. Gu Ran smiled and sipped his tea. Teacher, please don't worry. There is still much to come. Indeed, screenwriter Yu Heng added, it's still early. Why wear such a mournful expression? Director Yi took a hearty sip of tea, nearly succumbing to slumber, finding none of the actresses appealing. Patience, patience. Yu Heng personally refilled Director Yi's cup, advising, you still possess this impatience. Must you rush? Take your time. With so many actresses present today, surely there must be someone to your liking. What if there isn't? Director Yi tugged at his hair in frustration. You all know how demanding the role of the leading lady is. The character of Feng Lianyi requires not only unparalleled beauty, but also a spirit that rivals that of any man. Just based on appearance alone, a significant number will be eliminated, not to mention the need to portray the commanding presence of a military leader, along with selfless loyalty. Can ordinary actresses handle that? As Director Yi observed the overly theatrical actresses on stage, he waved his hand in resignation. Gu Ran chuckled softly, well aware of his mentor's exacting standards for the beloved role. When Feng Lianyi was mentioned, a stunning visage appeared in his mind. If it were her, perhaps. Regal and exquisite, Director Yi's ears perked up. Who? He inquired. You, young man. How is it that you know of suitable candidates yet fail to recommend them to me? Gu Ran shook his head with a smile. I only just remembered. Once the auditions conclude, I shall introduce her to you. In the past, even if Chi Chinsi's appearance had been impeccable, he would never have considered recommending her to his esteemed teacher. However, having recently watched The Legend of Empress Wei with his niece, he pondered that perhaps she could truly bring Feng Lianyi to life. Yu Heng, intrigued, asked how someone could catch Gu Ying's eye. Who is this remarkable person? Do I know her? Gu Ran smiled lightly, acknowledging their acquaintance. Yu Heng. Yi Dao. He scratched his nearly bald head, utterly baffled as to when such a figure had emerged. Gu Ran chuckled. Teacher, it's time for the next one. At that moment, Lin Yi walked in. She confidently stepped to the center of the stage, bowing gracefully. Greetings, Director Yi, Brother Gu. Teacher Yu. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Yu Heng let out a soft scoff, discreetly commenting, I say, old Yi, you truly have no standards. You'll employ any actor. Director Yi, recognizing who was on stage, momentarily wore a grim expression. Her acting was commendable. Gu Ran interjected, Teacher Yu, are you still unaware of the teacher's nature? As long as they meet his requirements, anything goes. Yu Heng found himself at a loss for words. On stage, Lin Yi had already begun her performance. She stood there, shedding the earlier humility, exuding a palpable sense of exhaustion. This was the moment when Feng Lianyi and the prince were being pursued. Lin Yi frantically clutched the meager bundle, gritting her teeth, firmly holding on to the injured prince. Your Highness, you must go first. I will lead them away. Her youthful face was marked with defiance and determination. Hurry. Time was running out. Director Yi, who had initially felt disinterested, straightened in his seat, his eyes fixated on the stage. Even Yu Heng was drawn into Lin Yi's performance, unable to suppress his anxiety for her. This was promising. As long as she didn't falter, she might just capture the old man Yi's attention. The scene shifted. Lin Yi suddenly lifted her head, a sword in hand, her slightly raised chin outlining an air of indifference. The gaze abruptly transformed into one of resolute determination. And on the still youthful face, a trace of cruelty belied the tender age. Lin Yi coldly lifted his long sword, declaring that any troublemakers would face retribution. The scene shifted once more. Lin Yi knelt upon the ground, his eyes slightly raised towards the horizon, filled with unspoken words. Finally, a bitter smile graced his lips as he uttered, I do not blame you. You need not feel guilty, for I am willing. Very well, Director Yi could not refrain from speaking. Excellent. He clapped his thighs, exclaiming, "It's you." Lin Yi reined in his expression, revealing the composed smile he often wore, masking the pride shimmering in his eyes. "Thank you for your praise, Director Yi." Director Yi erupted into hearty laughter. "At last, I have found my phone, Liani. Ha ha ha. Today I shall treat you both. You are not permitted to leave." Although this actress had a tarnished reputation, her acting skills were undeniably commendable. With Director Yi as the living endorsement, the box office would remain unscathed, even if the leading lady faced poor reviews. If utilized wisely, perhaps she could seize the opportunity for redemption. Gu Ran also smiled and offered his congratulations, reflecting on his original plans with a resigned sigh. Alas, Lin Yi's acting was beyond reproach. Yet, he remained uncertain of that person's intentions. "So, Director Yi, shall we continue watching the next scenes?" the assistant director inquired, flipping through the list in hand. Next up, Chi Chensi. Without lifting his head, Director Yi cheerfully beckoned Lin Yi to his side. "No need for that. Just let them disperse." The assistant director acknowledged and began to leave. "Wait," Gu Ran called after him, turning to Director Yi. "Teacher, since everyone is here, let us take a look. Perhaps." Director Yi waved his hand again, indicating that it was unnecessary. "They are all inferior candidates. Do you think I am unaware of who is on the list? No one can compare to this individual." Gu Ran sighed. "To be honest, teacher, the person I previously mentioned for your recommendation is Chi Chensi." "What did you say?" Director Yi cupped his ear. He glanced at Yu Hong, who also appeared utterly bewildered. Yu Hong looked at Gu Ran and said, "Are you joking, Guingdi? Surely you jest with your teacher?" Chapter 84, The Best Actress System 15. Gu Ran smiled. "Teacher and you teacher must not have seen last night's broadcast of The Legend of Wei Hoan Watermelon Channel, right?" Both of them shook their heads. "What difference does it make? Everyone in the entertainment circle is aware of Chi Chensi's abysmal acting skills. Granting her a spot is merely out of respect for the intervention of the Star Emperor's CEO." Gu Ran looked helplessly at her obstinate teacher. "It is merely a matter of sitting for a little longer. Just let the teacher take a look, as a favor to a student." Yu Hong was utterly astonished. "Is there truly anyone who has garnered Guingdi's favor? Are we certain it is Chi Chensi?" The entire industry knows that Gu Ran was nurtured by Director Yi himself. In certain aspects, she has inherited his discerning nature. This is the first time witnessing Gu Ran personally vouching for someone. Director Yi also looked at Gu Ran in shock. A sudden thought struck him. "What is your relationship with that woman, Gu Ran?" Director Yi took a deep breath. "I must inform you in advance. Let's observe, and in deference to you, I shall grant a solitary opportunity. However, the female lead is not to be trifled with. Should genuine advancement manifest, at most, in my forthcoming comedic endeavor, she shall be granted a supporting role, or we shall reassess as the occasion arises. Perhaps a character of negligible consequence to the narrative. I, the director, have already conceived of it. If the apprentice truly seeks to gratify his paramour, I shall then incorporate a purely ornamental role, one demanding only aesthetic appeal, with mere fleeting appearances." Gu Ran, "Teacher, it is not as you surmise." The director patted Gu Ran's shoulder. "Enough, enough. I comprehend. Hitherto bashful are we? I understand." Gu Ran was caught between laughter and tears. "In any event, the instructor and teacher you shall be the arbiters." The director nodded. "We shall observe, indeed. Let us ascertain what prowess this enchantress possesses to ensnare my apprentice, who has hitherto remained impervious. Outside the portal, what transpires? I even relinquished an advertising engagement for this." "Precisely, is this not a deception? No explanation is forthcoming, truly." The actresses murmured in subdued discontent, casting envious glances towards Chu Yun. "Why is she granted entry?" The assistant director, with an air of hauteur, retorted. "How should I be privy? Should you seek enlightenment, direct your inquiry to the director." The actresses dared only to grumble inwardly. To offend the director would be imprudent, would it not? Unbeknownst to the others, Chu Yun was cognizant of the situation, that the director had already set his sights upon Lin Yi. With a favored female protagonist already in mind, there was no inclination to squander additional time. However, Chu Yun was perplexed as to why she was the exception. Following the assistant director, Chu Yun ascended the stage, immediately noticing Lin Yi seated beside Director Yi, radiating self-assurance. Director Yi glanced at Chu Yun before turning to Gu Ran, remarking, "So, this is the type you're drawn to." He added, "Her appearance is naturally without flaw. If a comparison is to be made, my own disciple's choice is more in line with Feng Lianyi's appearance than Lin Yi." Director Yi shook his head, lamenting the lack of ambition. With a casual wave, He signaled, "Let's commence." Chu Yun nodded and, upon taking her position on the stage, underwent a transformation. Her entire being exuded a sense of sharpness intertwined with a hard-fought powerlessness. She cast a hurried glance behind her, her eyes flashing with loathing, trepidation, and struggle. Finally, gazing at the figure before her, a hint of resolution emerged. "You must leave. I will divert them," she implored. "Go, lest you make me regret this." The woman's eyes were resolute, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "Leave." Director E, who had been languidly consuming an orange peeled by Lin E, ceased chewing. His gaze fixated on the stage. Yu Hong, too, had long since shifted his attention to the performance. The woman's resolute determination, akin to severing her own path of retreat, manifested on her resplendent and exquisite countenance. It was like a dazzling ray of light, forcefully cleaving through the darkness, instantly surging into the depths of everyone's eyes. As the scene transitioned, Chu Yun, brandishing a sword, underwent a complete metamorphosis in demeanor. She now possessed an air of nobility, pride, and disdain for all living beings. The sound of the long sword slicing through the air accompanied the woman's bloodthirsty gaze, bringing to life the image of a female general commanding the battlefield. Director Yi's breathing slowed, his eyes following the figure on the stage. Lin E, observing Director Yi's reaction, grew sullen. Harboring resentment inwardly, it was Chi Chinsi, again. Chu Yun's long sword was violently thrust into the earth, a goblet of wine clutched in her hand. With a turn of her wrist, she staggered a few paces, ultimately collapsing to the ground in despondency. Her gaze, profound and unwavering, was fixed upon the person opposite her. Her entire being trembled, yet a smile played upon her lips. "I do not hold it against you." She gazed at him, "For this lifetime. I am willing, of my own volition." The light in her eyes gradually faded with life. Within those magnificent orbs, it seemed as though the vast expanse of her beloved empire, the undulating rivers and mountains stretching for myriad miles, was reflected. Amidst this panorama, a solitary figure dwindled into insignificance. A deathly stillness descended. Even the air seemed to fall silent. After an extended pause, Yu Hong exclaimed in a booming voice, "Excellent." Turning to Director E, he inquired, "Director E, what are your thoughts?" In his estimation, this Chi Chinsi was far superior to Lin E. Merely the force of her presence was such that he felt a sense of intimidation, as though he dared not meet her gaze directly. It was profoundly unnerving. As though she had genuinely emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, he advanced directly towards Chu Yun, arms outstretched. "Chu Yun, what are you doing?" The long sword in her hand served as a barrier. Director E merely touched the hilt of the sword, but it did not diminish the fervor in his eyes. If Lin E had given him the impression of finally discovering the most suitable actor, then this woman before him was the very embodiment of Feng Lianyi. That unyielding spirit, that resoluteness, that nobility, that commanding presence. Most importantly, the scene of her demise by poisoning. Everyone assumed that Feng Lianyi's final words, "I do not hold it against you," were due to her love for the emperor, hence her forgiveness. It was an act of absolution born of love. However, a general who had truly been wrapped in horsehide on the battlefield, the supreme commander of the armed forces, who is accustomed to daily trials and tribulations and finds solace in the clamor of war, does she still harbor romantic sentiments? Feng Lianyi is first and foremost a general, and only then a woman. Her final words, "I don't blame you," are, in effect, a subject's absolution of an emperor, forgiving his helplessness and his prioritization of the greater good. This is because they both share an unwavering devotion to the same cause, the vast empire they are willing to defend with their lives. Director E initially intended to embrace Chu Yun, but was rebuffed. Chun Min hastily approached, beaming effusively. "Director E, what do you think of our Chinsi?" Director E nodded approvingly. "Yes, good, very good, excellent. His leading lady, of course, had to be the best." Chun Min, "So, the female lead is settled?" Director E was about to concur when something occurred to him. He turned with a genial smile to Lin E, whose expression was barely maintained, and said, "Well, Linny, perhaps you could audition for other roles." Lin E inwardly sneered, "Audition for what?" But she forced a smile and said, "Director, are you dissatisfied with something about me? I can still improve." "No, no." Director E waved his hands repeatedly. "You are also very good, but she is more suitable." Apart from Chi Chinsi's superior acting skills, there was also the matter of appearance. Lin E possessed a gentle, pleasing countenance. She could handle other types of female leads without any problem. However, Feng Lianyi, a female general, required a more angular and assertive presence. Chapter 85. The actress System 16 director patted Lin Yi's shoulder, consoling her to be patient. He mentioned that the lead, as well as the supporting female roles for his next film, were yet to be cast, and he encouraged her to try out then, confident that her acting prowess would secure her a part. Realizing that the director's decision was immutable, Lin Yi could only nod with suppressed resentment. As director, he eagerly sought out Chu Yun. Lin Yi lowered her head, clenching her fists tightly, and mentally addressed her system. Despite the plot's deviation, even her character was collapsing. Could Chi Chinsi truly possess such acting talent? She demanded a plausible explanation from the system. The system initiated a diagnostic check, finding no discrepancies and urging the host to expedite the mission. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, questioning how such a significant anomaly could be deemed inconsequential. She reminded the system of their intertwined fate, warning that her failure would have repercussions for it as well. She voiced her suspicion that Chi Chinsi was either a reborn entity or another task performer. After a 5-second pause, the system requested the host's patience while it reported to the main god. Lin Yi acquiesced. Moments later, the system's electronic voice echoed with alarm, signaling dire news. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as she inquired about the problem. The system reported its inability to contact the main god, initiating self-diagnostics, which revealed no abnormalities. However, repeated attempts to contact the main god continued to fail, prompting further self-diagnostics. Lin Yi's heart pounded with intense trepidation as she heard the system's relentless prompts. The inability to contact the main god filled Lin Yi with mounting panic. Even in the face of peril during previous missions, I had never experienced such panic. What does it signify to be unable to contact the deity? The system remained silent once more. Attempts to reach the divine entity failed again. Lin Yi felt as if her mind had been struck by thunder, leaving her in a state of utter emptiness. What on earth is wrong with this dimension? System, I cannot detect anything, Lin Yi roared internally. If you cannot detect anything, what purpose do you serve? What should we do now? Are we to perish in this realm? Please remain calm, host, the system urged. Calm? How can you expect me to remain calm? Lin Yi was unable to maintain her composure. Her previous tranquility was predicated on the system functioning without error. She had not only possessed foresight but also the system as her golden finger. Yet now, her foresight was gone, and the system was malfunctioning. What am I to do? May I suggest that the host expedites the completion of the task? The male lead is a child of destiny, and with him protecting you, you should be relatively safe. I will continue to attempt to contact the deity. Lin Yi could only nod in response. Then do so quickly. The favorability has reached 85. I need just another 15 points to complete the task. I hope you do not falter then. Initially, she had hoped to secure a few more Best Actress awards to accumulate experience for the system, allowing her to ascend to the intermediate level. However, that hope has now faded. She merely wished to complete the task and depart this dimension smoothly. Lin Yi gazed at Chu Yun, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The other's gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul, evoking a deep discomfort. Lin Yi casually concocted an excuse and departed. Meanwhile, Chu Yun feigned interest in Director Yi's various inquiries while attentively eavesdropping on Lin Yi's dialogue with the system. A pink duckling emerged, exclaiming, Chu Yun, am I not splendid? Praise me, hurry. Chu Yun replied with a sardonic laugh, fool. Who was it that was frantically spinning in circles back then? The pink duckling hesitated, adamantly refusing to acknowledge its foolishness, claiming it was merely a momentary lapse in thought. Chu Yun smirked, heh. However, I never expected you to possess such acting skills, Chu Yun. Does the female tyrant truly require the ability to perform? It is entirely contingent upon my willingness to engage. The pink duckling responded. Well, as long as you are pleased. Director Yi observed Chu Yun, then glanced at Gu Ran, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Well, now you two are a couple in private. And also a pair within the film. Are you satisfied? Gu Ran cleared his throat. Teacher, it is truly not as you suggest. All right. No need for denial. If it were not that sort of relationship, would you speak up for her so fervently? Thankfully, Gu Ran had uttered a few more words. Otherwise, the mere thought made Director Yi's heart ache. He patted Gu Ran on the shoulder. Rest assured, the teacher is not so harsh. He chuckled. In any case, it appears that Chi Chinsi's acting is more than sufficient to bring Feng Lenny to life. As long as he performs normally, he is quite amiable. At this moment, Chu Yun comprehended that while everyone else had been dismissed, she alone remained due to Gu Ran's intercession on her behalf. She touched her own face, pondering, yes. This visage possesses the allure to incite infatuation. Moreover, The individual currently residing in this body is indeed her. It is perfectly normal to harbor a secret admiration for someone. Chu Yun's lips curved into a perfect arc as she remarked, "Is Guingdi secretly in love with me? If you are, you can simply tell me. I can refuse you to your face." Gu Ran quickly waved his hands, denying such a notion. "That is not the case. I merely believe your acting skills have significantly improved recently, making you quite suitable for this role." Chu Yun replied, "Oh, so it is not a secret admiration after all. How disappointing. Nevertheless, I appreciate your assistance, Guingdi." Although Chu Yun had numerous strategies to ensure Lin Yi would not secure this role without his help, she acknowledged the good intentions extended to her, which certainly simplified matters. Director Yi, at this moment, realized he had made a mistake and shot a disapproving glance at Gu Ran. It is often said that entering the entertainment industry exposes one to numerous temptations, leading to moral degradation. Yet, how could his protege, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, be so oblivious? However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Director Yi gazed at Chu Yun, still incredulous, and curiously inquired, "Has someone guided your acting skills?" He recalled that this girl was once known for her painfully poor performance. Chu Yun replied, "There was no guidance. None." Director Yi expressed his disbelief. Chu Yun casually remarked, "Perhaps it is simply that I possess innate talent, and one day it suddenly dawned upon me." Director Yi then turned to Gu Ran and asked, "How did you discover her?" Gu Ran responded, "Yesterday. The Watermelon Station premiered Legend of Wei Ho, and I happened to watch 2 episodes. Did you and teacher you not see it?" Yi Dao rolled his eyes and uttered a sound of understanding. It was no wonder. He had never indulged in such commercial films, deeming them a waste of time. Yu Hong wore an expression of disdain, dismissing the drama as lacking in script quality, special effects, and the actors' performances being painfully inadequate. Beyond their appearances, what else was there to appreciate? The contract for marching into the desert was finalized, and in the days that followed, Chu Yun devoted herself wholeheartedly to the remaining filming of Legend of the Empress Wei. Due to the surge in her popularity, Director Fong had no choice but to prioritize completing Chu Yun's scenes. By the time Legend of the Empress Wei wrapped up, the production of Marching into the Desert was set to commence seamlessly. Chapter 86. The Actress System 17. In the Chi family villa, Chu Yun nestled comfortably on the sofa, the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Mama Chi poked her head out, announcing that dinner would be ready in 10 minutes, urging her to call her father down. Although the Chi family had no shortage of maids to prepare meals, Mama Chi had always taken great pleasure in cooking. Every weekend, she would personally take charge, bringing the family together for a warm meal. Chu Yun acknowledged her with a sound and, clad in slippers, made her way to the study to summon him. For the former Chu Yun, the notion of familial affection was something she would have vehemently avoided. She had always been alone, raised in solitude. Moreover, these were the parents of her benefactor. Having accepted their remuneration, it was only fitting that she treated them kindly. After calling Papa Chi to the living room, Chu Yun resumed her position on the sofa, perusing news on her phone. The Weibo feed was flooded with an abundance of sweet, nauseatingly romantic posts. Every few days, there seemed to be a new intimate photo, alongside the fact that when Yu Han visited Lin Yi's filming location almost daily, both the male and female leads possessed striking looks and shared profound affection. It was no surprise that many online had become fans of this couple. Chu Yun was scrolling through the Weibo accounts of Lin Yi and Wen Yuhan. Numerous fans had left comments, expressing that they had witnessed the essence of love, declaring it to be the love they yearned for. The love they longed for? To hell with love. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Father Chi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chu Yun. "Did you invite a friend?" Chu Yun shook her head. "No." Father Chi proceeded to open the door, revealing Zhao Meng, her face ashen and her eyes swollen beyond recognition, standing at the threshold, peering past Father Chi into the room. Her voice trembled as she said, "Uncle, I'm looking for my cousin." Father Chi furrowed his brow and ushered her inside. Upon seeing Chu Yun, Zhao Meng's lips quivered. "Cousin, Wu." Chu Yun retorted, "Keep your distance from me." Zhao Meng froze. "Wu, cousin, I feel so miserable, I don't know what to do." "Wu." Father Chi, with a stern expression, turned to Chu Yun and instructed, "Make a call to your aunt and uncle. Just say Meng Meng is at our house." He was aware of the recent turmoil Zhao Meng had been causing at home and suspected she might be attempting to run away from her sister and brother-in-law. Chu Yun responded with a simple "oh" and proceeded to dial the phone. "Aunt Mo, you'll come to pick her up shortly?" All right. Zhao Meng gazed at Chu Yun with a look of grievance. "Cousin." Chu Yun remained impassive, ignoring her. Tears streamed down Zhao Meng's face like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Mother Qi emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. She wrapped her arm around Zhao Meng's shoulders, offering comfort. What's wrong? Meng, if there's anything troubling you, tell Aunt, and I'll help you find a solution. Zhao Meng gazed at Chu Yun. Cousin, those things online. Are they true? Chu Yun recalled the affectionate moments between Wen Yuhan and Lin Yixio. She opened her phone to Weibo and showed Zhao Meng. Are you referring to this? Zhao Meng nodded, tears streaming down her face more vehemently. Choking on her sobs, she implored, Cousin, tell me those are all lies, right? They have only been together for such a short time. How could they possibly be so in love? It must be false. It must be false. Chu Yun remained silent. She activated her phone's camera and snapped 2 photos of Zhao Meng. Subsequently, she uploaded them, as she too could not tolerate the couple's public displays of affection. Chen CV, growth requires the nurturing of tears. Keep going, dear cousin. When Yuhan v Lin EV. Just as Chu Yun's Weibo post went live, fans began to comment fervently. The fiancé, he is so pitiable. That pair of scoundrels is still flaunting their affection. What is wrong with this world? How can they hurt others so brazenly? Where is their dignity? What dignity do those scoundrels possess? It's utterly disgusting. I can't believe I was once a fan of Wen Yuhan. I must have been blind. You're not alone. Observing the comments and shares below, Chu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction as she tucked her phone away. Zhao Meng's eyes shimmered with fragile hope. Cousin, they must be. It's just the kind of publicity stunt you all often engage in, right? Chu Yun nodded. If you wish to know, then I shall tell you. Mother Qi looked at Zhao Meng with concern. Chenxi, speak kindly. Don't provoke her. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it's just as you see. They are very much in love. The depths of love can ensnare one so completely that the absence of the beloved becomes unbearable, a bond meant to last a lifetime. Zhao Meng, overwhelmed, bursts into tears. Mother Qi, feeling a headache coming on, casts a disapproving glance at Chu Yun, then gently pats Zhao Meng's shoulder to offer comfort. She reproaches Chu Yun. How can you speak like that? Can't you see Meng is heartbroken? Father Qi, wearing a stern expression, interjects. I believe Chenxi is right. It's just a man, after all. Why make such a fuss? As a fellow man, he perceives the situation clearly. Wen Yuhan's disrespect towards Zhao Meng will only lead to her suffering, even if they were to be together by force. Hearing this, Zhao Meng clings to Mother Qi, weeping inconsolably, her tears and snot staining Mother Qi's attire. For a brief moment, Mother Qi's face contorts in discomfort. Chu Yun captures a few more photographs of Zhao Meng, saving them for future use. Ah, is this a display of affection? She muses. Post one every time you flaunt your love. Let us see how long you can keep it up, while also waking the audience from their slumber. There is no intention to console Zhao Meng in her words. Though we are in a new era, some women still bend under the weight of dependence. Those who cannot stand on their own must seek solace in others. And Chu Yun finds any dialogue with them a waste of breath. After dining with Father and Mother Qi, she discusses a strategy to deal with Wen Yuhan. By the time their conversation concludes, it is nearly midnight, and she decides to spend the night at the Qi family villa. The following evening marks the opening banquet for Desert Expedition. Such gatherings are often mere formalities, primarily aimed at fostering camaraderie within the crew. Directors and producers take the opportunity to inspire and uplift everyone, sharing words of encouragement and motivation. Seated regally, Chu Yun remained unperturbed, secure in the knowledge that Director Yi's soirees were devoid of untoward expectations, requiring only her presence for dining and imbibing. May I have a word with you, Chenxi? A husky voice intoned from behind. Chu Yun turned to behold her former paramour, now a scoundrel in her eyes. That he would seek her out after her magnanimous forbearance was audacious. Gu Ran, seated adjacent to Chu Yun, recognized Li Jing and from the tumultuous scene she had orchestrated, exposing his infidelity. The other occupants of the table, bearing witness to this encounter, cast disdainful glances in Li Jingran's direction. Gu Ran, furrowing his brow, inquired of Chu Yun. Do you require assistance? Chu Yun regarded Gu Ran, pondering, is he expressing concern for me? Should I grant him the privilege of harboring affections for me? I am not an unreasonable sovereign. Unrequited admiration is permissible. Chu Yun's gaze was fixed upon the burgeoning aura of fortune emanating from Gu Ran's crown. The male protagonist's destiny, once vested in Wen Yuhan, was now shifting toward Gu Ran. Truly, the celestial order is devoid of sentimentality. Before Wen Yuhan's complete ruin, it prepares the next vessel of fortune. Fortune's chosen one, eh? To captivate such a being would grant access to the plane's power. Chu Yun, what occupies your thoughts? Pink Duck exclaimed, its tone laced with profound regret. Have you succumbed to depravity? Surely, you do not intend to emulate the female task performers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Becoming infatuated with a man from a mission world, clinging to the plane until his demise, and even arranging to meet in the next plane. Upon arrival, they neglect their duties, consumed solely with seeking out their beloved. The mere thought is unsettling. Pink Duck sighed, lamenting, Woman, our aspirations lie in the cosmos, with countless planes as our battlegrounds. The affection of offspring is indeed a burden. Chu Yun scoffed, pondering what it truly means to be degraded. She touched her face, contemplating the notion of relying on her looks. Why not? After all, it's absurd that she must depend on her abilities instead of her appearance. Gu Ran cleared his throat, dismissing the need for such efforts. No, please don't provide any opportunities. His temperament is simply unbearable, and his audacity is excessively thick-skinned. Chu Yun rolled her eyes. No need for that. With my beauty, how could mere mortals like you ever be worthy? Turning to Li Jingran, she inquired, Where is your bodyguard? Can I truly trust you alone? Li Jingran wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Xiaoxi, must we truly act like adversaries? Remember, you must be taken to the room. You have but one chance. His gaze fell, betraying a hint of guilt as he touched his ear. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, catching sight of his Bluetooth headset. You think we are not already foes? Spare me the pretense. I know you wouldn't hesitate to eliminate me. Li Jingran replied earnestly. If you are still upset about what happened before, I am willing to apologize. I was in the wrong, and I sincerely extend my apologies once more. Is this truly how you express remorse? There is not an ounce of sincerity in your words. At that moment, a female actress approached Chu Yun, her tone slightly flattering. Sister Shi, men like him are simply asking for a reckoning. Chu Yun nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. The actress sighed in relief and retrieved a bottle of white liquor, pouring 3 large cups of beer. Since you are here to apologize, you must demonstrate some sincerity. Here, drink this. Li Jing pressed his lips together, gazing at Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked at him with a beaming smile. What a charade of innocence. Does she think I would relent so easily? Do I appear to be so naive? Li Jingran's reputation was far from favorable. Sympathy was a scarce commodity. The table erupted in raucous laughter, jeering. Are you disregarding my sister Shi's dignity? They even sought an apology? They ought to reflect on their own standing. A group of fierce, intimidating individuals coerced Li Jingran into drinking. He resembled a beleaguered, delicate flower, small and pitiful, utterly helpless. Regrettably, those present were as unyielding as stone. With no alternative, Li Jingran lifted his glass and downed it in one go. After 3 cups, his face and neck flushed crimson. Is that enough? He inquired. A female actor scoffed. Li Jingran, you insisted on apologizing to Sister Shi. Why does it seem as though we are the ones bullying you? If you lack sincerity, why even bother? It feels as though we are forcing you. Li Jingran's face turned a deeper shade of red. I did not mean it that way. Xiaoxi, can we speak outside? Consider it a plea. Chu Yun chuckled. Sure. Gu Ran, somewhat concerned, suggested, Shall I send an assistant with you? In the entertainment industry, one must always be cautious. Chu Yun waved her hand dismissively, pulling Li Jingran along. She led him to room 2806. The voice of Wen Yuhan echoed in his headphones. Li Jingran shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. His surroundings swayed before him as he pointed aimlessly. To the right. Chu Yun tugged him in the opposite direction. Room 2806 was clearly to the left. With such poor drinking skills, was he attempting to deceive her? Chu Yun believed that Li Jingran's ability to successfully deceive the original owner was entirely due to his reliance on Wen Yuhan's protagonist aura. The effects of alcohol quickly took hold, rendering Li Jingran unable to stand. In a fit of exasperation, Chu Yun grasped the collar of his clothing and dragged him to the threshold of the room like a lifeless dog. As soon as they entered, the door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. Inside the room stood 3 men, each with a corpulent visage and a greasy demeanor that provoked nausea. They leered with a lewd grin. Miss Chi, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chu Yun smiled. I have been awaiting your presence as well. For quite a while. They were the same scoundrels from the plot. Very well, let us deal with them together. With that, Chu Yun vanished from sight. The 3 men gasped in astonishment. What the hell? Where did she go? Is this a ghost? Wen Yuhan, holding her phone, remarked, now that everyone is present, do not forget the promises you made. I expect the stock price of Phantom to rise by at least 30%. Hello? Are you listening? Hello? Chu Yun stood behind them, smiling. I heard everything. With a sudden crash, the phone was hurled to the ground, nearly causing one of them to lose control of their bladder. Why you? How did you get in here? Aren't you supposed to be next door? The pink duck, equally startled, stammered. Chu Yun, how can you wield spatial power? The pink duck could hardly contain the fluttering of its heart. Goodness, this foul woman can use spatial abilities as well. Why did she agree to collaborate with him in the first place? Or perhaps she was incapable back then but has since learned. The pink duck recalled, she must have secretly learned while he was constructing the spatial passage. You dare to steal knowledge? The pink duck accused. Steal? Absolutely not. I acquired it through honorable means, Chu Yun retorted. In truth, Chu Yun had not disclosed that she had merely scratched the surface of her understanding. No matter how exceptional her talents, they paled in comparison to the innate bloodline legacy possessed by the pink duck. When Yuhan stared at Chu Yun in terror, questioning whether she was human or ghost, he was certain that prior to Chu Yun's arrival, he was alone in the room. Her sudden appearance could not be attributed to anything other than the supernatural. Chu Yun smiled gracefully, responding that he would have ample time to ponder that question in the future. With a swift motion, she knocked him unconscious. The three portly, lecherous men were startled by her audacity. Chu Yun approached them directly, delivering a punch to each, before extracting the pink duck. You go and take care of them. Dispose of them collectively. You know what to do, right? Just ensure that it's clear that their relationship is anything but ordinary. The pink duck responded with a soft whimper. I understand. It seemed there was no choice but to act. Inaction could lead to dire consequences. She kicked Li Jingran at the door, adding, and him too. The pink duck acquiesced. All right then. Once the pink duck completed the task, Chu Yun exited, striding toward the corridor's corner. She encountered several men clutching cameras, and after dealing with them, she instructed the pink duck to dispose of them in the hotel lobby. Understood, replied the pink duck, as the men trembled in fear, witnessing the pink duck's sudden transformation into an even larger creature with fluffy wings. A monster. Chu Yun deleted the contents from the camera with a mere flick of her finger, tossing it aside before retrieving her phone. I'm going to leak this information, she said, before hanging up. Chapter 88. The leading lady system 19. A woman clad in a black dress stood before Chen Min. Oh, is this not Chen's esteemed agent? Chu Yun swiftly delved into the memories of the original owner and recognized the woman immediately. She was none other than Li Xiaoxiao, the mistress of Chen Min's ex-husband, and the once promising actress that Chen Min had painstakingly nurtured. With a malicious smile, Li Xiaoxiao remarked, Qinjia, rather than tending to your second-rate starlet, it appears you have taken an interest in seducing other people's husbands. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance. That haggard visage of yours is enough to induce nausea. Chen Min's expression hardened. Miss Li, might I remind you to ascertain who is truly lacking in dignity when it comes to courting another spouse? Just because you embody such vulgarity, do not presume that others share your depravity. Taking 2 steps back, Chen Min maintained her distance from the man and woman. It was merely a chance encounter with her ex-husband, Wang Feng, who had approached her with unsolicited remarks. And now, with Li Xiaoxiao's arrival, she was accused of enticing Wang Feng. The thought of her seducing him was laughable. She wouldn't even be tempted to flirt with a stray dog, let alone Wang Feng. Impatiently, Chen Min retorted, step aside and cease your repugnant antics. From her vantage point, Chu Yun could surmise the unfolding drama. Based on her years of experience with Chen Min, the likelihood of Chen Min pursuing her ex-husband was virtually non-existent. Let us engage in a discussion. Do not make it seem as though I am wronging you, Li Xiaoxiao insisted, obstructing Chen Min's path, clearly seeking a confrontation. With a sardonic expression, Chen Min advised, Miss Li, I suggest you tend to your own man and avoid following in my past missteps. Although you may have taken him from me, I feel compelled to offer you this friendly warning. Thank you for helping me unveil the true nature of this man. Chen Min endeavored to muster her spirits. She refused to allow herself to appear weak in front of these despicable individuals, even though, at this moment, she possessed no pride to speak of. You. Li Xiaoxiao glared furiously at Chen Min, turning to Wang Feng. Feng, look at her. How dare she speak of you like that? Wang Feng's expression was hardly any better. I am merely offering you a word of caution, considering our past as a married couple. You should sever ties with that second-rate artist of yours while you still can. Since my goodwill has been mistaken for foolishness, then you may as well embrace your fate alongside your mediocre celebrity. They had already received word that Phantom was making considerable efforts to target Qi Chenxi. After tonight, the very mention of Qi Chenxi in the entertainment industry may well become a distant memory. Wang Feng looked down upon her. I never imagined you would regress so significantly after our divorce. Previously, you merely associated with talent that would never rise to fame. Now, you even dare to challenge Phantom. Chinmin, without me, you truly are at a loss. A fleeting shadow of humiliation crossed Chinmin's slightly pallid face. No matter how hard she tried, the truth remained that after leaving the company they had built together, she had not nurtured a single artist of true merit. At this moment, being humiliated by these former scoundrels ignited a desire to thrust her stiletto into their faces. Yet, she refrained, taking a deep breath. She prepared to speak when she noticed Chu Yun approaching. Wang Feng and Li Xiaoxiao also caught sight of her. Li Xiaoxiao scoffed. Oh, isn't this the second-rate celebrity? TSK. TSK, the only thing appealing about her is her face. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Xiaoxiao would never dare to speak to Chu Yun in such a manner. After all, her association with Wang Feng, due to the stature of the chief family, did not afford her such audacity. Even Wang Feng himself would not presume to address Chu Yun in that way. However, Li Xiaoxiao was acutely aware that the Phantom had resolutely decided not to allow a certain individual to revel in tonight's triumph, which emboldened her reckless demeanor. Yet, Wang Feng furrowed his brows, possessing knowledge that exceeded Li Xiaoxiao's. He had just witnessed that woman departing alongside Li Jingran. It seemed improbable for her to appear here again. Could it be that President Wen harbored alternative intentions? In Wang Feng's mind, Qi Qinzi was certainly ensnared within Wen Yuhan's intricate web. Hence, he did not intervene to halt Li Xiaoxiao's tirade. I heard that you have caught Director Yi's eye. How amusing. Despite his advanced age, Director Yi still manages to maintain his vigor. I suppose Miss Qi must have exerted considerable effort. After all, Director Yi's bed is not one easily ascended. Yet, even if you succeed in winning over Director Yi, what difference does it make? The audience is not blind. Do you truly believe that portraying an imperial concubine equates to the ease of playing a female general? Most likely. The role of the imperial concubine will be little more than a display of her true self. Feng Liani, does she possess such talent? Even if she does, after tonight, the name Qi Qinzi will become a relic of the entertainment industry. TSK, what a lack of self-awareness. You may slander me, but you shall not insult my artist. Chen Min retorted vehemently. Let it be known that Qinzi has never compromised her integrity, and as for Director Yi, his reputation within the circle is well established. Is he someone you can defame? As a manager, one is supposed to assist their artist in navigating troubles, not exacerbate them. Li Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Who knows? With Qi Qinzi's meager acting skills, would Director Yi truly consider her under normal circumstances? I said, Sister Qin, you cannot still be harboring delusions of cultivating another best actress. Can you? Let me tell you, not everyone possesses the capabilities to achieve such a feat as I do. As for Qi Qinzi, I'll make it clear. If she were to win the Best Actress award, I would kneel and serve you tea. How about that? Chen Min was infuriated. Yet Chu Yun merely laughed, unfazed. Looking at Li Xiaoxiao, she remarked, the gentle and lovely Best Actress we see in the news turns out to have such a demeanor behind the scenes. I have truly witnessed it. I wonder where the confidence of the Best Actress comes from. You, a mistress who rose to power, dare to speak to the legitimate wife in such a manner? Confidence? Li Xiaoxiao grew increasingly smug, entirely devoid of any shame associated with being labeled a mistress. Of course, my confidence stems from my husband and my fans. My husband loves me and listens to me. What does it matter if I took him from someone else? If I could take him, that is my skill. Even if Chi Yu Entertainment was built alongside my husband. So what? I managed to take it all away from her, leaving her with nothing, cast out. That is my ability. As for my fans, do you know what true fans are? Li Xiaoxiao scoffed coldly. People like you, who rely on hype and fleeting popularity, have no idea what true fans are. Let me tell you, even if I were to commit heinous acts, they would still support me. That is what true fans are. Do you have any? Chu Yun, holding her phone, chuckled softly and nodded. If that is the criterion for true fans, then indeed, I do not possess any. My followers are discerning individuals capable of distinguishing right from wrong. They would not condone even the act of a murderer, let alone someone who steals another's partner. With a cheerful smile, Chu Yun raised her phone. Ask them if you don't believe me. Wang Feng and Li Xiaoxiao's gazes fell upon the phone, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Qi Qinzi, you are actually live streaming? The audacity of streaming after causing trouble for Li Jingran and President Wen was astonishing. Goodness, are you addicted to live streaming? The comments section was inundated with criticisms of Li Xiaoxiao and Wang Feng. Li Xiaoxiao, what a shameless woman. Wang Feng, that scoundrel, is no better. How deceptive. Li Xiaoxiao's usual gentleness is merely a facade. You actually believed in the persona of a celebrity? Turning against her now, Li Xiaoxiao will forever be reviled. Fans turning to foes, Li Xiaoxiao will always be despised. Wang Feng is no saint either, having an affair while co-owning a company. And he even cast out his ex-wife without a dime. Scoundrels and shameless individuals are a match made in hell. Thankfully, they are married. Let's hope they never divorce to harm others. Qi Chenxi, who permitted you to film this? Turn it off. Li Xiaoxiao's face twisted with rage as she lunged for Chu Yun's phone, only to be restrained by Wang Feng. Let go of me. Stop filming. Wang Feng shouted in anger, enough. What could have been explained was now irrevocably solidified by Li Xiaoxiao's desperate outburst. Chapter 89. The Best Actress System. Wang Feng glared at Chu Yun with a sinister intensity. He sensed something unsettling about this woman. Such individuals are typically quite sensitive to being photographed. The fact that someone was live-streaming right under their noses without them noticing is astonishing. Furthermore, they made numerous imprudent remarks while the live stream was active, which already put them at a disadvantage. Engaging in further conflicts at this juncture would only exacerbate the situation. Wang Feng's face contorted with suppressed rage as he restrained his anger and pulled Li Xiaoxiao away. This matter required careful maneuvering. Otherwise, the reputation of Qi Yue Entertainment, along with his and Li Xiaoxiao's personal reputations, would plummet precipitously. Chu Yun murmured, taking a sip of her water, feeling parched after the commotion. As director, he led his cast and crew out of their private room. They encountered a noisy scene in the lobby. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some familiar faces, resembling paparazzi from a certain media outlet. Their demeanor was rather unbecoming, lacking in decorum. The individuals in the center were shrieking, their hands unable to cover everything. Someone, in a moment of kindness, shouted, "Cover your faces." The group collectively responded, shielding their faces in unison. Director E, while escorting Teacher Yu, lamented the decline of societal morals. Just then, a throng of reporters rushed into the lobby, heading straight for the 28th floor. Director E exclaimed, gesturing towards the conspicuous figures in the middle, "Are they blind? How can they not see such a large group of people? Where are they running with their cameras?" Gu Ran shook his head, his gaze drawn to Chu Yun, harboring certain suspicions. However, he refrained from asking, knowing that no one would be foolish enough to admit involvement. Despite not having actively harmed anyone, he was aware of the underhanded dealings in the industry. When Yuhan was startled awake by the cacophony surrounding him, one must admit, the scene before him was nearly enough to drive him to the brink of madness. He found himself lying amidst a group of men. And although his senses assured him that nothing scandalous had transpired, the swarm of journalists barging in seemed indifferent to their explanations, the sound of cameras clicking incessantly. Never had he felt such a murderous impulse as he did at that moment. He had underestimated Qi Chenxi. He never imagined he would fall victim to a woman's machinations. In a fit of frustration, when Yuhan kicked Li Jingran, who was rubbing his eyes as he awoke. Upon realizing the bizarre situation, Li Jingran's expression turned to one of utter disbelief. This was not what they had planned. Moreover, how could he possibly be in the same room as President Wen? Did President Wen harbor some peculiar preference that had gone unnoticed? As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly realized that several others present were indeed the individuals arranged by Qi Chenxi. The incessant clicking of cameras continued, rendering them speechless with shock. A corpulent, middle-aged man hastily attempted to intervene with the press, urging them to cease their photography, insisting that the situation was not as they perceived. The journalists, however, paid no heed to his pleas, continuing to snap away, relishing the prospect of juicy headlines and the accompanying bonuses. "Stop. Which media outlet are you from?" When Yuhan barked, his demeanor unyielding. The long-standing authority he wielded momentarily quelled the journalists, who instinctively recoiled. Yet, recalling their employer's instructions, they steeled their resolve and resumed their relentless clicking. When Yuhan's ire reached its zenith, "I demand to know which media outlet you represent. Do you wish to shutter your operations? Dare to defy me, and I shall ensure your publication's demise by tomorrow." One of the reporters, emboldened, snapped photos while retorting, "Mr. Wan, with all due respect, the dissemination of this news will only augment our sales exponentially. Closure is an impossibility. The proprietor has explicitly instructed us to capture every moment. Initially, we suspected our employer had succumbed to madness. However, upon arrival, we were greeted by a multitude of our peers. It is conceivable that one proprietor may be irrational, but not an entire cohort. Therefore, closure is not a concern. Photograph away." The reporters, galvanized, proceeded with fervor. Conversely, Mr. Wen was incensed beyond measure. Descending with alacrity, he endeavored to seize their cameras. However, his solitary efforts were futile against the collective. Instead, he was inadvertently tripped, resulting in an undignified sprawl upon the ground. This precipitated another flurry of photographs, accompanied by exclamations of elation from the reporters. The image of the illustrious CEO of Phantom in such a state was a journalistic coup. Meanwhile, Mr. Li, having been inadvertently kicked to the ground by Mr. Wen, was utterly disoriented. He beheld the unfolding spectacle with despair, as the flashes of the cameras relentlessly assailed his countenance. A singular thought pervaded his mind. This is unequivocally the end. The subsequent morning, prominent headlines adorned the front pages of numerous websites. The enigmatic facade of the Phantom CEO unveiled, exposed in the company of 4 mysterious men. The veritable nature of the Phantom CEO emerges, a revelation beyond imagination. Bombshell, Mr. Wen and Mr. Li spend the night together. Mr. Wen's inclinations remain obscure. Is Ms. Lin merely a decoy? Within the confines of Mr. Wen's private villa, Ms. Lin gazed upon the content of her mobile phone with incredulity. How could this transpire? How is this conceivable? The system is currently undergoing detection. Detection successful. It has been assessed that when Yuhan's fate has been stripped away, he is no longer the favored child of destiny. Lin Yi was left in a state of bewilderment. Could you repeat that? The system reiterated. When Yuhan's fate has been revoked, he is no longer the favored child of destiny. Lin Yi was on the verge of madness. His favorability is at 95. And you tell me he is not the favored child of destiny? The sheets have been tangled, and affection has been displayed. Just as success seemed imminent. You inform me that the male lead has changed? Surely, there must be limits to this farce. Furthermore, can fate truly be revoked? Despite having traversed countless realms, I have never witnessed such an occurrence. What now? Tell me what to do. How can the task be accomplished? If the task remains unfulfilled, are we to be trapped in this realm? The system responded. Detection indicates that a new male lead has emerged in this realm. It is advised that the host pursue him anew. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Oh, pursue anew? The entire world is aware of my entanglement with Wen Yuhan. There are likely videos of me on numerous hard drives. You expect me to pursue someone else with my current identity? The system insisted, this is the only method available. Failure to complete the task will result in our inability to leave this realm. Lin Yi gritted her teeth, tempted to abandon this endeavor. However, the thought of being trapped here was unbearable. She could only endure. Very well, who is the new male lead of this realm? She resolved to employ every means necessary to pursue him, for once the task was completed, she would be free, indifferent to the tarnished reputation of this body. Yes, all that mattered was to pursue the new male lead, to exhaust every effort in winning him over. Even with a tarnished reputation, possessing a system should ensure triumph. After a brief interlude, the system's voice resonated, commencing protagonist detection across dimensions. Detection complete. The newly identified protagonist is Gu Ran, the celebrated actor. The host is urged to initiate the conquest expeditiously. Lin Yi inhaled deeply. Gu Ran, another denizen of the entertainment sphere, irrespective of his identity. She was compelled to seduce him. After a cursory packing of her belongings, Lin Yi promptly departed from the villa, with a new objective in sight. Residing in Wen Yuhan's abode was no longer an option. Chapter 90, Empress System 21 Morning, 8:30 a.m. Entrance of the Great Desert Expedition film crew. Qi Shi, present yourself. Wen Yuhan vociferated, disregarding his public image. Never in his existence had he endured such ignominy, all attributable to this woman, Qi Shi. Those individuals, those contemptible gnats, dared to cast such gazes upon him. Furthermore, upon traversing the plaza earlier, a matron had even pelted him with vegetable leaves. Were it not for the urgency of confronting this vile woman, he would have unleashed his wrath upon those offenders. That despicable Qi Shi, how she managed to discern their machinations remained a mystery. She had the audacity to turn the tables on him, and, furthermore, to materialize in his chambers with such stealth. Though initially startled, mistaking her for a specter, he had, upon awakening, deduced the presence of an informant within the hotel. Once unmasked, such perfidy would not go unpunished. Wen Yuhan glared menacingly at the assistant director obstructing his path. I forewarn you, summon Qi Shi forth, or face the consequences. The assistant director, casting a glance at the entourage amassed behind Wen Yuhan, felt a tremor of apprehension. While uttering placatory words, he subtly gestured for others to fetch the person in question. A minute later, upon hearing the commotion, Director Yi approached, his brow furrowed in concern. Mr. Wen, Is there a matter requiring your attention? When Yuhan retorted, this is a private matter between her and me. Your only concern is to deliver her to me. Director E responded, she is currently my leading actress, a member of my production. If Mr. Wen has any concerns, you may address them with me first. When Yuhan scoffed, address them with you? You are not worthy. Observing Director Yi's displeased countenance, when Yuhan continued, I address you as Director Yi out of recognition of your talent. Do not mistake courtesy for weakness. Step aside. As when Yuhan threatened to search for her directly, Director Yi's face darkened considerably. Mr. Wen, allow me to caution you against pushing your limits. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. When Yuhan cast a disdainful glance at Director Yi, old man, believe me, even if your film is completed, I possess the means to prevent its release. Director Yi's expression became grave, with Phantom holding 70% of the screening rights. They indeed had the power to obstruct the film's release if they were so inclined. Director Yi's countenance reflected his dismay. Chi Chinsi was the leading actress he had high hopes for, but the prospect of a film, produced at great expense and effort, being denied release was unsettling. Mr. Wen, what an ostentatious display, a melodious voice announced, accompanied by the sound of screeching brakes. Chu Yun alighted from the vehicle, her white stiletto heels clicking elegantly as she approached Wen Yuhan. Chu Yun's arrival prompted a worried glance from Director E, who was about to speak. But Chu Yun reassured him with a comforting look. She smiled radiantly at Wen Yuhan. Mr. Wen, is it possible you were already missing me this early in the morning? Wen Yuhan sneered, I wish for your demise, Chi Chensi. Do you genuinely believe, Wen Yuhan hissed through gritted teeth, that a flurry of media reports could possibly bring me down? Do you honestly think the combined influence of the Qi and Zhao families is sufficient to protect you? You are sorely mistaken. Has no one ever informed you of the consequences of incurring my wrath? Today, I shall ensure that your pathetic film grinds to a halt. You, Chi Chensi, will be expunged from the entertainment industry within 3 days. Formerly, he had been unwilling to expend resources on a mere celebrity. However, circumstances had altered. Chu Yun offered a contemptuous smile. The individual capable of banishing her from the entertainment sphere was yet to be born. A chime from her phone signaled the arrival of an email, prompting her lips to curve into an even more pronounced smile. When Yuhan had finally fallen into the trap orchestrated by the Qi and Zhao families, Chu Yun promptly dispatched a message to Father Qi. Father, initiate the plan. Father Qi responded, affirmative. When Yuhan, observing Chu Yun's silence, snorted derisively. What? Scared now? Your fear is belated. From the moment you dared to scheme against me, your fate was sealed. Even if you were to prostrate yourself and beg for mercy, it would be futile. When Yuhan gestured to his entourage, take her away. Merely expelling her from the entertainment industry would not suffice. He intended to ensure she experienced the true meaning of suffering. A group of burly men in black suits advanced. Director E hastily intervened, attempting to block their path. In broad daylight, do you have no regard for the law? When Yuhan's gaze was malevolent. The law? In the entertainment industry, I am the law. Vacate my presence, lest you suffer the consequences of my displeasure. Her Excellency's tone was laced with both astonishment and fury. A scornful chuckle emanated from the depths of my being as I lifted my gaze, meeting hers with a level gaze that seemed to grant me dominion over her very existence. A delicate smile played upon my lips as I uttered, indeed. From the moment you resolved to silence my assent, your fate was irrevocably sealed. Each word was enunciated with deliberate precision. Ephemeral figment, dissolution within 10 seconds. A pregnant silence descended upon the assembly for a fleeting 3 seconds. The corners of Her Excellency's mouth twitched in defiance. You are lost in fantastical reveries. Awaken from your slumber. Yet, Mr. Gu, who had materialized beside Her Excellency, glanced at the chronometer adorning his wrist. 8 seconds. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. Mr. Gu. The appointed hour has arrived. The shrill chime of a cellular device pierced the air, intensifying the pervasive silence. An atmosphere of stifling dread permeated the surroundings. 10 seconds, precisely. Could it be that her empire had truly crumbled? Doubt lingered in the minds of all present, save perhaps Her Excellency. She retrieved her cellular device, only to realize it was not her own that clamored for attention. A wave of relief washed over her as she recalled that her device had been deactivated since the scandalous revelations of the previous day. How could a call possibly reach her? She cast a triumphant glance in my direction. You are delusional. However, if her device remained silent, whose was it that clamored for attention? Her Excellency's assistant fumbled nervously to retrieve his own device, hastily accepting the incoming call. After a mere 3 seconds, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Esteemed President, dire tidings. The corporation has been subjected to compulsory liquidation. Furthermore, all of your other holdings have been seized. Bankruptcy has traditionally been a self-initiated process for companies. However, external intervention can indeed enforce it. When Yuhan, bankruptcy? Seizure? Surely, this cannot be a mere nightmare he is experiencing? His commercial empire, how could it possibly collapse overnight? An assistant, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "President, it is true. The company has genuinely gone bankrupt." When Yuhan felt a buzzing in his head, an overwhelming void. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Many shared Wen Yuhan's disbelief. Even Director Yi could not resist casting a scrutinizing glance at Chu Yun. Was she not the eldest daughter of the Qi family? The Qi family, alongside the Zhao family, surely lacked the power to undermine Wen Yuhan. What hidden identity or support might she possess? In less than half a minute, the esteemed commercial edifice known as Phantom was brought to its knees. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief, save for Gu Ran, who regarded Chu Yun with a knowing smile, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Having suspected her involvement since last night, he realized that Qi Qinxi was far from simple. Chapter 91. The Actress System 22. Everyone hastily clicked on the news with unprecedented speed, witnessing the bold headlines on major news websites. The standard for significant and explosive news read, "Phantom Group announces bankruptcy at 8:40 a.m. today." There was only the title, devoid of content. As there was no time to write an article, it was imperative to publish immediately. When Yuhan glanced at the news on his assistant's phone, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. The chaos had departed. Directory signaled the crew to commence filming. The gazes of everyone towards Chu Yun underwent a subtle transformation, with those seeking her favor putting in extra effort to ingratiate themselves. Even those who previously had minor conflicts with her wore cautious smiles. After all, she was a woman capable of toppling illusions. They must have been out of their minds to offend her. Only Gu Ran maintained the same demeanor, unperturbed and poised, like a graceful pine standing tall. Chu Yun observed Gu Ran, whose fortune seemed to soar, having completely supplanted Wen Yuhan as the new favored one. No sooner had Wen Yuhan departed than Chen Min's call came through. Chu Yun answered, "Sister Min, what is the matter?" Chen Min, in a state of frenzy, asked, "Is the news about Qinxi true? Is it really true?" She felt herself on the verge of madness. Initially, she had been persuaded by Chu Yun to follow her, firmly believing in her eventual success, but she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. With Wen Yuhan out of the picture, and her own artist possessing such remarkable talent, it was only a matter of time before she became the leading lady in Director Yi's film and secured the Best Actress award. All her previous efforts, crying and clamoring for resources in front of the boss, would not be in vain. Chu Yun replied coolly, "The news has been released. How could it be false?" Chen Min let out an excited shriek. "I'm coming to find you right now." Chu Yun wished to dissuade her from coming, as she herself wasn't particularly eager to share her excitement with anyone. However, before she could refuse, Chen Min had already hung up. The filming crew remained unaffected by the morning's commotion. After the makeup trial, Director Yi called for Chu Yun and Gu Ran to prepare for their scene. Director Yi. A gentle voice interrupted. Director Yi awkwardly smiled. "Lin Yi, what brings you here?" He then cast a glance at Chu Yun. "Indeed. It appears their rapport is somewhat strained. I wonder, could a misstep incite the ire of Miss Qi?" Director Yi's countenance immediately darkened. "You're not affiliated with this production. How did you gain entry?" Lin Yi glanced at Director Yi with a touch of helplessness, her gaze fleetingly directed toward Gu Ran. With a gentle bite of her lip, she uttered, I happened to be working at the adjacent set, and I thought, since Director Yi and esteemed actor Gu were here, I would seek your counsel on a few matters. I've merely come to learn, and I assure you, I won't disrupt your filming." Chu Yun, why does Lin Yi seem so transformed?" exclaimed Pink Duck with fervent excitement in their shared mental space. Wasn't she previously the epitome of the sophisticated, mature woman? Chu Yun cast a contemplative glance at Lin Yi's performance of innocent purity, then at Gu Ran. So this is Gu Ran's predilection? TSK. So this is the true Gu Ran, Pink Duck mused. What? Chu Yun addressed Pink Duck. Did you believe that the Heavenly Tao Alliance's system possessed only the singular function of teleportation? Upon hearing this topic, Pink Duck felt a pang of guilt. When it came to undertaking missions, he was incomparable to others. Are there any particularly remarkable functions? What Lin Yi possesses could be classified as a conquest system. The system autonomously scans and assesses the target's personality, predilections, habits, and the like. thereby assisting the host in crafting the most precise and effective strategy for winning them over. Pink Duck was taken aback. Such ingenious maneuvers exist? Doesn't that make me seem even more inadequate? Director E, esteemed actor Gu, what are you discussing? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin E with a newfound interest. We were rehearsing a scene. The duckling, Chu Yun and Gu Ran indeed share a fondness for this particular style. Chu Yun nodded, confident that Lin Yi's system would not make an erroneous judgment. However, an inclination towards a certain type does not necessarily imply that one would fall in love with every individual of that kind. Therefore, for Lin to win over Gu Ran, her skills would be paramount. Director E, I inexplicably sense that the atmosphere feels amiss. Gu Ran chuckled, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Chu Yun mused internally. Being the male lead is indeed a different experience. Song Yu, compelled to slay his once beloved companion, must find this fate more agonizing than his previous life of wandering. As an emperor, he could not even safeguard his own love. Standing at the pinnacle of power, he has tasted the depths of existential despair. Such anguish is not something the ordinary person can endure. Gu Ran gazed at Chu Yun. Chensi, what do you think? Director E also turned to Chu Yun, his eyes sparkling. Yes, share your insights on them. Chu Yun replied, I concur with what Emperor Gu has stated. Director E inquired, and what of Feng Lin E, with her porcelain-like visage raised, looked at Gu Ran. Yes, Gu, what do you think is going on in Feng Lin's heart? Gu Ran smiled, directing his gaze at Chu Yun. I believe Chensi has a more profound understanding of this matter than I do. Chu Yun replied, oh. Gu Ran continued. Director E, still with a gleaming gaze, urged, oh? What do you mean by oh? Speak up. Do you think she suffered before her demise? Observing Director Yi's enthusiastic demeanor, Chu Yun began, I believe that, in her final moments, she experienced little suffering. If one must articulate it, it would be more akin to regret. Director Yi smiled and nodded, gesturing for Chu Yun to continue. It was evident from the outset that although she initially took to the battlefield out of love for Song Yu, her affection for the land grew to rival that for him. Feng Lian's lifelong aspiration was to expel the barbarian tribes, and she ultimately achieved this goal. Aside from the regret of not being able to continue protecting this land, I believe she harbored no sorrow. In that era, the court had no room for her. Her gender was one reason, and the fear of her power among the aristocracy was another. Her demise was inevitable. Hence, she stated, I do not blame you. To summarize, it can be distilled into, initially, I donned my armor for love of you. In time, I fell in love with your realm and this land. I would willingly sacrifice my life for it. Director E clapped, exclaiming, beautiful. This is the authentic Feng Lian of history. How could a female general be consumed solely by romantic sentiments? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that so? Once she had finished speaking, she exited the dressing room. After a moment of contemplation, Director E, feeling slightly unsatisfied, followed her out to continue their conversation. The room was left with only Lin Yi and Gu Ran. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi emerged, her face flushed with shyness, covering her cheeks as she dashed away. Gu Ran stepped out, utterly speechless, swearing he had done nothing. However, others held a different perspective.